Soren as far as his involvement in the mining scam is concerned. And he already faces a case of Office of Profit, which is being heard in the Election Commission of India as to why not his membership of the Jharkhand Legislative Assembly be terminated, and a decision for which is pending before the Election Commission. And we'll wait and watch as to what happens in that particular decision. It's most likely that many claim that he will lose his membership. So high political turmoil will also unfold in the state of Jharkhand in the days to come, if at all Hemant Soren's membership is terminated, because he's got a mining lease allotted in his name while being the Chief Minister as well as the Mining Minister of Jharkhand.
Also, Prakash, if you could, take us through the two recoveries that seem to be controversial. There were two AK-47s that were found at Prem Prakash's residence. However, the Ranchi police at some point said that these belonged to CRPF men who were guarding him, and the two men have been suspended.
Yes, the Argora SHO has made a statement late last evening that the two AK-47 belong to the bodyguards who were manning Prem Prakash, and they had kept it in the residence. So action has been taken. The two constables have been suspended. That's what we get to know. And Prem Prakash has been arrested.
All right. Also, Prakash, for the benefit of our viewers, can you take us through, how this scam was operated, and also give us more details in terms of the scale of this scam?
As far as the mining scam is concerned, it's been going on for quite some time in Jharkhand, and the ED and the investigating agencies are closely monitoring this case and investigating it. The various raids have been conducted at various places, and it all started with the ED raids at Pooja Singhal's residence, the IS officer, and the mining secretary as well. And thereafter, the ED started putting pieces together, and they started corroborating evidences as to who are the people involved in this. And thereafter, they started nailing Bachu Yadav, Dahu Yadav, Pankaj Mishra, Inbar Hate, as well as the recent catch has been Prem Prakash. And there are several other places which were raided, and money to the tune of more than 20 crore in cash have been recovered so far. And the illegal proceeds of this entire mining scam goes to the tune of more than, say, 300 to 400 crores rupees so far, which has been accounted as yet. And there are many unaccounted money as well, because the more investigation is done, the more facts will come out. So ED as well as the CBI is getting closer to the powerful people who are involved in this scam. And yes, the fingers are pointing out at Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, most of the close associates are under custody or are being questioned.
Right, Prakash Singh, our editor of Special Projects, joining us on that. Thank you very much. So, as Prakash was pointing out, the ED taking action against Prem Prakash. He was arrested yesterday. Now, from massive mob gathering to widespread protests and Sartan Se Jura Hai slogans, Hyderabad continues to be on the edge, and we have now accessed visuals of violent protests that broke out late last night. Following this, of course, the police had to resort to lathi charge to disperse the mobs and bring the situation under control. Now, protests like this one have sporadically broken out in various parts of old Hyderabad city. Security forces, of course, are on high alert. There's been a deployment of paramilitary forces as well to try and control the situation. However, tensions still are mounting, and police, of course, have now registered cases against these protesters as well, who've been taking to the streets since day before night. Their main demand, of course, is the arrest of Raja Singh. the BJP, a leader who's now been suspended by the party following his controversial remarks. Aneri has been bringing us all the details from Hyderabad on this. I think I'm going to go across to her in just a bit to give us a ground situation update currently. Aneri, if you can hear me. Right. Aneri, if you can hear us, give us a sense of how tense the situation is even this morning, and also brief us on the kind of security detail that has been put in place to make sure that things don't really go out of hand.
Well, as of now, we have been seeing that extra forces have been called in. Task force also has been put in place so that situation doesn't go out of hand, because yesterday also, despite so many measures being put in place, despite high alert being called in, and also the shops there in the surrounding areas in Old City were also closed by around 7 p.m. We see that there were massive protests which took place. Effigies were burnt, and also slogans like Sartan Se Juda and many such slogans were being raised by these protesters who were trying to protest against Raja Singh. But once again, we have been seeing that now the security forces have also been put in place once again. High alert continues to remain in Hyderabad, as we have been seeing that there could be many such protests which would be taking place today also. So that is one of the reasons why security also has been increased in the Old City area, in the critical pockets like Charminar, which is one of the tourist place. Shalibanda is also one of the place where major of these protests are taking place, and then Dabirpura, Chadargat areas are these areas which are very critical, and so we have been seeing that there are security forces which have been deployed in these locations. So now we'll have to see how the day proceeds, because tomorrow being Friday also could be a very critical day. So we'll have to wait and watch how the situation turns out to be. But yes, the protesters still continue to demand that Raja Singh should be arrested after the court orders also.
All right, Aneri, do stay with us. As Aneri is pointing out, of course, it remains to be tense, the situation in Hyderabad. And what we are learning right now, of course, is the fact that the BJP has asked Raja Singh to explain within the next 10 days why he should not be expelled from the party.
As massive protest erupts in Hyderabad, and especially in the Old City area, we have been seeing how the police used lathi charge to bring the situation under control. But the protesters continue to do stone pelting and burn the effigies of Raja Singh, demanding that he should be arrested immediately. Keep watching Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. The time has come. The time has come for all of us, all Indians, to take a call on whether we will allow or bring to a stop this Sartan Se Juda mindset. If we all speak out against it, this Sartan Se Juda philosophy, whether we are Muslim or Hindu, if we speak out against it, it will stop. If we don't, then this very Sartan Se Juda chant, which you're hearing everywhere nowadays, Sartan Se Juda, Sartan Se Juda, this very chant will become a philosophy, and then a greater and greater reality. We will become like Taliban ruled Afghanistan, where beheadings are a reality, like beheadings of Indian citizens are an unfortunate reality in India. We are a country where people get beheaded. This Sartan Se Juda mindset, viewers, is not a falsification or an exaggeration. It is a reality. It is as real as the urban Naxal mindset. The Sartan Se Juda mindset is as real as the Tukde Tukde mindset. The Sartan Se Juda mindset is a challenge to us, to our nation. And it is our nation Believers in the Sar Tan Se Juda logic have no faith in Indian law, in Indian institutions, in Indian culture, and in Indian democracy. The believers of Sar Tan Se Juda think that our democracy is there to be abused and stretched to a point where beheadings as a form of personal They
are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi.
After all-day raids and a mega recovery, the ED's news titans Suren's aide is now under arrest in the Jharkhand mining scam. Late-night protests in Hyderabad. Hours after the flag march, stones are pelted, more provocative slogans raised. Two Congress leaders issue an open threat to T. Raja, say he has to apologize or will be attacked. Family of the deceased BJP leader Sonali Phogat alleges foul play, says she was poisoned by her associate. The Supreme Court is to resume hearing on the plea for the Shiva Sena symbol today. The Delhi High Court is likely to pronounce judgment today in the plea challenging the probe against its privacy policy. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. This is the Morning Express. Now, as the Bihar land for jobs scam exploded with raids on multiple leaders linked with the RJD, Republic TV has accessed sensational gift land deals. Now, in the accessed gift deeds pertaining to land, there are signatures of Lalu Prasad's wife and the former Bihar Chief Minister Rabri Devi as a beneficiary. Also, their aide Bhola Yadav has signed as a witness.
On Wednesday, the CBI raided parts of the 1.5 lakh square feet of land that was allegedly acquired by Lalu and his family. The raids were linked to an ongoing case where Group D jobs were allegedly being allotted in lieu for land when Lalu Prasad was the railway minister. 3 top RJD leaders were raided by the central agency. But this is how Bihar's Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav tried to brazen it out in the assembly.
मतलब आप भाजपा के साथ रहिएगा, हाथ मिला लीजिएगा तो राजा हरिश्चंद्र बन जाओगे, और हाथ नहीं मिलाइएगा तो भ्रष्टाचारी, क्रिमिनल, रेपिस्ट, और पीछे ईडी, सीबीआई, इनकम टैक्स को लगा दिया जाएगा। अब आप बताइए कि पूरी तरीके से बेबुनियाद आरोप हम लोगों पे लगाया गया और एक नया चीज आप फिर लेकर के आ गए हैं। अब ये आईआरसीटीसी का मामला, नौकरी जमीन का मामला।
Even the Bihar Chief Minister refused to speak out on the raids and chose to target the centre instead on the CBI action.
हमने एक बार अपनी जगह पर 2020 के दिसंबर में जब हम राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष थे पार्टी के और हमने अपनी जगह पर दे दिया और बाद में अपनी मर्जी से कोई कहीं गया और अंदर चला गया, हमारे पार्टी के तमाम लोग बोलने लगे कि साहब बहुत गड़बड़ हो रहा है, बहुत गड़बड़ हो रहा है। पहले हुआ, हम नहीं सुनते थे सबका, हमारे मन में कोई बात नहीं थी। और आज जो भी कहता है कि हम अलग हो गए हैं और बनना चाहते हैं हम आगे, हम कुछ नहीं बनना चाहते।
But Republic has accessed the gift deeds that show how Rabri Devi and Hema Yadav were direct beneficiaries of the land acquired by gift deeds. The deeds show how Lalu's aide facilitated the land for jobs scam, where Group D jobs were provided in railways for land.
But now Republic Media Network has accessed the gift deeds, which only goes on to show that Rabri Devi and Heba Yadav were direct beneficiaries of the land that was acquired through these gift deeds. The entire modus operandi has now been revealed with the documents accessed by Republic Media Network, which shows that undeserving candidates who had basically applied for Group D and Group C appointments in the railway department were basically given jobs in lieu of land that was given in the name of Lalu Prasad Yadav's family members. In fact, some of the documents accessed by us shows that land parcel worth about 62 lakh rupees was handed out to Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family members for just about 4 lakh rupees. And this was not just one such case. There have been multiple such cases where land parcels were gifted to his family members at throwaway prices.
Meritorious job seekers lost out. One family allegedly gained acres and acres of land, and the country suffered. The land for job scam cannot be brushed aside anymore. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, addressing a large gathering on the banks of the Indus River in Leh, the 14th Dalai Lama expressed hope that Ladakhis would be able to visit Lhasa once again. The Dalai Lama said the times are changing and the time may come when Ladakhis would be able to visit Lhasa again. This statement, of course, is being seen as extremely significant as the Tibetan spiritual leader was speaking about Tibetans being able to visit Lhasa again. I'm going to try and go across to Abhishek on the phone line, our senior executive editor. Abhishek, if you can hear me. All right, we don't have Abhishek yet, but as I was pointing out, this of course is a statement that is seen as very, very significant given the fact that there has been a Sinicization essentially of the Tibetan plateau by China over the years, and China of course has made its intent very, very clear as far as Tibet goes. But addressing a large gathering on the banks of the Indus River in Leh, the Dalai Lama expressed hope that Ladakhis would be able to visit Lhasa once again. He said, and I quote, he said, times they are changing and we hope perhaps that one day Tibetans will be able to visit Lhasa once again. It is being seen as a very significant statement coming as it does at the back of China's efforts to sinicize Tibetan plateau. Now, the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is on a 3-day visit to Tashkent over his first day of his power-packed trip. He also held separate bilateral talks with his Uzbek, Kazakh and Belarusian counterparts.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is on a 3-day visit to Tashkent. In his address, Singh reaffirmed India's resolve to fight all forms of terrorism to make the region peaceful, secure and stable. In an oblique reference to Pakistan's support to terrorist activities against India, Raksha Mantri said that any form of terrorism, including cross-border terrorism, is a crime against humanity and the menace must be dealt with unitedly. On his first day of his power-packed trip, he also held separate bilateral talks with his Uzbek, Kazakh and Belarusian counterparts. About his talks with Uzbek Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh said both sides reviewed the bilateral defence ties. The talks with Belarusian Defence Minister, Lieutenant General Viktor Kerenin, also focused on ways to boost bilateral defence cooperation. The Defence Minister also expressed India's concern over the situation in Ukraine and noted that New Delhi supports resolution of the crisis through talks between Moscow and Kyiv. He also thanked Russian Defense Minister over arrest of a suicide bomber who was planning to target a key Indian politician from the ruling party. The SCO is an influential economic and security bloc and has emerged as one of the largest trans-regional international organizations. And this year, the meeting is expected to deliberate on regional security challenges, including the situation in Ukraine and Afghanistan. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, the BSF has foiled a major smuggling bid in Samba area. One Pakistani intruder was shot and injured, and narcotics were recovered from him. Gursimran is reporting on this. He joins us right now live from Jammu. Gursimran, good morning. Give us more details of what really happened. We are learning that at least one Pakistani intruder was shot and injured.
Yes, a Pakistani intruder was shot at and injured in the Chiliari area of the Samba district. The incident has been reported at around 1 in the morning, and upon the searches that were launched by the Border Security Force, now we are getting to know that 8 packets of heroin worth more than 40 crore rupees have been recovered, and this smuggling, this narcotics was sent to Jammu and Kashmir for further propagation, possibly into Punjab, and use of the sales of proceeds of these narcotics for the terror activities in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, as well as in the other parts of the country. So this is a big success. Now the searches have been launched whether to find out that it was a narcotics only consignment or it was a arms and ammunition and a narcotics consignment that was to be pushed in the Indian territory by the Pakistani side. The searches are on the international border to ensure that there is no accomplice of this intruder who has been shot at. However, what we are getting to know that he has somehow crawled back to the Pakistani territory, but the BSF has found the blood stains of this Pakistani intruder very near to the line of to the international border, and the searches will continue. Apart from this, there are regular credible inputs by the security agencies that Pakistan will try to push terrorists into the Indian territory to carry out major terror strikes, because if we speak of last 4 days, there have been 4 attempts, 3 of the terror infiltration and 1 of smuggling of narcotics into the Indian territory that stands foiled by the BSF and the Indian Army in past 4 days, clearly showing the desperation of Pakistan, that how they want to vitiate the peace in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and ahead of the snowfall in the upper reaches, they are trying to push as much as terrorists they can into the Jammu and Kashmir to make the winters hot.
All right, Gursimran bringing us those details. Thank you for joining us. So as Gursimran is saying, one attempt has been foiled by the BSF. And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. Additional security forces were deployed in Hyderabad in parts of the city following overnight protests against suspended BJP leader Raja Singh's alleged remarks. Telangana's Home Minister, meanwhile, has assured the public that he will not compromise on law and order following the incident. At least one person was arrested following a protest that had taken place in Nalgonda in Hyderabad, where violent slogans were allegedly raised. An FIR has been requested for by the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights against people who made school children raise slogans against the BJP leader T. Raja Singh. An order in the matter of the Prime Minister's security breach is expected to be pronounced today following an inquiry committee that was set up by the CJI on the 5th of January. Raids were carried out by the CBI at least 25 different locations in connection with the land for job scam in Bihar. At least 200 land deeds from the premises of raided areas have been reportedly recovered. The Supreme Court is scheduled to continue hearing on the matter of the party symbol between the two factions of the Shiva Sena, with the court having earlier directed the Election Commission not to take any action on the Shinde faction's plea that it may be considered the real Shiva Sena. Now, the BJP leader Sonali Phogat's death in Goa has been met with suspicion by her family members. In fact, her family members have said that they suspect that she was poisoned by an aide. Here's more.
Days after TikTok star and BJP leader Sonali Phogat was found dead in Goa, the family has levelled serious allegations of foul play into the death. Sonali's brother Rinku Dhaka has filed a formal complaint with the Goa police claiming she was murdered by 2 of her associates.
तो यहाँ ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, नॉर्मल डेथ नहीं है, ये एक प्री प्लान मर्डर था और मेरी मांग है कि इसकी सीबीआई जांच हो। तो हमें यहाँ के पोस्टमार्टम से हमें संतुष्ट नहीं है हम, और हम हमारी बहन सोनाली फोगाट का पोस्टमार्टम दिल्ली एम्स या जयपुर एम्स में करवाएंगे।
Hours after a demand by the brother, Sonali Phogat's 15-year-old daughter made this plea.
मेरे को जस्टिस मिलना चाहिए, इन्वेस्टिगेशन होनी चाहिए प्रॉपर। मुझे कल्प्रिट है उन्हें पनिशमेंट मिलनी चाहिए.
Her sister Rupesh also leveled allegations of a foul play based on the last call that she had with Sonali. The actor and BJP leader was brought dead to the St. Anthony's Hospital in Anjuna on the early hours of 23rd August when she was in Goa for a shoot.
Moreover, the preliminary report and as per the DJP and the hospital's doctor, which clearly mentioned that she died because of cardiac arrest. But the family has raised a question and even mentioned that the laptop, CCTV cameras was not present in the farmhouse in Haryana after her death.
Goa's chief minister also issued a statement on the matter.
जो केस हुई है उसके बारे में सीरियसली देख रहे हैं. डीजीपी खुद मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं. प्रिलिमिनरी उसको लगा है कि दिस इज एन कार्डियक अरेस्ट, बट फिर भी उसका जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन पोस्टमार्टम का रिपोर्ट्स उसके पास आ जाएगा. प्रिलिमिनरी डॉक्टर्स और डीजीपी के कहने के अनुसार वो कार्डियक अरेस्ट जैसे लग रहा है.
Meanwhile, the police have registered a case of unnatural death and questioned her associate Sudhir Sangwan after her family alleged that she was poisoned by him. There continues to be uncertainty over her post-mortem as the family has demanded for the post-mortem to be carried out at AIIMS in Delhi or in Jaipur. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, the Indian Air Force has deployed its aircraft in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan for humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operations. Yesterday, relief materials were dropped by IAF helicopters at Bhind and Morena near Gwalior in Madhya Pradesh as well as in Rajasthan.
केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है.
CBI raids in the rice mills of Anubrata Mondal and his close aides.
Teachers staged protest holding the tricolor seeking jobs and were instead brutally thrashed.
Sporadic protests, in fact, that are breaking out right now. They're protesting right in front of RAF flag march, protesting against Raja Singh. The authorities as well, who are in fact also getting in action. They're trying to control the situation right now. Police officials, in fact, are detaining all of the protesters.
They are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam
has been seeing a massive protest since last 2 days after Raja Singh's controversial statement and also after the court had given a release order for Raja Singh. This officials, forces have been called in to move all these protesters here.
Sisodia, Deputy CM, has left for event speaking to media.
Anubrata Mondal was given custody and CBI will be continuing the investigation.
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो सीएम आवास घेरने की कोशिश में है.
This is a big breaking news, big breaking development that RJD, Treasurer and MLC as well as
Welcome back. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. Now, the Congress party has suffered another major blow as its former spokesperson and advocate Jharveer Shergill has quit the party. Now, he's called out the leadership of the party, accusing them of pursuing selfish interests.
The Congress received another big blow to their cadre strength as National Party spokesperson Jharveer Shergill resigned from the post of national spokesperson and all other designations.
Yes, I have given my resignation from all the posts. The primary reason for this resignation is because the decision making in the Indian National Congress is no longer being done keeping the interest of the public, keeping the interest of the Janta.
The former spokesperson attacked the top leadership of the party and insinuated a culture of rife sycophancy among its cadres.
It is purely being influenced by a cabal, by a coterie who merely indulge in sycophancy and who serve their self-interest. Today, when I am being pushed to bow down before people because they are close to the top leadership, this is not acceptable to me. And secondly, and most important part, the decision making of the Congress party is not in sync with the ground reality anymore.
As if this was not enough, veteran Congress leader Anand Sharma admitted to the Congress being bowled over in politics.
Wherever I am required, conveying the message of the Congress party, our priorities, and our approach to address some of the burning issues. ये जो कोई भी गुटबंदी है उससे ऊपर उठ के कांग्रेस एकजुट हो जाए तो कांग्रेस विजय की ओर जा सकती है.
The veteran leader also questioned Rahul Gandhi's leadership in an indirect statement. The Vadra Congress has been hit by a mass of resignations this year alone. Even veteran leader Kapil Sibal had unceremoniously announced his resignation 3 months ago. On the 16th of August, veteran leader Ghulam Nabi Azad had refused from accepting the post of the president of the campaign committee for Jammu and Kashmir. After this, on the 18th, Nabi had met Vice President Dhankar. Though it was not a political meet, the speculations are worth at this perilous juncture of the Congress party. Following Ghulam Nabi Azad's refusal, J&K's MLA from Shangus, Gulzar Ahmed Wani and ex-MLA Haji Abdul Rashid Dar had kept themselves out of the J&K election committee as well. Are more leaders queuing up on a side to rock and capsize the Vadra Congress's boat? Only time will tell. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And still to come on Republic TV, after all-day raids and mega recoveries, the ED's news titan Soren's aide is now under arrest in the Jharkhand mining scam. And late-night protests in Hyderabad was after a flag march, stones are pelted, more provocative slogans raised.
Sporadic protests, in fact, that are breaking out right now. They're protesting right in front of RAF flag march, protesting against Raja Singh, the authorities as well, who are in fact also getting in action. They're trying to control the situation right now. Police officials, in fact, are detaining all of the protesters.
They are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam
has been seeing a massive protest since last 2 days after Raja Singh's controversial statement, and also after the court had given a release order for Raja Singh. This officials, forces have been called in to move all these protesters here.
Manish Sisodia, Deputy CM, has left for event speaking to media.
Onubroto Mondal was given custody and CBI will be continuing the investigation.
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो सीएम आवास घेरने की कोशिश में है
This is a big breaking news, breaking development that RJD, Treasurer and MLC as well as Chairman of Disco Man Sunil Singh's house raided by the CBI.
25 plus locations where these searches are being carried out, including Delhi as well as in Gurgaon. In Bihar, we are being told it's in Madhubani, Katihar, Patna and a few other locations. All
And here's a look at some news in brief. The Undersecretary of Defense for Policy told reporters that the US airstrikes on facilities used by militias backed by Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard demonstrated that the United States will not hesitate to defend itself against Iranian and Iran-backed aggression when it occurs. The Colombian President Gustavo Petro has announced a new extradition agreement proposal with the US as he delivered a joint briefing with the Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez. Petro said narco-traffickers should abide with negotiations the Colombian government or otherwise will be extradited to the United States of America. Iraqi President Barham Salih held talks with his country's top officials to discuss the ongoing political crisis in the country. Iraq has been mired in a political deadlock for months, with followers of the influential Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr and his political rivals, the Iran-backed Shiite groups, at odds since after last year's parliamentary elections. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif met with Qatar's Emir Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani on the second day of a visit to Doha amid political unrest in his country. The nuclear-armed nation is struggling to secure a $7 billion bailout from the International Monetary Fund amid an economic crisis. Pakistan's Prime Minister Sharif is seeking financial assistance, loans and foreign investment for Qatar for his cash-strapped Islamic nation. And dozens of Islamic Jihad militants displayed replicas of their rockets during a parade in southern Gaza Strip in a show of defiance that followed a fierce flare-up of violence with Israeli troops earlier this month. The militants drove pickup trucks with different sizes of rocket replicas and posters of their slain commanders. People lined up on the streets and celebrated by throwing flowers on the fighters. You are watching Republic TV, and coming up next on Live and Breaking, late night protests in Hyderabad hours after a flag march. Stones are pelted, most provocative slogans raised. And two Congress leaders issue an open threat to T. Raja, say he has to apologize or will be attacked.
Against Manish Sisodia and through it the Ahmad.
Since last 2 days after Raja Singh's controversial statement, and also after the court had given a release order for Raja Singh. This officials, forces have been called in to move all these protesters here.
Manish Sisodia, Deputy CM, has left for event speaking to media.
Prem was given custody and CBI will be continuing the investigation.
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो सीएम आवास घेरने की कोशिश में है।
This is a big breaking news, breaking development that RJD, Treasurer and MLC as well as Chairman of Disco Man Sunil Singh's house raided by the CBI.
25 plus locations where these searches are being carried out, including Delhi as well as in Gurgaon. In Bihar, we are being told it's in Madhubani, Katihar, Patna and a few other locations. All that is linked to Tejasvi Yadav that is currently being searched by the Central Bureau of Investigation. It is suspected that the proceeds of crime were essentially diverted through this construction of this mall in Gurgaon. These are basically the Norris surveillance video. What you can see is the two movement that's taking place. That's where the terrorists are basically trying to move crossover, and this is where they're trying to hide. The moment they reach here, that's the place that they are hiding.
After all-day raids and mega recovery, ED news titan Soren's business associate is now under arrest in Jharkhand mining scam. Late night protests in Hyderabad, hours after flag march, stones pelted, more provocative slogans raised. Two Congress leaders issue open threat to T. Raja, say he has to apologize or he will be attacked. Supreme Court to resume hearing on the plea for the Shiv Sena symbol today. Delhi High Court likely to pronounce judgment today in the plea challenging the probe against its privacy policy. Big statement by Dalai Lama, says Ladakhis would soon be able to visit Lhasa. A very good morning. Thanks for tuning in to Republic TV. I'm Nivedna Prabhu. First up, the top story for this hour. The protesters who were seen openly raising slogans like Sar Tan Se Juda and turning the protest into a violent protest. 90 violent protesters were released by the intervention of AIMI chief Asaduddin Owaisi. From the last 2 days, there are massive protests which has taken place, and many places effigies are being burned, stones are being pelted and slogans are being raised, for which these protesters were detained by the South Zone Police. This is the latest information that we're getting about this. 90 violent protesters have now been released after Owaisi's intervention. The protesters were detained by the police in Hyderabad by the South Zone Police. The police action after stones were pelted. For more information on this, we're joined in by Priyanka from Hyderabad. Priyanka, what is the latest that we're understanding? Now we have seen after the massive protest, which also did turn violent, that 90 protesters have been released by the police. But this time around, considering the fact that OVC had to intervene.
Well, yes, what we have seen on the ground here, at least where the police personnel and the RAF had been deployed, and they had been making sure that the protesters do not turn violent. So that was their only point of concern. But even yesterday, we have seen that during the flag march as well, the protesters had come. They were trying to rile up the people around them, which is why they had been detained. And yesterday itself, we were also learning that around 7 p.m. is when the Bandh had been called for. And post that as well, we had seen that these protesters had come out on the streets and they had started to create a ruckus in and around the areas of Charminar. We are right now near to Charminar itself and another marketplace, in fact, that you see behind me. Yesterday as well, in fact, we had been saying that the marketplaces had been completely shut down. But towards the end of the day, we had seen that these shops had opened up. But then, of course, by the police, by the police, in fact, we had seen that the people, in fact, had been detained, whoever had been coming out on the streets and trying to protest. And we had seen those images all through the day yesterday itself. Now, today, what we are seeing is the silence before the calm, because the intelligence sources are telling us that today, perhaps not too many of the protesters are expected to come out, perhaps probably only in the night. But it is on Friday that there is a massive protest that has been called for, that there will be many people that will be gathering near the Charminar, and they will be protesting against Raja Singh's statements. And let's also talk about the kind of sloganeering these protesters had been doing. Now, day before yesterday in the midnight itself, we had seen those sloganeering of Sar Tan Se Juda, kind of sloganeerings that were being heard by these protesters. And also yesterday itself, when there were several of the protesters in the late last night as well, when they had come out on the streets, there were bike rallies that were being organized. So, of course, there is a lot of anger, at least in the undercurrent, that we are seeing, which is being witnessed by the police officials as well. And that is why they're saying that they will have to take all precautionary measures to make sure that these protests do not turn violent. Since the day before yesterday itself, we had seen that the stone pelting had been carried out and lathi charge had to be resorted to by the police to make sure that no untoward incident takes place in these protests that have been called for near Charminar. Now, in these particular areas itself, we are seeing that people have been demanding for justice against T. Raja Singh's statements, claiming that now they want to take a legal recourse. They want to approach the court so that there can be the strictest punishment that can be given to Raja Singh. That also they have been demanding for him to be hung till death. Now, these are the kind of statements, the slogans that we have seen from the protesters, and all of them really citing that these kind of insults against their religion, they cannot keep lying down. However, we did see that the political fraternity completely trying to rile up these protesters, including the Congress Hyderabad chief, who had also stated that he is in fact appealing to these protesters to find out Raja Singh and wherever they see him to beat him up as well. So these were the statements that we are seeing from the political fraternity, but of course the protesters also seems to have been affected by it, because there is a lot of sporadic protests that had been going on. Today we are being told through the day perhaps not as many of the protests that might take place, but in the night the intelligence sources are telling us perhaps in the night it might get a little more aggressive by the protesters, and towards tomorrow is when there might be a probable law and order situation that might be created, is what the agencies are also telling us. But of course on the ground we do see that the anger is there in the protesters. We do see the political fraternity also reacting to Raja Singh's statements and them saying that Raja Singh needs to come out, and now completely it's high time that he comes out and apologizes.
Priyanka, in terms of the latest development being that Owaisi has also tweeted, and in that particular tweet he has stated that this is a direct result of Raja Singh's hate speech and he must be arrested at the earliest. What can we understand from that? What is the further developments we have regarding that? If you can talk to us about that.
Well, that's right. In fact, we did follow the entire court proceedings that took place in the Nampally court, and of course how Raja Singh had gotten bail is on a technicality is what we had also been tracking. Perhaps why we see that there is a lot more anger in the protesters. They're saying that they do have faith in the judiciary, they do have faith in the legal recourse, but it seems as though it has let them down, because on a technicality of the section 41A that he had been let go on bail just under a day when he had been arrested because of the comments that he had posted in the form of this 10-minute video that he had made making fun of the Prophet once again. And he had in fact also cited the Nupur Sharma matter as well. And we now see that the protesters have been claiming that they are very angry about the fact that Raja Singh has been let go on a technicality. Now they want this entire legal recourse to be taken, and of course we are also seeing that the lawyers of Raja Singh also getting several death threats as well. So that is also of course under the investigation. But as far as the latest developments are concerned, we do see that these are what we are tracking are the ramifications of Raja Singh's statements in the political fraternity, at least here in Hyderabad, where the AIMIM leaders in fact have been writing to the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, and they have been demanding an expulsion of Raja Singh, because they are saying that the kind of statements that Raja Singh had made are not just unbecoming but are in contravention to the oath that he took as a member of the Legislative Assembly. Now these are the statements that they have made in a letter that they have written to the Speaker itself. And also apart from that, we see on the other hand the Congress leaders coming out and trying to rile the protesters and stating that they want these protesters, these peoples, in fact they have been stating quote-unquote all Muslims in fact should come out and beat up Raja Singh. They should find him wherever he is and then beat him up. These are the kind of statements, and of course the police has taken cognizance of that. They are making sure that these leaders do not make these kind of statements to these protesters, because on the ground we have been tracking the situation, and the police in fact has been trying to make sure that they counsel these protesters as well. Now there are outreach programs in the night that the police is also trying to carry out with these protesters to talk to them, to make them understand to not come out and make these violent protests in the entire city, especially in and around the area of Charminar. And that is why the police is stating that today perhaps they will be also carrying out more outreach programs. They will be speaking to the protesters. They will be telling them about their own legal rights, but also requesting them to do this peacefully and do not rile up other protesters as well, because we have seen this in the case of Nupur Sharma in Udaipur, and then of course Unmesh Kole in Amravati as well, how spur of the moment people who are emotional about it, they get carried away, and these kind of murders then take place as well. So the police is citing these incidents, and they're saying that they should be peaceful in their protest and that they can protest. It is their legal right, and if they want to approach the court, that is also within their legal right, but they should not be riling up the other people as well. Apart from that, we are seeing that at least tomorrow more RAF deployment that we are expecting will also take place rather than the one that has already happened. And today itself as well, there will be several flag marches that will be carried out by the RAF, by the police personnel, along with these outreach programs.
Priyanka, could you tell us as to in terms of the areas as well, are there specific areas where there will be more, security beefed up?
Well, as I mentioned, these protests are happening in certain areas, which is in and around the areas of Charminar. Now, that is usually the place where the police has been telling us is the place where these protests take place. And of course, are a little communally sensitive, these particular areas. And that is why they're making sure that more security deployment is done there, which is why, as I mentioned in the earlier conversation that we were having, that the marketplaces were being closed down. The bandh had been called for by the protesters. And in fact, these several shopkeepers had been closing down their shops voluntarily as well, to make sure that their businesses do not get affected because of these kind of violent protests. However, on the ground, we are being told that as of now, today police is on standby, the RAF is on standby. Apart from a flag march that they will be carrying out, perhaps other than that, they will only be carrying out outreach programs. They will be speaking to these people who might come out in the night. In fact, they had come out yesterday night as well. So they will be having a conversation with them. They will be trying to counsel them to make them understand to not come out and make these violent protests also. In these
Priyanka, stay with us. We have BJP leader Krishna Sagar Rao joining us on the phone line. Krishna Sagar, what is your first reaction about this now that we're seeing massive protests in Hyderabad?
These protests are not organic. These are orchestrated protests and sponsored by MIM and TR to create disharmony in the community. Bharatiya Janata Party condemns this kind of dangerous game which is being played out almost like a communal playbook in Hyderabad. And this can have dangerous consequences if not contained. But I don't foresee TRS taking any decision, TRS government taking any decision to curtail these kind of snowballing, rioting and vandalism in Hyderabad.
Thank you, Krishna Sagar, for joining us with that reaction of yours. Priyanka, coming back to you about what we were discussing earlier, could you take us further through that?
Well, let's also tell our viewers about the kind of legal recourse that had been approached, and of course because of which T. Raja Singh in fact had been let go. And of course, now we are also seeing that because of as a precautionary measure, Raja Singh is also inside his house, and the police has also told him to not come out, to not make any public, any public rallies, to not address any rallies, do not speak any more about the issue that has already taken place with respect to his comments, with respect to the video that he had made, this 10-minute long video where he has categorically made fun of the Prophet, and that has of course hurt the sentiments of the Muslim community here, at least in Hyderabad as well, and they have been protesting against it. Now of course the police has told him to not come out because because we are seeing these kind of statements by the Congress party where they have said wherever you see Raja Singh you should beat him up. So of course, and if he does come out, the police has said that it might also create a more dire law and order situation, which is why he is been told to stay in his house. Apart from that, as far as the security measures are concerned, as I had been speaking, they had of course been carrying out flag marches yesterday, and as earlier as well, as I mentioned, that the outreach programs will also be carried out. But we do see that this issue is not really dying down as of now. The anger is very much palpable here, at least on the ground. The people in fact are not backing down, and they're saying that they do want some kind of a punishment, they do want some kind of an action by the authorities to be taken against Raja Singh, because they've also stated one more thing, is the fact that this is not a one-off incident that has taken place with respect to Raja Singh making these kind of communally insightful statements. They have said that Raja Singh has had several antecedents of these kind of incidents that have taken place earlier as well, where he has made anti-Muslim community statements, anti-Islam statements, and these are the kind of statements that have been made by the AIMIM leaders and also the Congress leaders. In fact, the AIMIM MLAs in fact have written to the speaker in the letter. They have mentioned this, that this is not just unbecoming of Raja Singh, but it is in contravention to his oath, and that this is not happening the first time, which is why they are demanding an expulsion of Raja Singh. And which is why in fact we are seeing, because of the kind of statements that he has made, the lot of anger that we see on the ground by these people of the particular community coming out in the streets and protesting, and they're saying that they will continue to do so till there is some kind of action, and the action that they're demanding is that Raja Singh to be hung till death.
Priyanka, talking about Raja Singh as well, there are a lot of cases that have been filed against him previously as well. What are those cases in terms of hate speech? If there were a few, could you talk us through those? If we have information on that.
Well, yes, as far as when we look at the sections that have been levied against him in this FIR, and of the CRPC in fact that has been levied, it also includes some of the most serious sections, which includes 153 subsection A, which is inciting communal hatred against enmity between two communities. And of course we are picking up several reactions as well. I believe NV Subhash of the BJP is also joining me on the broadcast. Mr. Subhash, if I could come to you, Mr. Subhash, I'm on the ground here reporting with respect to how people are angry over Raja Singh's statements. But what really has to be done, because there is no action taken against Raja Singh, and the people in fact are demanding that there has to be some kind of legal recourse against him. In fact, he was let out on a technicality is what they say.
Yeah, what we have seen, our BJP, the floor leader, Mr. Raja Singh, has been just arrested and then put in the house arrest, and then the Bharatiya Janata Party also suspended because of defamatory cases against certain sections of the society. But what we wonder, the same thing what the Bharatiya Janata Party has given a precedent, like expelling Mr. Nupur Sharma as well as Mr. Raja Singh. The MIM also, we demand that MIM also expel their floor leader, Mr. Akbaruddin Owaisi, who happens to be the brother of Asaduddin Owaisi and the MLA. So he has also given defamatory cases against Hindus and Hindu god and goddesses. We also expect the same thing on that. So as far as Raja Singh is concerned, he has been put in the house arrest, and then many of the supporters of Mr. Raja Singh has been put behind bars, and then they have also put, filed so many criminal cases against us. But as far as the supporters of Mr. Akbaruddin Owaisi and Owaisi brothers, there are hundreds of people who have been left let out free without any scratch, not even filing the petty case also. So this kind of attitude towards certain sections of society, especially the Bharatiya Janata Party, we demand the same thing should happen in that. And then the TRS government is just a news spectator. They are neither just taking any cases.
Mr. Subhash, if I may, sir, with all due respect, you are indulging in a little bit of whataboutery here, because we do see that the question at hand right now here is about Raja Singh, the statements that he had made in this 10-minute long video, and the anger that we are seeing here on the ground, where people are coming out and demanding absolute justice and claiming that Raja Singh was let out on a technicality, and that there is no action taken by the BJP, and that there is no action being taken by the police, and that he needs to be sent back into the lockup. Not just that, they're saying that this is not the first time that Raja Singh has made these statements. He has had antecedents earlier as well, sir.
Yeah, as well as, you are absolutely right. But the Bharatiya Janata Party has taken immediate action by expelling on that. And Mr. Raja Singh has, uploaded a video. But Mr. Akbaruddin Owaisi, in the public, around 50,000 to 60,000 people who are watching, the public speech, and then most of the people are watching on the TV. He has given such a statement against Hindu god and goddesses that every day a new, the Saraswati will come, Lakshmi will come. All those, those things have been in the public domain. So where is the justice? Is this only justice for the Bharatiya Janata Party? Because Mr. Raja Singh is taking defamatory cases, then there is no justice for Mr. Akbaruddin Owaisi. We demand the same kind of explanation. We don't appreciate, the Bharatiya Janata Party don't appreciate against certain sections of the society where, the cases have been filed, and then we don't appreciate that people talking about certain sections of the society as well as certain community. But do we expect, we expect the same thing from other, the political parties who always say that they are the secular party. So this kind of injustice is already making some kind of...
Well, Mr. Subhash, we hope that you set a precedent. Mr. Subhash, we hope that you set a precedent by taking the strictest action against the people in your own party who make these kind of statements. But of course, thank you for joining us on the broadcast right now with that perspective. And viewers, we are tracking for you the latest when it comes to what's happening on the ground. Of course, the tensions are high. We do see that several people, a lot of people in fact of the community, extremely angry, and they are at any moment trying to come out on the streets and make that anger known. They are trying to make sure that this is registered in front of the authorities, so that there is some kind of action taken against Raja Singh. They are demanding Raja Singh to be sent back into the lockup, that he had in fact been let out on a technicality, and that is why there is a lot of anger. And of course, however, we do see that emotions running high, and in these sloganeering, we also see that people have been saying that Raja Singh should be hung till death. Now, of course, they have also said that there has to be a legal route via which they will be demanding this. But we do see that even day before yesterday and yesterday, the protesters had come out and they had been making several insightful sloganeering. In fact, that also included the Sar Tan Se Juda kind of sloganeering that we had seen, also incited by the leaders of the Congress party, of the AIMIM, who had been making such inflammatory statements, claiming that people should come out on the streets with whatever that they have, and they should find out Raja Singh, they should beat him up. These are the kind of statements that we are tracking here on the ground by the Hyderabad in charges of the Congress party, and of course the AIMIM also making these kind of statements. However, we do see that the AIMIM MLAs that have written to the speaker, citing down what really is the demand of the people, at least on the ground, claiming that Raja Singh should be stripped of all of his designations, and that he should also be expelled in fact from the Legislative Assembly, since the kind of statements that he made in this 10-minute long video that he had made making fun of the Prophet are extremely unbecoming of a member of the Legislative Assembly, and also that this is in contravention to the oath that he had taken as an MLA before he went into the Legislative Assembly as well, and also that this is not the first time that Raja Singh has been making these kind of statements and that there are several antecedents that he has already had. In fact, we just had the BJP leader on the broadcast who also agreed with this, that there have been antecedents to Raja Singh's inflammatory statements and the communally inciting statements as well that he has made, and the ramifications of which we are tracking here on the ground, at least here in Hyderabad, where at spur of the moment we see hundreds of people coming out on the streets protesting against Raja Singh, demanding that he be sent back into the lockup, demanding that justice be done for them against Raja Singh's statements, and that also stating that the government machinery needs to take cognizance of this.
Well, thank you, Priyanka, for joining us with all those details. We will continue to track this big story right here on Republic and continue to talk about further stories. The top stories, the other stories that we're tracking at this hour. Additional security in Hyderabad and parts of the city following overnight protests against suspended BJP leader Raja Singh's alleged remarks. Telangana's Home Minister, meanwhile, assured that the public that he would not compromise on law and order following the incident. At least one was arrested following a protest that had taken place in Nalgonda and Hyderabad, where violent slogans were allegedly raised. An FIR has been requested for by the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights against people who made school children raise slogans against BJP leader T. Raja Singh. An order on the matter of the Prime Minister's security breach is expected to be pronounced today following an inquiry committee that was set up by the CJI on the 5th of January. Raids were carried out by the CBI at least 25 different locations in connection with the land for jobs scam in Bihar. At least 200 land deeds from the premises of the raided areas have reportedly been recovered. The Supreme Court is scheduled to continue the hearing on the matter of the party symbol between the two factions of the Shiv Sena, with the Supreme Court having earlier directed the Election Commission not to take any action on Shinde's faction's plea that it may be considered the real Shiv Sena. The committee formed to probe the death of 2 people and injuries to several others during the Janmashtami celebration in the Banki Bihari temple is expected to begin its investigation today. At least 2 suspects were detained by Mumbai police from Vapi in Gujarat for threatening to blow up a hotel in Mumbai. The suspects were brought back to the city and are to be presented before a local court. Con man Sukesh Chandrasekhar and his wife are to be shifted to 2 separate jails at the Mandoli prison complex after the Supreme Court ordered their transfer from the Tihar jail. The centre is reportedly mulling over removing toll plazas across all highways in the country and replacing them with cameras that read number plates. The cameras are referred to as automatic number plates reader cameras and is being seen as the second phase of a policy of number plates introduced in 2019.
Following Raja Singh's comments, we are seeing that the protesters are absolutely angry here in Hyderabad. The security has been beefed up. We're getting you minute-to-minute update of what's really happening on the ground. Stay tuned to Republic. We'll be back after a very short break.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. The time has come. The time has come for all of us, all Indians, to take a call on whether we will allow or bring to a stop this sar tan se juda mindset. If we all speak out against it, this sar tan se juda philosophy, whether we are Muslim or Hindu, if we speak out against it, it will stop. If we don't, then this very Sar Tan Se Juda chant, which you're hearing everywhere nowadays. Sar Tan Se Juda, Sar Tan Se Juda. This very chant will become a philosophy and then a greater and greater reality. We will become like Taliban ruled Afghanistan, where beheadings are a reality. Like beheadings of Indian citizens are an unfortunate reality in India. We are a country where people get beheaded. This Sar Tan Se Juda mindset, viewers, is not a falsification or an exaggeration. It is a reality. It is as real as the urban Naxal mindset. The Sar Tan Se Juda mindset is as real as the Tukde Tukde mindset. The Sar Tan Se Juda mindset is a challenge to us, to our nation. And it is our nation. Believers in the Sar Tan Se Juda logic have no faith in Indian law, in Indian institutions, in Indian culture, and in Indian democracy. The believers of Sar Tan Se Juda think that our democracy is there to be abused and stretched to a point where beheadings as a form of personal retribution or personal or collective revenge is completely justified. And just as it shocked me in 2016 when a group of anti-nationals in JNU said, Afzal hum sharminda hai, tere qatil zinda hai. And when
the raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
Good morning and welcome. You are watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with a look at the headlines at 9:30 this morning. Late night protests in Hyderabad. Hours after a flag march, stones are pelted, more provocative slogans are raised. 90 violent Sar Se Juda slogans are raised after Owaisi's intervention. After all-day raids and mega recoveries, the ED's news titan Soren's business associate is now under arrest in the Jharkhand mining scam. The Supreme Court is set to resume hearing on the plea for the Shiva Sena's symbol today. The Delhi High Court is likely to pronounce its judgment today in the plea challenging the probe against its privacy policy. Well, news just coming in. We are now learning that sources say that the Aam Aadmi Party is now fearing poaching by the BJP as the liquor gate face-off heats up. The Aam Aadmi Party is now fearing attempts by the BJP to break the party. So these are reports that are just coming in. We are given to understand that post liquor gate, at least half a dozen MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party are believed to be in communication with the BJP. The Aam Aadmi Party, of course, says that these are attempts to poach their MLAs. They now fear that the BJP is making attempts to break the Aam Aadmi Party. Sources are also telling us that there are at least half a dozen MLAs from the Aam Aadmi Party who could be in touch with senior leadership of the BJP. Anuj is reporting on this. He joins us live right now. Good morning, Anuj. Give us more details of what you are learning in terms of the number of MLAs who the Aam Aadmi Party believes could now be in touch with the BJP.
Well, let me tell you that there was an important meeting which was called in by Aam Aadmi Party yesterday, and this was the PAC of the Aam Aadmi Party, where the senior leadership, including the CM himself, was chairing the meeting. And let me tell you that, yes, this is the allegation of the Aam Aadmi Party, where they are saying that Bharatiya Janata Party trying to approach the leaders, the MLAs rather, of Aam Aadmi Party. And now, yesterday this was the meeting, and again today a meeting has been called, because every of the MLA, if we talk about all MLAs of Aam Aadmi Party, they were not contacted, or rather they were not here in this particular meeting which was called in yesterday. So another meeting has been called by the Aam Aadmi Party today, and this meeting is lined up for 11 a.m. This is called the Legislative Party meeting, which has been named by the Aam Aadmi Party. Yesterday it was PAC. So as we have seen, this was first alleged by Manish Sisodia himself, the Deputy Chief Minister, who is under the radar of CBI. And when we are talking about the liquor policy and the liquor scam, then Manish Sisodia is the name who is there in the FIR and is the main accused. And after that, this whole story has started. And finally, let me tell you that Manish Sisodia came out with a tweet where he stated that he has been approached by Bharatiya Janata Party, and Bharatiya Janata Party giving him different offers to become the Chief Minister of the Delhi, and all the cases will be closed, whatsoever it is about the CBI or the Enforcement Directorate or any of the case which is leveled against Manish Sisodia. So that's something which was alleged by Manish Sisodia. Later we have seen yesterday how Sanjay Singh with MLAs of Aam Aadmi Party did a press conference where they were also telling that they were approached and 20 crores rupees was offered by Bharatiya Janata Party. Yesterday, seeing all these development, a meeting was called by Aam Aadmi Party top leadership, including the Chief Minister himself. This exactly is the residence of the Chief Minister from where I am reporting. Arvind Kejriwal chaired that particular meeting, and today again the meeting has been called. This meeting has been called because many of the MLAs were not present in that particular meeting. So we should not say that MLAs are in contact with Bharatiya Janata Party or Aam Aadmi Party is in fear of that. But on the other hand, we should clarify the same, that Aam Aadmi Party is maintaining that many of the MLAs was not present in that very meeting which happened yesterday. Okay. And now it is another meeting which is already scheduled for 11 a.m. So this is going to be the important meeting where all the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs has been called, and there they are going to discuss about the future course of strategy, and there they are going to discuss about this particular policy has been alleged by Aam Aadmi Party of the BJP that they are trying to approach the MLAs. Yes.
Anuj, what I wanted to ask you is that there are several reports which seem to suggest that some of these MLAs may now be untraceable, and that they perhaps have switched off their mobile phones. Anything that you can tell us on that aspect?
Well, as per the party sources, let me tell you, till now what we have been told is many of the MLAs was not present yesterday in that very meeting. They were not able, the senior leadership or whosoever was coordinating from the Aam Aadmi Party side to call the MLAs was not able to contact the MLAs. The reason was they were not reachable, the phone was switched off. So this is something which is a worrisome situation. The kind of worrisome situation for the Aam Aadmi Party, that why this is happening at this point in time, when it is been alleged by Aam Aadmi Party that many of the MLAs are being called by the Bharatiya Janata Party, have been approached by Bharatiya Janata Party. So this is becoming a worrisome situation. But at this point in time, to reconfirm the same and to get everybody on the same line, this particular meeting of today, when we are talking about today's meeting, which is already scheduled for 11 a.m., this particular meeting has been again called by the Chief Minister, by the top brasses of the Aam Aadmi Party. This is going to happen at the same place from where I am reporting. This is the CM's residence, Arvind Kejriwal's residence in the civil line in the national capital. And this particular meeting has been again called by the Aam Aadmi Party, as yesterday, we are again mentioning it, as yesterday many of the MLAs was not able to be contacted. Rather, the Aam Aadmi Party leadership was trying to contact all the MLAs. There was a notice, there was a meeting which was scheduled, and every MLA was asked to be here at this particular residence of the CM, but they were not here. They were not able to, the Aam Aadmi Party was not able to contact them. So that is becoming a worrisome situation, and seeing that only, now this particular meeting has been called, and if every MLA is going
All
to
right,
be here,
I'm going to have to interrupt you there. Anuj, stay with us. Mr. Singh right now on the phone line with me from the BJP. Mr. Singh, the Aam Aadmi Party, of course, is saying that there are attempts by the BJP to poach its MLAs. How do you react to those comments that are coming in?
Well, it is a new style of deflection. Every day they have to deflect from the core issue of 144.66 crore and 30 crore. Day one, it was that lookout notice. Day two, that someone has called me. Day three, MLA has been poached. It's all a deflective technique, nothing else more than that. But they still need to answer the core issue. The core issue is, how did he waive off 144.36 crore of his fence and 30 crore of L1 tender, person who got to tender Pixie, his money, earnest money was returned.
So, Mr. Singh, are you then suggesting that this is a diversionary tactic by the Aam Aadmi Party?
110%. I said last 3 days, first day, lookout notice, second, someone has approached me, third, now poaching. They are deflecting from the core issue. And we still ask the same question, and they need to answer the core question.
All right.
74.66 crore rupees scam. That's all.
All right, so RP Singh from the BJP over there saying that they believe this is an attempt by the Aam Aadmi Party to deflect attention. Thank you, Mr. Singh, for joining us. I'm going to come back to you, Anuj. Anuj, now there was a key meeting that was called by the Aam Aadmi Party yesterday. And what we learned about that meeting, of course, was it was to decide how does the party deal with the situation that's currently arising. But several of those MLAs did not attend that meeting. And that's where this rumor mongering then started from, that they were in touch with the BJP perhaps. What is the party doing to try and keep its flock together?
Well, that's the reason why this particular meeting, if we talk about today's meeting, has been again called. And this is meeting which is already scheduled at 11 a.m. And yes, as you are pointing it out very rightly, that many of the MLAs were not present in the meeting yesterday, which was called in by the top leadership, including Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister of Delhi, and the head of the Aam Aadmi Party himself was chairing the meeting. And then too, many of the MLAs were not present in that very meeting. This has never happened before. And there was a line which was taken by the Aam Aadmi Party, and the message and the notice was very much clear that you will have to be here. All the MLAs have been called in here for the meeting, and you will have to attend the meeting. But many of the MLAs were missing. So this is becoming a worrisome situation. That's why this rumor mongering is coming, that they are in touch with Bharatiya Janata Party, or rather Bharatiya Janata Party, as been alleged by Aam Aadmi Party, is approaching these MLAs. So this is becoming a worrisome situation for the Aam Aadmi Party also. And that's why this particular meeting, which is called the legislative meeting by the Aam Aadmi Party, has been again called today by the Aam Aadmi Party. And yes, as we were reporting earlier also, this is the residence of Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Arvind Kejriwal, where Arvind Kejriwal is going to chair this particular meeting. But the bigger question here is, how many MLAs? Bigger question here is, how many MLAs is going to attend this particular meeting? Because the MLAs who were missing yesterday, are they going to be here? This is going to be the bigger question. Who all are going to participate in this meeting? Because that's something what Aam Aadmi Party is monitoring and keeping a very tight eye on the situation. Because as been alleged, we are again and again saying by Aam Aadmi Party itself that Bharatiya Janata Party is trying to approach the MLAs of Aam Aadmi Party, as been stated by Manish Sisodia himself, the Deputy Chief Minister. As we have seen a press conference which was done by Sanjay Singh yesterday along with the 4 MLAs, where they were telling in the press conference that they have been offered 20 crores rupees. So that's something what Aam Aadmi Party is saying, that's something what Aam Aadmi Party is rather monitoring.
Right.
Although BJP is not saying that they are in touch with anyone, or rather not claiming and calling this all bogus. But on the other hand, yes, Aam Aadmi Party could be seen active on the same, that there is an attempt by Bharatiya Janata Party to split or to divide Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital. We will see how many MLAs are going to reach here.
Anuj,
that is going to be more important, and this is the bigger question. Yes.
Anuj, what I wanted to ask you was that there was a statement that was released by Arvind Kejriwal yesterday, where he said that some MLAs have been offered money, some have been threatened by the CBI and the ED. The excise policy investigation is going to go on till the Gujarat Assembly election. So that, in that sense, he seemed to allude to the fact that he believes that this is because of the Gujarat elections being round the corner. But the other side of the story, Anuj, is that the Aam Aadmi Party has still not been able to explain itself as far as the liquor policy is concerned. The biggest question that's being asked is, why was it withdrawn if there was nothing wrong with it?
Well, exactly. If we talk about this particular statement of Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi's chief minister, which was given by Arvind Kejriwal yesterday, then this is a line which has been taken by Aam Aadmi Party leadership since from the very beginning. So they are going to stay with that particular line because we have seen it earlier also. They are saying it, they are calling it a political vendetta. That's what Aam Aadmi Party called it. And they are saying because we are growing, this is about the publicity of Aam Aadmi Party, and that's why BJP is afraid. Now the new line which is taken is that this is about the Gujarat election and this is to continue till the Gujarat election. But if we talk about the facts and the question which has been asked by Bharatiya Janata Party also, this exactly remains the same. What do you have to say about the liquor policy? Why it was rolled back? Who all were the people who were involved? What is the wave off scheme? So these all are the questions which is being looked up by the CBI also. CBI also investigating the same on the same angle. Whereas we are expecting the entry of Enforcement Directorate also. This will be a bit early unless this is not official, but yes, this
all
is
right,
also
stay
in the
with
line.
us, Anuj. I'm going to come back to you. Mr. Varakan on the phone line with us. Mr. Varakan, good morning. How do you react to these comments that are coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party, where they say that there are several of their leaders who are not in touch with the party and they've been offered money by the BJP to switch sides? All right, I don't think we got Mr. Varakan yet. We'll get him back in just a bit. But I think Mr. Sirsa on the phone line with us. Mr. Sirsa, good morning. Mr. Sirsa, how do you see this comment that's coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party, where they say this morning that several of their MLAs, at least 6, are unreachable and that they have been approached by the BJP to switch sides?
ये अरविंद केजरीवाल की रोज नई नौटंकी और फ्रॉड है। ना किसी एमएलए को बीजेपी में आना है, नाम ला रहे हैं, नाम लाएंगे, वो पैर पकड़ रहे हैं, हमको भी नहीं लाएंगे। ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ न्यूज आइटम बनाने के लिए एक उसका ड्रामा है, क्योंकि उनकी शराब जो स्कैम हुआ है उसमें वो पकड़े गए हैं पूरी तरह से। जिन लोगों ने उसमें करोड़ रुपया रिश्वत दी और ली वो सब सामने आ चुके हैं। अपना दोस्त इन्होंने जो दिनेश है वो भगा रखा है, विजय नायर को उन्होंने भगा रखा है। लोगों का ध्यान उसके हटाने के लिए ये रोज रोज ऐसी नौटंकियां करेंगे और करते रहेंगे। आप कह दिया जो उनके मोबाइल नंबर बंद हैं, पहले कह दिया उनको 20-20 करोड़ ऑफर दी। किसने दी भाई? उसका नाम दो, मुकदमा दर्ज कराओ। ये आम आदमी पार्टी वो है जो लोगों को सिखाया जिसने की वीडियो बनाओ। अरे भाई, अगर आपके आदमी को 20-20 लाख 20-20 करोड़ रुपए ऑफर मिल रही है तो तुम वीडियो बनाकर डालो, जो ऑफर देने आया उसको पीटो और पुलिस स्टेशन में दो। क्यों नहीं दे रहे? क्योंकि तुम्हारे पास है ही नहीं। तुमने झूठ बोलना है सिर्फ लोगों का ध्यान डिवर्ट करने के लिए, क्योंकि जो शराब का स्कैंडल हुआ है, शराब का इतना बड़ा पैसे का लेन देन हुआ, उसके अंदर जो शराब की एक्साइज ड्यूटी की चोरी हुई है, वो उस पैसे को बात सामने ना आए, उसके लिए अब ये नई नौटंकियां शुरू होगी। हमारे एमएलए जी मिसिंग है जी, हमारे एमएलए अनरीचेबल है। अब थोड़ी देर बाद कह देंगे जी उनका मोबाइल बंद करा दिया था जी, उन लोगों को कहा था जी मोबाइल बंद कर लो जी। ये अरविंद केजरीवाल की परमानेंट नौटंकी, ये कोई नई बात तो है नहीं।
All right, Mr. Sirsa, thank you very much for joining us. Also, Mr. Varakan on the phone line with us. Mr. Varakan, good morning. Mr. Varakan, there are comments that are coming in from the BJP, from the Aam Aadmi Party, where they seem to suggest that money has been offered. Also going on to say that several of their leaders, at least 6, are untraceable, and that they are being asked by the BJP essentially to switch sides. What do you make of this?
This is the stage where they will present all sort of dramas. These anarchists have survived on freebies, false promises. When these freebies and the false promises fall hollow, then they stand exposed by the public. All this drama that BJP is trying to buy them and all that is rubbish. We don't need corrupt people. I mean, our admission policies are very clear. And we don't need this type of people. We have enough of workers at our head and leaders too. Very competent head by the Prime Minister of India. And I don't think we need any of their entrance at any cost. And now that action is being taken, Satyam Jayatay.
All right, Mr. Varakan joining us from the BJP. Thank you for that. Mr. Varakan, as well as other BJP leaders who we've spoken to since the morning, seem to suggest that these are just diversionary tactics. I'm going to go back on the ground to Anuj for more. Anuj, you just heard all those BJP leaders, and we've spoken to three. They seem to suggest that this is all drama. These are diversionary tactics. This is just an attempt by the Aam Aadmi Party to divert attention.
Well, if we go back to 3-4 days and if we'll rewind the chapter, then we can understand it, what has happened. If we talk about this particular topic, then this was Manish Sisodia who alleged that he has been approached. After that, Aam Aadmi Party sources confirmed that they are having an audio clip. After that, this was the press conference which was done by Sanjay Singh yesterday, along with the MLAs who were claiming that they have been approached by Bharatiya Janata Party and 20 crores rupees are something which has been offered to them. So that is something on what Bharatiya Janata Party is reacting, and that's something what we have heard recently. These were the leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party who are saying that this is all bogus, we have not approached anyone, they do not have anything, because they are not proving anything. If they have anything, then come out with the audio. If they have anything, then come out with the proof. That's something what Bharatiya Janata Party is saying. On the other hand, Bharatiya Janata Party is always repeating the same line. They are saying that why don't you talk about the liquor policy? Why don't you clarify the things, why this was a waive off which was given? Why don't you talk about the liquor scheme, how it was implemented, why it was rolled back when it was that much good, or rather it was that much beneficial for the Delhi government? So these all are the questions which has been raised by BJP. As the war of word could be clearly seen, like we have seen the numbers of press conferences day by day. It is 3 to 4 press conferences in a day by Aam Aadmi Party. Then this is counter-attack by the BJP, which is being repeated day by day. So that's something we talk about the war of word. War of word continue within the Aam Aadmi Party. Right now I'm reporting from Chief Minister's residence, that's Arvind Kejriwal. An important meeting has been called today. This is going to happen at 11 a.m. We will see how many MLAs are going to reach here. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned. Reporting live on the story.
Amity University, Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
Sisodia, Deputy CM, has left for event speaking to media.
Anubroto Mondal was given custody and CBI will be continuing the investigation.
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो सीएम आवास घेरने की कोशिश में है।
Ukrainian President Zelensky made a rousing address to his nation on Wednesday to commemorate Ukraine's Independence Day and mark 6 months since the start of the Russian invasion. Speaking in front of destroyed Russian tanks and mobile artillery, Zelensky said that in the past 6 months they have changed the world and its history.
These are basically the Norus surveillance video. What you can see is the two movement that's taking place. That's where the terrorists are basically trying to move crossover, and this is where they're trying to hide. The moment they reach here, that's the place that they are hiding, and you'll see there in a short while, that's the explosion.
Quadcopters were used to locate these terrorists who were neutralized as part of the anti-infiltration grid. Tactically, the bodies were retrieved. Also, huge cache of arms and ammunition has also been recovered by the Indian Army.
Protesters gathered in Bangkok following the suspension of Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha and the announcement that his deputy Pravit Wongsuwan will become acting premier. Thailand's constitutional court ruled that Prayut must suspend his
Welcome welcome back. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV now. Earlier this morning, sources in the Aam Aadmi Party have told Republic TV that there are fears within the Aam Aadmi Party of poaching from the BJP. Now, this comes as the Liquorgate face-off between the two parties has been heating up. We've been seeing counters and allegations that have come in from both sides. Right now, of course, there have been allegations that were earlier made yesterday by Arvind Kejriwal, and which have now been followed more with seniors from the party seeming to suggest that there are at least half a dozen Aam Aadmi Party MLAs who could be in touch with the BJP. Mr. Nalan Kohli from the BJP on the phone line with us. Mr. Kohli, good morning. Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. Mr. Kohli, how do you see these allegations that are coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party? There are suggestions being made that several of their MLAs, at least 6 in number, are believed to be in touch with the BJP at the moment, and the BJP is essentially trying to poach their MLAs.
It's an allegation that reflects the utter desperation and the serious panic that the Aam Aadmi Party and its leadership is feeling. And that's why they are making allegations without substance. So let's look at the facts. The CBI is investigating the excise scam. In the excise scam, there is a clear documentary evidence pointing out that the decisions were not done in a proper way, and it seems certain individuals were to be benefited because of the leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party leaning that way. That's what the media has reported. Now, in this excise scam, if it was such a great policy, why do you reverse it? Immediately they reverse it. They say it's a great policy. Then you reverse it and go back to the new policy, old policy. After that, they are speaking every day on everything under the sun, from the moons of Jupiter to the galaxy and the Milky Way. But they won't speak on the excise policy, which is the only subject they should be speaking on. Not one statement on the excise policy, not answering any of the serious queries against them. And now they have come up with this new thing. BJP is trying to destabilize them. Right. The fact of the matter is, this is a model in which the Aam Aadmi Party only knows how to talk. They are a government that obviously was working with corruption. That's why Satendra Jain is still in custody. You have a person who says, I can't remember, and has tried to avoid an investigation. It shows that obviously he had much to hide. Now you have Manish Sisodia. So to cover up on the so-called alternative that they were, to clean politics, and instead which is pointing out that they are steeped in corruption, they are trying all these tactics. It's a typical shoot and scoot policy, which I think the people of Delhi and the country will see.
All right, Mr. Kohli, thank you for joining us. The BJP over this seems to believe that this is another tactic of the Aam Aadmi Party to not really answer those tough questions that are being asked about the liquor policy. So that's the reaction that we are getting from the BJP.
Another important meeting called in by Aam Aadmi Party today at 11 a.m. Many of the MLAs are not reachable, claimed by Aam Aadmi Party sources. Reporting live on the story, we'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Ukrainian President Zelensky made a rousing address to his nation on Wednesday to commemorate Ukraine's Independence Day and mark 6 months since the start of the Russian invasion. Speaking in front of destroyed Russian tanks and mobile artillery, Zelensky said that in the past 6 months they have changed the world and its history.
These are basically the Norus surveillance video. What you can see is the two movement that's taking place. That's where the terrorists are basically trying to move, cross over, and this is where they're trying to hide. The moment they reach here, that's the place that they are hiding, and you'll see there in a short while, that's the explosion.
Quadcopters were used to locate these terrorists who were neutralized as part of the anti-infiltration grid. Tactically, the bodies were retrieved. Also, huge cache of arms and ammunition has also been recovered by the Indian Army.
Protesters gathered in Bangkok following the suspension of Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha and the announcement that his deputy Pravit Wongsuwan will become acting premier. Thailand's constitutional court ruled that Prayut must suspend his active duties while the court decides whether he has overstayed his legal term in office.
কি আশা করছেন?
The
CBI's raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है।
CBI raids in the rice mills of Anubrata Mondal and his close aides.
Teachers staged protest holding the tricolor seeking jobs and were instead brutally thrashed.
Protesters gathered in Bangkok following the suspension of Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha and the announcement that his deputy Pravit Wangsuwan
These are basically the Norris surveillance video. What you can see is the two movement that's taking place. That's where the terrorists are basically trying to move cross over, and this is where they're trying to hide. The moment they reach here, that's the place that they are hiding, and you'll see there in a short while, that's the explosion.
Quadcopters were used to locate these terrorists who were neutralized as part of the anti-infiltration grid. Tactically, the bodies were retrieved. Also, huge cache of arms and ammunition has also been recovered by the Indian Army.
Protesters gathered in Bangkok following the suspension of Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha and the announcement that his deputy Pravit Wangsuwan will become acting premier. Thailand's constitutional court ruled that Prayut must suspend his active duties while the court decides whether he has overstayed his legal term in office.
কি আশা করছেন?
The CBI's raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है।
CBI raids in the rice mills of Anubrata Mondal and his close aides.
Teachers staged protest holding the tricolor seeking jobs and were instead brutally thrashed.
Protesters gathered in Bangkok following the suspension of Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha and the announcement that his deputy Pravit Wangsuwan will become acting premier. Thailand's constitutional court ruled that Prayut must suspend his active duties while the court decides whether he has overstayed his legal term in office.
They are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi.
The other international news that we're tracking.
The headlines at 10 this morning. After Mega Lekha Gate scam storm, the Aam Aadmi Party now fears poaching by the BJP swings into huddle mode. Sources suggest half a dozen Aam Aadmi Party MLAs have gone incommunicado. Kejriwal calls for an emergency meeting. The BJP refutes poaching charge, calls it mere diversionary tactics. Late-night protests in Hyderabad, hours after the flag march. Stones are pelted, more provocative slogans erased. 90 violent Sar Tan Se Juda slogans are raised after Owaisi's intervention. After all-day raids and mega recoveries, the ED's news titan, Soren's business associate, is now under arrest in the Jharkhand mining scam. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. This is live and breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, sources are saying that the Aam Aadmi Party now fears poaching by the BJP as the liquor gate face-off is heating up between the two political parties. The Aam Aadmi Party says that the BJP is attempting to break up the AAP.
इंडिया के ऊपर सफल हुआ वो प्रयोग सिसौदिया के ऊपर मोदी जी का फेल हो गया और वो प्रयोग हमारे इन 4 विधायकों पे किया जा रहा है और इनसे ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि तुम टूटोगे तो 20 करोड़ मिलेगा, तोड़ के दूसरों को लाओगे तो 25 करोड़ मिलेगा। 20-25 विधायक हमारे संपर्क में हैं। इस प्रकार की बातें कही जा रही हैं। नरेंद्र मोदी जी, मैं कहना चाहता हूं आपसे, शर्म आनी चाहिए आपको। एक तरफ दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री हैं जो दिल्ली के लाखों बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा देने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। एक तरफ दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री हैं जो दिल्ली के लोगों को अच्छी स्वास्थ्य की व्यवस्था देने के काम कर रहे हैं। एक तरफ दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री हैं जो दिल्ली के लोगों को फरिश्ते योजना के तहत उनको अच्छा इलाज देने का काम कर रहे हैं। एक तरफ दिल्ली के लोगों को फ्री बिजली देके गरीब के घर में रोशनी करने का काम अरविंद केजरीवाल कर रहे हैं। एक तरफ अरविंद केजरीवाल है जो दिल्ली के लोगों को निःशुल्क जल की व्यवस्था कर रहे हैं, माताओं बहनों के लिए बस की फ्री यात्रा कर रहे हैं और हमारे बुजुर्गों के लिए तीर्थ यात्रा निःशुल्क अच्छे इंतजाम के साथ कर रहे हैं।
And Anuj is reporting from outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence in the national capital. Anuj, even as these allegations are coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party, have we given to understand that there is another meeting that they've called for with their MLAs today, and there are certain reports that seem to suggest that not all MLAs are likely to turn up?
Well, that's something what we are breaking at this point in time. That's something what we have been confirmed by the Aam Aadmi Party sources, that this is an important meeting which has been called in at 11 a.m. This is going to happen at the CM residence only, from where I'm reporting, and many of the MLAs are there who are not able to, like Aam Aadmi Party is not able to contact them. They're not reachable, their phones are switched off. That is something which has been stated to us by our sources in the Aam Aadmi Party, and this is going to be the worrisome situation for the Aam Aadmi Party. Let me remind you that Aam Aadmi Party is claiming the same, that they have been approached by Bharatiya Janata Party. This was none other but Manish Sisodia, the Deputy Chief Minister himself, who came out with the tweet, and later this was the sources in the Aam Aadmi Party who confirmed that there is an audio clip in which this all has been discussed, where Manish Sisodia was offered to be there in BJP, and he was offered the chief ministerial candidate. He was offered the cases will be closed, whatsoever it is, whether being it CBI, ED or all the cases. And later this was Sanjay Singh yesterday who did a press conference along with 4 MLAs, where they were claiming that they were approached by Bharatiya Janata Party and they were offered 20 crore rupees, and that's something which has been alleged by the Aam Aadmi Party. But today this is going to be an important meeting which has been called, and this is to line up the same. This is to bring all the MLAs in the same line, that they should be aware of the fact what is the strategy and what is the agenda of the Aam Aadmi Party and what is the line which has to be taken. But if many of the MLAs are missing for that, then this is going to be a worrisome situation for the Aam Aadmi Party. That's something what we have been told by the Aam Aadmi Party sources, that yes, many of the MLAs are still there who are not reachable, who are not being able to contact by the Aam Aadmi Party leadership, whosoever is doing the job.
And we are cutting across to news that's just coming in. We are now learning that there could be fresh trouble for Mamata Banerjee's key aide, Anubrata Mondal. We are being told that the ED is all set to question Mondal again. Top sources in the ED have confirmed to Republic TV that a fresh application is being moved seeking permission to question the TMC strongman. Shavan San on the phone line with us. Shavan, give us more details of what you're learning, please.
Well, in fact, after the questioning of the Central Bureau of Investigation, now they're given to understand that the Enforcement Directorate is all set to question TMC strongman Onubroto Mondal. In fact, we are being told that a fresh application will be moved before the court here in the national capital to seek permission to question Onubroto Mondal. In fact, remember, Onubroto Mondal was sent to judicial custody, leaving room for the Enforcement Directorate to step in. This also comes at a time that the Enforcement Directorate has already filed an application to question Saigal Hussain, who happens to be the bodyguard of Onubroto Mondal. And remember, it was after Saigal Hussain was taken into custody by the Central Bureau of Investigation that he had taken the name of Onubroto Mondal in the cattle smuggling case, following which the Central Bureau of Investigation had placed the Trinamool Congress strongman under arrest. We are now being told that the Enforcement Directorate will also be looking into this entire matter, given the fact that they are already looking at the role of Onubroto Mondal and several other leaders who were basically involved in the cattle smuggling. As far as the money laundering aspect is concerned, remember there was a large amount of money that came in from the kingpin, Inamul Haq and Vikas and Vinay Mishra in the cattle smuggling case, and the allegation essentially being that it is Onubroto Mondal who was actually receiving the money from the cattle transporters in return for some sort of a protection and patronage coming in from the administration of West Bengal. That's the allegation that is leveled against Onubroto Mondal. In fact, they are also looking at the proceeds of crime. Some parts of it have already been seized by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Have been able to track down a large part of money that was received during the cattle smuggling. In fact, they were given to understand certain fixed deposits as well as the FDRs in 3 bank accounts have already been seized by the Central Bureau of Investigation. With the Enforcement Directorate now stepping in, they would be looking at whether or not the money has been diverted to various companies, or for that matter, whether there were properties that were bought from the proceeds of crime. This would become one of the larger aspects of investigation for the Enforcement Directorate in this entire matter.
All right. Shavan Sen joining us on that. Thank you. I'm going to also go across to our Bangla newsroom where Kishale now joins us live from. Kishale, good morning. So what we are given to understand that the ED could also perhaps be stepping into the investigation now. It has moved an application seeking to question Onubroto Mondal, who of course is currently in judicial custody. Can you tell us more?
This is the biggest breaking at this moment, Nupur, as Shawan already pointed out, and as we already broke that ED has been active now in the cow smuggling case, cattle smuggling case, apart from CBI, which is already dealing with the case, and Onubroto Mondal is already arrested. So now ED can question Onubroto Mondal. They'll be probably applying for that. Apart from that, one of the biggest update is also that ED has already applied for questioning Saigal Hussain, Onubroto Mondal's bodyguard. So Onubroto Mondal's bodyguard, who is also in CBI custody now, will be questioned by ED, and ED will be looking into various factors which include that from where exactly this huge amount of money came from, which Onubroto Mondal, Saigal Hussain and all these people were dealing with, and where all this money was going ultimately. So the whole money laundering angle of this cattle smuggling case will be dealt with by ED now, and ED has already filed an application in Delhi in one of the courts to get custody of Onubroto Mondal's bodyguard Saigal Hussain. That's what we are learning. That's the latest update. And also, as Shawan pointed out, Shawan broke exclusively with Republic Network first time. We are breaking this first on exclusive as well. No other channel has this information as of yet, that ED is also moving to get the opportunity to interrogate Onubroto Mondal. So fresh trouble for Onubroto Mondal and Saigal Hussain and all those who are related in this cattle smuggling case as ED steps in. Nupur.
All right, as you're pointing out, of course, there could now be fresh trouble for Onubroto Mondal on this. Now, Kishale, the ED, of course, is going to be the one that will essentially string together the financial benefits that Onubroto Mondal, as well as others, had from the cattle smuggling case. Now, give us more details in terms of the financial details that the ED seeks to probe.
Well, Nupur, when CBI was probing the case, CBI is already probing the case, there are various angles that has come up. First of all, the property, amount of property that Onubroto Mondal owns, and the details we have given in Republic before this, exclusive details, that Saigal Hussain was the point man who used to collect the money, and then the money used to reach Onubroto Mondal. All these are, all this information we get from CBI sources, that Saigal Hussain acted as the point person to collect all the money. But all this amount of money that was collected from Enamul Haq, that was collected, and from other people who used to deal with this whole cattle smuggling and cow smuggling business, that amount of money used to first come to Saigal Hussain. He used to keep that money, take an account of that money, and then pass that money on to Onubroto Mondal and various other people, and names of other few Trinamool Congress leaders are also coming up. So ED has now come into fray to understand that what is the amount of money that they were dealing with, and from where all these money were sourced, and where this money used to go ultimately, whether it was Onubroto Mondal who used to get the money, or then it used to be passed from Onubroto Mondal to other Trinamool Congress or other leaders who were also involved in this case, and higher leaders who were above Onubroto Mondal were also getting this money or not. All these are in question, and ED will be interrogating probably Saigal Hussain and then Onubroto Mondal to understand the money factor, money laundering factor in this whole case, as CBI is already probing the case in terms of all those people who are involved and how the whole business used to run. Now ED will be probing the whole money laundering factor in this cow smuggling case. Nupur.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, of course, it's the money trail that the Enforcement Directorate will be looking at very, very closely. Now, also, Onubroto Mondal currently, of course, is in judicial custody. Thank you very much for the moment, Kishale, for joining us on this. A news just coming in. A DMK functionary was caught red-handed in a surveillance camera stealing a gold chain in a jewelry shop in Tiruchendur in Tamil Nadu. Now, footage that you see on your screen right now is of the CCTV. The functionary has been identified as Porkori, who is the 8th Ward Secretary of the Angamangalam Panchayat Council for the DMK. And it does appear that Porkori enters what look like a deserted shop and asks the owner to display jewelry. When nobody notices, she steals a gold chain and replaces it with a gold-plated chain. A complaint has been filed and the police are investigating. It is notable that her husband is also a DMK functionary. Let me go across to Varshini, who's reporting on this from Chennai. Varshini, this is, of course, considerable embarrassment for the DMK that a functionary is attempting to steal a gold chain and also, of course, going on to replace it with a gold-plated chain. Any reaction that we are getting from the DMK yet?
Well, Nupur, this viral video of the DMK functionary who is stealing, very explicitly replacing a gold chain and pretending to be a customer, and she's replacing it with a gold-plated chain, and then she has, walked out of the shop with nothing happening around there, nobody finding her out. Later on, when the shopkeeper had, tried back to understand what happened, he had himself checked the CCTV footages and found that this woman was cheating, and that is when he had taken this up as a complaint. And only after the police came into the picture, it was even found that the woman was a DMK functionary. She was a ward secretary, and now it has come to light that even her husband is a DMK functionary. He is a municipal secretary. Therefore, this video is now going viral, and questions about the DMK government and the kind of people who have been, voted to power, who have been brought to the, public domain are not trustable anymore is the kind of talks that are going around in the state now, and the DMK has not yet officially reacted to this matter, but there is a huge expectations that somebody will come up with an excuse, but the DMK government is officially yet to react on this matter, this video that's going viral. And we also hear that the shopkeeper had found the woman himself and took his gold back, but the FIR has not yet been filed, so therefore the official investigation report is also awaited, which is also very important in this matter.
Absolutely, as you're pointing out, Varshini, this obviously is going to cause a great deal of embarrassment for the DMK. Varshini, obviously the police are investigating, but is this the first attempt? What are you learning from your sources within the police, or are there cases like this before?
Well, this woman, it is definitely, there is no evidence of any investigation, outcome that has given light to her past, actions like this. But as of now, this is the first time is what we are hearing. But since the investigation is still underway, there might be any kind of detail that could emerge out of her investigation at any point of time. Therefore, for now, we hear that this was the first time, and that is why the shopkeeper himself, tried to find out where the woman was, since he's also a politically influential person in that area. She was a ward secretary, therefore she was easily, able to be identified by the person, located by him, and that is why he himself went down. And later, now the police have also started investigation, and they're also investigating in an angle where they are trying to figure out if this has been a recurring event or not.
All right, Varshini reporting on that from Chennai. Thank you for joining us. And here's a look at some news in brief now. Days after the raid, the Enforcement Directorate has shifted into mega action. Jharkhand's Chief Minister Hemant Soren's aide Prem Prakash has been arrested in the illegal mining scam case. Late last night, he was called to the ED's office in Ranchi and placed under arrest after interrogation. This also comes after 2 AK-47s were recovered from his residence. In a first review meeting after the Amarnath Yatra, the Ministry of Home Affairs will hold a high-level security meeting review in Jammu and Kashmir today. The MHA's top brass will be briefed on the present security scenario, including recent attempts of Pakistan to carry out a major terror strike on the Army's operational base. In a big lead in the Bengal cash scam, ex-SSC chairman is now under the CBI scanner. The CBI has also sealed North Bengal VC Subresh Bhattacharya's Kolkata residence after 6 hours of drilling. Meanwhile, the CBI has been actively investigating the SSC scam case and raiding multiple locations. Amid a massive face-off between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party over the liquor scam, the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has called for another meeting of all Aam Aadmi Party MLAs at his residence at 11 o'clock this morning. Discussions are likely regarding current political scenario and central agencies raiding AAP leaders. Massive fire has broken out late last night on the second floor of a mobile godown in Delhi's Pratapganj industrial area. At least 10 fire tenders reached the spot and doused the fire. Later, no casualties have been reported. Protests against T. Raja Singh in Hyderabad turned violent. Last night, massive protests turned violent, with the police resorting to lathi charge. Meanwhile, a bandh has been called for in the state amid simmering tensions. The crime branch of the Pune police has arrested one accused and seized 4 pistols, 2 empty magazines and 10 live bullets worth over 2 lakh rupees. The accused has a history and has been booked under the Arms Act. After the TMC leader Anubrata Mondal was sent to 14 days of judicial custody by the Asansol court, the BJP National Vice President Dilip Ghosh has said that he should remain in custody till the whole inquiry is carried out.
हर दिन नया नया प्रॉपर्टी का खोज हो रहा है, राइस मिल से लेकर मेडिकल कॉलेज, फ्लैट्स, तो रोज़ का खोज हो रहा है, नई नई प्रॉपर्टी मिल रही है। तो जब तक ये पूरा नहीं होता है छानबीन, तो उनको बेल देने से क्या होगा, एक काम में व्यवधान आएगा। तो तो स्वाभाविक बेल मिल जाएगा तो फिर ये इंक्वायरी में डिस्टर्ब होगा, तो वो जेल में रहेंगे तो इंक्वायरी भी पूरा चलेगा, उनसे पूछताछ भी हो पाएगा। स्वाभाविक रूप से ही होना चाहिए, जब तक ये जांच चलेगा तब तक उनको अंदर रखना ही ठीक रहेगा। ये तो वो डॉन जैसा उनकी एटीट्यूड है। उस जिला में किसी की हिम्मत, ना मीडिया, ना पुलिस वाला, ना कोई कर्मचारी, साधारण पब्लिक, व्यवसायी, किसी की हिम्मत नहीं थी उनके खिलाफ बोलने का। सब जानते हैं भ्रष्टाचारी है, इतना प्रॉपर्टी है, लेकिन एक आवाज़ तक नहीं आया था।
Now, in a tragic incident, 9 people, including 3 children, lost their lives while 11 remain injured after a jeep collided with a truck on the national highway near Sira, the Tumkuru district in Karnataka. Amid incessant rains, the water level of the Chambal River has increased in Uttar Pradesh's Agra district. The administration is on alert to review the situation in the state.
दूसरे साल बाढ़ की स्थिति आ जाती है। अब मेरा निवेदन जिला अधिकारी महोदय से भी है और जो भी डैम इंचार्ज, कोटा बैराज के इंचार्ज हों, अगर इस डैम आप पानी छोड़ें, थोड़े थोड़े दिन में थोड़ा बहुत छोड़ें, एक साथ ना छोड़ें, तो हमको नहीं लगता कि बाढ़ की स्थिति कभी होगी।
And news just coming in, 9 people, including 3 children, have died and 11 are injured after a jeep collided with a truck on the national highway near Sira in Tumkuru district. All of those who have died and were injured were daily wage workers, labourers coming from towards Bengaluru. Now, the SP Rahul Kumar Shahpurwad visited the spot, and a short while ago, the Prime Minister, of course, has expressed condolences. He's tweeted. He said that the accident in Tumkuru district, Karnataka, is heart-rending. Condolences to the bereaved families. Prayers with the injured. 2 lakh from the PM's relief fund will be paid to the next of kin of each of the deceased. The injured will be paid 50,000 rupees. So this incident that unfortunately took place on the national highway in Sira in the Tumakuru district, we are given to understand that unfortunately in this particular accident, 9 people, including 3 children, have died. 11 people were injured after a jeep collided with a truck on the national highway near Sira in Tumakuru district. All of them who have died and have been injured are daily wage earners. The Prime Minister has tweeted and has expressed his condolences. He's also announced a 2 lakh rupee ex gratia amount to be paid to the next of kin of each of those who are deceased. The injured will be given 50,000 rupees. And going back to the news story that we've been bringing to you from Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party was holding a key meeting at the Chief Minister's residence, and right now we are learning that 2 MLAs have reached the Chief Minister's residence so far. Now this comes amid the allegations that are coming from the Aam Aadmi Party that the BJP is trying to poach their leaders. Anuj is reporting on this. Anuj, coming back to you now, Anuj, we are now learning that there are just 2 MLAs who've showed up so far, and the meeting takes place in about half an hour from now.
Well, at 11 a.m. is the time when this meeting is going to start at the CM residence. Until now, let me tell you, the update is till now 4 MLA of the Aam Aadmi Party has reached the CM residence. But the point which has been taken now, the sources which is claiming from the Aam Aadmi Party now is that some of the MLAs are still not been able to be contacted by the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party trying to contact them. They are not reachable. Their phone are switched off. We'll remain with the visuals. I can see some of more MLAs. So 5 MLA, 5 and 1 more car behind this white car. So 6 MLA in total. 4 is already inside. 5 and 6. 6 MLAs have reached. 6 MLA. The latest update is that 6 MLA has already reached at the CM's residence. More I can see. There is going to be a media bite recently from the Aam Aadmi Party. We will go through that also, what exactly they will have to say. So that's the setup for the media bite which is going to happen from the Aam Aadmi Party at the CM residence. But the point But the point here is that how many MLAs are going to come, that's something what has been stated by the Aam Aadmi Party. So the important meeting called at Arvind Kejriwal's residence, we are waiting for the update how many MLAs are going to attend the meeting. Stay tuned, we are reporting live on the story. We'll be right back after a short break. 6 till now has reached.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. The time has come. The time has come for all of us, all Indians, to take a call on whether we will allow or bring to a stop this sar tan se juda mindset. If we all speak out against it, this sar tan se juda philosophy, whether we are Muslim or Hindu, if we speak out against it, it will stop. If we don't, then this very sar tan se juda chant, which you're hearing everywhere nowadays, sar tan se juda, sar tan se juda, this very chant will become a philosophy and then a greater and greater reality. We will become like Taliban ruled Afghanistan, where beheadings are a reality. Like beheadings of Indian citizens are an unfortunate reality in India. We are a country where people get beheaded. This sar tan se juda mindset, viewers, is not a falsification or an exaggeration. It is a reality. It is as real as the urban Naxal mindset. The sar tan se juda mindset is as real as the tukde tukde mindset. The sar tan se juda mindset is a challenge to us, to our nation. And it is our nation. Believers in the sar tan se juda logic have no faith in Indian law, in Indian institutions, in Indian culture, and in Indian democracy. The believers of sar tan se juda think that our democracy is there to be abused and stretched to a point where beheadings as a form of personal retribution or personal or collective revenge is completely justified. And just as it shocked me in 2016 when a group of anti-nationals in JNU said, Afzal hum sharminda hai, tere qatil zinda hai, and went on to say, Bharat tere tukde honge, inshallah, inshallah. It shocks me today that today, 6 years later in 2022, the sar tan se juda mindset is being disregarded by some people as unimportant. It's not unimportant. It's very essential, viewers, that we all speak up in one voice against this lawless sar tan se juda mindset. And that is why I began by saying, viewers, you, me, all of us, we have to take a call on how we will deal with this mindset, viewers. We must not run away from the reality that this is a threat to our nation. The nation we love will not be challenged by the sar tan se juda mindset, viewers.
Protesters gathered in Bangkok following the suspension of Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha and the announcement that his deputy Pravit Wongsuwan will become acting premier. Thailand's constitutional court ruled that Prayut must suspend his active duties while
tracking the big story coming in this hour with the AAP now alleging poaching by the BJP, saying that in fact that there is a poaching attempt. In fact, what we are told in the latest is that Kejriwal right now is chairing an emergency meet and 8 MLAs are currently present at Kejriwal's residence.
उसमें जो आंकड़े निकल के आए उस हिसाब से अगर देखा जाए तो एक विधायक को खरीदने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी 20 करोड़ रुपए ऑफर कर रही है। अगर 40 विधायक तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो लोग, तो 20 को 40 से जो अगर मल्टीप्लाई करें, वो मैथ्स देखें हम, तो लगभग 800 करोड़ रुपए जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी, ये काला धन ही होगा, लेकर खड़ी है विधायकों को, दिल्ली के विधायकों को तोड़ने के लिए। ये समझ में आना चाहिए। दिल्ली की जनता और देश की जनता जानना चाहती है कि 800 करोड़ रुपए किसके हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास 800 करोड़ रुपए का काला धन कहां से आया है? और मुझे लगता है कि अगर देश हित में सोचें, दिल्ली हित में सोचें, तो 800 करोड़ रुपए के काले धन की सीबीआई और ईडी से जांच होनी चाहिए, तभी दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी होगा।
दिलीप जी, ऐसा कहा जा रहा है
विधायकों के संपर्क में आने की जहां तक बात है, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है सब संपर्क में आ जाएंगे और जिनसे बातचीत नहीं हो पा रही उनसे भी बातचीत हो जाएगी और सब यहाँ पे उपस्थित होंगे। लेकिन उससे बड़ा सवाल ये कि अगर 40 विधायक तोड़ने की तैयारी कर रही है भाजपा और एक को 20 दे रही है, तो ये 800 करोड़ रुपए कहां से आ रहे हैं? ये बड़ा सवाल है, ये जरूरी सवाल है। सीबीआई और ईडी की जब सीबीआई और ईडी को सेंट्रल एजेंसीज को बीजेपी ने अनलीश कर दिया विरोधी लोगों को खत्म करने के लिए, तो ये 800 करोड़ रुपए की भी सीबीआई ईडी से जांच होनी चाहिए, इसके ऊपर बात होनी चाहिए, इसके ऊपर सवाल होने चाहिए।
आपके संपर्क में नहीं आ पाए अभी तक?
देखिए, अभी सभी विधायकों से बातचीत की जा रही है और कल मैसेज कम्युनिकेट किया गया। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि जिस समय बैठक शुरू होगी तब तक सारे विधायक आ जाएंगे, लेकिन 20 गुना 40 ये 800 करोड़ रुपए की सीबीआई ईडी से जांच होनी चाहिए।
So, as you just heard, the AAP alleging poaching attempt by the BJP, saying that the BJP is conniving to topple the AAP and that BJP is trying to get in touch with the MLAs of AAP is what the latter is alleging at this point. Simultaneously, we have the AAP key meet which is currently taking place at Chief Minister Kejriwal's residence. So, as the liquor scam gate explodes, we have the big allegations that are now being leveled by the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that their MLAs are being poached, and AAP is also in a huddle at this point. The AAP making a big claim there that the BJP has deployed 800 crore to break the 40 MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party. We have Anuj also joining us live. Anuj, a big allegation there that has been leveled by the Aam Aadmi Party. What is the basis or to corroborate these big allegations that have been leveled by the AAP?
Well, first let me tell you and give you the sense from the CM's residence from where I'm reporting at this point in time. Till now, let me also update that 12 MLAs has reached. Till now, 12 is the number out of 62 which has who has reached at the residence of Aam Aadmi Party Supremo. That's Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister of Delhi. And if we talk about this allegation, then let me remind you that this started when Manish Sisodia came out with the tweet where he stated that he has been approached by Bharatiya Janata Party. Later, it was from the sources of Aam Aadmi Party where they claim that they are having an audio where Manish Sisodia was approached by Bharatiya Janata Party, where an offer was given to him of being the CM of the Delhi. Other than that, all the cases will be closed. That's the offer which was given by Bharatiya Janata Party as alleged by Aam Aadmi Party. On the other hand, this was Sanjay Singh who did a press conference yesterday along with 4 MLAs where it was stated that they have been offered 20 crore rupees. And now, the recent reaction by Aam Aadmi Party, Dilip Pandey claimed this is 40 in number. Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that these are 40 MLAs to whom BJP is trying to approach, and that's where he stated if 20 crore to 1, then how come BJP is managing 800 crore rupees? That's something which has been stated by Dilip Pandey. So 40 is the number. That's the big claim by Aam Aadmi Party, where they are claiming that Bharatiya Janata Party is now trying to approach 40 MLAs of Aam Aadmi Party. Let me remind you, if we talk about Aam Aadmi Party, then this is 62 in number. If we talk about the national capital, if we talk about the Delhi legislative, then this is 62 in number. If we talk about Aam Aadmi Party MLA. So Aam Aadmi Party is making a big claim at this point in time, where Dilip Pandey recently stated that 40 is the number to whom Bharatiya Janata Party is trying to approach, the Aam Aadmi Party MLA. On the other hand, let me tell you, I'm reporting from CM's residence. This is an important meeting which has been called at 11 a.m. So till now, 11 is the number. 11 MLAs has already reached. Out of 62, 11 is already there. We are waiting for the update. How many are going to attend the same? We asked the question to Dilip Pandey when Aam Aadmi Party was coming out with the reaction that who all are the MLAs whom you are not able to contact. They are saying, Aam Aadmi Party claiming that yes, there are few MLAs who are not able to be contacted as of till now. Aam Aadmi Party is trying, but yes, as Aam Aadmi Party is claiming this since from the day one that they have been approached. Manish Sisodia. More MLAs there I can see. And the MLA who was sitting with Sanjay Singh yesterday, who was claiming that he had been offered 20 crore rupees. by the Bharatiya Janata Party. So the number reaches to 12. Let me give you an update. The number reaches to 12 after one more MLAs enters the CM's residence. So 12 out of 62 is the number who has reached the CM's residence. This is going to an important meeting which is going to start at 11 a.m. We'll continue with the visuals once more because I can see some of the car coming. That's an MLA I can see. 13 is the number now. 13 is the number now. Out of 62, 13 MLAs have reached at the residence of CM Arvind Kejriwal's residence, where this important meeting will start at 11 a.m. So 13 is the number which has reached now. 62 is the total number. 13 is the numbers of MLAs who have reached at the residence of CM, that's Arvind Kejriwal. But this is going to be an important update from the ground because we are waiting for the full list. We are waiting for the full list that how many MLAs are going to be there who are going to attend this particular meeting and why this particular meeting has been called. Let me remind you that this was a PSC which was called by the Supremo of Aam Aadmi Party, that's Arvind Kejriwal, at this particular residence only to decide the future course of action, as they are alleging that they have been approached by Bharatiya Janata Party. Their MLAs had been approached by Bharatiya Janata Party and none other but the Deputy Chief Minister was the first who was approached by Bharatiya Janata Party. So that is the worrisome situation for the Aam Aadmi Party, where they called this particular meeting. This is called the legislative meeting which has been called. One more MLA I can see. So 14 is the number now. 14 is the number now. We are continuously giving the update to the viewers that how many MLAs have reached till now at the CM residence. So one more MLA is there. So 14 is the number. So we were talking about the allegation. The allegation, yes, is that Bharatiya Janata Party is trying to approach the MLAs of Aam Aadmi Party, and the recent claim from the Aam Aadmi Party by the Dilip Pandey is that 40 is the number. One more MLA I can see. So 15. It reaches to 15. 15 out of 62. 15 MLAs out of 62 who have reached the residence of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. This is an important meeting called in by Aam Aadmi Party. This is to decide the future course of action. If we go through the allegation, then the allegation by the Aam Aadmi Party is that their MLAs is being approached by the Bharatiya Janata Party, where they are offering 20 crore rupees to the 40 MLAs. And the Deputy Chief Minister, that's Manish Sisodia, was also approached by the Bharatiya Janata Party. That is the allegation of Aam Aadmi Party. But Bharatiya Janata Party is also reverting on the same. They are saying, why don't you come out with a proof? When you're claiming that you are having an audio, why don't you come out with that particular audio? Why didn't you confirm the same on the TV channels where you are doing press conferences after press conference? That's something what Bharatiya Janata Party is saying. Let's stay with the visuals once more. 15, I'll remind you, 15 is the number. 15 MLAs have already reached out of 62. 62 is the total number of MLAs when we are talking about the national capital, when we are talking about the Aam Aadmi Party. 62 is the total number. Out of them, 15 has already reached. This has been alleged by Aam Aadmi Party that they have been approached. Their MLAs have been approached, and the big claim today, coming early in the morning, is what Aam Aadmi Party claiming is that 40 of their MLAs are in pipeline who are being approached by Bharatiya Janata Party. So that is the big claim which has been made in. I have been told one more MLA I could see. One more MLA. That's 16 in number now. 16 is the number now. 16 MLAs have reached. One more I can see. One more. That's Atishi. 17 is the number now. 17 is the number. We'll try and get in word from Atishi, as we have seen Atishi doing many press conferences. Atishi being very vocal about the issue. So we'll try and get in sense from Atishi if we can get a word from Atishi what exactly she has to say about the same.
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी कई दिनों से कोशिश कर रही है कि आम आदमी पार्टी को दिल्ली सरकार को गिरा सके। हमारे विधायकों को पैसे के ऑफर दिए जा रहे हैं, धमकियां दी जा रही हैं। दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री को भी धमकी दी गई थी। उनको भी कहा गया था कि अगर तुमने हमारा ऑफर नहीं एक्सेप्ट किया तो फिर ये केसेस आगे बढ़ेंगे, नहीं तो केसेस विड्रॉ कर लिए जाएंगे। लेकिन ये आम आदमी पार्टी को तोड़ने का, दिल्ली सरकार को गिराने का पहला प्रयास नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी पहले भी कई ऐसे ऑपरेशन लोटस करने की कोशिश कर चुकी है, आज तक नाकाम रही है, आगे भी नाकाम रहेगी।
62 विधायक हैं आपके दिल्ली के अंदर, सारे विधायक आएंगे कि कुछ नहीं आएंगे, ऐसी भी लग रहा है?
देखिए, हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि आम आदमी पार्टी के सारे विधायक आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ हैं और आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ।
कुछ विधायकों से संपर्क नहीं हो पाया पार्टी ऑफिस का, जो उन्हें यहाँ मीटिंग में बुला रहे थे।
अभी मीटिंग का समय 11 बजे है, हमें उम्मीद है कि तब तक सारे विधायक।
मुद्दे क्या होंगे? क्या ऑपरेशन लोटस जैसे ही मुद्दे होंगे या कुछ और, सीबीआई रेड, एक्साइज पॉलिसी, ये भी मुद्दे होंगे?
देखिए, कई विधायक कल सामने आए हैं जिन्होंने ये बात रखी कि उनको 20-20 करोड़ के ऑफर दिए गए। उनको एक्स्ट्रा ऑफर भी दिया गया कि अगर वो अपने साथ और विधायकों को तोड़ के लेके आते हैं तो हम भी ये जानना चाहते हैं कि क्या और विधायकों से संपर्क हुआ है, क्या उनको कुछ धमकियां दी गई हैं, क्या उनको कुछ ऑफर दिए गए हैं। इसलिए आज विधायक
that was Atishi of Aam Aadmi Party who was telling that what exactly is going to be the agenda. She was talking about the agenda of this particular meeting, where she is stating it very much clearly that many of our MLAs has been approached and they have been told if they can get more MLAs in their connection and if they can get it converted in the deal where this has been alleged by Aam Aadmi Party that Bharatiya Janata Party is trying to approach the MLAs of Aam Aadmi Party. So that was Atishi. We were just interacting with Atishi of Aam Aadmi Party. There the claim remains the same. 17 is the number. 17 is the number. I'll get a sense if we can get more visuals if anyone else has reached till now. 17 is the total number. 17 MLAs have reached till now, but the big claim by the Aam Aadmi Party, because Dilip Pandey, they are stating that 40 is the number. 40 is the number. When we are talking about the MLAs, Bharatiya Janata Party trying to approach 40 MLAs. He's talking about the money. He's talking about the money. That is Atishi again interacting with the media. We'll remain with the visuals. We will remain with the visuals as 17 is the number who have already reached. So we are reporting live on the story from the CM residence. This is an important meeting which has been called in by the Aam Aadmi Party Supremo, that's Arvind Kejriwal, and the meeting time is 11 a.m. 17 MLAs have already reached. We're waiting for the update that what is going to happen next, because this is the claim of Aam Aadmi Party itself that many of the MLAs are not being able to contact, and where Aam Aadmi Party on one side is claiming, because we have just heard what Atishi was saying, that everybody is going to come, but we are waiting for the update that how many is going to be the number who are going to finally attend this particular meeting, because this is going to be a very, very important meeting. And the agenda of the meeting was stated by Atishi there, where it was stated that they are going to discuss about the same. If we talk about this particular Lotus operation, what has been named by Aam Aadmi Party, that's something what Aam Aadmi Party named it, that what exactly is going to be the strategy for the same, how they are going to deal with the same, as they have been stating it very much clearly that many of the MLAs have been approached. 20 crores rupees is the amount which has been offered by Bharatiya Janata Party. So we are waiting for the update from the CM's residence. I'll keep an eye on the more MLAs who are coming. 17 is the number. 17, let me remind viewers, 17 is the number, the total MLAs. More people I can see now. If he is an MLA, no. So that's something what we are, one more MLA I can see. That's 18. The numbers reached to 18. Finally 18. Out of 62, 18 have reached 19. On my left I can see one more MLA. 19 is the number now. 19 is the total number of MLAs. 20 is the number now. 20 MLAs have reached. Out of 62, we are live with the visuals. Out of 62, 20 MLAs have reached at the residence of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. This is going to an important meeting. Half an hour from now is left. That is, the meeting is lined up for 11 a.m. and the big claim by Aam Aadmi Party, as we have gone through the reaction, that 40 is the number. 40 is the number which Aam Aadmi Party is claiming at this point in time. 20 MLAs have already reached. 40 is the number which has been claimed by Aam Aadmi Party.
आज की बैठक में जरूर पहुंचाएं। कहा जा रहा है 40 विधायक उनके संपर्क में। मैं माफी
20 आ गया ना टोटल। Voting story from Chief Minister's residence, and 20 is the number. The MLAs whom we are talking about, the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs who have already reached here at the residence of CM, that's Arvind Kejriwal. This is an important meeting which is lined up at 11, and this is going to be the discussion about the strategy, about the future course of action, because this has been alleged by the Aam Aadmi Party that their 40 MLAs are being approached. Rather, the Bharatiya Janata Party is planning to approach their 40 MLAs to get the party divided. One more MLA I can see. We'll go with the visuals also. We'll keep an eye on the visuals also. 21 is the number then. 21. On my left I can see one more MLA. Then 22. 22 is the number then. 22 is the number then. 22 MLAs have reached. 22 MLAs have reached at the residence of CM Arvind Kejriwal. This is an important meeting which is going to start at 11, half an hour from now. Not more than half an hour rather. But this is an important meeting which is lined up. And we do remember what's the allegation that has been alleged by the Aam Aadmi Party, where they are saying that their MLAs are being approached by the Bharatiya Janata Party and Bharatiya Janata Party is offering them 20 crore rupees. We have seen the first tweet where this trail has started, where this poaching story has started. This was none other but Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia himself, who came out with a tweet stating that I was approached by Bharatiya Janata Party. They were offering me the Chief Minister's seat. They were telling me, Bharatiya Janata Party was offering me that every of the cases, whether being it CBI, Enforcement Director, or whatsoever it is going to be closed. That is something what has been claimed by Aam Aadmi Party and the Deputy Chief Minister himself. Later, this was Aam Aadmi Party who confirmed that they are having an audio. They are having an audio in which this discussion has been done, and later it was none other but Sanjay Singh himself. Sanjay Singh, I can see one more MLA. So the number is increasing. 23 is the number now. 23 is the number now. One more MLA has seen. So we have seen Sanjay Singh yesterday when he came out with a press conference along with the 4 MLAs who were stating that they were approached and they were offered 20 crore rupees. And the recent claim, the latest claim by the Aam Aadmi Party, that's Dilip Pandey, who came out with a media bite. We recently had a discussion and interacted with Dilip Pandey of the Aam Aadmi Party, where he was making a big claim, where he was stating that 40 of their MLAs are being approached by Bharatiya Janata Party, where they are offered 20 crore rupees. He was talking about the money, the total sum, that how come Bharatiya Janata Party is able to manage this much big amount when they can offer our 40 MLAs and each individual is being offered by 20 crore rupees by Bharatiya Janata Party. That's something what has been stated by Dilip Pandey. We'll go with the visuals once more time, and that's the Arvind Kejriwal. I'll ask my video journalist to give you the sense from the ground also what is happening over here. That's the main entrance gate of Arvind Kejriwal's residence. That's the CM of Delhi, the Supremo of Aam Aadmi Party, and on my left is a smaller gate where we are seeing every of the MLA who are reaching here is getting entry. 23 is the number. 23 is the number out of 62 who have reached at the residence of CM. That's Arvind Kejriwal, the Supremo of Aam Aadmi Party. That is going to be very, very important to mention these numbers, because that's something which has been claimed by Aam Aadmi Party, and that is what Aam Aadmi Party is saying, that some of their MLAs are not being able to be contact, and Aam Aadmi Party is trying to contact them. But on the other hand, this was Atishi who was claiming that everybody is going to come. We have faith. 24 is the number now. One more MLA. 24 is the number now. 24 is the number. Aam Aadmi Party 24th MLAs who have just reached here at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal, that's the Chief Minister of Delhi. 24 out of 62 have reached. I can see one more car behind, so that will reach to 25 if that is an MLA. If that is an MLA, the number will reach to 25. No, that's 24. We'll remain with the numbers. At 24 is the number. We'll stay with the number. 24 MLAs have already reached at the residence of Chief Minister. That's Arvind Kejriwal. An important meeting. 11 a.m. is the time when it is going to be started, and the agenda of the meeting is clear. 25. I can see one more MLA. That's 25. The number reaches to 25 now. Out of 62, the number reaches to 25. That is one more MLA entering in the residence of CM Arvind Kejriwal, where this important meeting is going to start at 11. So we were talking about the allegation which has been made by the Aam Aadmi Party, where they are continuously saying that yes, Bharatiya Janata Party is trying to approach their MLAs. 20 crores is the amount which has been told. There was press conference which was done by Aam Aadmi Party leadership. That was Sanjay Singh, who along with 4 MLAs did that press conference yesterday, and there it has been claimed that 20 crores is the amount which has been offered to the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs by Bharatiya Janata Party, whereas Bharatiya Janata Party calling it bogus claim and Bharatiya Janata Party saying from the day one that why don't you come out with the proof, because earlier this was Aam Aadmi Party who was stating that they are having an audio. And if we talk about this whole story, let me remind to our viewers that this is about the liquor scam. This is about the excise policy. Bharatiya Janata Party alleging that why don't Aam Aadmi Party come out with the statement that what exactly this scam is all about. So we are reporting live from Arvind Kejriwal's residence. This is going to be an important meeting which is going to start at 11 a.m. 25 is the number of the MLAs who have reached. Stay tuned. We'll be right back reporting live on the story. Stay tuned.
কি আশা করছেন?
The CBI's raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है.
CBI raids in the rice mills of Anubrata Mondal and his close aides.
Teachers staged protest holding the tricolor seeking jobs and were instead brutally thrashed.
Protesters gathered in Bangkok following the suspension of Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha and the announcement that his deputy Pravit Wongsuwan will become acting premier. Thailand's constitutional court ruled that Prayut must suspend his active duties while the court decides whether he has overstayed his legal term in office.
And tracking closely all the updates coming in, Anuj continues to be live with us, reporting live from outside Kejriwal's residence. Anuj, in just a few minutes from now, that key meet is going to start. Give us the numbers, how many MLAs are present for this meet currently?
Yes, 29 is the number. At this point in time, 29 is the number. The MLA who have just reached. I'll ask my video journalist to give you the sense. That's from the main entry. That's the main entry of the residence of CM Arvind Kejriwal. 29 is the total number. 29 MLAs till now have reached. 29 MLAs, and there more I can see. The more I can see, if he's an MLA, yes, that's the number reaches to 30 now. The number reaches to 30, and the total number of the MLAs who have reached at the residence is 30. This key meet is going to start at 11 a.m. 30, 31. I can see one more. 31, and behind that one more car. So this will make the number to 30. 31. Yes, 31, 32 I can see. Yes, I'll ask my video journalist to give you the most sense from this car also, as one more MLA I can see. 32. 32 is the number now. Out of 62, 32 is the number now. Out of 62 MLAs, 32 have reached at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal. That's the Chief Minister, the Supremo of Aam Aadmi Party. 32 MLAs have already reached out of 62, and 32, 33. I can see one more MLA. I can see one more MLA. That's 33. The number reaches to 33 now. 33. Yes. 33 MLAs till now have reached at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal. That's the Supremo. The key meeting lined up at 11 a.m. Stay tuned. We are reporting live from the ground on the story. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है.
CBI raids in the rice mills of Anubrata Mondal and his close aides.
Teachers staged protest holding the tricolor seeking jobs and were instead brutally thrashed.
Protesters gathered in Bangkok following the suspension of Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha and the announcement that his deputy Pravit Wongsuwan will become acting premier. Thailand's constitutional court ruled that Prayut must suspend his active duties while the court decides whether he has overstayed his legal term in office.
They are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi
The other international news that we're tracking at this hour, NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg called upon the members of the alliance to invest more in defense in an increasingly dangerous world. He said this is in the pretext of the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict.
We need to spend more on defense, and I have been a politician myself for many, many years, and I know that, of course,
33 MLAs out of 62 have reached at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal. That's the Chief Minister of New Delhi, the Chief Minister of National Capital, the Supremo of Aam Aadmi Party. This is going to be an important meeting which is lined up at 11 a.m. as Aam Aadmi Party claims that some of their MLAs are not reachable. So this is to wait and watch how many MLAs are going to reach here. The total number of MLAs are 62. 32 of them, 33 I beg your pardon, of them has already reached at the residence of National Capital Chief Minister, that's Arvind Kejriwal. So we are reporting live on the story. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned. 33 is the number. The latest update is 33 MLAs have reached. Stay tuned. Right back after a short break.
Protesters gathered in Bangkok following the suspension of Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha and the announcement that his deputy Pravit Wongsuwan will become acting premier. Thailand's constitutional court ruled that Prayut must suspend his active duties while the court decides whether he has overstayed his legal term in office.
They are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi.
The other international news that we're tracking at this hour, NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg called upon the members of the alliance to invest more in defense in an increasingly dangerous world. He said this is in the pretext of the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict.
we need to spend more on defense. And I have been a politician myself for many, many years. And I know that, of course, it is always more tempting to spend on healthcare, on education, on infrastructure, instead of spending on defense. But when we live in a more dangerous world, when we see the aggressive actions of President Putin against a sovereign, peaceful nation in Europe, Ukraine, and all the threatening rhetoric against NATO allies.
After mega liquor gate expose, there is a war of words. The Aam Aadmi Party now fears poaching, but the BJP swings into huddle mode. The BJP refutes the poaching charge, calls it mere diversionary tactics. The BJP refutes the poaching charges, says these are mere diversionary tactics. Late night protests in Hyderabad, hours after the flag march, stones are pelted, more provocative slogans are raised. Anti-violence Sar Tan Se Juda slogans are raised after OAC's intervention. After all-day raids and mega recoveries, ED's news titan Soren's business associate is now under the arrest in Jharkhand mining scam.
Well, we are reporting live from the residence of Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Arvind Kejriwal, and 42 MLAs till now have reached at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal. This is going to be an important meeting which is going to start at 11 a.m. Let me give you the sense from the area. Let me give you the sense from the residence of Arvind Kejriwal. We have shared the photograph also. We'll get it on air. We have shared the picture of the MLAs who have reached. We have shared the picture of the MLAs who have reached. We are going to take it on air also. So 42 is the number. 42 is the number of the MLAs out of 62 who have reached at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal. This is going to be an important meeting which is going to start at 11 a.m. and this is the time. 11 a.m. is the time at this point in time. So the meeting is going to start any moment from now. But till now, as Aam Aadmi Party, so this is important to mention here at this point in time, the 11 a.m. is the time. 11 a.m. was the time which was decided for this particular meeting, and when it is 11 a.m. now, till now 42 MLAs have reached. That comes to 20 are missing till now. 20 are missing till now. How many are going to be the numbers who are going to attend this particular meeting is going to be very, very important, because that's something which has been alleged by Aam Aadmi Party, that many of their MLAs are there who are not being able to contact by the Aam Aadmi Party. Like Aam Aadmi Party is trying to reach them, but then they are not reachable. So we'll remain with the visuals also. We'll keep an eye there if other MLAs are coming. But till now, let me tell you, the latest update is that 42 is the number. 42 MLAs have reached, but 11 a.m. is the time right now, because this was the time which was decided for the meeting. This is a pre-scheduled meeting. Yesterday it was the PAC meeting which happened at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal, that's the Supremo of Aam Aadmi Party, and this was an important meeting which has been called in by the Aam Aadmi Party and the Supremo of Aam Aadmi Party, that's Arvind Kejriwal. So this particular legislative meeting, let me remind you why it has been called, because this has been alleged by Aam Aadmi Party that the MLAs have been approached by Bharatiya Janata Party, and the latest claim by Aam Aadmi Party is that they are offering 20 crore rupees to 40 of their MLAs, and this is the big claim which has been made in by Aam Aadmi Party today in the morning. That was the Dilip Pandey of Aam Aadmi Party who claimed that 40 of their MLAs is the number which is being who are being approached by Bharatiya Janata Party or in the pipeline, where they are offering 20 crore rupees to each MLA. They were talking about the money also, that how come this is possible that BJP is going to arrange that much amount of money when we are talking about the 20 crore rupees. This is the allegation which has been made in by Aam Aadmi Party, whereas we have seen the war of words where Aam Aadmi Party attacking on the Bharatiya Janata Party of approaching. This was none other but the Deputy Chief Minister, that's Manish Sisodia. I can see some more MLAs. We'll go with the visuals. 2 MLAs I can see. So the number, it will take the number to 44 if this is going to be 2 MLAs. One I can see, one more behind the car, one I can see at this point in time. So it makes 43. 43 is the number now. Total number is 43 out of 62. 43 out of 62 who has reached at the residence, who has reached at this residence of Supremo of Aam Aadmi Party, that's Arvind Kejriwal. So we were talking about the story, then yes, this has been alleged by Aam Aadmi Party that their MLAs has been approached by Bharatiya Janata Party, and that's why this particular meeting has been called in. We were just listening to Atishi, we interacted with Atishi also, the Aam Aadmi Party leader and the MLA, who was talking about the agenda of this particular meeting, and she was stating it that yes, this is a meeting which is called to decide the future course of action, that what is going to be the strategy of Aam Aadmi Party, because this is something for which Aam Aadmi Party is worried. That's the worrisome situation for the Aam Aadmi Party. If their MLAs has been approached by Bharatiya Janata Party, and as being claimed by Deputy Chief Minister himself, that's Manish Sisodia, who first came out with the tweet that he has been approached, has been offered the Chief Ministerialship post and the CM designation of Delhi by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Every case is going to be closed, whether being it CBI, whether being it ED. That's something which has been claimed by Manish Sisodia. Later, it was stated that they are having an audio. That was the claim of Aam Aadmi Party, that they are having an audio in which they claim that that was the discussion which happened between Aam Aadmi Party, Deputy Chief Minister, that's Manish Sisodia, and Bharatiya Janata Party leader who approaches Manish Sisodia. Yesterday, we have seen, I'll remain with the visual. One more MLA I can see. One more MLA I can see. So the number reaches to 44 now. Number reaches to 44. 44 out of 62. 44 has reached. So we were talking about the story. 44 is the number. Let me remind you, 44 MLAs have reached. 44 MLAs are there at the residence of Chief Minister. 44, 45, I can see one more MLA. 45 is the number now. 45. The latest update is 45 MLAs have reached out of 62. This was stated by Aam Aadmi Party leadership that some of their MLAs are not reachable, they are not able to contact. So 45 out of 62 till now. 11 a.m. is already the time which was scheduled, and I can see some movement there. Saurabh Bharadwaj I can see standing with an MLA, Saurabh Bharadwaj there, and we'll try and get in sense if they are talking, if they are speaking, if they are talking and they are speaking. Then we'll also try and get in sense from the MLA what do they have to say there.
ऐसा है मुंगेरी लाल के सपने जो पाल रहे हैं उनका मुगालता हमेशा अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने तोड़ा है और तोड़ेंगे। आने वाले समय में ये पूरे देश से साफ होंगे।
सौरभ जी अभी भी विधायक कम है, मीटिंग शुरू हो पाएगी कि नहीं?
सब आएंगे। सरकार जो है, नंबर की चिंता मत कीजिए, सरकार स्थिर है। ये अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार है, ये गिरने वाली नहीं है।
लेकिन अब आगे बढ़ी क्योंकि 11 बजे का टाइम था, मीटिंग का दावा किया आपकी पार्टी के द्वारा।
विधायक आ रहे हैं, आ जाएंगे। हम संपर्क कर रहे हैं उनसे, आएंगे। अभी कुछ विधायकों से संपर्क नहीं हो पा रहा है, ट्रैफिक वगैरह की वजह से कम है। आ रहे हैं।
आपने बैठक बुला रखी है, बड़ा गंभीर आरोप आप लोग लगा रहे हैं। सर आप ये गंभीर आरोप आप कह रहे हैं, विधायकों से संपर्क नहीं हो पाया है, किस वजह से संपर्क नहीं हो पा रहा? रास्ते में
कई बार क्या है, विधायक फोन वगैरह नहीं रखते अपने पास, कई बार किसी मीटिंग वगैरह में होते हैं तो संपर्क नहीं हो पा रहा है। हमारा ये मानना है,
मुख्यमंत्री की मीटिंग है, मुख्यमंत्री से साथ मिलना है एक विधायक के लिए, मुख्यमंत्री की मीटिंग से बड़ा कुछ नहीं।
हमारा मानना है आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार नहीं गिरेगी। दिल्ली वालों को आश्वस्त करना चाहते हैं, सरकार स्थिर है, मजबूत है। विधायक आएंगे, मैं आपको आश्वस्त कर रहा हूँ, सब आएंगे।
That was Saurabh Bharadwaj who was saying that MLAs will be there. MLAs will be there, but till now, I believe 45 is the number. 45 or 46, we'll just get in confirmation on the same. But 45 is the number. What I've been told, what we are counting till now, who have reached at the residence of CM, and that was Saurabh Bharadwaj whom we were interacting with, and we were trying to get inside. But whether being it Atishi, whether being it Dilip Pandey, whether being it Saurabh Bharadwaj claiming that they are going to come, there may be some network issue. That's the point which has been taken. That's the reason which has been rather given by Saurabh Bharadwaj. We'll stay with the visuals. We'll try and get in sense. I'll ask my video journalist. We'll go out. I'll ask my video journalist to go that way. 46 is the latest. 46, what I've been told. 46. I have just got the confirmation. That's 46. I can see one more. I can see. Yes, 47 is the number now. 47 is the number now. सर आज मीटिंग बुलाई है, काफी एमएलए से बातचीत नहीं हो पाती, 11 बजे का टाइम था, कुछ पहुंचे नहीं।
मीटिंग में जा रहे हैं हम लोग, मीटिंग में बात हैं, जो डिसीजन होता है।
क्या कोई अप्रोच
कमेंट नो कमेंट, मीटिंग से आने दो।
So 47. Let me give you the count again. 47 is the total number. 47 is the total number. 47 out of 62 have reached at the residence of Chief Minister. That is going to an important meeting. I believe the meeting would have started, or they might be waiting for the other MLA that they are saying that they're not able to contact the other MLAs. 47 is the total number. 62 is the total number in the assembly. 47 is the number who have reached here at the residence. Saurabh Bharadwaj could be seen standing there. Saurabh Bharadwaj coordinating with the things. Saurabh Bharadwaj giving us the confirmation that 47 is the total number of the MLAs who have reached here. Let's see how many of the MLAs are going to reach here. 62. Let me remind you viewers, 62 is the total number of MLAs if we are talking about the assembly of Delhi. Then 62 is the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs. If we talk about the number, 47 out of them has already reached. And when we are talking about the story, let me remind you viewers that yes, this has been alleged by Aam Aadmi Party that their MLAs are being poached. Their MLAs have been approached by Bharatiya Janata Party, where they are offering 20 crore rupees to 40 MLAs. Each MLAs has been offered by 20 crore rupees by Bharatiya Janata Party. This has been stated by none other but Dilip Pandey himself, the Aam Aadmi Party leader and MLA of Aam Aadmi Party. And if we talk about this story, and if we talk about, yes, we will go with the visuals. We're getting
से बढ़ा के 12% क्यों किया? आपने ड्राई डे की संख्या 21 से घटा के 3 की। इसका जवाब नहीं, और उसके जवाब ना देने पड़े इसलिए ड्रामे हैं। पहले कुछ कहते हैं, फिर कुछ कहते हैं। अब उनकी बात को उनके पास जवाब नहीं है तो वो नया ड्रामा ले आए हैं।
स्पेशल सेशन भी बुलाया है यहाँ पर इसी विषय को डिस्कस करने के लिए। क्या लग रहा है? बहुत बड़ा आरोप लगा है यहाँ पर कि 800 करोड़, आखिर अगर 40 विधायक की बात है और 800 करोड़ 20-20 करोड़ के, तो इस पे इन्वेस्टिगेशन
देखो, दिल्ली में गंदा पानी लोगों के यहाँ आ रहा है, इसके लिए कभी सत्र नहीं बुलाया विधानसभा का केजरीवाल जी ने। दिल्ली में लोगों की ट्रांसपोर्ट सिस्टम खराब है, इसके लिए कभी सत्र नहीं बुलाया। दिल्ली में जब कोई व्यवस्थाएं खराब होती हैं उसके लिए कभी सत्र नहीं बुलाया। सिर्फ राजनीतिक एजेंडे के लिए और अपनी बात को गलत तरीके से रखने के लिए और सच को छुपाने के लिए आप सत्र बुला रहे हैं, लेकिन सच से भाग नहीं सकते हैं। भ्रष्टाचार पर जो किया है उस पे जवाब देना ही पड़ेगा।
जी, लेकिन अब जो इतना बड़ा आरोप लगा रहा है, एज अ बीजेपी दिल्ली अध्यक्ष, आपका क्या कहना है? किस तरीके से, क्या जवाब है आपका कि लगातार आरोप लगता है कि विधायकों को तोड़ने की आप लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं?
देखिए, उन आरोपों का जवाब दिया जाए जिनके पास कोई सबूत होता है। देयर इज नो एस्केप फॉर केजरीवाल जो आप भाग सके, कोई भी रूट नहीं जो आप भाग सके। इसीलिए वो इस तरह की बातें करें। जब चोरी पकड़ी गई तो उस चोरी की सजा मिलेगी, और चोरी को छुपाने के लिए, चोरी को डाइवर्ट करने के लिए ये तरह तरह के हथकंडे अपना रहे हैं। लेकिन आज दिल्ली की जनता और देश की जनता ये जानना चाहती है, केजरीवाल जी आपने दिल्ली की जनता को अनदेखा करके हजारों करोड़ रुपए शराब के ठेके में जो भ्रष्टाचार किया है, हजारों करोड़ रुपए आपने जो दिल्ली की जनता की टैक्स की कमाई को शराब के ठेकेदारों से मिलकर गबन किया है, भ्रष्टाचार किया, इसका जवाब दीजिए आप।
So a lot of reactions coming in up claiming that the MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party are being poached by the BJP but not able to substantiate it with any proof as such. Meanwhile, a key meet is also underway at Kejriwal's residence. Anuj reporting live from outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Anuj, over to you. Give us more details on this key huddle which is underway as we speak.
49 is the number. 49 is the number now. 49 total. 49 MLAs have reached. 49. What we have been told, and we are waiting for the update that what exactly is going to be the last figure. If you talk about the total figure and the total MLAs who are going to reach over here, then this should be 62. 49 till now, and we are waiting for more update. We are continuously trying to track the movement also, as we are reporting live from the ground, and this is Arvind Kejriwal's residence from where I am reporting. So we are getting an update that 49 we have given the visuals. 49 MLAs till now have reached at the residence of Arvind Kejriwal, that's the Supremo of Aam Aadmi Party. And if we talk about the story, then yes, this has been alleged by Aam Aadmi Party that they have been approached by Bharatiya Janata Party 20 crore to an individual. 40 MLAs being approached by Bharatiya Janata Party. We have seen the war of word between the two parties. We have seen the war of word, the press conferences after press conferences by Bharatiya Janata Party and Aam Aadmi Party, where Aam Aadmi Party claiming with the MLAs that how they were approached, where Aam Aadmi Party earlier claimed that they are having an audio also, and this is all like what Aam Aadmi Party is claiming, whereas the Bharatiya Janata Party is stating that this is all bogus. If they have the proof, why don't they come out with the proof? If they have the audio, why don't they come out with the audio? And why Aam Aadmi Party is not speaking about the liquor policy, why they are not speaking about the waive of money, why it was waived off, why they are not speaking about that what exactly the policy all about. Will remain with the visuals. I'll try and get a sense if any more MLAs are coming. Yes, we were talking about the allegation and the questions which has been asked by Bharatiya Janata Party. Then Bharatiya Janata Party, let me remind you, is continuously saying and talking about this particular liquor policy. And we do understand, we do know that this started when Manish Sisodia's residence was raided by CBI. This was CBI who has already registered an FIR 15 people are named in that particular FIR. This was the excise commissioner whose residence was raided. This was the deputy commissioner of excise whose residence was raided. There were several names in that FIR, and the CBI has questioned 5 of them. They were called in the national capital at the CBI headquarters. Many of the papers has been taken in custody by the CBI. They are looking into that also. They are going through the papers and investigating the same. We'll remain with the visuals. I can see one more MLA. If that is an MLA, then the number will reach to 50, because till now 49 is something what we are reporting. 49 is the count. When we are talking about the MLA, then yes, I can see one more MLA. Then the number reaches to 50 now. Out of 62, 50. Out of 62, 50, I can see one more MLA. Yes, that's an MLA. And the numbers now reaches to 50. 50 is the number, half century. 50 is the number which has reached 60. 62 48 is the total. And now this is 50. 50 MLAs have reached. Still 12 to come, still 12 MLAs to come. Yes, the timing was 11 a.m. The scheduled time of this particular meeting was 11 a.m. According to my watch, this is 11:15 at this point in time, so 15 minutes has already passed. And Saurabh Bharadwaj there was trying to save the situation and was stating that they might be stuck in the traffic. That's why they are not here. There might be some network issue. They were not reachable. That's the line which has been till now taken by the Aam Aadmi Party. 50 is the number which has reached. 50 and 12 more are missing till now. 12 more. We are waiting for the update whether they are going to attend this particular meeting. I'll ask my video journalist to give you a sense from here so that we can get a long view what is happening at the CM's residence. This is a meeting. One more MLA. Yes, 51 is the number now. 51 is the number. Out of 62, 51 is the number. 51 MLAs have reached there. The MLAs entering in the residence of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. 11 a.m. was the time. It is already more than 11:15 now. More than 15 minutes had passed, and we have shared the picture of the MLAs who are still inside. 51 MLAs have reached till now. So this is going to be very, very important meeting, because there are 2 important aspects of this particular meeting, viewers. As one is that how many MLAs are going to attend this meeting, because this was alleged by Bharatiya Janata Party, or rather this was stated by Aam Aadmi Party, that some of their MLAs are still missing. They are not able to reach to their MLAs. 51 is the total number. We are reporting and giving update on that. And the second aspect is what is going to be the future strategy of Aam Aadmi Party, because this particular meeting has called one agenda is to show the unity, to give a message that Aam Aadmi Party is united, that Aam Aadmi Party is one. That's something what is being claimed by Aam Aadmi Party. If all the MLAs are going to attend this meeting, then Aam Aadmi Party going to make it in that way, what I have been told, that we are one. Aam Aadmi Party is going to show their unity, show their strength by this particular meeting. And second is going to be the agenda of the meeting, if we talk about that, how to go ahead, because this is something which has been alleged by Aam Aadmi Party, where they are saying that Aam Aadmi Party leadership, MLAs, has been approached by Bharatiya Janata Party. They are coming out the figure also. They are saying 20 crore is the amount of the money which has been offered by Bharatiya Janata Party to Aam Aadmi Party. So we were talking about this particular meeting. So 2 aspects of the meeting. The agenda of the meeting, yes, it's going to be how to go ahead with the things, what is going to be the future course of action, what is going to be the strategy to tackle the situation if they are approached by Bharatiya Janata Party. Earlier we have seen Aam Aadmi Party when we are
And on to the big breaking news coming in, Prime Minister security breach matter, which is being heard in the Supreme Court. What we understand as of now is that the committee has found that the Punjab police officer, the SC appointed committee, beg your pardon, has found that the Punjab police officer failed to discharge duties in ensuring security of Prime Minister during his visit to Punjab in January. We'll go across to Rhythm as well to get us those details. But what we are learning as of now is that the report has found that there was a failure on part of Punjab police. That's the report. Remember, the plea relates to security lapses during Prime Minister Modi's visit to Punjab in January.
We have Rhythm with us. Rhythm, over to you. Take us through the findings of this report by the SC appointed committee.
Happened today as we are looking at this case is the Supreme Court has now been told by the Justice Indu Malhotra committee that there was a breach by the Punjab police officials. There was a failure by the Punjab police officials in carrying out orders. Remember, in Jan of this year, the Prime Minister of the world's largest democracy, Prime Minister Prime Minister Narendra Modi had been in that cavalcade for 20 minutes in Punjab, hardly 20 kilometers from the border in Pakistan, and there had been a security lapse when protesters had gathered around that particular highway that he was to take. The police, the Punjab police at that time, and the government was being run by the Congress government, had taken no action to ensure that the entire highway would be cleared out, they could be sanitized. And after seeing the uproar over this, the Supreme Court had appointed the Justice Indu Malhotra committee, former Supreme Court judge of the Supreme Court. Today they have come out with a finding where they say, yes, there were lapses on behalf of the Punjab police. Now, we also remember that this happened and the Supreme Court has today said it's the government that will be taking, this report will be forwarded to the government to take action. But this was a major case when it came up in January. The reason for this was simple. Like I said, it was the Prime Minister of the world's largest democracy, Prime Minister Modi, when he was going from one place in Punjab to another, that his cavalcade had been stuck for 20 minutes on a highway and he had been vulnerable at that time. It was very dangerous. We were asking questions and several people asked questions whether this was a political stunt by the Congress party. Was this a deliberate lapse because the Prime Minister was not given the kind of attention that the Punjab police needed to give? We also saw sacking of a lot of people in Punjab police after that, but this report by Justice Malhotra, which will be very, very closely looked at, therefore now pinpoints that yes, there were lapses. Will these security lapses and the Prime Minister's security breach really only stop the buck at the Punjab police is the critical question to ask here, or whether also the Punjab government at that time, which was the Chani government, should also be held accountable, will have to be seen.
Well, absolutely, Rhythm. Stay with us. If you can talk to us more, give us the context of this, talk to us more about this incident and how Chani at that point of time was clearly evasive, So clearly a lot of answers that will have to be answered by the Congress itself when we talk about this incident as well as findings of this report.
Oh, yes, absolutely. The Chani government was questioned even then because there was this one admission that had come at that time from him when he did say that, yes, he was aware that the Prime Minister would be in this area. I want to take our viewers through exactly what happened. The Supreme Court has passed an order on this particular case after Justice Indu Malhotra has submitted her report. The political row over the unprecedented incident had deepened with the central government also having earlier said, we will take proper action. But let's tell our viewers what happened. This incident occurred in Punjab's Firozpur district when the Prime Minister's motorcade was stuck on a highway for 15 to 20 minutes as protesters blocked his route. The blockade was led by members of the Bharatiya Kisan Union. It was a farm organization that had been on protest. All of them had stressed the dangerous precedent that was set by this, whether it was the BJP, the security experts, the centre. They were pointing out lapses on the Punjab police, which has now come out to be true. Yes, there were lapses by the Punjab police is now what has been said. It was also said that the Punjab government submitted its preliminary status report to the MHA citing whatever had happened. Now, I also want to tell our viewers that this inquiry led by Justice Indu Malhotra was on the Prime Minister's visit on 5th of Jan. This was a bench headed by Chief Justice who was hearing the matter. They'd also asked the Punjab and Haryana High Court Registrar General and DG of the NIA to also be a part of this particular case. The committee was looking into who's responsible. But the big news that was there at that time, and we'd all covered it, was this was the leader of one of the world's largest democracies, our Prime Minister. He was exposed to a security breach. His life had been under threat for 20 minutes, stuck on a highway, surrounded by people who were anyways conspiring to block the route of the Prime Minister. And someone is definitely trying to make here a political point. However, today the committee has said that there was a lapse on the part of the Punjab police. The larger question that will also be asked is, will the then Punjab government also be held accountable for the security breach? Were they also complicit in what the Punjab police officials had now the committee has said done was lapses in this case.
Yes, Rhythm, just a last question before we let you go. If you could also talk to us more about the actions that were taken by the Congress government at that point in time when this incident happened in January.
In fact, we are being joined by my colleague who was reporting, and I still remember in Jan, right from the very spot, the Punjab government had come out, and I remember Channi, the Congress government was in power in Punjab at that time. They came out with a press conference and they said nothing untoward had happened. And yes, this particular visual we are showing is of the number of protesters on that highway. Number of protesters on that highway when this case had happened. I also want to go on. I think we have guests also joining us. I also want to tell our viewers that Amandeep, I want to go on to my colleague Amandeep. Amandeep, you were, I remember that day on the spot. Very clearly now, Punjab police officials held Amandeep. No word on the government as such for now.
Well, absolutely, Rhythm, absolutely. It was a clear-cut lapses from the side of the Punjab police as well as the government. Just because when the entire episode of security breach of Prime Minister happened on January 5th in Firozpur on a flyover, in the middle of the flyover, then Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Chammi held a press conference just a day after that, and in fact making it very clear that there was no security lapses. And even, Rhythm, there are certain points that I would like to mention when we have covered that spot. Number one, that all of a sudden when the weather forecasted not allowed Prime Minister's chopper to land nearby the venue of the rally, it was informed to the Punjab police as well as the government 2 hours prior. 2 hours prior that Prime Minister will be landing at Bathinda airport, from where he has to travel to the rally venue by road. And in fact 4 SSPs were deployed to make the route clear, and in fact 2-hour time was given to the Punjab police and the Punjab government to make the route clear and safer. And in fact one pilot which was entirely responsible to inform the Prime Minister's security that is there any protest happening in the mid of the route or the route is completely clear. Number 2 point, Rhythm, the most important point is, though Channi, Chief Minister Channi has washed his all hands from the entire incident, and in fact that protest was not spur of the movement, was not happened all of a sudden. It was a scheduled protest. The call was given by the Kisan unions days before the Prime Minister's visit in Firozpur. And in fact, not on that flyover, the call was given at the multiple locations as well. Despite knowing all these facts, Punjab police and Punjab government did not take the serious note of this, and even when the Prime Minister's security informed the Punjab police and Punjab government 2 hours prior that now the Prime Minister have to travel through road and all the roads should be clear. Good 20 minutes Prime Minister's carcade was stuck in the middle of that flyover, which is having a lot of approachable routes to attack the Prime Minister, and Rhythm, which is just few kilometers away from India-Pakistan Hussainiwala border. And even then we have rightly mentioned the fact that Prime Minister's carcade was stuck in the firing range of the Pakistan as well. But Channi government, Punjab police, they have taken no action. They just came up that no security breach happened. Protesters has all of a sudden came on the road, and in fact the police has done their right job. And Prime Minister's carcade took U-turn after waiting 20 minutes in the mid of the flyover when Punjab police failed to clear the road. And in fact, in that videos, we have reported about that videos also, that how the protesters were running towards the carcade of the Prime Minister to attack. When the entirely responsible Punjab police denying there any kind of lapses, that how it happened. It is not just one SSP was responsible for the security of the Prime Minister through the road. It was SSP Firozpur, SSP Bathinda, SSP Muksar and SSP Faridkot. 4 SSPs were deployed to secure the route of the Prime Minister then on January 5, just because it was a clear-cut message from the side of the Prime Minister's security 2 hours prior. Rhythm, 2 hours. They have given the sufficient time to the Punjab police to clear the road. They could have informed the Prime Minister's security that route is not safe.
Absolutely. And Amandeep, since you were on ground, you would know more than anyone the kind of security lapses that had been there by the Punjab government, by the Punjab police, which has now been ascertained by the Supreme Court appointed committee set up under the leadership of former Supreme Court Judge Justice Indu Malhotra, that has said, yes, there were lapses on behalf of the Punjab police, and that will have to be seen. We thank you, Amandeep, for joining us. Viewers, there's non-stop breaking news that's coming in. Stay on with us.
All right, so there's a big news coming in, viewers, right now, and we continue tracking the big story at this point of time. I just want to go back there to our reporter on ground from Chandigarh. Amandeep, take us through exactly, the details of what we can expect next right now, because clearly the Supreme Court is saying that there were lapses in security for PM Modi on January 5th during his visit to Punjab. Has there any kind of reaction coming in from the government? All right, we'll get to Amandeep a little bit later. Let's have a look at the other big news we're tracking at this point of time. Supreme Court is examining a report constituted to look into allegations of unauthorized surveillance using Pegasus. Technical communication says that out of 29 phones examined, 5 contain some malware, but there is no conclusive evidence that Pegasus malware was found. So that's a big news coming in at this point of time, where there's a top court order saying that no conclusive evidence on the malware. Rhythm is joining me to take us through this a big developing story. Rhythm, take us through the top update we are getting, because this is an issue which we have been tracking very closely, the Pegasus issue, where now they're saying that no conclusive evidence that Pegasus malware was found. What are the repercussions of this study report which has come out?
Let's tell our viewers that the Supreme Court has today examined the report that was constituted to look into allegations of unauthorized surveillance using Pegasus. The technical committee says out of 29 phones examined, 5 contain some malware, but there is no conclusive evidence that Pegasus malware was found. The report of Justice Ravindran has also recommended certain things, that is enhancing and improving the cyber security of citizens, establishment of mechanism for citizens to raise grievance, setting up of private agency to investigate all of these. Now, the Supreme Court has said it will ascertain these portions of the report that can be made public. The bench will hear the case within 4 weeks, and the Supreme Court has also right now stated that enhancing and improving the cyber security of citizens for establishment of citizen mechanism for citizens to raise grievance, setting up a private agency to investigate all of this is the very crucial thing. So what in a sense we are getting from the Supreme Court today is the this committee now having said that there was no conclusive evidence that Pegasus malware was found. That is very crucial that this has happened in the top court of the country where this case was being heard. And the Supreme Court has very clearly been told that there is no conclusive evidence. There are technical issues. They will be looking at this particular report later on. It's a huge report, the Chief Justice said. It's concluded that 5 phones had poor cyber security. They're reading out the parts of the report in the Supreme Court where the Chief Justice's recommendation for mechanism to submit grievances is there. Technical committee report, we are a little concerned. It appears 29 phones were given. They found some malware, 5 out of 29 had malware, but they're not saying it is due to Pegasus. So the Supreme Court is as of now being told that there seems to be no conclusive evidence that in fact Pegasus software had been used. And a big breaking news that's coming in shows that this entire issue where they were talking about Pegasus snooping started in July 18th last year. Very, very crucial, because the top court now stating that there is no such evidence. In fact, the Chief Justice also saying the report is submitted in 3 parts. One is the technical committee on parts of 61A, 2 is the report of technical committee on 61B, and report of the overseeing judges on 61C. However, they've also now, after stating everything, gone on to say that there seems to be today no conclusive evidence to show that Pegasus had in fact been used.
Right. Also, we are getting to know that the Supreme Court will now decide what parts of the report can be made public. Why exactly is the Supreme Court going to decide on that, Rhythm? Because what we are learning is that some people who are submitting the devices for inspection have asked for its contents not to be revealed to the public, Rhythm.
See, the news that's coming in from the Supreme Court that becomes very, very crucial is the Supreme Court saying that they directed a panel of experts to investigate this, and now they are saying the committee observed that it is not due to Pegasus. This row was there over the Israeli spyware Pegasus being used for targeted surveillance in India last year, and it came to be questioned several times over. But today the Apex Court has also said they've also said that the technical committee appointed by the Supreme Court had issued a public notice asking citizens to come forward. All those details had been taken into place, and finally the Supreme Court today has been told that there is no conclusive evidence. The malware that was found in Pegasus is not necessarily due to Pegasus, is what has been said. They were saying that it was no conclusive proof that the spyware was found in 29 phones. The forensic analysis revealed 5 phones were found to be affected. Taking on record the panel sealed report, Justice Ramana has also, this was headed by Justice Ravindran, constituted to investigate the misuse of the Pegasus software. And it's now going to be heard within 4 weeks, and the registry will be giving a date for the next date of the hearing.
Right. So the report, the top court is saying the report is submitted in 3 parts, 2 parts of the technical committee and 1 report of the overseeing committee by a retired judge of the Supreme Court. So Rhythm, if you could just help us understand a little bit more that how important this report is when it comes to cracking the Pegasus Snoop Gate claims, and who are these 29 people whose phones have been scammed? Do we have any details on that?
Started last year when there was this alleged row that there had been snooping by the government. The Supreme Court had then appointed a committee that was being headed by former Supreme Court Judge Justice Ravindran, and the Chief Justice had said that 29 phones had been submitted for analysis. The malware was found on 5, but the crucial point that has been said today by the Supreme Court is it is not a case that it was due to Pegasus. In fact, the Supreme Court, as it is hearing this, had also said that in October last year, they directed a panel of experts to investigate whether the government used military-grade private Israeli Pegasus spyware for surveillance, and it was found no conclusive proof was there that spyware was found in 29 mobile phones it examined. They also took into record everything that was said. This case is going to come up within 4 weeks when they will examine what has been stated by the government.
All right, Rhythm is getting us all the top updates at this point of time. What we are learning so far, viewers, are the top updates coming in on the Pegasus Snoop Gate claims. 29 phones were examined and the malware was found in some phones, but no conclusive proof of Pegasus spyware. That's the big news coming in, that there's no conclusive proof of Pegasus spyware being found. The Supreme Court bench has said this, and it's added that the committee has said that in fact, Rhythm is joining me to help us understand what we can expect next. Rhythm, over to you.
Let me also go across to Advocate Kapil Sankla, who's joining us on the phone line. Kapil, a huge outrage had been caused when certain people said that Pegasus software had been used by the government. But the news clearly coming in today when the Supreme Court gives a setback to this particular theory and says that the report by Justice Ravindran's committee shows there was no conclusive proof to see that Pegasus had been used.
You're absolutely right. This is what we have read. And interestingly, you see, there is nothing wrong with that because courts are court of inquiry as far as facts are concerned, and Supreme Court is a court of law where the law is free. Section 45 of the Evidence Act is very clear as far as what an expert evidence is. So it seems that no expert evidence or no tangible expert evidence was brought to the notice of the Honorable Supreme Court. And therefore, the Honorable Supreme Court said that, there has been some malware that has been found, but there is no evidence to show that this was Pegasus software or that Pegasus software had infected the numbers that were claimed. So, without any evidence before the court and without there being any expert evidence before the court could not have come to any other conclusion. So, there was a lot of hullabaloo that was raised, and there was a lot of hue and cry. But when you go to the court, you cannot actually go on optics. You have to go on law. And since this matter was devoid of law clearly, and there was no expert evidence clearly that was, as I said, tangible in nature, that could be used by the court, could be seen by the court has come to a conclusion that no software which is Pegasus in nature seems to have infected these mobile phones. And the two mobile phones which they show that there was some kind of malware, it is not shown that this was Pegasus in nature. So it is a landmark judgment, it's a great judgment as far as the law before the Supreme Court is concerned, and as far as the issue pertaining to Pegasus is concerned, because it was all over the news and the opposition was also crying foul about it. So I'm glad that it has reached its logical end in the Honorable Supreme Court.
Absolutely. Let's tell our viewers that this is happening, couple. Like you rightly said, where the Supreme Court today has been told by Justice Ravindran Committee that there is no conclusive proof that the spyware was found in the 29 mobiles it examined. It's a setback to the claims that Pegasus Snoopgate had happened and this particular software had been used by the government. The forensic analysis revealed 5 phones were found to be affected by some malware, but the panel said it was unclear if it was Pegasus. Taking on record the panel sealed report, the Chief Justice, Justice Ramana, noted the government was going to be looking at this. They were going to be looking at this matter. It had submitted its final report in July. Within 4 weeks after they've examined it, they shall be looking at this case. Yes, within 4 weeks. So the Supreme Court said it is going to be ascertaining those portions of the report that can be made public. The bench will hear the case after 4 weeks. And they've also said that the report of Justice Ravindran has made several recommendations that are for enhancing and improving cyber security of citizens, establishment of mechanism for citizens to raise grievance, setting up of private agency to investigate all of these. But the news point that's very critically coming in today, the Supreme Court has been told by the Justice Ravindran Committee no conclusive proof that spyware found in the 29 mobiles it examined. They've also said in 5 mobiles there was some malware, but there's nothing to prove it was Pegasus. So the news that's coming in is that these claims and bogus claims by a certain concerted, motivated lobby have fallen flat. It's a setback for them because the Supreme Court is going to consider the case within 4 weeks, and what they have before them is details of a report that says that Pegasus has not been found conclusively.
Right, Rhythm. So it's a big setback to Pegasus Snoopgate claims. And when this setback is coming in, it's very, very clear that those 29 phones, no conclusive evidence has been found of the Pegasus as spyware. Just to put the story in perspective, Rhythm, help us understand how important this case really was. Because for a very, very long time, there was a lot of speculation that the spyware from the Israeli firm NSO was used to target many people around the world. All right, Gaurav Bhatia is joining me on the phone line. Mr. Bhatia, thank you for joining us. What's the reaction coming in? Because this is coming as a big setback to Pegasus Snoopgate claims which are made by certain groups.
Observations made by the Honorable Supreme Court after perusing the report which has been submitted by experts in the field clearly is a tight slap on the face of the Congress party and the opposition parties that were trying to artificially create an environment of fear. They were trying to spread propaganda that citizens' privacy is being invaded, and they jeopardize national security as well. Now today the Honorable Supreme Court has made it very clear that there is no conclusive proof that the software has been used to intrude into the privacy of the citizens. Why shouldn't Rahul Gandhi come out and apologize now? That is the question. Why dirty politics over an issue pertaining to national security? That is the question.
Right. Gaurav Bhatia, also now that going forward, what do you think is going to happen next politically now with the Supreme Court also saying that there's no conclusive evidence coming out? And this, in fact, Gaurav Bhatia, is a very, very strong statement coming in from the Supreme Court itself that some malware was found in those 5 phones, but no conclusive evidence it was a Pegasus software. And can you just tell us a little bit more about what you think, how this really sets the precedent going forward from this point of time?
You are absolutely right. You know, this artificial environment that was being created, and I remember the Congress spokesperson and leaders coming out and trying to instill fear in the mind of the citizens of the country, especially women, saying that your phone is being spied upon. You can't take it inside the house and the bathroom. And now today, when the Honorable Supreme Court has said that there is no conclusive proof, will Rahul Gandhi apologize? Why couldn't you wait for the verdict of the Supreme Court? Why couldn't you wait for the expert committee to give its report? Why were you indulging in such petty politics without an iota of evidence, only on the basis of conjectures and surmises?
Right. All right. Thank you, Gaurav Bhatia, for joining us there, BJP spokesperson, on this big breaking development that we are getting for you right now. I'm getting here now is joining Mukesh Chaudhary with us, cybersecurity expert. Thank you for joining us, Mukesh Chaudhary. Help us understand, even though the Supreme Court there has clearly said that the malware found in 5 phones, but no conclusive proof that it had spyware. Help us really understand how important this is when it comes to the cybersecurity angle, Mr. Chaudhary.
First of all, thank you for having me. So basically, I haven't gone through the entire report till now, but whatever information I have as of now, on the basis of the same, I am giving my quote. First of all, this decision on the basis of the report of the expert committee that this much number of phones were analyzed and there was no malware or spyware identified on those mobile phones. This conclusion means there were no spywares or malwares on those phones. That doesn't mean that government was taking such kind of service or not. That is my opinion. Second is we need to check whether NSO group has given any official statement or not, whether they were approached and their official quotes we have or not, whether Israel government has given any submission on the same or not. That is another angle that can also be checked.
All right.
If some service was
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Chaudhary. Thank you for joining us here. We're getting some big breaking news coming in. This is coming in the Bilkis Bano case, viewers. What we are learning so far is that the Supreme Court issued notice to the Gujarat government and the centre on the grant of remission of sentence to 11 lifers. Supreme asked PIL petitioners to implead the 11 lifers who were granted remission of sentence as parties to the case and asked government and the convicts to file their response in 2 weeks or to the plea for cancellation of remission made by the petitioner. So big news coming in at this point of time on the Bilkis Bano case. Remember that the Supreme Court was hearing a plea challenging the decision of the Gujarat government to grant remission to 11 convicts who had gang raped Bilkis Bano and murdered her family. Niranjan is joining us to understand this story even further. Niranjan, over to you.
Well, we're getting in more details right now, and there was a lot of anger for the last few weeks. There's been a lot of anger in the manner in which these convicts were let off, and how they were felicitated. And many of them, Republic tried to track down, had gone underground. We were unable to track them. Now the case has come in Supreme Court, and what we will also do in the course of the broadcast is we'll try and get Priyanka live. Priyanka has been tracking the story very closely. We'll also go across and get Ridhavanand Bharadwaj live, because the developments are very significant. Supreme Court is hearing the case, and there has been a demand. For the Supreme Court to intervene in this particular case. Now the latest update now is that Supreme Court has issued a notice. Supreme Court has issued a notice to the Gujarat government and centre on the grant of remission of sentence to 11 convicts who are facing life imprisonment. The Supreme Court has asked the PIL petitioners to implead the 11 lifers who are granted remission of sentence as parties to the case. They've asked the governments and the convicts to file their response in 2 weeks to the plea for cancellation of remission made by the petitioner. So the Supreme Court essentially is intervening, asking for response from each of these sides. So several cases in the Supreme Court, significant developments on Pegasus, on the Prime Minister's security breach, and now on Bilkis Bano. We're taking a short break.
When we come back, more on the Bilkis Bano case. Supreme Court has issued a notice. We'll come back with the full details of the story and what it means for Bilkis Bano and her family who've been fighting for justice.
They are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam
The other international news that we're tracking at this hour, NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg called upon the members of the alliance to invest more on defense in an increasingly dangerous world. He said this is in the pretext of the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict.
We need to spend more on defense, and I have been a politician myself for many, many years, and I know that, of course, it is always more tempting to spend on healthcare, on education, on infrastructure, instead of spending on defense. But when we live in a more dangerous world, when we see the aggressive actions of President Putin against a sovereign, peaceful nation in Europe, Ukraine, and all the threatening rhetoric against NATO allies, then we need to invest more, and that's exactly what NATO allies are doing. The UK already spends more than 2%, but we need to do more together, and we need to invest in new and more modern capabilities to ensure that we are able to also protect all allies in the future.
Sisodia, Deputy CM, has left for event speaking to media.
Anubroto Mondal was given custody and CBI will be continuing the investigation.
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो सीएम आवास घेरने की कोशिश में है।
Ukrainian President Zelensky made
Taking a short break right now. When we come back, telling you more about the Bilkis Bano case and the critical hearing that is on in the Bilkis Bano case. Supreme Court has issued a notice to the government, the centre, and also the 11 lifers, and asking them to submit their response in 2 weeks' time. The family of Bilkis Bano has been fighting for justice. Men who were convicted of rape and murder let off after serving 14 years and being felicitated. Taking a short break, back with the live coverage on Republic.
The other international news that we're tracking at this hour, NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg called upon the members of the alliance to invest more on defense in an increasingly dangerous world. He said this is in the pretext of the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict.
We need to spend more on defense, and I have been a politician myself for many, many years, and I know that, of course, it is always more tempting to spend on healthcare, on education, on infrastructure, instead of spending on defense. But when we live in a more dangerous world, when we see the aggressive actions of President Putin against a sovereign, peaceful nation in Europe, Ukraine, and all the threatening rhetoric against NATO allies, then we need to invest more, and that's exactly what NATO allies are doing. The UK already spends more than 2%, but we need to do more together, and we need to invest in new and more modern capabilities to ensure that we are able to also protect all allies in the future.
Sisodia, Deputy CM, has left for event speaking to media.
Anubroto Mondal was given custody and CBI will be continuing the investigation.
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो सीएम आवास घेरने की कोशिश में है।
Ukrainian President Zelensky made a rousing address to his nation on Wednesday to commemorate Ukraine's Independence Day and mark 6 months since the start of the Russian invasion. Speaking in front of destroyed Russian tanks and mobile artillery, Zelensky said that in the past 6 months they have changed the world and its history.
And taking a short break here on Republic TV, telling you more about the Pegasus case. In fact, there are four to five cases, key cases, which are currently underway in the Supreme Court, which India's topmost court is hearing. The Bilkis Bano case in Pegasus. In Bilkis Bano case, notice has been sent. In the case of Pegasus, the government has said 29 phones. According to the report, 29 phones were scanned, of which no Pegasus was found. So all the fear-mongering, like they did in the case of Rafale, like they did in the case of Judge Loya, in the case of Pegasus as well, has fallen flat. Another issue has deflated, has collapsed completely for the opposition, especially the Congress party. Taking a short break. More on the Pegasus hearing in the Supreme Court. Stay tuned.
Sodia, Deputy CM, has left for event speaking to media.
Anubrata Mondal was given custody and CBI will be continuing the investigation.
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो सीएम आवास घेरने की कोशिश में है।
Ukrainian President Zelensky made a rousing address to his nation on Wednesday to commemorate Ukraine's Independence Day and mark 6 months since the start of the Russian invasion. Speaking in front of destroyed Russian tanks and mobile artillery, Zelensky said that in the past 6 months they have changed the world and its history.
These are basically the Norus surveillance video. What you can see is the two movement that's taking place. That's where the terrorists are basically trying to move crossover, and this is where they're trying to hide. The moment they reach here, that's the place that they are hiding, and you'll see there in a short while, that's the explosion.
Quadcopters were used to locate these terrorists who were neutralized as part of the anti-infiltration grid. Tactically, the bodies were retrieved. Also, huge cache of arms and ammunition has also been recovered by the Indian Army.
Protesters gathered in Bangkok following the suspension of Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha and the announcement that his deputy Pravit Wongsuwan will become acting premier. Thailand's constitutional court ruled that Prayut must suspend his active duties while the court decides whether he has overstayed his legal term in office.
কি আশা করছেন?
Quick update that in the case of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, there's been a quick news update coming in. The Jharkhand Raj Bhavan has received the opinion of the Election Commission of India on Chief Minister Hemant Soren on the Office for Profit Matter. That story coming up in just about 2 minutes. Will Hemant Soren have to resign as an MLA? Will he have to step down? Stay tuned. Coming back with the full story.
Ukrainian President Zelensky made a rousing address to his nation on Wednesday to commemorate Ukraine's Independence Day and mark 6 months since the start of the Russian invasion. Speaking in front of destroyed Russian tanks and mobile artillery, Zelensky said that in the past 6 months they have changed the world and its history.
These are basically the Norus surveillance video. What you can see is the two movement that's taking place. That's where the terrorists are basically trying to move crossover, and this is where they're trying to hide. The moment they reach here, that's the place that they are hiding, and you'll see there in a short while, that's the explosion.
Quadcopters were used to locate these terrorists who were neutralized as part of the anti-infiltration grid. Tactically, the bodies were retrieved. Also, huge cache of arms and ammunition has also been recovered by the Indian Army.
Protesters gathered in Bangkok following the suspension of Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha and the announcement that his deputy Pravit Wongsuwan will become acting premier. Thailand's constitutional court ruled that Prayut must suspend his active duties while the court decides whether he has overstayed his legal term in office.
কি আশা করছেন?
The CBI's raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है.
CBI raids in the rice mills of Anubrata Mondal and his close aides.
Teachers staged protest holding the tricolor seeking jobs and were instead brutally thrashed.
Protesters gathered in Bangkok following the suspension of Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha.
Viewers, Jharkhand Raj Bhavan has received the opinion of Election Commission of India on CM Hemant Soren on the Office of Profit matter. That's what our sources are telling us. Fresh trouble coming in for the Jharkhand CM, where what we are telling you so far, and this is the big breaking news coming in, that the Jharkhand Raj Bhavan has received the opinion of Election Commission of India on CM Hemant Soren on the Office of Profit matter. So this is the big news coming in, and more trouble is mounting for Hemant Soren. Remember that that's a possibility that Hemant Soren would be disqualified under Section 9A of the People's Representation Act 1951 for availing of stone mining lease in Ranchi in his name while he is a CM as well as a Minister of Mining Department. So this is what the case is all about, where there seems to be a big development coming in from Jharkhand on the matter. Prakash is joining me live. Prakash, fresh trouble keeps mounting for Jharkhand CM Hemant Soren. What are our sources telling us at this point of time, and how can we expect this case to move forward in the next few days?
We get to know that the Election Commission of India has terminated the membership of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren from Barhet Assembly constituency, and these are source-based information. And apparently we get to know that it has been communicated to the Governor of Jharkhand, Ramesh Bass, and this case was in the offing for quite some time because this case pertains to Office of Profit, because there was a mining lease in Jharkhand CM Hemant Soren's name. Earlier, a few years back, there was a mining lease in his name, and it was renewed in Angadha in Ranchi when Hemant Soren became the Chief Minister, and simultaneously he was holding the post of Mining Minister as well. And that tantamounts to Office of Profit. And after that, the Jharkhand Governor Ramesh Bass had written a letter to the Election Commission of India to inquire into it, and thereafter there was a PIL in the Jharkhand High Court as well. So now we get to know from the source-based information that the recommendation has been made. The Governor of Jharkhand, Ramesh Bass, would be reaching Ranchi at around 1:30, we are told, and after that it will be communicated. So as far as the politics in Jharkhand is concerned, there will be a vacuum as far as the Jharkhand government is concerned, because he will have to demit his office as Chief Minister of Jharkhand automatically since his membership is terminated. So now, who will be the successor of Hemant Soren? That is the million-dollar question. Apparently, a week back, a meeting of the UPA MLAs were held in Ranchi, which comprised of Congress MLAs as well as the JMM MLAs. The numbers is not a problem at all in Jharkhand, because there are 30 odd members from the JMM, Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, and the leader is Hemant Soren, and Shibu Soren is also the party president. apart from that, 18 members belong to the Congress party, and they are supported by NCP and few independents as well. And
all
the numbers.
right, Prakash, thank you for joining us with all those details. Prakash, thank you for joining us on the news coming in from Jharkhand. I just want our viewers to shift our focus to New Delhi right now, where there's a press conference happening from the Aam Aadmi Party.
और वो 1 करोड़ क्या है? एक शराब के कारोबारी ने दूसरे शराब के कारोबारी को 1 करोड़ रुपए चेक से ट्रांसफर किए। वो ये कह रहे हैं ये घोटाला है इसके अंदर, कि ये मनीष सिसोदिया के पास गया है पैसा। हास्यास्पद बात है, मैंने कभी नहीं सुना देश में 1 करोड़ रुपए की रिश्वत बैंक से मंत्री को दी जाती हो। पूरी की पूरी FIR हास्यास्पद है। अब आज की बात पे आते हैं। आज सुबह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी वालों ने शोर मचाना शुरू कर दिया, ये प्लांट करने शुरू कर दिया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी कहने लगी आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक जो है संपर्क में ही नहीं है। आम आदमी पार्टी अपने विधायकों से संपर्क करना चाह रही है, विधायक आ नहीं रहे हैं। और अरविंद केजरीवाल घबराकर ये कह रहे हैं कि सबको मेरे घर बुलाओ तब मुझे यकीन आएगा। ये सरासर झूठ है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी अफवाह फैला के एक चुनी हुई सरकार को गिराने की कोशिश कर रही है। मैं सबको बताना चाहता हूं, आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ऑपरेशन लोटस दिल्ली के अंदर अरविंद केजरीवाल ने फेल किया। ऑपरेशन लोटस की फेलियर को मैं आज यहां पे अनाउंस करता हूं, ऑपरेशन लोटस फेल। आज हमारे इस मुख्यमंत्री जी के आवास में आपने देखा 53 विधायक मौजूद थे। 68 विधायक है, 62 विधायक है इस बार हमारे। 53 विधायक अंदर मौजूद थे। उसके अलावा स्पीकर साहब देश से बाहर गए हुए हैं टूर पे। मनीष सिसोदिया जी हिमाचल प्रदेश गए हुए हैं। इसके अलावा जो बाकी विधायक हैं जैसे विनय मिश्रा, दिनेश मोहनिया, मुकेश अहलावत, गुलाब सिंह यादव, शिवचरण गोयल और अमानत, इन सबसे फ़ोन पे लाउड स्पीकर पे लेके मुख्यमंत्री जी ने बात की। सभी विधायकों का कहना है, जब पूछा गया 12 विधायकों ने कहा कि हमसे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के किसी ना किसी आदमी ने संपर्क किया कि आप आम आदमी पार्टी तोड़ के भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाएं। और आज सभी विधायकों ने कहा है कि हम सब लोग अपने आखिरी सांस तक अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ हैं। दिल्ली की सरकार स्थिर है। मैं आप लोगों को इसका यकीन दिलाना चाहता हूं, सरकार पे कोई खतरा नहीं है। और यहां फैसला लिया गया कि अभी हम सभी लोग महात्मा गांधी की समाधि पे लेके जाएंगे। हम सब लोग जाएंगे। लोगों ने ये भी कहा 20-20 करोड़ का ऑफर हमारे 40 विधायकों के ऊपर नजर लगा रखी थी इन्होंने। 40 विधायक ये तोड़ना चाहते थे। मैं जानना चाहता हूं इन लोगों से, 40 विधायकों का 20 करोड़ के हिसाब से 800 करोड़ रुपया इनके पास कहां से आया? ये तो काला धन है। ये 800 करोड़ रुपया कहां छिपा के रखा है? क्या देश की CBI, क्या देश की ED इसको ढूंढेगी, इनका पर्दाफाश करेगी? कल महाराष्ट्र के अंदर 50 खोखा की आवाज़ लगाई गई। इतना पैसा 1750 करोड़ रुपए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास कहां से आया? क्या ये ED ढूंढेगी? आज फैसला हुआ है, सभी विधायक साथी और मुख्यमंत्री जी महात्मा गांधी जी की समाधि पे जाएंगे, उनसे प्रार्थना करेंगे, वहाँ पे ध्यान करेंगे और देश के लिए प्रार्थना करेंगे कि ऑपरेशन लोटस से महात्मा गांधी देश को बचाएं। महात्मा गांधी ने देश को अंग्रेज़ों से बचाया था। महात्मा गांधी ऑपरेशन लोटस से देश को बचाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। बस अभी निकल रहे हैं, आप लोगों के साथ साथ ही।
लेकिन सर अब ये
और भी लगातार जो कारों में, अपने अपने वाहनों में जाएंगे सब लोग।
Saurabh, one big question is being asked again and again. So what is the proof? Just as you counter the BJP by saying that if a BJP spokesperson makes an allegation, it need not necessarily be true. So what is the proof that you have to offer that this has indeed happened? What you are alleging has indeed happened.
40 विधायकों
4 बार चुने हुए विधायक खुद आके कह रहे हैं, देश की किसी भी अदालत के अंदर एक चुने हुए विधायक की अपनी गवाही मुझे लगता है सबूत मानी जाती है। आप पता कीजिए।
एक ऑडियो टेप की सौरभ की बात हो रही थी, उसके लिए अभी तक कुछ नहीं बताया।
सही समय पे सब कुछ आपके सामने रखेंगे और ऐसे ऐसे सबूत सामने रखेंगे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं के पैर के नीचे से जमीन निकल जाएगी।
सौरभ 40 नंबर दिया आपने, 4 आप सामने लेके आए हैं, बाकी 36 कौन से विधायक हैं जिनके संपर्क में बीजेपी है?
12 से संपर्क हुआ है।
हाँ, 12
40 का इन लोगों का इरादा था।
12 के नाम बता दीजिए।
तो बाकी 8 कौन है सर?
तो 8 लोग नहीं थे,
मेरे को नहीं पता।
सत्येंद्र जैन के अलावा जो 8 लोग नहीं थे, उन सभी से फोन पर बात हुई।
देखिए, स्पीकर साहब से फोन पे बात नहीं हो पाई, वो कनाडा में है, इस वक्त कनाडा में रात होती है। मनीष जी इस वक्त हिमाचल प्रदेश में स्टेज पे हैं, उनसे बात नहीं हो पाई। अमानत भाई मुझे लग रहा है रास्ते में है। बाकी विनय मिश्रा से, दिनेश मोहनिया से, शिवचरण गोयल साहब से और गुलाब भाई से, इन सब से जो है लाउड स्पीकर पे सभी विधायकों के सामने जो है
ये 12 लोग इंक्लूडिंग मनीष सिसोदिया जी हैं, ये 12 लोग।
बैठक पूरी तरह से फुल ड्रामा है। कौन बोल रहे हैं?
मनोज तिवारी।
अरे मनोज तिवारी जी का बड़ा बुरा हाल है, मैं आपको बताऊं। मनोज तिवारी जी मुझसे अभी परसों कह रहे थे कि दिल्ली में शराब पीने की न्यूनतम उम्र 18 साल है और मैं उनसे बहस कर रहा था 21 साल है। मुझे मनीष जी ने बताया दिल्ली में शराब पीने की उम्र अभी 25 साल है। इस लेवल का झूठ भारतीय जनता पार्टी बोलती है कि मुझे भी लगा कि हाँ यार शायद 21 हो गई होगी। दिल्ली में 25 साल उम्र है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अधिकतर सभी राज्यों में 21 साल है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के 5 राज्यों में, गोवा में, सिक्किम में, अंडमान में, जम्मू कश्मीर में और एक और राज्य पुडुचेरी में 18 साल उम्र है।
तो सर आपका
लोग कुछ नहीं पता।
सर आपका मतलब ये कहना है कि विधायकों से संपर्क में कहीं कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी, ये अफवाह बीजेपी की तरफ से फैलाई गई कि उनसे संपर्क नहीं हो पा रहा है?
देखिए, ये एक खास मोडस ऑपरेंडी होती है। जब आप किसी विधायक को तोड़ते हो तो आप उसको बोलते हो तुम्हारे अलावा बहुत सारों से संपर्क है, वो हमारे साथ आ चुके हैं, तुम ही बचे हो। इसी तरीके से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये अफवाह फैलाई कि आम आदमी पार्टी के बहुत सारे विधायक जो है आज नहीं आएंगे मीटिंग में, जो कि गलत साबित हुआ।
All right, so we just heard Saurabh Bharadwaj there saying that the PM... All right, we just heard Saurabh Bharadwaj there speaking on a couple of points there where he's saying that the BJP is trying to topple the Aam Aadmi Party government. And also, remember that Operation Lotus that Aam Aadmi Party is talking about again and again, saying that they are trying to poach our MLAs. Anuj is joining me live, and Anuj has been tracking the story very, very closely ever since morning. Anuj, now a lot of questions are put toward Saurabh Bharadwaj, where they even asked him, the press present, that do you have any proof of the rate card which was offered there of 20 crores per Aam Aadmi Party MLA? But still, no definitive answer has come out. Take us to the details, Anuj, what's happening on ground?
Well, at this point in time, the meeting has ended, and that was Saurabh Bharadwaj. We are just trying to get a sense from Dilip Pandey also, as we were talking to Saurabh Bharadwaj. And Saurabh Bharadwaj there has made it clear that this was an attempt by Bharatiya Janata Party, but they got failed again. They were trying. Now Aam Aadmi Party is saying that this was the agenda of Bharatiya Janata Party, where they were claiming that the MLAs are not in touch and they are not going to come over here. But yes, the attendance was full. That was something which was stated by Saurabh Bharadwaj. On the other hand, about the liquor policy, we need to understand that we were asking where exactly is the proof, because Aam Aadmi Party since from the beginning claiming they are having an audio proof. They are again stating the same, that at the right time we will come out with the proof. We are just on the standby, trying to get a sense from Dilip Pandey also.
said that they will be looking into whether the remission was correct or not, whether the government followed the remission policy and the rules or not.
You see, the Supreme Court was very candid enough at time of argument that what was such a big wrong when a remission has been granted, because court had only ordered that their cases should be considered for remission. And if the remission was granted, what was such a big deal, because every day in day out the people are released on remission. So court was prima facie not inclined, but still they had issued notice, so we will file our appropriate reply to in this case. And one thing more I want to add here also is this, that I have never seen such a petition in Supreme Court for last 25 years where the petition basically challenges the grant of remission order. That order is not placed in the file, and yet they are making speculative arguments that whether this remission was properly granted or not. This is very strange, and this is very...
But sir, the order is not, remission order is not being given. Even the, do you have the copy of the remission order? What does the remission order say?
I may not have the copy of the order. I am on the point that whether this petition as such was maintainable without any remission order in hands. How can they attack on a remission order without even seeing the order? How can they make grounds in the writ petition without seeing the remission order? So this was very speculative writ petition which was filed in the Supreme Court, and that too by a third party, a political outfit. So in any case, court has implemented us as party respondent in this case, and we will file our appropriate reply in this case also.
ऋषि सर, आज क्या हुआ जो याचिका बिल्किस बानो के मामले में पहुंचे?
तो ये देखिए, मैंने अपनी जिंदगी में ऐसी याचिका नहीं देखी।
उसी मसले पर
दोबारा
बिल्किस बानो के मामले में कन्विक्ट के वकील हैं ये, ठीक है?
ओके,
आप ये नहीं
आराम से यार।
ऋषि मल्होत्रा नाम।
जी देखिए, मैंने अपनी 25-30 साल की प्रैक्टिस में सुप्रीम कोर्ट में ऐसी कोई रिट नहीं देखी जिसके अंदर आप एक रेमिशन ऑर्डर को चैलेंज करना चाहते हैं। आप स्पेकुलेटिव रिट पिटीशन फाइल करते हैं जिसके अंदर आप ये कहते हैं कि रेमिशन ऑर्डर इसलिए गलत है या इस ग्राउंड पे गलत है, और वो रेमिशन ऑर्डर कोर्ट के सामने प्लेस भी नहीं किया जाता। तो मुझे ये समझ नहीं आता कि बिना रेमिशन ऑर्डर देखे एक पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट लिटिगेशन, वो भी एक पॉलिटिकल आउटफिट के द्वारा, जो कि एक स्ट्रेंजर होता है क्रिमिनल जूरिस्प्रूडेंस में, वो किस तरह की रिट फाइल की गई है जिसके अंदर उनको खुद नहीं मालूम कि रेमिशन ग्राउंड क्या थे ग्रांट करने में। पॉइंट नंबर 1। पॉइंट नंबर 2, दूसरी बात ये है कि ये हमारे खिलाफ रिलीफ लेना चाहते हैं कि हमारी जो रेमिशन सो कॉल्ड ग्रांट हुई है वो गलत है और हमें वापस कस्टडी में लिया जाए। मुझे ये समझ नहीं आता, अगर आप किसी के खिलाफ रिलीफ मांग रहे हैं तो प्रिंसिपल ऑफ नेचुरल जस्टिस ये डिमांड करता है कि आप उनको कम से कम पार्टी तो बनाएंगे। क्या कोर्ट बिना सुने उनके खिलाफ कोई ऑर्डर पास कर सकती है? तो जब हमने ये ऑब्जेक्शन कोर्ट में उठाया तो कोर्ट ने पटिशनर को ये डायरेक्ट किया है कि आप सारे कन्विक्टेड अक्यूज को रिस्पोंडेंट पार्टी बनाएं, और उनका तर्क अब हम लोग कोर्ट के सामने पेश करेंगे, जो कि आपको मैंने पहले बताया है कि ऐसी रिट पटिशन एक स्ट्रेंजर के द्वारा मेंटेनेबल नहीं होती क्रिमिनल लॉ के अंदर। हाँ, अगर विक्टिम आता है या कोई कंप्लेनेंट आता है तो फिर भी बात समझ आती है, पर पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट लिटिगेशन क्रिमिनल जूरिस्प्रूडेंस में कहीं भी रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं है। और ये आज का कानून नहीं है, ये कम से कम 20 साल पुराना कानून है। श्रीमती सिंह मान के केस से ये जजमेंट सुप्रीम कोर्ट की चली आ रही है 92 से लेकर आज तक। और ये बहुत हैरानी की बात है कि एक पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट लिटिगेशन फाइल होती है एक पॉलिटिकल आउटफिट के द्वारा, जो कि एक रेमिशन ऑर्डर चैलेंज करना चाहती है, जो कि रेमिशन ऑर्डर कोर्ट की फाइल में है भी नहीं।
पहली सुनवाई में कोर्ट ने आपकी इस दलील पे कुछ प्रतिक्रिया दी है?
जी, जब हमने कोर्ट में ये ऑब्जेक्ट किया तो कोर्ट ये सुन के बहुत हैरान हुई कि उन्होंने हमें पार्टी रिस्पोंडेंट भी इस केस में नहीं बनाया गया और हमारे खिलाफ डायरेक्शन सीख की जा रही है। तो कोर्ट ने इमीडिएटली पटिशनर के वकील श्री कपिल सिब्बल को ये डायरेक्ट किया कि आप इनको ज़रूर पार्टी बनाएं, जाकि इनका तर्क सामने आए। अब क्योंकि कोर्ट ने डायरेक्ट कर दिया है तो हम इस केस में पार्टी रिस्पोंडेंट बनेंगे और हम
ये पब्लिक से भी, हैदराबाद के शहरियों से भी, और मैं उनका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ जिस सब से उन्होंने काम लिया है। और मीडिया के अपने फ्रेंड से मैं खास तौर से अपील करना चाहता हूँ कि आप जो भी कुछ कवर करते हैं, जो भी कुछ दिखाते हैं, उसका मकसद उस अमन और सुकून को कायम रखना होना चाहिए, ना कि उसमें किसी किस्म का रोड़ा पैदा करना। क्योंकि अगर सब लोग मिलकर काम नहीं करेंगे, सब लोग साथ मिलकर काम नहीं करेंगे, तो नुकसान हैदराबाद शहर का, यहाँ के शहरियों का, हमारी यूथ का होगा। तो ये बात बताने के लिए मैंने आप सब लोगों को यहाँ पे बुलाया, और अगर कोई मिसकम्युनिकेशन हुआ है तो मैं उसके लिए माफ़ी चाहता हूँ। ये कोई प्रेस मीट नहीं थी, मैं सिर्फ आपको बातचीत करने के लिए बुलाया गया था। अब मेरी आप सब लोगों से अपील है, अगर आप लोग कैमरा बंद करके बैठ जाएँ तो मैं एक कप चाय के साथ में आपसे गुफ्तगू करना चाहता हूँ। मुझे जो मेरी बात है जो आप लोगों से करनी है वो कह लेने दीजिए। ठीक है ना। और मैंने बताया ना कि बाद में हो सकता है कि हमारे सीनियर ऑफिसर्स बात करें, तो वो प्रेस मीट होगी, ये प्रेस मीट नहीं है। जैसा मैंने पहले बोल दिया आपसे कि मैं माफ़ी चाहता हूँ कोई ऐसा मिसकम्युनिकेशन हुआ है, लेकिन इसका मकसद है आप लोगों से बातचीत करना, आपकी तवज्जो कुछ मुद्दों की तरफ, कुछ असल मुद्दे हैं, कुछ जो अहम मसले हैं उनकी तरफ खींचना और उसमें आपकी ताउम हासिल करना। तो मैं फिर से एक बार आपसे दरख्वास्त करता हूँ, यहाँ पे लेडीज़ भी हैं, उनको भी सीट नहीं है, आप सब लोग बैठ जाइए, तसल्ली से 2 मिनट बात करेंगे, उसके बाद अगर कुछ है तो जी। Ma'am, absolutely. See, ma'am, as I told you already, it was meant to be something else. So, no, I can't give you the details. We are taking all precautions, we are taking all measures to maintain the peace and tranquility of the city, and it is being maintained. And lot of efforts are going from the government, from the police. हमारे सीपी साहब भी कल यहाँ पे आपको पता ही है पूरे रात भर तमाम फिरके गए हैं. So once again let me clarify, the purpose was something else. So please आप मेरी 2 मिनट बात सुन लीजिए, उसके बाद अगर कुछ शक्को शुबा बचता है तो मैं आपसे बात करूँगा, ठीक है? आप प्लीज बैठे. बिल्कुल पीसफुल है, आप बिल्कुल पीसफुल है. अब आप लोग, वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, आप प्लीज़, मैं तीसरी बार या चौथी बार आपसे अपील कर रहा हूँ, आप लोग बैठ जाइए, मेरी बात सुन लीजिए पहले. जो बात में जो मकसद है इसका, उसको पहले हम कर लेते हैं, ठीक है? ये प्लीज़ कैमरा बंद करके सभी लोग बैठ जाइए, सभी लोग बैठ जाइए. नहीं, ये इस तरह के सवालों का, ये मैं आपसे 3 बार कह चुका हूँ अभी तक, ये कोई प्रेस मीट नहीं है और कोई पॉलिटिकल प्रेशर नहीं है. इस तरह के सवाल प्लीज़ आप ना पूछें. ये इस मीटिंग का मकसद नहीं था. ये जो बैठक है, जो गुफ्तगू है, इसका मकसद कुछ और है. आप अगर 2-5 मिनट मुझे देंगे तो मैं वो मकसद आपको बताऊंगा. यस, प्लीज शट डाउन द कैमराज एंड प्लीज सिट डाउन. I should be able to see all of you. I am not able to see because of the light. Yes, perfect. मेरी देखिए, जिस बात के लिए मैंने आप सब लोगों को रिक्वेस्ट किया आने के लिए, वो बात अगर पहले नहीं हो पाएगी तो मकसद अधूरा हो जाएगा. इसको प्लीज निकाल, प्लीज. तो सब लोग बैठ जाइए. तो एक बार फिर से, आई होप सारे कैमरास बंद हो चुके हैं, ठीक. एक बार फिर से आप सब लोगों का शुक्रिया. जिस सब्र का आप लोगों ने, इसको हटाओ, जिस सब्र का आप लोगों ने मिसाल दी है, मैं फिर एक बार कहूँगा कि पूरी हुकूमत को, पुलिस को, उन सभी चीज़ों पे हमको फ़ख्र है. जब भी हम कोई भी एक न्यूज़ दिखाना, चाहे वो, अच्छा ठीक, और मैम, मैं आपको एक चीज़ बताऊं. नहीं, चेयर्स लगाते हैं. मैं आपको 1 सेकेंड, आप दोनों लोग, मैं आता हूं.
Well, there you have it. We just heard, in fact, the police officials, the additional CP of Law and Order, speaking about how there was no political pressure. But we had seen how yesterday as well, there were several videos that had come to light, even during the night when these protesters that had been detained had been let go. There were videos of the protester also making Asauddin Owaisi speak to the police officials as well, where in fact these protesters had then that had been let go after being detained in certain places near Charminar, where they had carried out the bike rally as well. And now we are seeing the police also responding to this and claiming that there is no political pressure. However, we will have to wait and watch as to what is he really trying to say in the off-the-record briefing, which is why the police official, in fact the additional CP, had been asking all the media personnel to switch off their cameras, and of course he's sitting down with all of the media personnel. Our colleague Aneri, in fact, is also present there, so we will perhaps get some more details as to what is really happening in that particular meeting. But as of now, we are seeing that the political ramifications of the kind of protests that have been taking place, and whether or not there was some kind of interjection that was done by the AIMIM, especially Asauddin Owaisi or not, because we had been learning, at least on the undercurrents of where the protests had been going on, where the protesters had also been told by the AIMIM leaders to go ahead and protest, that they are well within their legal right to carry out these kind of protests as well. And that is when we see that these police personnel had then detained maximum of these protesters, but then had in the night as well let them go. So of course the question then also arises that whether or not these protesters had been let go because of a political pressure. Now in that press briefing that we heard for a few minutes, we also saw the additional CP talking about this and claiming there is no political pressure, and that he is requesting the media personnel to not ask questions like that. However, in that off-record briefing, we are expecting that he will speak something on this.
All right, Priyanka, thank you for getting us all those details. Let's all have a look at also some of the reactions coming in on this big story. Hyderabad police there saying that we are trying to maintain peace and harmony after Hyderabad has seen arson, it has seen protests as well. Let's listen in to that reaction.
फतेह दरवाजे से शालीबंडा खादीपुरा के एक मकान में पुलिस जबरन घुसकर जो है दरवाज़ा तोड़कर वहाँ के उस मकान में रहने वाले 4 बच्चों को गिरफ्तार करके कंचनबाग पुलिस स्टेशन में लेकर आकर महरूस की थी। जैसे ही इसकी इत्तला नकीब मिलत आली जनाब अलहाज बैरिस्टर असदुद्दीन ओवैसी साहब को मिली, नकीब मिलत आली जनाब बैरिस्टर असदुद्दीन ओवैसी साहब सदर कुल हिंद मजलिस इत्तेहाद मुस्लिमीन रुकन पार्लियामेंट ने मुझको और मेरे साथी कॉरपोरेटर मुजफ्फर साहब को हिदायत दी कि फौरी जो है यहाँ पर कंचनबाग पुलिस स्टेशन पहुँचे और इन महरूस बेकसूर बच्चों को जो है रिहा करवाने के लिए। तो आकर यहाँ पर जो है एडिशनल डीसीपी आनंद साहब से जो है हमने नुमाइंदगी की और जो है बैरिस्टर असदुद्दीन ओवैसी साहब ने खुद रास्त तौर पर डीसीपी से बात करते हुए इन जो है ना बेकसूर बच्चों को यहाँ की रिहाई अमल में लाई और इनको जो है अभी रिहा किया। और हमें नकीब मिलत ने जो है ना इस बात की हिदायत दी मुझको और मुजफ्फर साहब कॉरपोरेटर को कि फौरी तौर पर जो है इन बच्चों को रिहा कराते हुए अपने साथ अपनी गाड़ी में बिठाकर इनके मकानात पर ले जाकर छोड़ने के लिए। तो हम जो है इनके मकानात पर ले जाकर छोड़ने के लिए जा रहे हैं और इनकी जो है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह रिहाई अमल में आ गई। और इसके साथ साथ मैं आपको कहना चाहूँगा, अब तक के जो है जितने शालीबंडा इलाके से और आयशा टाकीस के इलाके से जो है जिन करीब 90 से ज़्यादा नौजवानों को जो है यहाँ पर कंचनबाग पुलिस स्टेशन में लेके आके महरूस करके रखा गया था, गिरफ्तार करके इन तमाम को नकीब मिलत बैरिस्टर असदुद्दीन ओवैसी साहब ने और मोहतरम हबीब मिलत अली जनाब अलहाज अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी साहब ने रास्त तौर पर डीसीपी जो है साउथ जोन से नुमाइंदगी।
घर का दरवाज़ा तोड़ के हम उनको मार लेके गनशन
मतीन भी है ना उसमें? जी हाँ, मतीन भी, इरफान रियाज भी है ना?
जी हाँ, एहतेशाम में चलिए
जी। और भाई बहुत बुरा हुआ, वो मालूम होते कि मेरे को मैं मुजफ्फर को बोला
जी और जो आके मुजफ्फर कॉपरेटर साहब और समस्त कॉपरेटर साहब आके हम लोग रिहा करे और आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जज़ाकल्लाह।
अब जाओ 1:30 बजे, सुबह 1:30 बजे अब जाओ, घर में परेशान होंगे
जी।
इंशाल्लाह मुजफ्फर समझ लिया कि आप घर पे छोड़ देंगे
जी। अच्छी बात है साहब, शुक्रिया सर।
आराम से रहो, परेशान रखो, इंशाल्लाह मालूम होते कि हम हरकत में आए मगर ये नहीं होना था वो
जी सर।
आप जाइए, घर को जाइए, आराम करिए
जी। अच्छी बात है साहब, शुक्रिया जज़ाकल्लाह साहब।
हाँ, घर वाले परेशान होंगे, आप भी जाइए
जी।
ओके,
शुक्रिया सर, जज़ाकल्लाह।
शुक्रिया।
All right, just heard there a conversation. I want to bring Priyanka back in. Priyanka, help us understand how this second video is stirring up a very big row right now, where OEC's involvement is looking very apparent from what we have accessed here on Republic TV when it comes to what happened in Hyderabad yesterday.
तो बच्चों को
yesterday as well, where these protesters had come out on the road and they had waved the black flags in front of the flag march that was being carried out by the RAF, and post which we had seen that the protesters had also been planning to carry out a bike rally. Now in the night itself we had seen these protesters come out on the streets and carry out these kind of protests, post which the police had to detain them, but after which we had seen during midnight around, as we heard in that audio recording as well, during midnight around we saw that the protesters were also in direct touch with Asauddin Owaisi and several councillors as well of AIMIM, who had been stating that they have already spoken to the police to let them go, and the police had then let go of these 90 protesters that had been detained earlier, where they had been carrying out these kind of protests of stone pelting and then sloganeering of Sar Tan Se Juda, as we had heard day before yesterday in the midnight as well, when these protests in fact had gotten aggressive as well. Now these protesters in fact had been detained by the police, now have been let go in the night, 90 such protesters, and that is the question now, because whether there was some kind of a political pressure that was being created. It is very much evident in these videos and these audios that we have accessed, in which we can very clearly hear the AIMIM leaders as well speaking to the protesters and asking them to go back home because it is very late in the night. It is 1 a.m. In that audio we can hear him say this, and that the people in his house must also be worried sick, and that is why he should go back home, and we heard that, and then we also heard the protesters also thanking the leader, saying that the police had let them go on his saying. So now, of course, when we just asked the joint CP the question of a political pressure, he has completely denied that, and not just that, he has stated, requested, and on camera he has been heard saying that the media should switch off their cameras and they actually should not ask them these kind of questions of a political pressure that had been created. He has, on the face of it, denied any kind of political pressure. However, we have these videos, we have these audios which categorically prove that there was some kind of a political pressure that was created to let go of these protesters that had been taken into custody of the police. These were the protesters who were carrying out the stone pelting, protesters who had been sloganeering of Sar Tan Se Juda, and apart from that we also saw these children who were a part of this protest, the children that were being used as a front in this protest, children who were being made to chant slogans like Sar Tan Se Juda and several other as well, quite disturbing sloganeering that we had heard in these protests that had broken out. So of course this is a massive controversy now with respect to how the police had been working on the say-so of the politicians and whether or not they will in fact take responsibility of it, and why exactly were these protesters let go. Because remember, Shivangi, tomorrow is when it is a very sensitive day where in fact the Friday prayers will be organized, and post which they are expecting that there might be some kind of mobilization as well that will take place. And as of now, police not answering on this, but the videos and the audios are a clinching evidence of the political pressure that was created.
Priyanka, you have been reporting from Hyderabad, and you were there when those protests happened. You were also there when the flag march had taken place, where there was a big appeal for peace. Priyanka, tell us what is the situation like today, because we knew that schools would be shut today and petrol pumps would also be closed. What is the situation like on ground in Hyderabad?
Well, Shivangi, more or less it is peaceful, because we have been roaming around in the entire city, and especially in those areas which are said to be communally sensitive, and that is why we had been taking a round of that. But the shops and the outlets and everything in fact is open. In fact, we were standing at a marketplace itself where let's just in fact pan our cameras and show our viewers the normalcy that we are seeing right now here in Hyderabad, because the shops and the marketplaces are open. However, the point of concern is post 7 p.m. in fact, where the police personnel have said that post 7 p.m. is when these protesters choose to come out. During the night is when they choose to come out, and that is why they will be carrying out flag marches towards sundown, and then they will be also carrying out these outreach programs to speak to these protesters, to tell them to refrain themselves from coming out and carrying out violent protests and carrying out sloganeerings like Sar Tan Se Juda. So these kind of outreach programs that we are seeing that the police is carrying out right now with the protesters. However, Shivangi, it is important to mention that the protesters in fact are extremely angry. They are not getting, their anger is not getting subdued, because we had been speaking to them. We had been seeing the kind of protests that had been carried out, and they had been demanding in a unanimous voice that there should be some kind of an action that should be taken against Raja Singh, and that he was in fact let go on a technicality, on a mere technicality, and that is why there is a lot more anger in the protesters, claiming that the government is not taking any action, the police is not taking any action, and that is why they are forced to come out in the streets and demand justice against the statements that had been made by Raja Singh in that 10-minute clip, where in fact he is very categorically making fun of the Prophet and of course making fun of the religion as well, and that is why we see that the protesters have come out and stated that they feel as though that nobody is in their favor and that the authorities here are with Raja Singh. However, the police is carrying out these outreach programs to tell the protesters that they are well within their legal rights to protest, but they should not carry out these kind of violent protests in the city as well and create a law and order situation. But as of now, Shivangi, to come back to your point, the situation is as of now normal, but we will have to wait for the night today and the entire day tomorrow, when there will be Friday prayers and there might be a mass mobilization, is what the intelligence have told us. But we are also waiting for that off-record briefing in which our colleague Aneri is also inside, where the Joint CP has made. In fact, we got that message of the Joint CP to come for a press conference, but even then in that press conference, he's asked the media personnel to switch off their cameras and have an off-record briefing so that he can tell them about something that is extremely pertinent. That is what we had heard the Joint CP say on camera. So after this briefing, we will have some more clarity as to what the police is trying to say with respect to whether or not there was any kind of political pressure that was created. As of now, however, we are tracking this entire development from all sides, and when we see these videos, when we see these audios from last night, where these protesters, 90 such odd protesters that had been let go from after being detained on the say-so of these politicians, the audios and videos of which have come out, where in fact the politicians are telling the protesters to go back home because their family members might be worried sick, and that the protesters are thanking these politicians, claiming that the police has let them go on their say-so as well. So this is something that the police will have to answer on. This is something that the AIMIM leaders, in fact, the councillors, in fact, who had also...
Well, on to more breaking news coming in. What we understand is that the Jharkhand Raj Bhavan has received the opinion of the Election Commission of India on Chief Minister Hemant Soren on Office of Profit matter. This is a source-based information that is coming in, getting to know that ECI has in all probability sent a report. So trouble there mounting for the Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. Questions now arising whether Hemant Soren, the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, will lose his seat. So clearly Hemant Soren on tenterhooks there, as what we are learning as of now is that the ECI has in all probability sent a report. So trouble there mounting for the Jharkhand Chief Minister. We are given to understand that the Jharkhand Raj Bhavan has received the opinion of the Election Commission of India on Chief Minister Hemant Soren on Office of Profit matter. So some very serious grave charges there, with ECI having sent the report to the Raj Bhavan. More details are awaited, but questions now arising, the big question being whether Hemant Soren's seat is at stake at this point. Well, we'll go across to Prakash as well, but that is a source-based information coming in. That's the Republic news break on Soren, which has now gotten bigger. Soren could, the Jharkhand Chief Minister could lose the Chief Minister's seat. And this after ECI having sealed the cover report with the Raj Bhavan and ECI recommending action as well. So that is a source-based information. Big news break coming in this hour with the EC submitting report to the Jharkhand governor. We have Prakash also to get us more details. Prakash, it seems that trouble only mounting there for the Jharkhand Chief Minister.
Well, yes, if this is correct, and if we get to know from the sources that ECI has already recommended the termination of the membership of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren from Barhet Assembly constituency, then he will have to relinquish the office of Chief Minister, and new Chief Minister has to be sworn in. Now, as far as the numbers for the UPA is concerned, that is not a problem. They have the numbers, 50 odd numbers, 30 from the JMM, 18 from the Congress, and NCP, independent, other parties includes 51 in the 81 member assembly in the 81 member Jharkhand Assembly. That is not a problem, but the problem is who would be the new Chief Minister of Jharkhand if at all Hemant Soren has to demit office. The names that we are hearing around is Kalpana Soren, the wife of Hemant Soren, or Shibu Soren, the father of Hemant Soren, who has been the Chief Minister of Jharkhand a number of times. So it's a political crisis now that the Congress leaders will accept Kalpana Soren as the Chief Minister or not, because recently a meeting of the UPA MLAs were held, and which included the Congress party MLAs as well. So that has to be decided, and whether or not they will agree upon Kalpana Soren or not, that's $1 million question. But it's a crisis in Jharkhand, and Hemant Soren has already been deliberating upon it, and both Hemant Soren and his brother Basant Soren might have to relinquish their members, and their membership would be terminated. Back to you.
Prakash, stay with us. If you could once again put this into context for us, what has resulted in a scenario like this where Hemant Soren could lose his seat? Well, before I go across, yes, Prakash, just for a moment, stay with us. We are getting more information that Kalpana Soren could be the next Chief Minister of Jharkhand. That's the breaking news coming in. Kalpana, who could be the next Jharkhand Chief Minister. Prakash, please continue.
Well, yes, Kalpana Soren is likely to be the next Chief Minister, like Lalu Yadav, when in 1997 he was going to jail. He nominated Rabri Devi as the Chief Ministerial candidate, and she was sworn in. So it's a safe bet because the MLAs would be in control. And in every regional party, it happens like this, that it's a pocket borrow of Shibu Soren, that Hemant Soren is taking the lead, and then he would not want anyone else from the party to become the Chief Minister, and the loyalty shifting from the family to some other person. So in order to remain it with the family, because Jharkhand Mukti Morcha was carved out for making it the Jharkhand state, so Kalpana Soren is likely to be the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. And other name doing is Shibu Soren, the father of Hemant Soren, who has been the Chief Minister of Jharkhand for on more than many occasions. For 3-4 times he has been the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. Right now he's a member of the Rajya Sabha, and then Kalpana Soren will have to be renominated, will have to face election either from Barhet or Dumka, that is their family fiefdom, where Hemant Soren is the member of the Legislative Assembly, and one more assembly constituency which will go to the polls is Basant Soren, if at all his membership is also terminated. So that tantamounts to office of profit, because in the case of office of profit, for the viewers, we would like to recap again that Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren had got a mining lease allotted in his name, and there was a complaint filed in the Election Commission of India on the recommendation of Jharkhand Governor Ramesh Bas, and thereafter the Election Commission of India took cognizance of it, and for the past 4 or 5 months the hearings were on, and in the office on the charges of holding office of profit apart from Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren's membership is going to be terminated. And in that scenario, there is a political crisis in Jharkhand, and Hemant Soren will have to find a successor, and most likely Kalpana Soren or Shibu Soren is tipped to be the Chief Minister in order to keep the control with the family of the Sorens.
Yes. Well, Prakash, stay with us just to get your perspective on this. Do you think with sources now saying that his wife is going to take over, do you think that is the best bet for Hemant Soren at this point to save the government in Jharkhand?
Well, of course, it's a regional party, and in every regional party, the legacy is transferred to the family members, like it happened with Rashtriya Janata Dal in Bihar. Even though Tejasvi was very young, at the age of 25 in 2017, Lalu Yadav made him the Deputy Chief Minister. Now he's become the leader of the RJD, controlling the entire RJD. So it's like a family fiefdom, family legacy, family company, you can say. So it happens everywhere in the country. So it's not a surprise that he would like to appoint his wife Kalpana Soren as the chief minister, and like it happened with Rabdi Devi also, that like she was the rubber stamp chief minister in from 1997 to 2005. So Kalpana Soren would be the likely successor. As I said, that the regional parties always want to keep the control within their family because they feel that it's their family legacy. And that is why she is tipped to be the #1 candidate to become the chief minister of Jharkhand. Or else, if the MLAs do not agree, if the MLAs say that we want to go for experience, if there is a division within the JMM MLAs that they don't want to accept Kalpana Soren as the chief ministerial candidate, then Shibu Soren would be the unanimous choice. But looking at his age, one wonders how would he handle. But that is also likely to be one of the possibilities.
Yes. And Prakash, very briefly, if you could once again give us the timeline of this illegal mining case, just to put this into perspective.
Well, this mining lease was allotted to Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren when he was not the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. But when he became the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, it went for renewal and he got the renewal. And surprisingly, he was the Mines Minister of Jharkhand also then when the allotment and the renewal of lease happened. So it tantamounts to office of profit, and thereafter a complaint was made and a PIL was also filed in the Jharkhand High Court. Several hearings were done. The recommendations were made by the Jharkhand Governor Ramesh Bash to the Election Commission of India, and thereafter several hearings were done. So-called notices were issued to both Hemant Soren and Basant Soren, the brother of Hemant Soren, who is also a member of Legislative Assembly from Dumka. And thereafter, now we get to know that the Election Commission has decided to terminate the membership of Hemant Soren, and thereby political crisis has arisen in Jharkhand, and Jharkhand will have to look for a new chief minister. As far as the numbers are concerned, it is not a problem. The only problem is that the JMM and the Congress will have to keep their flock together, because the BJP also has an eye with 28 MLAs, 26 from the BJP and 2 from the AJSU. So if the BJP can take it further to 41 or 42, then they can form the government if there is no unanimity.
Prakash, just hold your thoughts there. I'm sorry I'm interrupting you for a moment. We have our senior editor Shravan also joining us from the Delhi newsroom. Shravan, if you could talk to us more about what is happening in the state of Jharkhand now.
Well, in fact, Prakash has already put this into perspective as to what this essentially mean for the sitting Chief Minister of Jharkhand. Now, I'll just focus a little bit on what exactly is haunting the Chief Minister at this point in time. It is with regards to a mining lease. Remember, there was a lot of ruckus in Jharkhand with the opposition parties upping the ante against the Jharkhand Chief Minister because he had a mining lease in his own name, something that had also reflected in his own election affidavit. But he had to finally surrender that sometime in February 2022. That was only after there was much demand that was basically made by the opposition parties as to whether at all this is a case of conflict of interest to begin with, and secondly an office of profit, if one may really look at, because what turns out is that the recommendations that have essentially been made by the Election Commission is the violation of the Representative of People's Act, one of the sections of the Representative of People's Act, and that is the reason why some recommendation has essentially been sent out by the Election Commission to the governor. It now remains to be seen whether at all the governor is going to respond immediately. It's we are given to, if you simply take a look at some of the reactions coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party, they're already indicating that he will have to remit office, and something that Prakash has also been indicating. But just going back to the crux of the issue. Now, what has happened is that in this illegal mining case, remember, at least his close aides, no matter how much he tries to distance himself, at least if you take note of one person who goes by the name of Pankaj Mishra, he's largely referred as a close representative of the Chief Minister. He's already been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate.
And not just that, there are also others who have now been arrested. Just one more arrest that was made around 7 o'clock this evening. And he's a middleman, someone who's made a lot of money from those transfer postings. And it has only made it even more difficult right now for the Jharkhand Chief Minister. Remains to be seen whether at all, he's actually going to move the apex court right now, because there are some information now trickling in that there is a possibility the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren, might actually move the apex court, and SLP could be filed, is what we are picking up. But we'll wait for an official confirmation to come in from the Chief Minister's office as to what perhaps could be the future course of action. But as far as the investigation goes, remember, the illegal mining scam has certainly haunted the Chief Minister. And something that he was already aware, as Prakash was pointing out, this is basically discussed in some of the meetings he's had. What could be the future course of action? Who could actually replace him? And whether at all, as Prakash was pointing out, the key question is whether at all JMM as well as the Congress party, will they be able to hold together their flock, is the bigger question right now. Because in terms of the investigation, it's only gaining more momentum. And in the days to come, I'm given to understand the Enforcement Directorate is going to make far more revelations, be it through the remand once he's produced before the court, one arrest that we have already seen through Prem Prakash, and also there are a few others that they are on the lookout. So there is a high possibility that in the days to come you could look at some more arrests actually taking place in the illegal mining scam, which is only going to make things far more difficult for the Chief Minister. Let me also bring in my colleague Prakash, who's joining us from Patna. Prakash, just in politically speaking, what has essentially happened right now is that once again the focus is back on Office of Profit. The fact that he was forced to give up this mining lease only as recently as sometime in February. This was only after the opposition parties had trained the guns at the Chief Minister. So somewhere down the line, to explain why was he holding a mining lease, why was he actually not letting that go, and he also makes a reflection of the same in the election affidavit. So just from the perspective of the Chief Minister, where was he actually gaining that confidence that he could have actually carried on with this?
Actually, it's absolute harakiri and absolute foolish, I must say. When you are the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, you are controlling the entire state. How on earth do you think that you want a mining lease? It's absolute foolish in today's political arena, and that is how he has landed up in trouble. Ever since Jharkhand has been carved out of Bihar, I feel that the politics in Jharkhand has not gone up, and they have not moved beyond the district level. Their thought process has not changed. They think that they can do anything and get away with. So I've been covering Bihar and Jharkhand for quite a few years now, so I understand the mindset. It's the psychology, and that's how Madhu Koda scam, the various scams have emerged out of Jharkhand, and that state has immense potential but have not yet developed much. It's the best mining area, some of the best mining minerals are there, but it has not developed yet because of these politicians, because they don't have vision. Now, coming back to the point as you were mentioning, Shawan, that the ED and the investigating agencies are nailing each and every close associate of Jharkhand CM Hemant Soren, because raids have been conducted everywhere. Rajmahal, Barhet, Pankaj Mishra, close associate, vessel has been recovered, and mining lease. So now it is just a matter of time that the investigating agency would pull the plug and get hold of Hemant Soren as well, because it's getting bigger and bigger with each passing day, I must say. So it's just a matter of time. I would not be surprised if his membership is terminated. But the real challenge now is for Hemant Soren to keep his flock together, and the Congress party also to keep their flock together, because they have 18 MLAs for sure, but BJP is also 26 plus 2, AJSU 28. They require 14 more members, and in a small state like Jharkhand or Chhattisgarh, we have seen how MLA switched sides overnight. So anything could happen, but as far as the numbers as of now is concerned, it is not a problem for them. But the only problem is who would be the successor.
आपने ही शिकायत की थी, आपकी शिकायत पर बीजेपी पार्टी बनी, उसके बाद से इलेक्शन कमीशन तक मामला पहुंचा। आप लोग अब यानी झारखंड बीजेपी काफ़ी होपफुल दिखाई दे रही है। क्या ये माना जाए कि मुख्यमंत्री जी की अब सदस्यता जाएगी?
नहीं, सिर्फ बीजेपी इंतजार नहीं कर रही, झारखंड के 3.25 करोड़ जनता जो आशा और विश्वास से जल जंगल जमीन की बात करने वाली पार्टी झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा, वो झारखंड की जनता ने सत्ता सौंपा था और किस तरह सत्ता में आते ही उन्होंने जल जंगल जमीन के साथ साथ जो राज्य की हमारी खनिज संपदा है किस तरह लुटवाने का काम किए, लुटवा भी रहे और अपने भी लुटने के लिए स्वयं मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए अपने भी लीज लिए, अपनी धर्मपत्नी श्रीमती कल्पना सोरेन जी को भी दिलाया, उनके भाई भी, उनके प्रतिनिधि भी और उनके प्रेस सलाहकार भी। तो ये जो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के द्वारा
And Shravan continues to be with us, and even Prakash is also with us. Shravan, if you could talk to us more about this. We understand that there was an arrest also that was made yesterday. Talk to us about how the fast-paced developments have been when we talk about the crisis that has been brewing in the state of Jharkhand.
Well, this was in the making, if I may say so, in terms of the investigation. If you take a look at how the ECIR was basically filed by the Enforcement Directorate, after almost 150 FIRs have already been registered as far as the illegal mining is concerned. But politically speaking, when you have the sitting Chief Minister having a mining lease in his own name, then there is obviously, it's more problematic, given the fact that it was only after the opposition raised a red flag, that's when he was basically forced to give up that mining lease. As Prakash was pointing out, how on earth would a sitting Chief Minister carry on with this kind of mining lease is something that only the Chief Minister himself can explain. And that's exactly the reason why he's facing the trouble today, because he faces a disqualification. We are given to understand that in all likelihood he's going to move the apex court, but it's going to become far more difficult for the Chief Minister to really explain why for the longest time he kept the mining license with him, and more importantly his close aides are now in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. Slipping into a short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest details on this big development coming in from the state of Jharkhand.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
Days after the raid, the Enforcement Directorate has shifted into mega action. Jharkhand's Chief Minister Hemant Soren's aide Prem Prakash has been arrested in the illegal mining scam case. Late last night, he was called to the ED's office in Ranchi and placed under arrest after interrogation. This also comes after 2 AK-47s were recovered from his residence. In a first review meeting after the Amarnath Yatra, the Ministry of Home Affairs will hold a high-level security meeting review in Jammu and Kashmir today. The MHA's top brass will be briefed on the present security scenario, including recent attempts of Pakistan to carry out a major terror strike on the Army's operational base. In a big lead in the Bengal cash scam, ex-SSC chairman is now under the CBI scanner. The CBI has also sealed North Bengal VC Subresh Bhattacharya's Kolkata residence after 6 hours of drilling. Meanwhile, the CBI has been actively investigating the SSC scam case and raiding multiple locations.
Additional security in Hyderabad and parts of the city following overnight protests against suspended BJP leader Raja Singh's
Well, these are the first visuals that we are getting of the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who has just reached the Rajghat along with the party leaders. So, of course, this comes right after that key meet that was shared by Chief Minister Kejriwal at his residence. The first visuals that we are getting right now of Kejriwal along with the AAP leaders who is there at the Rajghat. Of course, this comes after those big charges that have been levelled by the AAP leaders, saying that there has been a poaching attempt by the BJP as far as their MLAs are concerned. And just after that key huddle that took place at Kejriwal's residence, the first visuals coming in of Kejriwal arriving at the Rajghat with the party leaders. Remember, the AAP has alleged that the BJP is conniving to topple the AAP government and that BJP even tried to poach the MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party. That's the charge that has been levelled by the AAP leaders. Even going on to mention that alleged that the BJP offered 20 crore each to the AAP netas. That's the big charge that has been levelled by the AAP against the BJP, and claiming that there is 800 crore Operation Lotus that is in motion by the BJP, and of course a key meet that was held as a show of strength by the AAP by the Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal at his residence, which was attended by the AAP leaders. And just after that key meet that happened at his residence, we have the visuals of Kejriwal who is there at the Rajghat with the party leaders. And Anuj is also joining us. Anuj, if you could give us more details, the visuals coming in right now of Kejriwal, who is there at the Rajghat with the party leaders.
Well, Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, the Supremo of Aam Aadmi Party, has now reached Rajghat, as it was stated by Saurabh Bharadwaj after the meeting ended there at the residence of CM. Then it was stated by Saurabh Bharadwaj that we are going to go to Gandhi Samadhi now. We are going to go to Rajghat, and there we will be praying. And the Operation Lotus, as it has been called by Aam Aadmi Party, is failed of Aam Aadmi Party and by the corruption of BJP. I beg your pardon, BJP, and by the corruption of BJP, Gandhiji is going to save us. That's the line which was taken by Saurabh Bharadwaj and the Aam Aadmi Party. There was a show of unity by Aam Aadmi Party today, where all the MLAs were called in. 7 of the MLAs were not present, but as stated by Saurabh Bharadwaj, they were connected on the phone line and they have spoken to the Chief Minister. Everything is online, but the latest claim now is that 12 is the MLA, 12 is the number of the MLAs which has been approached by Bharatiya Janata Party in that very meeting. That's something which has been stated by Saurabh Bharadwaj and Aam Aadmi Party now, that in that very meeting it was 12 MLAs who claim that they were approached by Bharatiya Janata Party, as it was by Manish Sisodia himself first, which came out with the tweet of Manish Sisodia, where he claimed that he has been approached by Bharatiya Janata Party, and as per the sources, this is being claimed, rather they are having the clip of the same. And now this is more claim. I can see now Arvind Kejriwal coming out. As you can see Arvind Kejriwal now coming out, he will be interacting, he will be giving a media bite. There is going to be a press conference. So we'll stay with the visuals as I'm talking, and yes, we're getting Arvind Kejriwal any moment from now, where he will be giving a media bite. We're waiting for the update that what exactly he has to say. But as for the Aam Aadmi Party, this is an attempt by BJP. This is an attempt by the BJP, where BJP is trying to
joining us with all those details. Kejriwal there, reaching Rajghat. Anuj is getting us all the top updates at this point of time. This is coming after the allegation of quote-unquote Operation Lotus, where Saurabh Bharadwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party said that 12 Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are being approached by the BJP. Time for a quick look at the headlines that are being made at this time on Republic TV. In the dock for mining scam, Soren likely to lose seat as Chief Minister.
रसुद्दीन अवैसी साहब ने रास तौर पर डीसीपी जो है साउथ जोन से नुमाइंदगी करते हुए उन तमाम बच्चों की भी रिहाई अमल में जो है लाई और उनको तमाम को जो है महफूज अपने मकाम तक अपने मकाना तक पहुंचा दिया।
New tapes of OAC admission now. Did OAC intervention lead to release of Sar Tanse Juda protesters? Big questions of OAC call. Did cops act on OAC call? Top court says no proof for Pegasus. Yet another opposition claim now falls flat. "29 phones scanned, but no proof of spyware. Lobby narrative sent packing as Snoop Gate claim collapses." Big development in the Bilkis Bano case. Supreme Court issues notice to Gujarat government and centre.
हम लोगों ने ध्यान भी किया और प्रार्थना की कि देश के अंदर आज जो हालात हैं वो ठीक हो, उनमें सुधार हो। देश की तरक्की के लिए, सुख शांति के लिए प्रार्थना की। अभी हमने देखा कुछ दिन पहले मनीष सिसोदिया जी के खिलाफ इन लोगों ने एक बिल्कुल झूठी और फर्जी एफआईआर दायर की। उसके आधार पे इन्होंने मनीष सिसोदिया जी के घर पे रेड मारी। रेड पूरा दिन चलती रही, मेरे ख्याल से 14 घंटे के करीब रेड चली। मनीष सिसोदिया जी के घर में सारे गद्दे, दीवारें, कुछ भी नहीं छोड़ा, सब छान मारा उन्होंने। उसके बावजूद लास्ट में उनको एक भी पैसे का अनअकाउंटेड कुछ नहीं मिला। एक भी कोई कैश नहीं मिला अनअकाउंटेड, कोई जेवर नहीं मिले, कोई संपत्ति नहीं मिली, कोई जमीन के कागज, कोई ऐसे आपत्तिजनक कागज, दस्तावेज कुछ नहीं मिला इन लोगों को। हम ये सोच रहे थे कि क्यों किया इन लोगों ने। उन्हें पता है कि मनीष सिसोदिया एक बहुत ही ईमानदार, देशभक्त आदमी है। मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने देश के बच्चों के लिए, उनका भविष्य बनाने के लिए बहुत शानदार काम किया। फिर हम सोच रहे थे क्यों किया। वो तब समझ में आया जब रेड के अगले दिन इन लोगों ने संदेश भेजा मनीष सिसोदिया जी को कि आप अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को छोड़ दीजिए, आम आदमी पार्टी को छोड़ दीजिए, आम आदमी पार्टी को तोड़ के कुछ विधायकों को लेके हमारे साथ आ जाइए। हम केजरीवाल जी की सरकार गिरा के आपको सीएम बना देंगे और हम आपके सीबीआई के और ईडी के सारे केसेस खत्म कर देंगे। मैं समझता हूँ मैंने पिछले जन्म में कुछ पुण्य किए होंगे। मैं समझता हूँ मैं बहुत सौभाग्यशाली हूँ कि मुझे मनीष सिसोदिया जी जैसे साथी मिले। उन्होंने इतनी बड़ी बात, उनको सीएम बना रहे थे ये लोग, मुख्यमंत्री बना रहे थे मेरी सरकार गिरा के, उन्होंने उसको ठुकरा दिया। उन्होंने कहा मेरे को सीएम नहीं बनना। उन्होंने कहा कि सीबीआई और ईडी के सारे केस खत्म कर देंगे, उन्होंने उनका ऑफर ठुकरा दिया। अब ये पिछले कुछ दिन से हमारे एमएलए के पीछे पड़े हैं। हमारे एमएलए को एक एक एमएलए को 20-20 करोड़ रुपए का ऑफर दिया जा रहा है। 20-20 करोड़ रुपए का, कि आप 20 करोड़ रुपए ले लो और आप केजरीवाल जी की सरकार तोड़ दो, केजरीवाल जी को छोड़ दो, आम आदमी पार्टी को छोड़ दो और हमारे साथ आ जाओ। मुझे बेहद खुशी है कि हमारा एक भी एमएलए अभी तक नहीं टूटा है। इनका टारगेट जो मुझे पता चला है कि 40 एमएलए इनके हैं, जो कि 40 एमएलए तोड़ के सरकार गिराने का इनका टारगेट है। पर मैं दिल्ली की जनता को कहना चाहता हूं कि आपने एक कट्टर ईमानदार पार्टी को वोट दिया है, कट्टर ईमानदार सरकार को वोट दिया है। मैं, मेरे एमएलए, मेरे मंत्री, हम कट जाएंगे, देश के साथ दगा नहीं करेंगे, जनता के साथ हम दगा नहीं करेंगे। हमने प्रार्थना यही की कि जो ये माहौल चल रहा है देश के अंदर, एक के बाद एक सरकार गिराने का, महाराष्ट्र की सरकार गिरा दी इन्होंने, कर्नाटक की सरकार गिरा दी इन्होंने, मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार गिरा दी इन्होंने, गोवा की सरकार गिरा दी इन्होंने, झारखंड की सरकार गिराने जा रहे हैं, बिहार के अंदर हम देख रहे हैं क्या किया इन्होंने, अब दिल्ली की सरकार। ये अच्छा थोड़ी है। ये हमसे लड़ रहे हैं। हमसे क्यों लड़ रहे हैं? सारा देश मिलके आगे बढ़ेगा तभी तो हम तरक्की करेंगे।
12 विधायकों से बीजेपी ने संपर्क किया। कौन वो है, नाम बता पाएंगे?
नाम कल बताए थे, 4 लोग तो आपके साथ, बाकी भी बता देंगे आपको, चिंता क्यों करते हैं। एक और चीज क्लियर कर दूं। ये कह रहे हैं घोटाला हुआ, शराब घोटाला हुआ। तो मैं कल देख रहा था, इन्होंने एक सभा करी कहीं, सभा में उनका जो बैकड्रॉप था, जो उन्होंने बैनर लगाया था स्टेज के पीछे, उसमें लिखा हुआ था 1.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए का शराब घोटाला। यार 1.5 लाख करोड़ तो दिल्ली का बजट ही नहीं है, दिल्ली का बजट 70,000 करोड़ है। फिर मैंने देखा कि वहीं पे सभा में कोई बंदा खड़ा हुआ, उसने पूछा जी घोटाला क्या है, तो सारे एक दूसरे की तरफ देख रहे थे, घोटाला क्या है। फिर मैंने देखा इनका एक बड़ा नेता एक टीवी के डिबेट में कह रहा था 8,000 करोड़ का घोटाला। फिर हमारे वाले ने पूछा उससे डिबेट में कि घोटाला क्या है, तो वो कागज देखने लगा कि घोटाला क्या है। पहले कह रहे थे 1.5 लाख करोड़ का, फिर बोले 8,000 करोड़ का। फिर मैंने देखा इनके 2 नेताओं ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करी, उसमें बोले 1100 करोड़ का घोटाला। और घोटाला क्या, घोटाला पता नहीं। फिर एलजी साहब ने एक रिपोर्ट बनाई, उसमें बोले 144 करोड़ का घोटाला। और अब जो सीबीआई ने एफआईआर दर्ज की है, उसमें कह रहे हैं 1 करोड़ का घोटाला। यार ये घोटाला क्या है? ये मतलब 1 करोड़ का है, 144 करोड़ का है, 1100 करोड़ का है, 8,000 करोड़ का है, 1.5 लाख करोड़ है भी कुछ नहीं है, सब बकवास है। मैं बताता हूँ घोटाला क्या है। घोटाला ऑपरेशन लोटस है। एक एमएलए को 20-20 करोड़ रुपए ऑफर किए जा रहे हैं। 40 एमएलए चाहिए इनको। 800 करोड़ रुपए इन्होंने कहीं रख रखे हैं तैयार, दिल्ली की सरकार गिराने के लिए। आज देश की जनता इनसे पूछना चाहती है, ये 800 करोड़ रुपए किसके हैं? ये 800 करोड़ रुपए जीएसटी के हैं, ये 800 करोड़ रुपए पीएम केयर्स के हैं, ये 800 करोड़ रुपए इनके किसी दोस्त ने दिए हैं, ये किसके पैसे हैं, कहाँ रख रखे हैं, जो दिल्ली की सरकार गिराने के लिए ये जवाब पूछना।
अरविंद केजरीवाल मीडिया से बात करते हुए ये बात कह रहे थे।
Well, that was Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, at Rajghat, hitting out at the BJP, asking the question, where exactly is the scam and how much worth is the scam? He's basically highlighting the fact that the real scam lies in Operation Lotus. Remember, the claim that has now been made by the Aam Aadmi Party is the fact that there has now been an attempt. An allegation that has been levelled against the Bharatiya Janata Party is that they are indulging in what the Aam Aadmi Party calls an Operation Lotus, by which 20 crore rupees is being given to the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs. Remember, this morning there was a meeting that was chaired by the Chief Minister himself. Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia wasn't present. We are given to understand that he is in Himachal Pradesh. The Speaker was travelling. A few of the MLAs were not present. But having said that, Saurabh Bharadwaj, legislator from Greater Kailash, also spoke to the media saying that almost all the MLAs are with Chief Minister Kejriwal. Remember, this is yet another attempt that has been made by the Aam Aadmi Party to basically say that there is no scam, there is no liquor gate to begin with. It is Operation Lotus that is being carried out by the Bharatiya Janata Party because they are spooked and they are the ones who want to form a government here in the national capital, and that is the reason why what they are doing is making an attempt to reach out to all the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs, hand out about 20 crore rupees so that they can switch over and form the government with Manish Sisodia being made the Chief Minister. Remember, this is an allegation that was levelled by the Deputy Chief Minister just a day after the raids were carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, in those raids, remember, there are several bureaucrats who have basically come under the scanner simply because of their role in drafting this excise policy, which has basically led to windfall profits for some.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता सांसद आदरणीय डॉक्टर सुधांशु त्रिवेदी जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सांसद आदरणीय प्रवेश वर्मा जी और दिल्ली प्रदेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रवक्ता आदरणीय हरीश खुराना जी उपस्थित हैं। मैं आदरणीय डॉक्टर सुधांशु त्रिवेदी जी से आग्रह करूंगा कि आप सबको संबोधित करें।
मित्रों, आप सभी को यह ज्ञात है कि भारत की राजनीति की सबसे नई नवेली और अजब अलबेली पार्टी की मधुशाला का जो क्रम विगत कई दिनों से चल रहा है, उसके संदर्भ में कुछ तकनीकी बिंदु हम लोग निरंतर उठा रहे हैं। एक तकनीकी प्रश्न उठा था, तो उस पर मैं आपका ध्यान आकृष्ट करना चाहता हूं कि यदि किसी लाइसेंसी ने अपना लाइसेंस सरेंडर कर दिया हो, यानी उसने असमर्थता व्यक्त कर दी हो और अपना फोरफीट कर दिया हो, तो उस संदर्भ में नियम क्या कहता था और किया क्या गया है। पॉलिसी जो बनाई गई उसके पृष्ठ क्रमांक 20 पर बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में लिखा है, जिसका मैं उदाहरण आपके समक्ष रखना चाहूंगा कि इन केस ऑफ सरेंडर ऑफ रिटेल लाइसेंस बाय सम अलॉटी द सिक्योरिटी डिपॉजिट शैल बी फोरफीटेड, यानी उसके द्वारा जो भी जमानती राशि रखी गई है वो जब्त होनी चाहिए। एंड द जोन विल बी रीटेंडर्ड, उसके बाद उसकी पुनः निविदा निकालनी चाहिए। एंड द सेड लाइसेंसी बी प्रोहिबिटेड फ्रॉम प्रैक्टिस इन द बिडिंग प्रोसेस फॉर ए पीरियड ऑफ 2 years, और उसके बाद उस संबंधित व्यक्ति को 2 वर्ष के लिए उस निविदा की किसी भी प्रक्रिया में भाग लेने से वंचित कर देना चाहिए। यानी बहुत स्पष्ट है कि यदि कोई व्यक्ति अपना अलॉटमेंट छोड़ता है तो ना उसका पैसा वापस होना चाहिए और उसके अलावा उसको अगले प्रोसेस में भाग लेने से पूरी तरीके से प्रतिबंधित कर देना चाहिए। परंतु इसके बावजूद जिन लोगों ने अपने लाइसेंस फोरफीट किए, उन्हें प्रकारांतर से भी मौका भी मिला और पैसे भी वापस किए गए। अब क्या इसमें किसी भी प्रकार के किंतु परंतु की कोई गुंजाइश रह जाती है? इसलिए हमारा प्रश्न यह है कि हम निरंतर उनसे दिल्ली की आबकारी नीति पर प्रश्न पूछ रहे हैं, परंतु आप देख रहे हैं कि यह नई नवेली पार्टी एक पहेली बनती चली जा रही है। we are consistently asking them to be precise on excise, but they are doing all sort of theatric exercise in order to divert the attention and taking so many words like lotus, bogus, etc. Their main objective is to divert the focus. परंतु आप देख रहे हैं कि जब से हमने यह विषय उठाया है और हम निरंतर केवल बिंदुवार वस्तुनिष्ठ यानी पॉइंट वाइज एंड ऑब्जेक्टिव क्वेश्चन पूछ रहे हैं, तो वो क्या जवाब देते हैं? कभी न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स की बात, कभी शिक्षा नीति की बात, कभी कट्टर ईमानदारी की दुहाई, कभी बिरादरी की दुहाई, कभी लोटस की बात, कभी बोगस की बात, कभी विधानसभा का सत्र, और आज राजघाट पर जाकर उन लोगों ने प्रदर्शन किया। मैं ये बताना चाहता हूं, ये भारत की राजनीति का अद्भुत उदाहरण है। राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी जो शराब के पूर्णतः विरुद्ध माने जाते हैं, इस देश में ऑफिशियली उनके जन्मदिन ड्राई डे माना जाता है, और शराब में एक पौवे के बदले दूसरा पौवा देने की नीति बनाने वाले लोग जाके राजघाट पे महात्मा गांधी की समाधि पे अपनी सत्यता की दुहाई दे रहे हैं। इससे समझ में आता है, मतलब कहना नहीं चाहिए, अगर ऑन द लाइटर नोट कहें तो भाई ये मुफ्त की रेवड़ी तो बांट रहे थे, पर रेवड़ी के पेड़े सबसे ज्यादा बेवड़े पा रहे थे। ऐसा उदाहरण जिस पार्टी ने प्रस्तुत किया, वो जाके राजघाट के ऊपर बापू की समाधि पर यह कहे, तो हम उनसे कहना चाहते हैं, मान्यवर सर, आपकी सरकार पर आंच नहीं है, आपकी साख पर आंच है। हम सीधे आबकारी नीति पर सवाल पूछ रहे हैं और आप हर दिन एक नए रूप बदलकर आकर विषय को डाइवर्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, परंतु उससे सच छुपने वाला नहीं है, क्योंकि आप सत्य के सबसे बड़े प्रतीक की समाधि पर जाकर सच को ढकने का प्रयास करेंगे तो यह संभव नहीं है। इसीलिए यह पंक्ति कहता हूं जो आज आम आदमी पार्टी के चरित्र पर बिल्कुल उजागर होती है कि इस समय के सबसे अजीम शायर वसीम बरेलवी का है शायद यह, कि सच जरा सा घटे या बढ़े तो सच सच न रहे। सच जरा सा घटे या बढ़े तो सच सच न रहे, मगर झूठ की तो कोई इंतहा नहीं, और लाख चेहरे बदल के आ जाता हूं मैं, मगर यह आईना कमबख्त झूठ बोलता ही नहीं। यह आम आदमी के चरित्र का वास्तविक चित्रण है कि न्यूयॉर्क टाइम्स से लेके स्कूली बस्ते में बोतल छुपाने से लेके अनेक प्रकार की ईमानदारी, बिरादरी और सरकार का और सब कुछ कर रहे हैं, मगर इस पे जवाब नहीं दे रहे हैं। तो अंत में मैं यह कहते हुए कि हमें जवाब आबकारी पर चाहिए, किसी और चीज के ऊपर जवाब नहीं चाहिए, और वह जवाब देने की वह स्थिति में नहीं है, इसलिए नित नए प्रकार के प्रदर्शन, आवरण और स्वांग रचने का प्रयास करते रहते हैं। अब मैं अपने साथी सांसद श्री प्रवेश साहिब सिंह जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो आगे का विषय आपके समक्ष रखें।
धन्यवाद सुधांशु जी। जब शाम को डिबेट चलती है टेलीविजन पर, तो आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ में मीडिया बंधु भी हमसे ये सवाल पूछते हैं कि क्या उनके एमएलए को तोड़ा जा रहा है। हम कोई किसी बात पर भी जवाब नहीं देंगे, क्योंकि प्रश्न पहले हमने खड़ा किया कि आपने शराब में घोटाला किया, उसके ऊपर में कोई जवाब नहीं देना और इसको पूरे मुद्दे को डाइवर्ट कर देना, ये अब आम आदमी पार्टी ने अपना तरीका बना लिया है। हमारा उनसे सीधा सीधा प्रश्न है कि आपने जो कमेटी ने आपको सारी पॉलिसी रिकमेंड करी थी, आपने उसको क्यों नहीं माना, और जो L1 का कमीशन था उसको आपने 2% से 12% क्यों कर दिया। इस बात का आज तक किसी भी डिबेट पर, कोई भी आम आदमी पार्टी की कॉन्फ्रेंस में केवल ये 2% से 12% क्यों किया, इस बात पर कोई जवाब आज तक ना किसी ने मांगा है, ना उन्होंने दिया है और ना वो देंगे। क्योंकि पॉलिसी में जो सबसे बड़ा करप्शन है वो केवल ये 2% से 12% क्यों किया L1 का, केवल यही सबसे बड़ा घोटाला है। इसके ऊपर उनके पास में कोई जवाब ही नहीं है। ये वही पार्टी है जो हर बात पर कागज दिखाने की बात करती थी, जो हर बात पर जन सर्वे कराने की बात करती थी, जो कहती थी कि अगर किसी मोहल्ले में ठेका खुलेगा तो वहां पे सारा मोहल्ला की मीटिंग होगी, उसके बाद में वो तय करेंगे कि ठेका खुलेगा या नहीं खुलेगा। मगर इन्होंने कोई कमेटी की बात नहीं मानी, ना कोई इन्होंने अपनी ही बात मानी। तो इसलिए ये आजकल बहुत या तो पिक्चर देख रहे हैं, रातों रात में स्क्रिप्ट बना देते हैं। कोई भी हमारे एमएलए जो है मिल नहीं रहे, उनका नाम भी नहीं बताते, कौन फोन कर रहा है बीजेपी वाला, उसका भी नाम नहीं बता रहे। मगर इनके कौन कौन विधायक नहीं मिल रहे, उनका भी नाम नहीं बता रहे। अगर ये उनका नाम बता दे तो हमारे कार्यकर्ता जो है उनके घर जाकर उनको ढूंढ के ले आए और हम खुद ही विधानसभा पहुंचा देंगे। क्योंकि जब 2013 में हमारी 32 सीटें आई थी और आम आदमी पार्टी की 28 सीटें आई थी, अगर उस समय हमारे ऊपर ये आरोप लगाते तब तो जनता मान भी लेती। जितनी बेखूबी से, जितने विश्वास के साथ में आज ये बोलते हैं। मगर आज जब हमारे केवल 8 विधायक हैं और इनके 62 विधायक हैं, अगर 50 विधायक भी आ जाएंगे तो भी हमारी सरकार नहीं बनेगी। तो हमारे 5 विधायकों को जो है खरीद रहे हैं, 10 को खरीद रहे हैं, इस बात में कोई दम ही नहीं है। तो हम कोई भी जो भी इनके प्रश्न है उसके बारे में तब तक नहीं बोलेंगे जब तक ये हमारे प्रश्नों का जवाब नहीं देंगे। हमारा एक अपना किसी व्यक्ति ने, एक मैंने पिक्चर देखी थी शोले, तो वो शोले का बहुत फेमस एक डायलॉग है, जब वो जय वीरू की शादी के लिए बात करने जाते हैं मौसी से, तो फिर वो उनसे पूछते हैं कि भाई अपना जो है कोई झूठ वूठ तो नहीं बोलता। तो बोलते नहीं, कोई ऐसा झूठ नहीं बोलता, बच्चों की कसम खा लेता है, बस जो है अन्ना जी को धोखा दे देता है, गाड़ी बंगला सिक्योरिटी ले लेता है, कांग्रेस से समर्थन लेकर सरकार बना लेता है। हमारे नेताओं पर झूठे आरोप लगाकर माफी मांग लेता है और ज्यादा झूठ नहीं बोलता, बस इतना ही झूठ बोलता है। तो वो पूछते हैं विकास तो कराता है ना, विकास को डेवलपमेंट तो करा रहे हैं। हाँ करा रहे, अपने घर में, सरकारी घर में 21 करोड़ का स्विमिंग पूल बना रहे, और क्या विकास कराएंगे? यमुना, हाँ कोई यमुना को साफ नहीं कराते हैं, दिल्ली को सबसे पॉल्यूटेड राजधानी बना देते हैं, एक भी नया स्कूल, कॉलेज, हॉस्पिटल, स्टेडियम नहीं बनाते हैं। बाकी नेता हमारा अच्छा है। भाई शराब वराब तो नहीं पीता, ना 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 ना, बिल्कुल खुद नहीं पीता है, मगर हमारे बच्चों को पिलाता है। 25 साल की उम्र को 21 साल कर देता है। रात को 3 बजे तक रेस्टोरेंट खुले, ठेके खुले, उसके लिए परमिशन दे देता है। शराब माफियाओं के साथ मिलकर घोटाला करता है, जो ठेके की संख्या है उसको डबल कर देता है, बस और कुछ नहीं करता। नेता हमारा अच्छा है। भाई अपना राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा का तो ख्याल करता है। अरे बहुत बड़ा देशभक्त है, केवल सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक पर सवाल उठा देता है कभी कभी, और पाकिस्तान में इसकी बहुत तारीफ होती है, देश को दुनिया में बदनाम करता है, और दिल्ली में रोहिंग्यास को पानी बिजली मुफ्त मुहैया कराता है। नेता हमारा अच्छा है। भाई लोगों की स्वास्थ्य की चिंता तो करता है ना तुम्हारा केजरीवाल? भाई लोगों की नहीं करता है, अपनी तो खूब करता है। जब से मुख्यमंत्री बना है 35 किलो वजन बढ़ गया है। कोई हॉस्पिटल नहीं बनाया, कोविड में एक भी ऑक्सीजन कोई प्लांट नहीं लगाया। दिल्ली में 23,000 लोग जिस महीने मरे थे, उसी दिन उसी महीने में एक्साइज पॉलिसी लेकर आए। सारे मंत्रियों का इलाज अपोलो हॉस्पिटल में कराता है, सरकारी हॉस्पिटल में नहीं भेजता। दिल्ली में मोदी जी की आयुष्मान योजना को लागू नहीं करता। नेता हमारा अच्छा है। तो ये इनकी हाल हो गया है। आप इनसे केमिस्ट्री का सवाल पूछो, हिस्ट्री का जवाब देंगे। तो रातों रात में इनके एमएलओ को कौन अटैची में भरकर ले गया, कौन उनको बोरी में डालकर ले गया, कौन कहां ले गया, आप हमें बताइए केजरीवाल जी। अगर आपका कोई एमएलए नहीं मिल रहा है, आप हमें बताइए, हम दिल्ली पुलिस में कंप्लेंट करके उसको घर से अपनी गाड़ी में लेकर आपकी विधानसभा में आपके घर तक पहुंचाएंगे, सुरक्षित पहुंचाएंगे। आप उसका नाम, मगर नाम तो बताना पड़ेगा, कौन आपको फोन कर।
Viewers, we're getting in a first reaction coming in from Hemant Soren. The statement reads, and I quote, Hemant Soren's statement out. The CM is apprised of several media reports about ECI sending a report to the governor, apparently recommending his disqualification as an MLA. No communication in this regard has been received by CMO from either the ECI or the governor. CM has stated the following. It apparently seems the BJP leaders, including BJP MP and journalists, have themselves drafted the ECI report, which is otherwise a sealed cover report. This blatant misuse of constitutional authorities and public agencies and its complete takeover by BJP headquarters in Delhi is in this shameful manner is unseen in Indian democracy. So this is the official statement which has come out. Remember that in fact according to our sources, Hemant Soren could lose his CM post, and that news had come in the back of the Office of Profit case, where the EC recommended governor to cancel Hemant Soren's assembly membership. This is coming in on the Office for Profit scam, and this is the big news we're breaking right now. Finally, a response coming in from Hemant Soren. What we have just told you, that they're saying that no communication has come to me, and this is a blatant misuse of authority. So categorically, Hemant Soren is coming out and saying no communication in this regard has been received by CMO from either ECI or governor, and also blaming the BJP, including BJP MP and journalists, for drafting the ECI report, which is otherwise a sealed cover report. Well, that is what's coming out from Hemant Soren after Republic TV had just broken the news of the EC recommending governor to cancel Hemant Soren's assembly membership. This is a big news coming in at this point of time. And in fact, the entire issue is that will Hemant Soren be disqualified under Section 9A and of the People's Representation Act 1951 for availing a stone mining lease in Ranchi in his name while he is the CM as well as the Minister of the Mining Department. So this is what the entire issue is about, where we also told you that Hemant Soren could lose his CM post after these fast and hectic developments have been coming out here, and we're breaking every angle of the story on Republic TV. Just after Republic TV broke the EC report and the details of the EC report, Hemant Soren has come out with a statement which you're just watching there on your screens. So this is a fresh trouble coming in for Hemant Soren, and trouble keeps mounting for Hemant Soren after there seems to be a report which has come out where the EC is recommending the governor to cancel Hemant Soren's assembly membership. So the first response coming in from the on EC report, that's the big news that we're getting so far. And also he's making a couple of statements which have come in, and those statements are of as follows. He's saying, Hemant Soren is saying this is blatant misuse of constitutional authorities and public agencies and it's complete takeover by the BJP. So that's the allegation being made by Hemant Soren. Prakash is joining me for more. Prakash, help us understand what this statement really says, because he is saying categorically that no communication, he's going ahead and saying no communication in this regard has been received by CMO from either the ECI or the governor, going up to that extent to saying he has no idea about what's happening.
Well, as far as Hemant Soren is concerned, he is categorically denied that he's received any official communication from the Jharkhand governor. We have been running his at source-based information so far, and the problems have been mounting on Hemant Soren for quite some time, and it's a matter of time that his membership would be terminated, we get to know, and the sealed cover has been sent to Jharkhand governor, which would be communicated to Jharkhand chief minister as and when the Jharkhand governor Ramesh Bais reaches Ranchi. But it's a huge political crisis in Jharkhand because if at all Jharkhand chief minister Hemant Soren was not aware of this fact, and if he says that it is a misleading report or a story being run by media, then why on earth was he holding a meeting of the UPA MLAs contemplating for the fact that who could succeed him, and the possible choice would be Kalpana Soren or Shibu Soren. So he has been contemplating this. He has been thinking of it for quite some time because he feels that he's been caught napping as far as this Office of Profit case pertaining to the mining lease allotted in his name and the renewal that took place while he was holding the office of the Chief Minister as well as the Mining Minister. So that tantamounts to Office of Profit charge while holding the post of Chief Minister. And according to the Election Code of Conduct and the rules and regulations, this is a violation of the office and the protocol. And the Election Commission of India is has the right to terminate the membership. So all eyes on the sealed cover that the Jharkhand governor has received, but we have been getting reports, and he has been attacking indirectly on Nishikant Dubey, the BJP MP, who's been tweeting quite often on regarding the Jharkhand's government status and the current scenario, political scenario in Jharkhand. So we'll keep a close eye on what is unfolding in Jharkhand. But yes, if at all his membership is terminated, which is in the sealed cover, and there would be a possible successor, whether it is Kalpana Soren or Shibu Soren, whether the MLAs of the Congress and the JMM would agree to Kalpana Soren or not, whether the JMM and Congress MLAs are able to keep its flock together. And the BJP is also keeping a close eye with 26 BJP MLAs and 2 MLAs from the AJSU, and there are several independents also. So it's going to be a high political drama in Jharkhand in the days to come.
Prakash, it's very interesting to note that Hemant Soren is keeping silent and he's completely unreactive. Even in that statement, he's being unreactive. And this is coming after ED found 2 AK-47 rifles from the residence of Prem Prakash in Jharkhand, who is an alleged aide of Jharkhand CM Hemant Soren. Prakash.
Well, yes, trouble has been mounting on Hemant Soren for quite some time, and as far as this mining scam is concerned, all the close associates of the Jharkhand CM Hemant Soren, whether be it Pankaj Mishra or yesterday Prem Prakash, who was said to be the main conduit as far as illegal transactions were concerned, and the diversions of those illegal money is concerned. And recently, in fact, a month back, raids were conducted at Raj Mahal and Barhet, from where Hemant Soren is a member of the Legislative Assembly, where Bachchu Yadav, Dahu Yadav and Pankaj Mishra, one of his closest associates, were raided, and money to the account of 20 crores in cash were recovered. So the investigating agencies now pulling the plug and slowly and gradually moving towards the big man. And if at all he has to relinquish his post as the chief minister, one wonders what will happen to Hemant Soren, because he is engulfed in this entire mining scam case, and maybe there would be more serious trouble for him in the days to come.
Prakash, just help us understand and help our viewers understand what is this stone mining lease all about, where Hemant Soren is, of course, connected to. Tell us exactly what this lease is about and how Hemant Soren is allegedly involved in it while he's a CM, and not just the CM but also the Minister of Mining Department. Prakash.
Well, there was a mining lease that was given to Hemant Soren when he was not the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. But when he became the Chief Minister of Jharkhand, that mining lease was renewed in his name in Angadha, in the close vicinity of Ranchi, which is 35 kilometers from Ranchi. And thereafter, the problems started because it tantamounted to Office of Profit. And there was a PIL file in the High Court that how on earth could a Chief Minister, sitting Chief Minister in fact, could have a mining lease in his name. And that too when he's holding the charge of the mining minister at the same time, apart from being the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. And then the Jharkhand governor made a recommendation and sent a letter to the ECI that this particular case is violation of election code of conduct, and why not his membership should be terminated. And thereafter there were so-called notices sent to Hemant Soren. He sent the reply back, and he also said that I have forfeited and withdrawn my mining lease, but that did not work out. And there were several hearings that were made out in the Election Commission of India in Delhi through his lawyers, Hemant Soren. And thereafter, we believe that the Election Commission has sent a sealed note to the governor. Apparently, we all believe that it is the termination of the membership from the Jharkhand Legislative Assembly. So, and if at all it happens, then it's a serious problem for Hemant Soren, and it will be a huge political crisis also, because Jharkhand will have to find a new chief minister. As far as the numbers are concerned, there is no problem with the numbers for the UPA. They have 50 to 51 MLAs with them, because 30 MLAs belong to the JMM, 18 to the Congress party, 1 to the NCP, and there are 2 other supporters of the JMM. But now the problem lies who could be the successor. We have been hearing for quite some time, and there was a meeting of the UPA MLAs also held, and there was a likely possibility that Kalpana Soren would be.
Thank you, Prakash, for getting those details. So, Office of Profit case is exploding right now. Hemant Soren going ahead and saying that he has no idea and he's got no communication. Right now, the other big story is coming in from New Delhi. Kejriwal is tweeting. Kejriwal tweets as poaching face-off intensifies, and he's saying they have kept 800 crores to bring down the Delhi government, 20 crores per MLA, want to break 40 MLAs. The country wants to know who are these 800 crores, where are they kept, none of our MLA is breaking. The government is stable. All the good work is going on in Delhi will continue. So Kejriwal, after his visit to Rajghat, where he once again categorically put his faith behind Manish Sisodia, even though the evidence is mounting against him, even though the CBI has filed an FIR against him and named him as #1 accused, even though the Aam Aadmi Party continues to duck specific questions posed by the BJP. But right now, Kejriwal coming out and tweeting this time, where he has said that they have kept 800 crores to break 40 MLAs. That's a charge being made by Kejriwal, where, in fact, once again, the Aam Aadmi Party is what they call, quote-unquote, Operation Lotus to poach the MLAs. This is the top story for us here at Republic TV, and we'll get to every angle. Stay tuned.
Additional security in Hyderabad and parts of the city following overnight protests against suspended BJP leader Raja Singh's alleged remarks. Telangana's Home Minister, meanwhile, assured the public that he would not compromise on law and order following the incident. At least one was arrested following a protest that had taken place in Nalgonda and Hyderabad, where violent slogans were allegedly raised. An FIR has been requested for by the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights against people who made school children raise slogans against BJP leader T. Raja Singh. An order in the matter of the Prime Minister's security breach is expected to be pronounced today following an inquiry committee that was set up by the CJI on the 5th of January.
The CBI's raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है.
CBI raids in the rice mills of Onubroto Mondal and his close aides.
Teachers staged protest holding the tricolor seeking jobs and were instead brutally thrashed.
Additional security in Hyderabad and parts of the city following overnight protests against suspended BJP leader Raja Singh's alleged remarks. Telangana's Home Minister, meanwhile, assured the public that he would not compromise on law and order following the incident. At least one was arrested following a protest that had
Viewers, we are live and breaking, and Aam Aadmi Party has said since morning that they're fearing poaching by the BJP, calling it quote-unquote Operation Lotus. Kejriwal has just tweeted, as the poaching face-off is intensifying, he has said they have kept 800 crores to bring down the Delhi government, 20 crores per MLA, and they want to break the Aam Aadmi Party. These charges being made by Kejriwal again and again. Just a short while back, the BJP also held a press conference where they asked very, very specific questions about why was the commission increased, asking about exactly what happened in the liquor scam and why the Aam Aadmi Party continues to duck the specifics. Going back to Kejriwal's tweet, Kejriwal, once again after visiting Rajghat, is asking that why have they kept a huge number of money to so-called poach their MLAs, and he's saying the government is stable right now. All the good work going on in Delhi will continue. So Kejriwal once again saying that what exactly is happening, because Manish Sisodia, according to him, you know, he is a very honest minister who has helped Delhi, and he is standing behind Manish Sisodia, continues to stand behind Manish Sisodia, even though He is the #1 accused in the CBI FIR. Piyush is joining me live for more. Piyush, give us a quick update of what's happening where you are, while the BJP is all in its way to Rajghat. I think I'm being joined by Anuj right now. Anuj, over to you.
Yeah, this was Aam Aadmi Party who was seen at Rajghat earlier. This was none other but Chief Minister himself who was there at the Rajghat
and make sure that Arvind Kejriwal is the rightful, competitor to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the year 2024.
मुझे लगता है जनता ही कर रही है. जनता के अंदर आज एक उत्साह मिल रहा है, एक विश्वास मिल रहा है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सरकार से. आज पूरी की पूरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी डरी हुई है. अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के कामों के कारण डरी हुई है. आज पूरी का पूरा देश ये कह रहा है कि भाई एक उम्मीद अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल है, मोदी जी ने तो देश का बेड़ा गर्क कर दिया.
थैंक यू सो मच दुर्गेश सर.
All right, I would like to go back to Anuj. Anuj, go ahead and tell us what's happening. The Kejriwal has just tweeted, and what we're learning is the BJP is also on its way to Rajghat, where Kejriwal was just a short while back. Anuj, over to you.
Oh, well, exactly. That was Arvind Kejriwal who was at Rajghat along with the other MLAs. We have seen the meeting which was called in by Aam Aadmi Party, and this was to give a message of the unity of Aam Aadmi Party, where Aam Aadmi Party is alleging that yes, their MLAs has been approached by Bharatiya Janata Party, and the total count, if we talk about the latest figure which has been given by Aam Aadmi Party, is 12. 12 they are saying, and in the pipeline this is saying, this is the word of Arvind Kejriwal, that they are trying to approach 40 in total, but 12 are the one who have been already contacted by the Bharatiya Janata Party. And Arvind Kejriwal there also raised the question about the amount and the figure of the amount, 800 crores rupees, which was stated by Arvind Kejriwal, that how come BJP is having that money? Is it from the PM Care Fund? Is it from the GST? Is it from some friend of Bharatiya Janata Party? That's the line which has been taken by Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal himself. Arvind Kejriwal and the other MLAs went to Rajghat, where they are calling it a scam, calling it the Operation Lotus, which is being failed, and for that now Arvind Kejriwal and the team and the MLAs was there at Rajghat. Now what we have been told, in counter, this is going to be Bharatiya Janata Party. Bharatiya Janata Party leadership is also going to go there at Rajghat with Ganga Jal. So this is attack and counter attack, what we are seeing again and again, whether being it about the press conferences, whether being it about visiting Rajghat at the Gandhi Samadhi. That's something what we are seeing. So this was Aam Aadmi Party since from the morning who called the meeting and was saying earlier that some of the MLAs are not being contacted, or rather they are not reachable, but at the end of the day they stated that the attendance was 100%. The MLAs who are not here in the national capital was connected with the audio line with the CM himself, and they came out with a press conference. Saurabh Bharadwaj did that press conference, in which Saurabh Bharadwaj stated that this was 12 in number, the people, the MLAs who has been contacted by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the total figure in the pipeline which has been stated by Arvind Kejriwal also is 40. So they are claiming that 20 crores to each. But on the other hand, this is Bharatiya Janata Party again and again asking Aam Aadmi Party, where is that proof? Because earlier this was none other but the Deputy Chief Minister himself who came out with the tweet, and he tweeted that he has been approached by Bharatiya Janata Party, and the offer which has been given is of the Chief Minister of Delhi, and all cases will be closed. That's something which was repeated by Arvind Kejriwal also when he was interacting with media after visiting Rajghat. And after that, it was claimed by Aam Aadmi Party only that yes, they are having an audio clip. Later, this was Sanjay Singh who did a press conference with 4 MLAs where they claim that this is 20 crore which has been offered to these 4 MLAs. And today finally this is Saurabh Bharadwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party, after the meeting, the legislative meeting which was called in by AAP Supremo, which claimed that this is 12 people who have been already contacted by Bharatiya Janata Party, where they
all right, Anuj, thank you for getting us all those details. Anuj, they're tracking Liquorgate very, very closely from New Delhi. Now, let's go across to the other big story. Remember, the CBI had raided the residence of several leaders of the RJD in connection for land for job scam, and we also are getting some details from there very soon. Let's have a look at what else is making news across the nation first. Delhi CM, Aam Aadmi Party's national convener Arvind Kejriwal has called for a meeting of all the MLAs of the party. This happened a short while back. The meet is in the backdrop of the excise policy scam. Is likely to have deliberations on the arrest and raids carried out on the party by enforcement agencies such as ED and CBI. National Vice President of BJP Dilip Ghosh, while reacting to the cattle smuggling case, implicates TMC leader Anubrata Mondal, stated that he ought to remain in jail in order for a proper inquiry to be conducted in the case, further adding that the inquiry was moving in the right direction.
दिन नया नया प्रॉपर्टी का खोज हो रहा है, राइस मिल से लेकर मेडिकल कॉलेज, फ्लैट्स, तो रोज का खोज हो रहा है, नई नई प्रॉपर्टी मिल रही है। तो जब तक ये पूरा नहीं होता है छानबीन, तो उनको बेल देने से क्या होगा, एक काम में व्यवधान आएगा। तो स्वाभाविक बेल मिल जाएगा तो फिर ये इंक्वायरी में डिस्टर्ब होगा, तो वो जेल में रहेंगे तो इंक्वायरी भी पूरा चलेगा, उनसे पूछताछ भी हो पाएगा। स्वाभाविक रूप से ही होना चाहिए, जब तक ये जांच चलेगा तब तक उनको अंदर रखना ही ठीक रहेगा। ये तो वो डॉन जैसा उनकी एटीट्यूड है। उस जिला में किसी की हिम्मत, ना मीडिया, ना पुलिस वाला, ना कोई कर्मचारी, साधारण पब्लिक, व्यवसायी, किसी की हिम्मत नहीं थी उनके खिलाफ बोलने का। सब जानते हैं भ्रष्टाचारी है, इतना प्रॉपर्टी है, लेकिन एक आवाज तक नहीं आया था।
As the pressure on Jharkhand government goes, the seat of Hemant Soren, the chief minister, also is in danger. What is going to be the outcome? Will Hemant Soren resign? For all these updates, stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
কি আশা করছেন?
The CBI's raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है।
CBI raids in the rice mills of Anubrata Mondal and his close aides.
Teachers staged protest holding the tricolor seeking jobs and were instead brutally thrashed.
Additional security in Hyderabad and parts of the city following overnight protests against suspended BJP leader Raja Singh's alleged remarks. Telangana's Home Minister, meanwhile, assured that the public that he would not compromise on law and order following the incident. At least one was arrested following a protest that had taken place in Nalgonda and Hyderabad, where violent slogans were allegedly raised. An FIR has been requested for by the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights against people who made school children raise slogans against BJP leader T. Raja Singh. An order on the matter of the Prime Minister's security breach is expected to be pronounced today following an inquiry committee that was set up by the CJI on the 5th of January.
ये IRCTC का मामला हाईकोर्ट के अंदर लंबित है, क्योंकि एक रिटायर्ड रेलवे अधिकारी के सैंक्शन से जुड़ा मामला था, जो सीबीआई को उसकी स्वीकृति मिल चुकी है और बहुत जल्द ट्रायल प्रारंभ होगा।
कि ये सीबीआई है या ईडी है या आईटी है, ये बीजेपी के दफ्तर में बैठते हैं, वहाँ से ऑर्डर हासिल करते हैं, वहीं से एग्जीक्यूशन प्लान तय करते हैं और वहीं से आगे बढ़ते हुए किसी के छत पे जाकर के टर करने लगते हैं।
कि आप इस तरह से डरा धमका के हमसे कुछ नहीं जान सकते हैं। जो मेरे जानकारी में है, हम पार्टी के कोषाध्यक्ष हैं, जो साइन मैंने किया है चेक पर, उसके संदर्भ में आप बात कीजिए। जो मेरा अकाउंट है, मेरा खाता है, जो मेरा डीड है, उसके बारे में कीजिए।
जो आंकड़े निकल के आए उस हिसाब से अगर देखा जाए तो एक विधायक को खरीदने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी 20 करोड़ रुपए ऑफर कर रही है। अगर 40 विधायक तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो लोग, तो 20 को 40 से जो अगर मल्टीप्लाई करें, वो मैथ्स देखें हम, तो लगभग 800 करोड़ रुपए जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी, ये काला धन ही होगा, लेकर खड़ी है विधायकों को, दिल्ली के विधायकों को तोड़ने के लिए।
हमारा मानना है आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार नहीं गिरेगी। दिल्ली वालों को आश्वस्त करना चाहते हैं, सरकार स्थिर है, मजबूत है। विधायक आएंगे, मैं आपको आश्वस्त कर रहा हूँ, सब आएंगे।
11 बजे बैठक शुरू होने का समय है। हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि 11 बजे तक सारे आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक यहाँ पे बैठक में मौजूद होंगे। पहले भी कोशिश की जा चुकी है आम आदमी पार्टी को तोड़ने की, दिल्ली सरकार को गिराने की, लेकिन आज तक कभी भी ये सफल नहीं हुआ।
Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking in the dock for mining scam. Soren likely to lose seat as CM. Protest, arson, violence in Hyderabad. Back-to-back OAC admission tapes emerge, stirring up a big row. Stay tuned. We'll get you updated on all these stories.
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है।
CBI raids in the rice mills of Onubrata Mondal and his close aides.
Teachers staged protest holding the tricolor, seeking jobs, and were instead brutally thrashed.
Additional security in Hyderabad and parts of the city following overnight protests against suspended BJP leader Raja Singh's alleged remarks. Telangana's Home Minister, meanwhile, assured that the public that he would not compromise on law and order following the incident. At least one was arrested following a protest that had taken place in Nalgonda and Hyderabad, where violent slogans were allegedly raised. An FIR has been requested for by the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights against people who made school children raise slogans against BJP leader T. Raja Singh. An order in the matter of the Prime Minister's security breach is expected to be pronounced today following an inquiry committee that was set up by the CJI on the 5th of January.
They are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi.
Viewers, visuals on your screen very soon of Jharkhand governor at Ranchi airport. That's what we have got for you. Big news break coming in and a big announcement likely soon. Jharkhand governor has now reached at Ranchi airport. Now this is coming in after we got you news that Jharkhand CM Hemant Soren is likely to be disqualified as an MLA, and this is coming in at the back of the recommendation of the Election Commission in the Office of Profit case. And EC, according to our sources, has the opinion and sent his opinion to the Jharkhand governor on a plea seeking Soren's disqualification for violating electoral law by extending a mining lease to himself. So right now, visuals on the screen, first on Republic of the Jharkhand governor at Ranchi airport. Now, viewers, what we can tell you so far is that we're expecting a very big announcement to come in from the Jharkhand governor. Now, the ECI recommendation comes following a detailed hearing by the bench chaired by the Chief Election Commissioner. And we will continue tracking the story very closely for you at this point of time. Hemant Soren has come out with a statement saying that he has got no communication. Stay tuned. Much more coming up on the other side.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
Additional security in Hyderabad and parts of the city following overnight protests against suspended BJP leader Raja Singh's alleged remarks. Telangana's Home Minister meanwhile assured the public that he would not compromise on law and order following the incident. At least one was arrested following a protest that had taken place in Nalgonda and Hyderabad where violent slogans were allegedly raised. An FIR has been requested for by the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights against people who made school children raise slogans against BJP leader T. Raja Singh. An order in the matter of the Prime Minister's security breach is expected to be pronounced today following an inquiry committee that was set up by the CJI on the 5th of January.
They are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi.
Raids were carried out by the CBI at least 20.
Thanks for tuning in this afternoon, tracking the big story, this one coming in from Jharkhand, where what we understand is that the Jharkhand governor has arrived at the Ranchi airport. It's been said that a big announcement is likely soon. In fact, simultaneously, more developments also happening. We are told that Chief Minister Soren is also holding a meet as ministers are seen arriving at Hemant Soren's residence. So a big announcement is likely. We are told that Jharkhand governor, who has just arrived at the Ranchi airport, and meanwhile, a meet that is currently being chaired by Chief Minister Hemant Soren as ministers are seen arriving at his residence. Remember, earlier sources told Republic that the Jharkhand Raj Bhavan has received the opinion of the Election Commission of India on Chief Minister Hemant Soren on the Office of Profit matter. We have our senior editor Shravan also tracking all the leads on this big story that we are tracking. Shravan, over to you. Give us the latest updates that you're picking up on the Jharkhand crisis.
Well, in fact, Sabiksha, this comes as a big blow for the sitting Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Hemant Soren. For him, it's more trouble with the illegal mining scam now literally haunting the Chief Minister. The allegation is that he essentially issued a mining lease in his own name. And that's the reason why the Office of Profit claim that was made by the Bharatiya Janata Party, that allegation is sticking to the Chief Minister. Now, what options are available? If at all, the Election Commission of India has recommended disqualification, he loses his seat. The option that is available before Hemant Soren is to basically replace him by some other person. There is a high possibility that it could be his wife. But the bigger challenge right now for the Jharkhand Chief Minister is to ensure that all the legislators are with him, ensure he keeps his flock together. That's the bigger challenge, because if you look at the meetings that have taken place in the past, there have been some of the legislators who were not present during the meeting, and that is the reason why that led to the fear whether at all this government is going to really survive. There are claims that are also being made by the Bharatiya Janata Party, in fact, with regards to the stability of the government in itself, but that is something that perhaps we will have to wait and watch. But where lies the problem? Let's just explain this to all our viewers who are tuning in right now. The illegal mining scam, which is already being probed by the Enforcement Directorate, in which one of the closest aides of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, Pankaj Mishra, has already been arrested. He was arrested on 19th of July. The allegation being that there was one mining lease that was given to Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren's aide, Pankaj Mishra. He thereafter ensured that no one else participates in the bidding process.
In fact, there are complaints that have come in of Pankaj Mishra threatening them not to participate in the tendering process. This was part of the toll tendering process that they did not allow. And there was rampant illegal mining that was carried out in districts like Sahibganj in Jharkhand. In fact, it is just not the enforcement directorate, but the NGT also passed an order with regards to the rampant illegal mining that's taking place in the area. As far as specifically Jharkhand Chief Minister is concerned, important to point out here is that till about February this year, he had the mining lease in his name. In fact, that reflects also in the Election Commission affidavit. But the fact of the matter is that this was only raised by the opposition parties. When questions were raised about Office of Profit, that's when finally he had to give up this mining lease, a mining lease that he got issued in his own name. And that's the reason why questions were essentially being asked as to how exactly could the Chief Minister, a sitting Chief Minister, really get a mining lease in his own name.
Yes. Yes, Shravan, stay with us, and also if you could talk to us more about who else is in the fray. We understand that Hemant Soren's father and wife could be the next Chief Minister of Jharkhand.
Well, as far as Hemant Soren is concerned, important to point out here is the fact that if he steps down, or if he's asked to step down by late this evening, once the governor reaches, I'm given to understand in a short while from now, the announcement is likely to be made. In fact, the legislators have also reached the Chief Minister's residence. So there is a slim possibility that he would pass the baton to his wife. That's the news that's basically trickling in at this point in time. But important, whether at all the legislators are going to be with him, that's the bigger question, because this is a coalition government in Jharkhand. Whether all of the legislators are with the Chief Minister is going to be the next big challenge for the Chief Minister.
Yes. Well, Shravan, stay with us. If you could talk to us more about this report that the report that has been submitted by the ECI to the governor. But before we come back to you, let's listen into some reactions we've been getting on this story.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते ये सबसे बड़ी खुशी की बात है, क्योंकि बीजेपी ने ही ये कंप्लेन किया था गवर्नर साहब को, और गवर्नर साहब ने वो इलेक्शन कमीशन को भेजा। इलेक्शन कमीशन में पिछले 4 महीने से केस चल रहा था, उनके भी वकील आ रहे थे, हमारे भी वकील आ रहे थे, और इलेक्शन कमीशन ने यदि ये रिकमेंडेशन दिया है जिसमें उनकी सदस्यता खत्म हो गई, तो आज जो है जश्न मनाने का दिन है। झारखंड को मुक्ति मिल गया, और मैंने कहा था कि अगस्त पार नहीं होगा, अगस्त पार नहीं हुआ। आज 25 अगस्त है, अभी और भी 7 दिन है। 7 दिन में मुझे लगता है कि झारखंड में और भी बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन होने वाला है।
BJP ramping up pressure on Hemant Soren, the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. In fact, reports, sources now telling Republic that Hemant Soren could step down from the post of the Chief Minister, and there we have the BJP also ramping up pressure on Jharkhand Chief Minister. Meanwhile, more developments that are just happening, as we are told that the governor has reached the Ranchi airport and that there could be an announcement soon. In fact, details coming in that the BJP wants the Jharkhand government dissolved. Well, we have a press conference being addressed by the BJP. Let's listen in.
कमेटी ने अपनी रिपोर्ट में किसी में भी पेगासिस का वायरस नहीं पाया है, और 5 में कुछ है लेकिन वो पेगासिस नहीं है उस मालवेयर में, उसके एग्जामिनेशन करने की जरूरत है। ये मैं प्रेस आपके सामने इसलिए आया हूं कि ये बातें माननीय मुख्य न्यायाधीश जी ने अपने सीजीआई कोर्ट में कही। उन्होंने कहा कि इस पूरी रिपोर्ट को हम भी नहीं जारी करेंगे क्योंकि कई मामला राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा से संबंधित है, लेकिन इसका एक एब्रिज्ड वर्जन हम जनता के सामने इसको प्रस्तुत करने का आदेश देंगे। The crucial point to note is that the high profile technical committee consisting of eminent people of technology, supervised by an eminent retired judge of the Supreme Court, has not found any Pegasus virus in the 29 mobiles submitted for examination. 29 मोबाइल जो सबमिट किए गए उसमें किसी में पेगासस नहीं पाया गया। 5 में एक मालवेयर है, उसकी वो जांच करने का आदेश है। अब देश के सामने बोलने का हमारा दिन है। क्या क्या खुराफात नहीं किया था इन लोगों ने। मेरे पास सारे कांग्रेस पार्टी के स्टेटमेंट्स हैं जो बदूनी जी उनकी टीम ने निकाल के रखा हुआ है। याद है ना, कांग्रेस ने आरोप लगाया था देशद्रोह का आरोप लगाया था। इन्होंने पिछले साल मॉनसून सेशन को होने नहीं दिया था और जो रिपोर्ट आई है तो मालूम हुआ हाली 21% प्रोडक्टिविटी हुई। और राहुल गांधी ने क्या कहा था वो हम जरूर आपके लिए कहना चाहेंगे। ये राहुल गांधी के पेगासस की हम टिप्पणी पढ़ रहे हैं आपके लिए। पेगासस is an attempt to crush Indian democracy. Pegasus is an attack on the country and country's institutions. I am confident the Supreme Court committee will get the truth. Pegasus was used against chief ministers, former prime ministers, and BJP's ministers among others. Was the prime minister and home minister getting the data obtained through use of Pegasus? ये राहुल गांधी के स्टेटमेंट है। और बाकी राहुल गांधी कई ऐसे शब्दों का प्रयोग करते हैं जिसको मैं अपनी मर्यादाओं के कारण रिपीट नहीं कर सकता, लेकिन इतना कहा गया था उनके ऑफिशियल प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कि ये देशद्रोह का मामला है, राजद्रोह का मामला है। क्या राहुल गांधी कांग्रेस पार्टी माफी मांगेगी जिस पर इतना तूफान खड़ा किया गया देश भर में कि भारत में जनता की प्राइवेसी को नुकसान बताया जा रहा है, इंस्टीट्यूशंस को कॉम्प्रोमाइज किया जा रहा है, प्रधानमंत्री अपने पार्टी के अंदर पेगासस के द्वारा सर्वेलेंस करा रहे हैं, विपक्षियों का करा रहे हैं, पूर्व प्रधानमंत्रियों का करा रहे हैं। आरोप शुरू हो गया। तो क्या आज कांग्रेस पार्टी माफी मांगेगी? क्या राहुल गांधी माफी मांगेंगे? ये हैं बड़े सवाल। और ये मैं इसलिए आपसे कह रहा हूं कि इन लोगों ने संसद चलने नहीं दी थी। आपको याद है ना, आप खास करके हमारे टीवी वाले और हमारे प्रिंट के हमारे मित्र उस समय के अपने फुटेज और रिपोर्टिंग को निकालेंगे तो संसद कितने दिन नहीं चलने दी गई थी वो सब रिपोर्ट आपके सामने आ जाएगी। ये सारा कुछ एक मोटिवेटेड कैंपेन का पार्ट है जिसका सच्चाई से कोई मतलब नहीं है। इसलिए आरोप लगाते हैं और भाग जाते हैं। और उसके सार में क्या है? उसके सार में है कि मोदी जी को कमजोर करने, मोदी जी के खिलाफ अनर्गल बयान देते रहो। ये बात मैं आपसे इसलिए कह रहा हूं, याद करिए पेगासस पर तो दुनिया में चर्चा हो रही थी और कई देश जो इसका प्रयोग करते हैं उनका नाम नहीं आ रहा था, लेकिन भारत में इसका दुरुपयोग हो रहा है, यह चर्चा दुनिया में हो रही थी या दुनिया में करवाई जा रही थी। हिंदुस्तान में 3-4 मीडिया के मीडियम्स ने, मैं किसी का नाम नहीं लूंगा, प्रिंट एंड इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स बोथ, क्या कैंपेन किया था? The BJP is entitled to respectfully ask the leading newspapers or journals or digital mediums who's unleashed a sustained, motivated campaign against Prime Minister in particular and his government in general. This government survives on snooping, on spying. क्या-क्या शब्दों का प्रयोग किया गया था। लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी और राहुल गांधी ये नहीं समझते हैं कि झूठ का सहारा लेकर वो अपनी पार्टी को विस्तार करने की कोशिश करते हैं, लेकिन झूठ का भंडा फूट जाता है तो पार्टी और सिकुड़ जाती है। The problem of Rahul Gandhi and his party and his associates in the NGOs, that they have so much animus against our popular Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and his government, that they resort to falsehood to expand their party. And the moment the falsehood explodes, the party shrinks further. राहुल गांधी, कांग्रेस पार्टी, सोनिया जी, दो चीज का आप ध्यान रखें, बड़ी विनम्रता से कह रहा हूं, लोकतंत्र लोकलाज से चलता है। Democracy shines and prospers on certain well-defined norms of public life. तो झूठ की खेती बहुत दिन नहीं चलती। आज ये मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं, पेगासस, उसके पहले राफेल, उसके पहले जो दिल्ली में पार्लियामेंट बन रही है और सारा जो विस्तार बन रहे हैं, उसको लेकर क्या कैंपेन किया गया, क्या छोड़ा गया, कैसे शब्दों का प्रयोग किया गया। और एक चीज आप देखिए, झूठ का सहारा लेकर आरोप लगाना और फिर पीआईएल की छतरी में कोर्ट पहुंच जाना, यह तो माननीय उच्च न्यायालय ने स्वयं ऑर्डर किया है, लेकिन वो भी एक पीआईएल के ऊपर किया। तो झूठ का सहारा लेकर कैंपेन करना और प्लस उसके पश्चात पीआईएल के सहारे से कोर्ट पहुंच जाना। इनके मित्र, इनके सहयोगी पिटिशनर बनते हैं और उसके बाद चाहे वो राफेल हो, चाहे वो सेंट्रल विस्टा हो, चाहे आज का पेगासस हो, हर को सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने रिजेक्ट किया और बाकी कोर्ट ने रिजेक्ट किया। आज हमें एक बात और कहनी है और ये बात हम बहुत विनम्रता से कह रहे हैं, कांग्रेस पार्टी स्पाइंग पर हमें नसीहत न दे। आज मुझे पीड़ा से बोलना पड़ रहा है, जब देश के योग्य राष्ट्रपति स्वर्गीय प्रणब बाबू देश के वित्त मंत्री थे तो उनके दफ्तर पर किसने बगिंग की थी, याद है कांग्रेस पार्टी? उसको च्युइंगम गेट कहा जाता था, याद होगा अनिल बलूनी। और हमारे पास आंकड़े भी हैं कि कांग्रेस की सरकार में कितना अधिक बाकी चीजें करने की कोशिश की गई है, ये सबके आंकड़े हैं। आप कहेंगे तो हम वो भी दे देंगे कि 13 तक सैकड़ों चीजें जिस तरह से की हैं। मैं पढ़ रहा हूं, एन आरटीआई रिप्लाई फ्रॉम 2013 revealed that around 9,000 phones and 500 email accounts were watched every month by UPA government at the time. ये आरटीआई के रिप्लाई में है। कांग्रेस पार्टी 9,000 फोन और 500 मेल अकाउंट को एवरी मंथ वॉच करती थी, तो हमें ज्ञान न दें। और एक बात हमें कांग्रेस पार्टी को और कहना है, ये लोकतंत्र है, मैदान में आ जाइए, जनता ईमानदारी से वोट देती है, लेकिन प्रायोजित कैंपेन, झूठा कैंपेन, प्रायोजित पीआईएल और हर का डिसमिसल, इससे आपकी पार्टी नहीं बढ़ने वाली है, क्योंकि नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार ईमानदारी से काम करती है। गरीबों की चिंता, किसानों की चिंता, देश की चिंता और देश की सुरक्षा की चिंता। आज बीजेपी की ओर से हम बहुत विनम्रता से ये कहना चाहेंगे, कांग्रेस पार्टी हो या एनजीओज हो, जो उनसे बहुत नजदीकी महसूस करते हैं, या फिर लेफ्टिस्ट हो, आप कुछ भी करिए, नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार देश की सुरक्षा पर कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करेगी। और उसी का असर है कि कश्मीर में पिछले 15 अगस्त को इतने झंडे फहराए गए, चाहे वो शोपियां हो या बाकी भी क्षेत्र हो, कि झंडे कम पड़ गए। तो हम देशभक्ति का सौदा नहीं करते, देशभक्ति हमारी प्रतिबद्धता है, भारत की सुरक्षा हमारा कमिटमेंट है, एंड देयर शैल बी नो कॉम्प्रोमाइज ऑन दैट। तो मित्रों, मुझे अपनी ओर से इतना ही कहना था कि पेगासस का विषय गंभीर था, इसलिए हमने आपको रख दिया। आई एम ओपन टू एनी क्वेश्चन नाउ।
प्रकाशित ना किया जाए और हम रिपोर्ट के कुछ हिस्से वेबसाइट पर अपलोड करेंगे, तो इस चीज को समझना चाहेंगे। और एक और प्रश्न है जो उन्होंने कहा है कि 1 महीने बाद सुनवाई करेंगे और केंद्र सरकार ने समिति के साथ सहयोग नहीं किया।
देखिए, आपको मैं पहले कहता हूं कि कोर्ट ने आज क्या कहा है। ये सब कोर्ट में ऑब्जर्व हुए ना कि रिपोर्ट को पढ़ा, पेगासस का वायरस 29 मोबाइल में नहीं पाया गया। जिन लोगों ने कमेटी के आग्रह पर अपना मोबाइल दिया था उनके एग्जामिनेशन के लिए, पहली बात हो गई। 5 में कुछ मालवेयर पाया गया है जिसके ऑडिट एग्जामिनेशन हो रहा है। माननीय चीफ जस्टिस ने यह भी कहा कि इस रिपोर्ट को हम पूरा पब्लिक नहीं करेंगे, कुछ पोर्शंस को करेंगे। कितना करेंगे जब लोड होगा तो मालूम हो जाएगा। तो एक प्रकार से तो देश की सुरक्षा के लेकर जो भारत सरकार ने कहा था कि यह विषय बहुत ही गंभीर है, इसलिए हम भारत की सुरक्षा के प्रति सब कुछ रिवील नहीं करेंगे, उसको उन्होंने भी स्वीकारा है। तो लेट्स वेट देयर। मोटी बात यह है कि पेगासस नाम का जंतु किसी भी मोबाइल में नहीं पाया गया।
आमोद जी,
आज का मेरी प्रेस उसी पर
इसी विषय पे और कोई सवाल बताइए आप।
जैसा कि आपने कहा कि पेगासस हो या उससे पहले राफेल हो या फिर जब सेंट्रल विस्टा का मामला था, तो बिना तथ्यों के आधार का आरोप खासतौर पर कांग्रेस पार्टी लगाती रही है। अब जब ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ये पूरा मामला सामने आया पेगासस को लेकर, तो आपको लगता है कि पहले भी जितने मामले रहे उसमें चुप्पी साधी है, बाद में कांग्रेस पार्टी ने कोई जब तथ्य सामने आया तो इसमें बयान लेकर एक तरह से सफाई देनी चाहिए, माफी मांगनी चाहिए, इस तरह का
नहीं, ये तो हमने कह दिया ना। लेकिन जनाब माफ करें, माफी मांगना राहुल गांधी की फितरत में नहीं है। मैं बात बहुत जिम्मेवारी से कह रहा हूं। याद है आपको, मैं उस शब्द को दोहरा नहीं सकता। 19 के चुनाव में चौकीदार नाम लेकर क्या प्रचार किया गया था देश भर में, लगवाए थे नारा, हम लोग को और बहुमत मिल गया, जनता ने आशीर्वाद दिया, और राफेल की कहानी सुप्रीम कोर्ट डिसमिस कर दिया। क्या उन्होंने कभी सॉरी कहा? तो वही फिर रिपीट करूंगा, कांग्रेस पार्टी, हमारे बाकी उनके मित्र, हमें हराना है तो भैया चुनाव में हरा दो ना, हरा दो हमें। लेकिन चुनाव में हारते रहे हो, आगे भी हारोगे, मोदी जी की लोकप्रियता दुनिया में और बढ़ रही है, और इस तरह के झूठे आरोप लगाकर और कोर्ट का सहारा मोटिवेटेड पीएल के द्वारा करने के कारण आपकी पार्टी बढ़ेगी। और एक बात हम और कहेंगे, जो ऐसे न्यूज़पेपर्स, जर्नल्स, डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म ने जो सस्टेन कैंपेन चलाया, वो भी कुछ पुनर्विचार करेंगे अपने बारे में, इंट्रोस्पेक्शन करेंगे।
रविंदर जी,
देखिए, अब यहां मैं राहुल गांधी की हर बात पर जवाब देने नहीं बैठा हूं, क्योंकि मेरा वो स्तर नहीं है जिन शब्दों का प्रयोग वो करते हैं। ये हमारे बीजेपी का स्तर नहीं है और नहीं होगा। हम राजनीति में एक मर्यादा और शुचिता की बात करते हैं। इसलिए 19 के कैंपेन में चौकीदार शब्द पर आगे क्या उन्होंने बोला था मैंने नहीं कहा आपके सामने, उसका जवाब जनता देती है और आज भी देगी।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सब लोगों का।
थैंक यू।
सभी मीडिया के साथियों से आग्रह है कि 3:30 बजे एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होगी, आप सब लोग उसमें भी हिस्सा लें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
नहीं,
To be there responding to the Snoopgate allegations that were leveled on the centre using Pegasus software, and BJP also demanding an apology from Rahul Gandhi with respect to the statements that he had made earlier pertaining to the big charge that he had leveled against the centre, where the Congress had alleged that the centre was using Pegasus software to spy on the firms. In fact, that was a big charge that was leveled by the Congress at that point, and BJP there coming down heavily at the Congress, demanding an apology from Rahul Gandhi.
They are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam Aadmi
Raids were carried out by the CBI at least 25 different locations in connection with the land for jobs scam in Bihar. At least 200 land deeds from the premises of the raided areas have reportedly been recovered. The Supreme Court is scheduled to continue the hearing on the matter of the party symbol between the two factions of the Shiv Sena, with the Supreme Court having earlier directed the Election Commission not to take any action on Shinde's faction's plea that it may be considered the real Shiv Sena. The committee formed to probe the death of 2 people and injuries to several others during the Janmashtami celebration in the Banki Bihari temple is expected to begin its investigation today.
Sodia, Deputy CM, has left for event and speaking to media.
Anubrata Mondal was given custody and CBI will be continuing the investigation.
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो सीएम आवास घेरने की कोशिश में है।
At least 2 suspects were detained by Mumbai police from Vapi in Gujarat for threatening to blow up a hotel in Mumbai. The suspects were brought back to the city and are to be presented before a local court. Con man Sukesh Chandrasekhar and his wife are to be shifted to 2 separate...
अगर आपके पक्ष में नहीं होंगी तो क्या विकल्प है सरकार के पास?
सरकार स्थिर है, सरकार को कहीं कोई खतरा नहीं।
लेकिन दादा वो लोग तो चुनाव की मांग कर रहे हैं।
कौन चुनाव? चुनाव होगा या नहीं होगा वो तो चुनाव आयोग तय करेगा, सांसद तो नहीं तय करता है।
दादा लेकिन एक बात और कहा जा रहा है कि
So back-to-back updates coming in on the Jharkhand political crisis with the Hemant Soren also chairing a crucial meet at his residence, with ministers also seen arriving at Jharkhand Chief Minister's residence. So several questions arising at this point as it remains to be seen whether Jharkhand Chief Minister will lose his seat. We are told that his wife as well as his father could be the next Chief Minister in the state of Jharkhand, that Hemant Soren could pass on the baton to his wife or his father is what we understand. This of course in the backdrop of the ECI having submitted a report to the Raj Bhavan as per sources, and more developments are just trickling in that the governor has in fact reached the Ranchi airport and is also likely to announce make an important announcement. Slipping into a very short break, we'll get you all the latest on the Jharkhand political crisis on the other side.
Raids were carried out by the CBI at least 25 different locations in connection with the land for jobs scam in Bihar. At least 200 land deeds from the premises of the raided areas have reportedly been recovered. The Supreme Court is scheduled to continue the hearing on the matter of the party symbol between the two factions of the Shiv Sena, with the Supreme Court having earlier directed the Election Commission not to take any action on Shinde's faction's plea that it may be considered the real Shiv Sena. The committee formed to probe the death of 2 people and injuries to several others during the Janmashtami celebration in the Banki Bihari temple is expected to begin its investigation today.
Sodia, Deputy CM, has left for event and speaking to media.
Anubrata Mondal was given custody and CBI will be continuing the investigation.
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो सीएम आवास घेरने की कोशिश में है।
At least 2 suspects were detained by Mumbai police from Vapi in Gujarat for threatening to blow up a hotel in Mumbai. The suspects were brought back to the city and are to be presented before a local court. Con man Sukesh Chandrasekhar and his wife are to be shifted to 2 separate jails at the Mandoli prison complex after the Supreme Court ordered their transfer from the Tihar jail. The centre is reportedly mulling over removing toll plazas across all highways in the country and replacing them with cameras that read number plates.
And back-to-back breaking updates coming in. This one in relation to the Congress, in fact, the election for the Congress president, which we understand is likely to be postponed for a few weeks. The final schedule will be taken up in the meeting of the Congress Working Committee that will be chaired on 28th of August. Remember, it was earlier announced that election schedule will be from 21st of August till 20th of September, and the latest update that we are getting to know is that the election for the Congress president is likely to be postponed for a few weeks, and this comes in the backdrop of the Gandhis, the Vadro Gandhis, who've now flown abroad, and with the rebellion only growing with each passing day, more information that is just trickling in that the election for the Congress chief is likely to be postponed for a few weeks. We'd slip into a very short break, but more updates to continue on the other side as rebellion brews in the Congress. Congress postpones elections for a few weeks.
Sodia, Deputy CM, has left for event speaking to media.
Anubroto Mondol was given custody and CBI will be continuing the investigation.
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो सीएम आवास घेरने की कोशिश में है।
At least 2 suspects were detained by Mumbai police from Vapi in Gujarat for threatening to blow up a hotel in Mumbai. The suspects were brought back to the city and are to be presented before a local court. Con man Sukesh Chandrasekhar and his wife are to be shifted to 2 separate jails at the Mandoli prison complex after the Supreme Court ordered their transfer from the Tihar jail. The centre is reportedly mulling over removing toll plazas across all highways in the country and replacing them with cameras that read number plates. The cameras are referred to as automatic number plates reader cameras and is being seen as the second phase of a policy of number plates introduced in 2019.
Days after the raid, the Enforcement Directorate has shifted into mega action. Jharkhand's Chief Minister Hemant Soren's aide Prem Prakash has been arrested in the illegal mining scam case. Late last night, he was called to the ED's office in Ranchi and placed under arrest after interrogation. This also comes after 2 AK-47s were recovered from his residence.
News clearly coming in today when the Supreme Court gives a setback to this particular theory and says that the report by Justice Ravindran's committee shows there was no conclusive proof to say that Pegasus had been used.
According to the report, 29 phones were scanned, of which no Pegasus was found. So all the fear-mongering in the case of Pegasus as well has fallen flat. Another issue has deflated, has collapsed completely for the opposition.
Top headlines at 2:30 p.m. Viewers, at the dock for mining scam, Soren likely to lose seat as Chief Minister.
इन तमाम को नक़ीब मिल्लत बैरिस्टर असदुद्दीन अवैसी साहब ने खास तौर पर डीसीपी जो है साउथ जोन से नुमाइंदगी करते हुए उन तमाम बच्चों की भी रिहाई अमल में जो है लाई और उनको तमाम को जो है महफूज अपने मकाम तक अपने मकाना तक पहुंचा दी.
Protests, arson, violence in Hyderabad. Back-to-back Owaisi admission tapes emerged, stirring a big row. Big question over Owaisi intervention. Did cops act on Owaisi call? Top court says that no proof of Pegasus yet. Another opposition claim now falls flat. "29 phones scanned, but no proof of spyware. Lobby narratives and backing as Snoopgate claim collapses." Big development in Bilkis Bano case. Supreme Court issues notice to Gujarat government and centre. Big development in the PM Modi security lapse case. Top court says failure by Punjab police. After mega liquor gate storm, Aam Aadmi Party now fierce, poaching by BJP as half a dozen Aam Aadmi Party MLAs go missing and they're swing into huddle mode. We're getting visuals right now of a controversial leader who has released a video. Those are the visuals coming in on your screen, and we'll tell you more details of this big story that we are tracking at this point of time. Now, remember that
कुछ अलग और कुछ अलग तेलंगाना में जो कम्युनल वातावरण जो बना हुआ है, इसका रीजन क्या है? मैं कल से नेशनल मीडिया वॉच कर रहा हूं। नेशनल मीडिया में कुछ अलग और कुछ अलग तत्वों को बताया जा रहा है। तो मैं आज रिस्क लेकर आपके सामने आ रहा हूं, क्योंकि कोर्ट का आदेश था कि मीडिया को अटेंड नहीं करना है, लेकिन वातावरण देखकर मुझे मजबूरन आज आना पड़ा। आज तेलंगाना में कम्युनल वायलेंस होने का रीजन क्या है, मैं आपको बताने की कोशिश करता हूं। मुनव्वर फारूकी, स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन, इस व्यक्ति को हमने 3 महीने पहले भी ये व्यक्ति का प्रोग्राम ना हो हमने विरोध किया था। वो समय पर पुलिस के सहयोग से कार्यक्रम कैंसिल हुआ। उसके बाद में मुनव्वर फारूकी, जो हमारे तेलंगाना राज्य के जो मुख्यमंत्री है, उनका बेटा है केटी रामाराव, जो कि म्युनिसिपल मिनिस्टर है। वो केटी रामाराव से ट्विटर के माध्यम से संपर्क करता है और कहता है कि मुझे हैदराबाद में कार्यक्रम करना है। तो केटीआर साहब वो किसी भगवान को नहीं मानते, वो एक नास्तिक है। वो उस व्यक्ति को इनवाइट करते हैं, पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन लगाते हैं, राम भक्तों के ऊपर लाठी चार्ज करवाते हैं, मुझे फर्स्ट डे अरेस्ट करवाते हैं, सेकेंड डे होम अरेस्ट करवाते हैं, 5000 से अधिक पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन लगाकर और 4 आईपीएस ऑफिसरों को रोड पे खड़ा करके एक चिल्लर कॉमेडियन का प्रोग्राम हमारे म्युनिसिपल केटीआर साहब, जो कि मुख्यमंत्री के बेटे हैं, वो प्रोग्राम को सक्सेस करते हैं। मैंने कार्यक्रम से पहले डीजीपी, कमिश्नर सभी को निवेदन किया था कि ऐसे व्यक्ति का कार्यक्रम ना लगाए, ऐसे कॉमेडियन का प्रोग्राम ना लगाए जिसने मेरे राम और मेरी सीता मैया के ऊपर एक बहुत ही गंदा कमेंट किया था। मैं 10 दिन तक पुलिस से और केटीआर से हाथ जोड़कर निवेदन किया कि मैं राम जी के नाम पर मरने वाला व्यक्ति हूं, और मेरे भगवान को उसने गाली दिया, कमेंट किया, ऐसे व्यक्ति का प्रोग्राम ना लगाए। 10 दिन तक मैंने हाथ पैर जोड़े ये केटीआर के, जो कि मुख्यमंत्री का बेटा है, लेकिन उसका ईगो बीच में आया। किसी हालत में मैं इसका प्रोग्राम करूंगा, क्योंकि मुस्लिम वोट बैंक का इन्होंने एक खेल खेला है। क्योंकि अगर इसका कार्यक्रम रद्द होगा तो बीजेपी की फायदा होगा, अगर इसका कार्यक्रम सक्सेस होगा तो टीआरएस को और एमआईएम को फायदा होगा। तो एमआईएम और टीआरएस ने आज तेलंगाना में जो कम्युनल वातावरण जो बना हुआ है, इसका रीजन क्या है? मैं कल से नेशनल मीडिया वॉच कर रहा हूं। नेशनल मीडिया में कुछ अलग और कुछ अलग तत्वों को बताया जा रहा है। तो मैं आज रिस्क लेकर आपके सामने आ रहा हूं, क्योंकि कोर्ट का आदेश था कि मीडिया को अटेंड नहीं करना है, लेकिन वातावरण देखकर मुझे मजबूरन आज आना पड़ा। आज तेलंगाना में कम्युनल वायलेंस होने का रीजन क्या है, मैं आपको बताने की कोशिश करता हूं। मुनव्वर फारूकी, स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन, इस व्यक्ति को हमने 3 महीने पहले भी ये व्यक्ति का प्रोग्राम ना हो हमने विरोध किया था। वो समय पर पुलिस के सहयोग से कार्यक्रम कैंसिल हुआ। उसके बाद में मुनव्वर फारूकी, जो हमारे तेलंगाना राज्य के जो मुख्यमंत्री है, उनका बेटा है केटी रामाराव, जो कि म्युनिसिपल मिनिस्टर है। वो केटी रामाराव से ट्विटर के माध्यम से संपर्क करता है और कहता है कि मुझे हैदराबाद में कार्यक्रम करना है। तो केटीआर साहब वो किसी भगवान को नहीं मानते, वो एक नास्तिक है। वो उस व्यक्ति को इनवाइट करते हैं, पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन लगाते हैं, राम भक्तों के ऊपर लाठी चार्ज करवाते हैं, मुझे फर्स्ट डे अरेस्ट करवाते हैं, सेकेंड डे होम अरेस्ट करवाते हैं, 5000 से अधिक पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन लगाकर और 4 आईपीएस ऑफिसरों को रोड पे खड़ा करके एक चिल्लर कॉमेडियन का प्रोग्राम हमारे म्युनिसिपल केटीआर साहब, जो कि मुख्यमंत्री के बेटे हैं, वो प्रोग्राम को सक्सेस करते हैं। मैंने कार्यक्रम से पहले डीजीपी, कमिश्नर सभी को निवेदन किया था कि ऐसे व्यक्ति का कार्यक्रम ना लगाए, ऐसे कॉमेडियन का प्रोग्राम ना लगाए जिसने।
All right, we just heard there Raja Singh blaming OAC, and now we're getting some fresh updates. Days after the court granted bail to Raja Singh, now the Hyderabad police has moved to Telangana High Court challenging the order. In fact, this is the big news coming in at this point of time. We're getting back-to-back updates in the Hyderabad violence case. Remember that there were these huge protests which had taken place in Hyderabad demanding action against Raja Singh. You also heard the video, a second video of him where he is categorically blaming OAC, and he's also not apologizing. Aneri is going to take us to the details. Aneri, over to you.
Well, we have been seeing how there are massive protests which are taking place in the state of Telangana, where we also see that there were protests in Nalgonda district also, and now not to forget how there are massive protests which are taking place in Hyderabad, in Old City area. Well, since last 3 days we have been seeing how massive protests they are happening, and also at the same time now a major development comes out is that challenging the Nampally court's order which had granted bail to Raja Singh, and also for not following the section 41A CRPC. Then on that grounds Raja Singh was granted bail by the Nampally court, but now challenging that order, now the Hyderabad City Police.
Right, I will just come back to you, Aneri. I'm being joined by Ravula Sridhar Reddy from the TRS on the phone line. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Reddy. What is the first reaction coming in? We are seeing that Raja Singh has once again appeared, this time uploading a video where he is blaming OAC for what happened, the tensions which took place in Hyderabad. Aapka kya manna hai? What happened according to you?
It's Raja Singh actually who has uploaded a video, 3-4 days back, which has actually incited violence in the city, and the police has taken a right decision. They have arrested him. Even BJP has also taken a decision, right? They have suspended him. Now if he tries to make others responsible, or if he tries to blame others, it is he who has to blame himself. Being a responsible legislator, he should have behaved properly. He should know what is the constitution. He should be binded by the constitution. But again, if he is doing such a derogatory remarks, making others responsible for what he is doing, it is completely baseless, senseless. He should actually restrain from this kind of an activities. And police is doing actually observing the right procedure, and they will go by whatever constitutional provisions are there to prevent such activities by anybody in the system, whether he's a legislator or a common man. Definitely, I should say only one thing at this point in time: Raja Singh should restrain from doing so, and police have to take the whatever due procedure they have to adapt, and prevent such things to happen again. Hello.
Also, Mr. Reddy, we are seeing a lot of tension there in Hyderabad. It has definitely disturbed the peace of the community, peace of the city there. What do you think needs to be done politically to make sure that such incidents are not repeated?
Our Honorable Chief Minister already reviewed the situation in the city. Yesterday, we have taken enough measure to maintain peace in the city. Honorable Chief Minister gave a call to the people. One should not take law into their hands. Definitely the system will work, to maintain peace, maintain calm in Hyderabad. It is a responsibility of each and every leader, every citizen to ensure that they do their part of activity to ensure peace in Hyderabad. At this point in time, Hyderabad stands together to ensure that all of us, we will maintain the brand Hyderabad reputation. It was always a great place to live, great place to conduct your business and activity, and that will continue. Through few fringe elements cannot disturb the peace in our city, and definitely the government will ensure, the peace and the calm that we used to have in Hyderabad, and we will restore full normalcy. It is already normal. It is we already have taken enough measures, and we will ensure that the peace will be maintained in the city.
Right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Reddy. That was Ravula Sridhar Reddy of the TRS joining us on the phone line. All right. Varis Yusuf Pathan is also joining me on the phone line. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Pathan, what is your reaction coming in? It seems as if Raja Singh is unapologetic about what happened and he's putting the blame on others, while the effort is also right on. The Hyderabad police also said this in their press conference to maintain peace in Hyderabad.
Well, the BJP is trying to destroy the circular fabric of our great country. They are spreading hate. And this is nothing but see what he's doing again. He was arrested for creating communal disharmony in our country. He was arrested because he used derogatory remarks against our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He was released on bail within 4 hours. That is why I say such kind of habitual offenders, who has got more than 75 FIRs registered against him so far. Why is he allowed to be released on bail? We want his bail to be cancelled. He should be sent to jail. And again, he has started this. So without the connivance of the top BJP leaders, this could not happen. He's a small pawn. Why does he make this kind of statement? And what is the BJP's reaction now? Will they condemn it? Where is Prime Minister Modi? Should he not condemn this kind of statements which are being made? And who is he? He's making such kind of derogatory remarks. And
but also, Mr. Pathan...
yeah.
But Mr. Pathan, AIMIM, the OACs also admitted intervention here. Raja Singh is blaming AIMM's OAC in this case as well, that he has sparked tensions. What do you have to say about that?
Well, we have been since the day one when he made these remarks and his video went viral, we have been saying violence is no solution to any problems. We say the Constitution has given a right to protest peacefully. We were against the sloganeering, we condemn such sloganeering which leads to violence or crime. But now again he has started, so we were the person who were involved, our MLAs and corporators were on the roads the whole night and they were trying to pacify the crowd who was outraged because the derogatory remarks were used against our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So we are trying to create peace. We are requesting the peace should prevail. We want the peace should prevail. Let there be demonstration, protest under the Constitution which is given us right. Peaceful protest. No violence. But he's trying to incite people. By his words spoken, he's trying to provoke. We say people don't get provoked. It is their agenda. It is their policy of the BJP, the Vishwan, the Parishad, RSS. They want to provoke. They want to create communal tension. They want to create a right type atmosphere in the country, especially Hyderabad. So this should stop. This should be stopped. Hatred must stop. The BJP senior leaders must come forward and say that this is not allowed. We are trying. We are giving statements. Our party is saying that we want peace.
Right.
We don't want violence. But such kind of against statements are coming from Raja. What is this? So I condemn this kind of statements which are made by this under this fringe element from the BJP, madam. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Varis Pathan, AIMIM leader there, speaking to Republic TV as MLA Raja Singh, suspended MLA Raja Singh has come out with one more video, no apology, blaming OAC for what happened, and till right now, blaming the comedian as well who was supposed to perform, but no apology coming in from Raja Singh.
And after the massive protest which has erupted in the city of Hyderabad and especially in the old city area, now we see that challenging the Nampally court's order. Now the Telangana police has moved to the Telangana High Court challenging the order over and also has asked for an arrest of Raja Singh. Well, we have been seeing how there are massive sloganeering which have been taking place like Sartan Se Juda and Raja Singh Murdabad. Such statements, such slogans are being raised by the protesters. Keep watching Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break.
All right, Bhupendra Singh has been appointed as a UP BJP president. And that's a big news we are getting for you right now. Bhupendra Singh appointed as UP BJP president, UP BJP chief. That's what we are breaking at this point of time. Big news coming in on Republic TV that Bhupendra Singh is right now the new president of the BJP in the state of Uttar Pradesh. In fact, his name was very likely to be appointed as a UP BJP chief. That is what we are learning. And now he has replaced Swatantra Dev Singh, who has been made the minister in the Yogi Adityanath-led government. So we are getting some top updates about what's happening there in the BJP leadership, with Bhupendra Singh appointed as a UP BJP president. And he is a leader from Western UP. And he had met BJP President JP Nadda yesterday. In fact, he will be replacing Swatantra Dev Singh, who has been made the minister in the Yogi Adityanath government. So this is the big news we're tracking right now. This is the first on Republic, a big development coming in, and we are going to come back after a short break and get you more.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
At least 2 suspects were detained by Mumbai police from Vapi in Gujarat for threatening to blow up a hotel in Mumbai. The suspects were brought back to the city and are to be presented before a local court. Con man Sukesh Chandrasekhar and his wife are to be shifted to 2 separate jails at the Mandoli prison complex after the Supreme Court ordered their transfer from the Tihar jail. The centre is reportedly mulling over removing toll plazas across all highways in the country and replacing them with cameras that read number plates. The cameras are referred to as automatic number plates reader cameras and is being seen as the second phase of a policy of number plates introduced in 2019.
Days after the raid, the Enforcement Directorate has shifted into mega action. Jharkhand's Chief Minister Hemant Soren's aide Prem Prakash has been arrested in the illegal mining scam case. Late last night, he was called to the ED's office in Ranchi and placed under arrest after interrogation. This also comes after 2 AK-47s were recovered from his residence.
Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking. Now, what we can tell you is that suspended MLA will not apologize. We just showed you that video, and what we are learning is that days after the court granted bail to Raja Singh, the suspended MLA Raja Singh, now the Hyderabad police has moved to the Telangana High Court challenging that bail order. That's a big news coming in, where the police might now move again to re-arrest Raja Singh. Raja Singh had in fact released a video a short while back when he said he will not apologize. He's blamed everybody but himself for the tensions in Hyderabad. Priyanka is joining me for more. Priyanka, over to you. Take us through what's happening. And it looks like that the re-arrest of Raja Singh is on the horizon, Priyanka.
Well, it definitely seems so, Shivangi, because now we had seen what had really gone on in the Nampally court, and now we are seeing that this bail order in fact has been challenged in the High Court as well. That would essentially mean that Raja Singh might be arrested, that his bail might get cancelled as well. However, we will have to wait and watch as to how the legal arguments proceed in the High Court now, as far as the legal arguments from the side of Raja Singh and also from the side of the Telangana government by the police essentially that have made, in fact challenged the bail order of Raja Singh as well. Especially what had happened in the Nampally court was because of a technicality of the Section 41A that Raja Singh had been granted this bail. But of course, we are tracking those developments very, very closely as legal recourse that has now been taken and Raja Singh's bail expected that it might also get cancelled. We're getting you all the updates. Stay tuned with Republic. We'll be back after this very short break.
Days after the raid, the Enforcement Directorate has has shifted into mega action. Jharkhand's Chief Minister Hemant Soren's aide Prem Prakash has been arrested in the illegal mining scam case. Late last night, he was called to the ED's office in Ranchi and placed under arrest after interrogation. This also comes after 2 AK-47s were recovered from his residence. In a first review meeting after the Amarnath Yatra, the Ministry of Home Affairs will hold a high-level security meeting review in Jammu and Kashmir today. The MHA's top brass will be briefed on the present security scenario, including recent attempts of Pakistan to carry out a major terror strike on the Army's operational base. In a big lead in the Bengal cash scam, ex-SSC chairman is now under the CBI scanner. The CBI has also sealed North Bengal VC Subresh Bhattacharya's Kolkata residence after 6 hours of drilling. Meanwhile, the CBI has been actively investigating the SSC scam case and raiding multiple locations.
Additional security in Hyderabad and parts of the city following overnight protests against suspended BJP leader Raja Singh's alleged remarks. Telangana's Home Minister, meanwhile, assured that the public that he would not compromise on law and order following the incident. At least one was arrested following a protest that had taken place in Nalgonda and Hyderabad, where violent slogans were allegedly raised. An FIR has been requested for by the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights against people who made school children raise slogans against BJP leader T. Raja Singh. An order in the matter of the Prime Minister's security breach is expected to be pronounced today following an inquiry committee that was set up by the CJI on the 5th of January.
The CBI's raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in
Welcome back, viewers. The biggest story that we are tracking now with respect to Raja Singh in Hyderabad, whose bail in fact had been granted in under a day till he was arrested, and now the bail order is being questioned in the High Court itself. In the Nampally court, we had seen that the legal arguments that had proceeded inside of the courtroom, where in fact Raja Singh in fact had been let off, given bail on a technicality of Section 41A, and of course now we are seeing that that order has been challenged in the High Court, and of course we will have to wait and watch whether or not this will essentially mean that Raja Singh his bail in fact will be cancelled and that he will be taken into arrest once again. But of course we are seeing on the ground that the protest had been continuing, the anger not subsiding of the protesters, all of them claiming that they want a legal recourse for justice against Raja Singh who had made these comments about their Prophet Muhammad, and that they are not taking these comments lying down as well. Stay tuned to Republic as we bring you all the updates as far as this big story from Hyderabad is concerned. We are on the ground getting you all the updates. Stay tuned. We will be back after a very short break.
Additional security in Hyderabad and parts of the city following overnight protests against suspended BJP leader Raja Singh's alleged remarks. Telangana's Home Minister, meanwhile, assured that the public that he would not compromise on law and order following the incident. At least one was arrested following a protest that had taken place in Nalgonda and Hyderabad, where violent slogans were allegedly raised. An FIR has been requested for by the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights against people who made school children raise slogans against BJP leader T. Raja Singh. An order in the matter of the Prime Minister's security breach is expected to be pronounced today following an inquiry committee that was set up by the CJI on the 5th of January.
The CBI's raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है।
CBI raids in the rice mills of Onubroto Mondal and his close aides.
Teachers staged protest holding the tricolor seeking jobs and were instead brutally thrashed.
Additional security in Hyderabad and parts of the city following overnight protests against suspended BJP leader Raja Singh's alleged remarks. Telangana's Home Minister meanwhile assured the public that he would not compromise on law and order following the incident.
Viewers, we're getting some breaking news right now. Shortly, a key MHA security meet, Ministry of Home Affairs, to hold a high-level security review meeting on Jammu and Kashmir very shortly, viewers. We were getting those visuals as well, first on Republic. This will be the first security review meeting after successful Amarnath Yatra. MHA top brass to be briefed on present security scenario, including recent attempts of Pakistan to carry out major terrorist strike, including Fidian attack on Army's operation base in Rajouri. On that note, it's time for a very short break. Much more coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
কি আশা করছেন?
The CBI's raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है।
CBI raids in the rice mills of Onubroto Mondal and his close aides.
Teachers staged protest holding the tricolor seeking jobs and were instead brutally thrashed.
Additional security in Hyderabad and parts of the city following overnight protests against suspended BJP leader Raja Singh's alleged remarks. Telangana's Home Minister meanwhile assured the public that he would not compromise on law and order following the incident. At least one was arrested following a protest that had taken place in Nalgonda and Hyderabad where violent slogans were allegedly raised. An FIR has been requested for by the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights against people who made school children raise slogans against BJP leader T. Raja Singh. An order in the matter of the Prime Minister's security breach is expected to be pronounced today following an inquiry committee that was set up by the CJI on the 5th of January.
Against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let's dive right into the top stories this hour on Superfast 50. In big news from Jharkhand, sources tell us that the Election Commission of India has sent a sealed cover report to Raj Bhavan in Ranchi on the matter of Chief Minister Hemant Soren's mining license controversy and that there is a chance that the Chief Minister could lose his post. As per sources, Kalpana Soren, the wife of Hemant Soren, or Shibu Soren, his father, could be in the running to succeed him. Amid speculation over Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren possibly losing his seat, Soren issued a statement saying that no official communication has been made to him and blamed and accused the BJP in the matter entirely. Former Jharkhand Chief Minister Raghubar Das launched an attack on Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, blaming him and only him for the political turmoil in the state.
सिर्फ बीजेपी इंतजार नहीं कर रही, झारखंड के 3.25 करोड़ जनता जो आशा और विश्वास से जल जंगल जमीन की बात करने वाली पार्टी झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा को झारखंड की जनता ने सत्ता सौंपा था और किस तरह सत्ता में आते ही उन्होंने जल जंगल जमीन के साथ साथ जो राज्य की हमारी खनिज संपदा है किस तरह लुटवाने का काम किए, लुटवा भी रहे और अपने भी लुटने के लिए स्वयं मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए अपने भी लीज लिए, अपनी धर्मपत्नी श्रीमती कल्पना सोरेन जी को भी दिलाया, उनके भाई भी, उनके प्रतिनिधि भी और उनके प्रेस सलाहकार भी।
The Supreme Court has agreed to review aspects of its July 27 judgment on the Prevention of Money Laundering Act while upholding the powers of arrest, attachment and search and seizure conferred upon the Enforcement Directorate under the PMLA. After completing the trials of the first indigenous aircraft carrier, the INS Vikrant, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to commission India's first indigenous aircraft carrier on September the 2nd in Kochi. According to sources now, aircraft trials will begin in November on IAC Vikrant. In a big setback to the Pegasus Snoopgate narrative, the Supreme Court found no conclusive proof in the probe into alleged spyware in a deep dive that involved 29 mobile phones. Forensics revealed 5 phones were found to be affected by some malware, but the panel said it was not Pegasus. The Supreme Court has sought a response from the Gujarat government on a plea challenging the remission granted to 11 convicts in the Bilkis Bano gang rape and related murders case. The top court issued notice to the Gujarat government and posted the matter for hearing after 2 weeks' time. After the video of AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi, now a video of another AIMIM former corporator Samad bin Abbad is out, wherein he claimed that on the instructions of Owaisi and the AIMIM corporator, over 90 people who were detained have been released in Hyderabad.
नकीब मिल्लत अली जनाब बैरिस्टर असदुद्दीन ओवैसी साहब सदर कुल हिंद मजलिस इत्तेहाद मुस्लिमीन और रुकन पार्लियामेंट ने मुझको और मेरे साथी कॉरपोरेटर मुजफ्फर साहब को हिदायत दी कि फौरी जो है यहाँ पर कंचनबाग पुलिस स्टेशन पहुँचे और इन महरूस बेकसूर बच्चों को जो है रिहा करवाने के लिए।
Protests against suspended BJP MLA Raja Singh in Hyderabad took an unsavory turn again last night as police resorted to lathi charge in the face of stone pelting. Several protesters had to be detained as well. Amid simmering tensions in Hyderabad against suspended BJP MLA Raja Singh, IPS DS Chauhan in a briefing appealed to people to maintain peace. Further, he said that the administration is taking all precautionary measures in the matter and there is no political pressure on the cops. In the latest, the police have moved to quash Raja Singh's bail in the High Court. Meanwhile, Raja Singh has issued a fresh statement. Fresh trouble appears to be incoming for senior Trinamool Congress leader and the party's Birbhum district president Anubrata Mandal, as after the Central Bureau of Investigation, the Enforcement Directorate will also question him in connection with the illegal cattle smuggling scam. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party leaders visited Rajghat to visit Mahatma Gandhi's Samadhi after their crucial meeting, following which Kejriwal said that Manish Sisodia is honest, that there is no liquor scam and that the real scam is the BJP's Operation Kamal.
क्यों किया इन लोगों ने? उन्हें पता है कि मनीष सिसोदिया एक बहुत ही ईमानदार देशभक्त आदमी है। मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने देश के बच्चों के लिए, उनका भविष्य बनाने के लिए बहुत शानदार काम किया। फिर हम सोच रहे थे क्यों किया?
Aam Aadmi Party leader Saurabh Bharadwaj alleged that the BJP's political tactics are failing. He added that all the MLAs of the party stand together against the allegations made in Liquorgate.
पार्टी का ऑपरेशन लोटस दिल्ली के अंदर अरविंद केजरीवाल ने फेल किया। ऑपरेशन लोटस की फेलियर को मैं आज यहां पे अनाउंस करता हूं, ऑपरेशन लोटस फेल।
Meanwhile, as the face-off on Liquorgate breaks new ground, Aam Aadmi Party MLA Dilip Pandey claimed that the BJP has offered 20 crore rupees each to its MLAs and has been trying to poach them.
हिसाब से अगर देखा जाए तो एक विधायक को खरीदने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी 20 करोड़ रुपए ऑफर कर रही है। अगर 40 विधायक तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो लोग, तो 20 को 40 से जो अगर मल्टीप्लाई करें, वो मैथ्स देखें हम, तो लगभग 800 करोड़ रुपए जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी, ये काला धन ही होगा, लेकर खड़ी है विधायकों को, दिल्ली के विधायकों को तोड़ने के लिए।
Amid the Operation Kamal claims ahead of the key meeting of Aam Aadmi Party MLAs at Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence, AAP leader Saurabh Bharadwaj even alleged that some of their MLAs are untraceable.
आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार नहीं गिरेगी। दिल्ली वालों को आश्वस्त करना चाहते हैं, सरकार स्थिर है, मजबूत है। विधायक आएंगे, मैं आपको आश्वस्त कर रहा हूं, सब आएंगे।
AAP MLA Atishi meanwhile claimed that BJP has made several attempts to break the Aam Aadmi Party earlier as well. This comes even as Kejriwal alleged the BJP has set a target of switching 40 AAP MLAs to its fold.
11 बजे बैठक शुरू होने का समय है। हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि 11 बजे तक सारे आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक यहाँ पे बैठक में मौजूद होंगे। पहले भी कोशिश की जा चुकी है आम आदमी पार्टी को तोड़ने की, दिल्ली सरकार को गिराने की, लेकिन आज तक कभी भी ये सफल नहीं हो पाया।
Amid unending war of words in the liquor scam, BJP leader Sudhanshu Trivedi said that the AAP was not being precise about the scam in general. This comes amid the Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal's Operation Lotus allegations.
We are consistently asking them to be precise on excise, but they are doing all sort of theatric exercise in order to divert the attention and taking so many words like Lotus, bogus, etc. Their main objective is to divert the focus.
Former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Sushil Kumar Modi, while speaking on the mega CBI action in the Bihar Land for Jobs scam, dared the RJD to answer on the specific allegations against them in the case.
कि कौन सा रास्ता अख्तियार किया जाए कि उनकी सरकार बच जाए और उनकी सत्ता में भी रहे, लेकिन अंदर खाने ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि वक्त अभी तय नहीं है, लेकिन ये जानकारी मिल रही है, यहाँ खबरें ऐसी उड़ रही हैं कि शायद हो सकता है राजभवन से बुलावा हेमंत सोरेन को आ जाए। देखिए मैं कोशिश करता हूँ लोगों से बातचीत करूं और उनसे जानने की कोशिश करूं कि आखिर
From right outside Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren's residence in Ranchi, you can see that there are
हेमंत सोरेन के द्वारा इस सरकार के द्वारा एक राहत प्रदान की गई है। मैं इसके लिए पूरे राज्य के जितने भी हमारे मंत्री विधायक हैं, सब लोगों ने सक्रियता दिखाई थी और इसके परिणाम स्वरूप कल के बैठने में माननीय हेमंत सोरेन ने ये निर्णय लिया कि पुलिसकर्मी काफी प्रताड़ित हो रहे हैं, इसलिए इनका अवकाश पुनः इनको बहाल कर दिया जाए। आज पूरे राज्य में 70,000 पुलिसकर्मी होली का उत्सव मनाने जैसा माहौल है। इसी के उपलक्ष्य में हम लोग माननीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय का आभार प्रकट करके सर, हम लोग को स्थिति के बारे में कुछ पता नहीं है, हम लोग को कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं, कोई न्यूज सार्वजनिक नहीं हुआ है, हम लोग कुछ नहीं जानते। हम लोग का मुख्यमंत्री हेमंत सोरेन। बिल्कुल बढ़ेगी, क्यों नहीं बढ़ेगी।
तो ये वो लोग हैं, देखिए ये लोग हैं जो मिलने आए थे, लेकिन ये कह रहे हैं कि हमें इससे लेना देना नहीं है कि इस वक्त क्या परिस्थितियां चल रही हैं, लेकिन वो यहाँ आए हैं उनसे मिलने के लिए क्योंकि उन्हें तोहफा मिला है, बड़ी सौगात मिली है और उनके आने से हिम्मत भी बढ़ेगी। जेएमएम की, शिबू सोरेन की, हेमंत सोरेन के तमाम लोग यही कह रहे हैं, पूरे गुलदस्ते के साथ पहुंचे। हालांकि अंदर बैठक चल रही है, शायद ही इनको अंदर जाने दिया जाए, लेकिन ये हम आपको जानकारी दे रहे हैं। बाहर जो जश्न का माहौल है, ठीक विपरीत अंदर इसके माहौल इस वक्त चल रहा है। अंदर खाने ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि हो सकता है परिस्थितियां विपरीत हो जेएमएम के लिए, तो उसे लेकर विचार विमर्श किया जा रहा है कि अंदर कैसे तमाम चीजों से निपटा जाए। जो परिस्थितियां आई हैं, जो स्थितियां आई है इस वक्त, उससे कैसे निपटा जाए, तमाम चीजें सामने आ रही हैं और कहा जा रहा है कि ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि जेएमएम की तरफ से कोई नाम प्रस्तावित किया जाए। और नाम की अगर मैं बात करूं तो कल्पना सोरेन का नाम भी है, चंपई सोरेन का नाम है, विकल्प की बात कर रहा हूं मैं। कल्पना सोरेन के अलावा चंपई सोरेन, रूपी सोरेन, शिबू सोरेन, इन तमाम नामों पर विचार किया जा सकता है क्योंकि परिस्थिति ऐसी बन रही है कि हो सकता है हेमंत सोरेन की कुर्सी चली जाए, विधानसभा सदस्यता चली जाए, तो किसी न किसी को सीएम की कुर्सी पर जरूर बिठाएंगे वो, बिल्कुल। देखिए एक वही मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, देखिए ये तस्वीरें, जश्न की तस्वीरें हम आपको दिखा जरूर रहे हैं, लेकिन जश्न के इधर अंदर से कुछ और तस्वीरें भी आ सकती हैं। वो अलग स्थिति है अंदर में, अंदर बंद, दरवाजा बंद है और उसके बाद देखिए अंदर बैठक चल रही है। ये लोग जो बाहर आपको नजारा, जो तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, ये लोग खुशी में झूम रहे हैं। ये वो लोग हैं जो सिपाही हैं, इनको सौगात कल ही एक दिन पहले हेमंत सोरेन सरकार की तरफ से दी गई थी। इनके मानदेय को बढ़ाया गया है, वेतन पुनरीक्षण किया गया इनका, और यही खुशी यहाँ आकर ये लोग दर्शा रहे हैं। अब जरा देखिए इनकी खुशी, लेकिन माहौल अंदर से, अंदर जो भी हो, बाहर उत्साह बढ़ाने की कोशिश हेमंत सोरेन की जा रही है। लोग ये भी कह रहे थे कि जो यहाँ ये लोग पहुंचे हैं, अंदर जो भी हो उससे इनको फर्क नहीं पड़ता है, लेकिन बाहर से लोग कोशिश ये करें कि हेमंत सोरेन की हिम्मत को और बढ़ाया जाए। क्या हो रहा है क्या नहीं हो रहा है इससे उनको कोई मतलब नहीं है। गेट बंद है, इनको अंदर जाने तो नहीं दिया जाएगा, लेकिन बाहर से ये खुशी का इजहार कर रहे हैं। इनकी खबर अंदर तक चली गई है, अंदर तक बात पहुंच गई कि हाँ तमाम लोग पहुंचे हुए हैं शुक्रिया अदा करने के लिए। और ये लोग देखिए खुशी से झूमर डांस भी कर रहे हैं। हम आपको एक दो तस्वीरें आपको जो दिखा रहे, देखिए खुशी से झूम भी रहे हैं, गुलाल अबीर चल रहे हैं, ये तमाम चीजें चल रही है। यही वो लोग हैं जिनको कल ही सौगात मिली है, जो सिपाही हैं, जो पुलिसकर्मी हैं, उनको सौगात मिली और ये उसी की खुशी दिखा रहे हैं, उसी की खुशी जता रहे हैं। ये लोग नाच गा के पारंपरिक ढोल नगाड़ा झूमर खेलते हुए ये तमाम लोग यहाँ पहुंचे हुए, देखिए खुशी का इजहार कर रहे हैं। रंग अबीर गुलाल इनकी तरफ से लगाया जा रहा है, लेकिन थोड़ी स्थिति देखिए, ठीक इस गेट के उस पार स्थितियां थोड़ी अलग है, वहाँ का माहौल थोड़ा अलग है, वहाँ माहौल गमगीन भी है और चिंता का विषय भी, क्योंकि सरकार को लेकर कई सवाल उठ रहे हैं। सवाल ये कि सरकार रहेगी या फिर जाएगी, सवाल ये कि क्या विकल्प होंगे, क्या फैसला लिया जाएगा राजभवन की तरफ से, उस पर तमाम चीजें निर्भर करती हैं। देखिए झूमर खेल रहे हैं तमाम लोग और सिपाही हैं, पुलिसकर्मी हैं, जिनको खुशी मिली है और इस खुशी का इजहार करने यहाँ पहुंचे हैं। इनको फर्क नहीं पड़ता है कि क्या अंदर हो रहा है क्या नहीं हो रहा है। सरकार की तरफ से जो सौगात इनको मिलनी थी वो सौगात इन तमाम लोगों को मिल चुकी है और उसी के खुशी के इजहार में ढोल नगाड़े के साथ पारंपरिक डांस करते हुए, झूमर खेलते हुए यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं। अमूमन ये होता है कि ऐसा क्राउड या ऐसी भीड़ अगर आती है तो उसको रोक दिया जाता है पहले ही, लेकिन चूंकि ये खुशी का माहौल है और हेमंत सोरेन को ये लोग बधाई देने पहुंचे थे तो इसलिए इनको रोका नहीं गया, गेट तक आने की इजाजत दी गई। लेकिन अब ये लोग यहाँ से बाहर नहीं, अंदर नहीं जा पाएंगे क्योंकि इनको यहीं तक इजाजत दी गई है। इनकी खबर हेमंत सोरेन तक पहुंचा दी गई है। ये नज़ारा जरूर आपको लग रहा होगा कि खुशी का माहौल है, ये खुशी का माहौल इस चार दीवारी के बाहर तक ही है। अंदर आप समझिए, जिसकी सरकार को खतरा हो, जिसकी सियासत पर खतरा हो, जिसके भविष्य पर खतरा हो, वहाँ क्या चल रहा होगा। अंदर खाने अभी भी बैठक चल रही है, तमाम सियासी दिग्गज अंदर पहुंचे हुए, अभी भी लोगों के पहुंचने का सिलसिला जारी है। लोग पहुंच रहे हैं और अपनी बातों को रख भी रहे हैं। तमाम विधायकों से बातचीत भी की जा रही है। जो भी विधायक यहाँ पहुंच रहे हैं, महुआ मांझी सांसद पहुंची थी, उनसे बात करने की कोशिश भी हमने की, लेकिन उन्होंने कहा कि अंदर जा रहे हैं, अंदर जो भी फैसला होगा 4:30 बजे प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बताया जाएगा। हो सकता है प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में तस्वीर भी साफ हो जाए कि अगर ऐसी परिस्थिति सामने आती है तो विकल्प के रूप में आखिर कौन सामने आ सकता है, हेमंत सोरेन की जगह मुख्यमंत्री के पद पर कौन बैठ सकता है। ये झूमर खेलते हुए लोग हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं।
And viewers, those are the visuals and scenes outside the residence of Hemant Soren, who is for now the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. However, Prakash Singh is now joining us and he will be sharing more details regarding the ECI report that has allegedly been sent to Raj Bhavan, wherein it could be recommended for Jharkhand Chief Minister to lose his post. Prakash, if you can hear me, a short while ago, I believe you had spoken to a minister in Jharkhand who said that there is no threat to the government. But what is the next step for Hemant Soren? What are they likely to do?
Well, absolutely, there is no threat to the government provided the JMM and the Congress keep its flock together, because the BJP also has 26 plus 2, 28 members, and for absolute majority you require 41 members in the House. So it all depends if Hemant Soren's membership is terminated, and in the sealed letter that has been sent to the governor by ECI, we assume that he will be terminated. His membership will be terminated from Barhet Assembly constituency, and thereby he will lose his membership from the Barhet Assembly constituency in Jharkhand, and and also the chief minister's post. So we'll have to look at it, what kind of action is taken by the Election Commission of India, whether his membership is terminated or there is a time bound penalty that is issued on him, whether the Election Commission of India will say that for 3 years you cannot contest election, that is your punishment. That has to be seen. In that case, he will nominate someone from his family for sure. Either it is Kalpana Soren or Shibu Soren, who is known as Guruji, who is the chairperson or the president of the party. And if Hemant Soren is going to nominate his wife, then Hemant's elder brother's wife, Sita Soren, who is an MLA herself, may contest the fact that why not she is becoming the chief minister instead of Kalpana Soren, because she is an MLA. And in the memory of Durga Soren, the late Durga Soren, the oldest son of Shibu Soren, she's been running the Durga Wahini also. So there is a squabble and a fight within the family also. So in that case, Shibu Soren might be appointed. So it will be seen as to how the political drama unfolds within the family and within the JMM and the Congress as well. Because we have been hearing rumors that many Congress MLAs were approached by the BJP as well. And if the numbers swell to 41, then anything can happen. So it's a high voltage political drama here in Jharkhand. So we'll await for the press conference to be held at the Chief Minister's residence at 4:30 p.m. by Hemant Soren and his associates. Back to you.
Right. Prakash, stay with us. So clearly you're saying that the government there believes that there is no threat to it. Your numbers earlier, you had quoted 51 for the ruling alliance. That could also come down if Hemant Soren is disqualified. There are about 26 plus 2 for the NDA there in Jharkhand. And so that is where the numbers stand. However, we've been hearing that Hemant Soren may have a couple of options. He may want to either file an SLP in the Supreme Court over this, or also we've heard on the other hand that he could also resign. Is there any truth to any of this? Are there certain speculations regarding what his own personal move could be regarding this?
Well, he will definitely move to the apex court, and he has some hopes. What we are told from the sources in the JMM and the people who are close to Hemant Soren, they say that he will definitely file a suit in the apex court, and we'll have to wait as to what kind of judgment the apex court gives. So he has been consulting his legal team as well as set of lawyers as to what needs to be done, if at all. When the sealed letter is uncovered, and if at all that the decision has been taken to terminate his membership from the Barhet Assembly constituency in Jharkhand, that decision will be taken later on. He has already consulted his battery of lawyers for sure. So, and if at all he has to resign, so there are likely possibilities that the chief ministership will remain within the family itself, because that is the basic crux of the regional party. It doesn't move beyond family. And there's a legacy, there's inheritor concept in the regional party. If you go to any regional party, barring exceptions like Naveen Patnaik or in fact Nitish Kumar's party here in Bihar, in Jharkhand, the JMM, after Shibu Soren, Hemant Soren, his son, became the chief minister and the natural heir to the JMM. So we'll have to wait and watch. Yes, it has to be within the family. And we have to wait and watch who is that person who is going to be the chief minister, either Kalpana Soren or Shibu Soren.
Right. Prakash, stay with us. These are visuals that are coming in from outside Hemant Soren's residence, where there are at least two groups of people. One of them are his supporters, and the other are beneficiaries of action that he had taken just yesterday. And inside, however, the residence, from what Anup has been telling us from Ranchi, there is something else going on there. Let's listen in. And viewers, these are visuals coming in right now from Hyderabad. from Hyderabad, where just a short while ago we broke news, of course, that the Hyderabad police is once again challenging the bail that was granted to suspended BJP MLA Raja Singh, who has on his part released a video wherein he refuses to take tender an apology for anything. And meanwhile, amid all the protests and a lot of sloganeering and aggressive stone pelting that we have seen, the police yesterday taking no prisoners in that regard and moving into swift action mode. However, they have moved the High Court challenging the bail application, or rather the bail that was granted to Raja Singh by the Nampally court. After Raja Singh had been arrested, he was in custody for about 20 hours, during the course of which he had been suspended by the BJP. However, due to a procedural matter in his arrest, he was granted bail and he was released immediately. Subsequent to that, there have been protests and the number of political calls also that we have broken news of regarding seeking his arrest once again. And now the Hyderabad police has moved for cancellation of his bail in the High Court. These are visuals that are coming in from the residence of Raja Singh, and he has just a short while back, about half an hour ago, released a video wherein he has not tendered an apology and he remains defiant. And you can see how there is a security presence. The hard hats in front of the screens immediately are, of course, the police, who are in full riot control gear. We have Aneri joining us. Aneri, tell us what is happening outside Raja Singh's house. We are just trying to get Aneri on the phone with us. Aneri, I believe, has now joined us on the phone. Aneri, what is happening outside Raja Singh's house? There are a number of people there, including a riot control gear clad cops.
Right, we have been seeing that there are massive protests which have been taking place in the city since last 2 days, but also now we have been seeing that how there were slogans which were being raised against Raja Singh, demanding that he should be arrested. Also at the same time, now once again the protests have been breaking out here at Raja Singh's residence. Well, we have been seeing how there are fast-paced developments which have been taking place into this matter, and after the Nampally court's order, now we see that the police officials have now moved to the Telangana High Court, challenging the orders of the Nampally court, which had on 23rd announced that Raja Singh should be immediately released with immediate effect, as they did not follow on the grounds as the 41A CRPC was not followed by the police and the state, and so Raja Singh was released by the Nampally court. But now challenging that order of the court, now the police officials, the Telangana State Police, has moved to the Telangana court challenging this decision. So now fast-paced developments. We are expecting that the matter will be heard tomorrow in the Telangana High Court. So all eyes on that. And also not to forget how Hyderabad is still on a high alert. We have been seeing that there are protests which have been taking place. Yesterday night also, once again, we had seen how there were slogans of Sartan Se Juda which were being raised, and also how they are raising slogans, how massive protests, effigies are being burnt. Stone pelting was also witnessed yesterday during the protest. So definitely, Ankit, now we're all eyes on the High Court's decision tomorrow, where there will be arguments which will be taking place. But also at the same time, there are talks that there could be some sort of protests which are expected to happen, because it's Friday tomorrow, so we'll have to wait and watch how things turn out to be. Well, extra forces also have been put in place, so to make sure that no untoward situation takes place.
Right. Aneri, stand by with us. We also have Priyanka joining us from Hyderabad. And Priyanka, a short while ago, you were reporting how at that time the situation was calm, but the police anticipates that sometime in the evening is when the protests really break out, when people mobilize. What is the scene currently on the ground? Because we are seeing some activity outside Raja Singh's residence, isn't it?
Well, yes, that's exactly what we're expecting. Right now, we're at the High Court, where in fact the Telangana police has, in fact, they have in fact challenged the bail order of Raja Singh, and of course we are also learning that the Telangana police in fact might be reaching Raja Singh's residence is the latest that we can tell our viewers. We are also learning that there might be a different case in which he might be taken into custody, but as of now, of course, we are tracking for you the latest as far as the legal proceedings are concerned. And tomorrow itself in the Telangana High Court, where this bail order that has been challenged, that hearing will also take place in the Telangana High Court, post which we can expect that of course that trouble is in fact mounting for Raja Singh. But we are also learning as of now, as we speak, Ankit, this is the latest that we are bringing, that perhaps the Telangana police is also making their way towards his residence. But we are bringing the latest as far as the protesters are also concerned, because let's take a step back and also remember what has really gone on since the time that Raja Singh had been arrested, and after which he had been granted bail under section 41A. That was a mere technicality that is being cited by the protesters, by the opposition, all of them claiming that the authorities are in favor of Raja Singh. This is the kind of statements that are coming to light from the protesters as well. And as Aneri was pointing out, we have seen massive protests since the time that he was out on bail. During in that night itself, where there was stone pelting that went on, the police had to resort to lathi charges. Until yesterday night, we had been tracking these protesters that had been sporadically carrying out these protests and in fact waving their black flags at the RAF, at the police officials. And not just that, but there were several sloganeering, as Aneri was mentioning, of Sar Tan Se Juda, etc. And that's exactly why we see that. And in fact, one more shocking development that we had been tracking was with respect to how there was a direct communication with the AIMIM leaders and the protesters, and how there was a political influence that was being used by these leaders of the AIMIM, pressurizing the police to let go of these protesters, let them out after they had been detained. Since they had been detained, at least 90 such protesters that had been detained, and now they had been let go. Yesterday itself this had happened, and these videos had also come to light where in fact it is heard that the politicians are speaking to the protesters. Asauddin Owaisi himself had also spoken to these protesters, and these protesters in fact had also been heard in these audio tapes where they were thanking the politicians and claiming that because of them the police had let them go. So now, of course, post which we have seen a lot of action with respect to the joint CP that had also called for a press conference, and then he had made a U-turn and had said that this was an off-the-record briefing. And we have been told, as our colleague Aneri in fact had been in that off-the-record meeting, and she can perhaps push this point a little further. But we had seen how the police had told the media to not talk about the political pressure that was mounting on the police, or that in fact they had completely denied that such a thing was even happening. And post which now we're seeing that the Telangana police in fact has also challenged the bail order of Raja Singh. So a lot of developments that we are tracking from here in Hyderabad, where at least now we are learning that Telangana police might also make their way towards Raja Singh's residence and might also take him into custody in a different matter that has been registered against him. Ankit.
Right, Priyanka, so what you're telling us is crucial information that the police may also be there to perhaps arrest Raja Singh in a different case, even as the High Court is scheduled to hear their appeal against the bail granted to him tomorrow. I'd like to go across to Aneri once again, because Aneri, Priyanka has been talking about how you were at the police briefing. Is it very clear then in these two actions that the police has decided that they want to take him into custody, and whether it be in this matter or whether it be in another matter?
Well, Ankit, we are yet to get in clarity on that. But yes, now as we also have been seeing that there are massive protests which have been taking place, but what we are learning that police is soon going to reach Raja Singh's residence, and he's most likely he would be shifted to Nampally Court. Well, we are yet to get any sort of confirmation on this. But yes, also at the same time, we had seen just some time back, just few minutes back, Raja Singh himself had released videos where he had stated how the police officials are trying to behave with him, and what exactly transpired during all this, and what is happening over the protest, what was the reason. This videos were released by Raja Singh, so now we'll also have to see how these developments takes place. But yes, as of now, police is most likely on the way to Raja Singh's residence, and he will be moved to the court. And also at the same time, we will be seeing that tomorrow there will be hearing which will be taking place in the Telangana High Court.
Right. Aneri, they're sharing crucial details, and even as sources tell us that the rearrest of Raja Singh cannot be ruled out at the moment. I'd like to go back to Priyanka for a situation report on the ground in Hyderabad, because we've seen how at different points protests break out. Clearly, right now, the focus appears to be in Raja Singh's residence, and the police is there in full riot gear. And Priyanka, if you could just talk to us about what currently is ongoing at Hyderabad. You're at the High Court.
Well, Ankit, at the High Court, the bail order that had been challenged, and of course the antecedents of Raja Singh have also been mentioned by both the police officials and also the political fraternity, and they have stated that Raja Singh is not a one-off offender. This is not just one video that he had made, a 10-minute long video where he had in fact made fun of Prophet Muhammad, and he is now in his defense he's released these videos where he has in fact stated that he was not actually trying to make fun of Prophet Muhammad and that he was talking about somebody else, and that he has said in this video that if they had not understood.
Viewers, we'll get you more updates on what's happening in Hyderabad. Meanwhile, in Jharkhand, there you can see Hemant Soren has emerged even at a time when his position is under serious threat because of the ECI report that has been submitted to the Raj Bhavan, to the governor. And there you can see after a long meeting, he has emerged from his residence. We were reporting from there just a few moments earlier, and there were scenes of apparent celebration for some reason happening outside. And now, as the Jharkhand Chief Minister emerges, he appears to be making a show of strength also and waving to the people who have come there outside his house. The reason that his position... And so there you can see, viewers, Hemant Soren has emerged at his residence in Ranchi. This is after we broke news earlier today that the Election Commission report has been submitted to the governor.
देख रहे हैं राज्य के पुलिस कर्मियों की चेहरे में मुस्कान। आज होली नहीं है, लेकिन होली का उत्साह जरूर सड़कों पर है। विभिन्न और हमारा हमेशा से ये प्रयास रहा है, रहेगा कि यहाँ के हर कर्मचारी निर्भीक होकर काम करे, दिशा देने में।
Slightly glitchy there, but he's talking about how the celebrations were ongoing in front of his house, and there was a atmosphere that was akin to Holi there, and that the reason for that was there were people celebrating an action he had taken yesterday that had given them relief in some manner. However, we remain to hear another statement from him regarding his own position, which has come under threat on account of the mining lease that was still in his name until a couple of months ago, despite him holding the chief minister's and mining portfolio. Let's listen in once again.
और व्यक्तिगत उनकी भी जिंदगी होती है। सबको मान सम्मान से जीने का अधिकार है। हर व्यक्ति को, हर कर्मचारी को, और हमारा ये प्रयास है कि वो सम्मान उनको मिले। उसका प्रयास लगातार जारी है। कल भी हमने काम किया, आज भी हम काम में हैं, और आज हमारे कर्मियों का आभार स्वीकार कर रहे हैं। मैं इनके आने वाले समय के लिए बेहतर भविष्य की ढेरों सारी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
हेमंत सोरेन जिंदाबाद 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 जिंदाबाद
You just heard Hemant Soren. He was speaking about a different matter. However, he has not ventured to commit anything with regards to his own position. We have Prakash Singh joining us once again. Prakash, Hemant Soren making a show of strength and a show of bravado over there. But could the situation be very different?
He's putting up a brave front, Ankit, and but the writing on the wall is clear. It seems that the governor has received the recommendation, and it will be divulged anytime soon, and it will be communicated to Hemant Soren. Although we hear that at 4:30 p.m. a press conference would be held in which he would clear his stance. But it's a political crisis in Jharkhand. But as far as the numbers are concerned, the numbers are in favor of the UPA until and unless
Meanwhile, big news from Hyderabad. Raja Singh, we are told, has been arrested once again. We've suspended BJP MLA Raja Singh has been arrested. We showed you just a short while back how the police had reached his doorstep and there was a heavy deployment there, and now we can tell you that there has been a huge development in Hyderabad. Suspended BJP MLA Raja Singh has been arrested once again. You've heard it first here on Republic. He has been arrested. We'll be getting Priyanka and Aneri to share more details. But from what Priyanka has told us, there is a chance that there are two different Section 41A notices over which now the Hyderabad police has arrested him. This is just minutes after the police moved the High Court to quash the bail that was granted to him earlier. And we have now Priyanka joining us. Niranjan is joining us from the newsroom. Niranjan, tell us more.
Let's go close to Priyanka and Aneri, both live. Priyanka and Aneri, where is he right now? Where is he being taken? What is the case? Tell us all about it. Let's stay with the pictures, full frame, please, of Raja Singh being arrested. First pictures, Priyanka. Going across to both Aneri and Priyanka. Aneri and Priyanka, live from Hyderabad this evening. Those are pictures of Raja Singh being rearrested by the police. He was picked up by the police as he stepped out of his residence. Released a video earlier today, daring KCR, daring KTR, the Chief Minister of Telangana. He dared them, he blamed them for the violence, and he's now been picked up in another case. This is even as the government in Telangana is coming under huge pressure for the release of a few others. In fact, the police in Hyderabad had moved the Telangana High Court asking for his bail to be reviewed, and he's been arrested in another case. That's the breaking news update right now. This is another case over which he was given a Section 41 notice, and he was given a notice and asked to comply by the police. And Priyanka is live with me, going across straight to Priyanka. Priyanka.
Yes.
Priyanka, tell us about the case in which he's been arrested. What is your location? Where are you right now? And are you in the middle of all the action?
Yes, Niranjan, in fact, we are making our way towards the Nampally court because we were learning that the police has arrested Raja Singh and they are already on their way back from his residence to the Nampally court. And we are in fact have accessed the 41A notice of the CRPC that has been given to Raja Singh, because of which he had in fact been granted bail. The absence of which, because of which he had been granted bail in this entire matter of the video that he had made making fun of the Prophet Muhammad. Now we are learning that these are two separate cases under which Raja Singh has now been taken into custody. He has been arrested, and for that he will be brought to the Nampally court where he will be produced for remand as well. In fact, we are also learning. We are in fact getting all the details as far as these these notices that have been given. Now, one is the Shahnaz Ganj case, is what we are learning. We are getting
the details of the documents as well that we have accessed. The 41A notice that has been given has the details of these two cases, but that remains, to be seen how the legal arguments will be proceeding in the Nampally court. But we are also getting you the latest as far as the bail order that has also been questioned. Now, right now we have the Section 41A of the CRPC that has been issued to him. In fact, I'll quickly read this out for our viewers so that we have a clarity as to the kind of cases that had been registered against him. And we have the Shahnaz Ganj case for which he has been taken into custody now. We were learning that a task force of the Telangana police, in fact, had been sent to the Raja Singh's residence. There was a closed door, discussion that had gone on. The police had been speaking to Raja Singh, telling him, giving him the notice as well, the Section 41A notice, post which now he has been taken into custody and he is being brought to the Nampally court, where he will be produced for remand. And of course, we will have to see how that entire proceeding goes on, because remember, during the case of this video that had been made by Raja Singh making fun of the Prophet Muhammad, he had been granted bail on the technicality of the Section 41A notice not being issued to Raja Singh as well, and because of which we had seen on the ground there was a massive anger, massive protest that we had been tracking since the past 3 days, Niranjan, on the ground, where the protesters had been claiming that because of just a mere technicality that he has been let go of, but that the legal recourse needs to be taken with respect to justice that they want with respect to Raja Singh's statements and against Raja Singh, because they had stated that Raja Singh is not a one-off offender. This has not happened only the first time. He has had several antecedents. He has had prior records as well, where he has made communally insightful statements. So that is why we have seen that these kind of protests had not been dying down. In fact, they had also been making plans of carrying out protests late in the night today and also tomorrow after the Friday prayers, and because of which the police had learned the intelligence that they had gathered that a mass gathering that was also expected to take place tomorrow post the Friday prayers as well. But as per the Section 41A notice that has now been accessed by us, it clearly tells us that the police has already come in action. They have given these notices to Raja Singh, because of which now he has been taken into custody, and we are in fact en route to the Nampally court itself. We'll be reaching there in probably 2 to 3 minutes, and we will be getting all the visuals, all the latest as far as Raja Singh is concerned and when he will be brought in the court, and as far as what really goes on in the court, we will be getting you all the details of that as well. Niranjan.
Staying with the story, those are the first pictures of him stepping out of his house and being detained in another case, that is Raja Singh, the controversial leader, the hate-monger MLA who made controversial comments, was picked up by the police some time back. Staying with those pictures, he released a video earlier today. Let's play out that video and we'll go across to both Aderi and Priyanka live from Hyderabad. Let's play out that video. He's been arrested minutes after his second video was put out. Second threat in a second video. Put out right now. Can we play that video? Let's play that video out. He's been arrested minutes after that video was put out. Let's play it out.
क्रिमिनल वातावरण जो बना हुआ है, इसका रीजन क्या है? मैं कल से नेशनल मीडिया वॉच कर रहा हूं. नेशनल मीडिया में कुछ अलग और कुछ अलग तत्वों को बताया जा रहा है. तो मैं आज रिक्स लेकर आपके सामने आ रहा हूं, क्योंकि कोर्ट का आदेश था कि मीडिया को अटेंड नहीं करना है. लेकिन वातावरण देखकर मुझे मजबूरन आज आना पड़ा. आज तेलंगाना में कम्युनल वायलेंस होने का रीजन क्या है, मैं आपको बताने की कोशिश करता हूं. मुनव्वर फारूकी, स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन. इस व्यक्ति को हमने 3 महीने पहले भी ये व्यक्ति का प्रोग्राम ना हो हमने विरोध किया था। वो समय पर पुलिस के सहयोग से कार्यक्रम कैंसिल हुआ। उसके बाद में मुनव्वर फारूकी जो हमारे तेलंगाना राज्य के जो मुख्यमंत्री है उनका बेटा है केटी रामाराव जो कि म्युनिसिपल मिनिस्टर है। वो केटी रामाराव से ट्विटर के माध्यम से संपर्क करता है और कहता है कि मुझे हैदराबाद में कार्यक्रम करना है। तो केटीआर साहब वो किसी भगवान को नहीं मानते, वो एक नास्तिक है। वो उस व्यक्ति को इनवाइट करते हैं, पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन लगाते हैं, राम भक्तों के ऊपर लाठी चार्ज करवाते हैं, मुझे फर्स्ट डे अरेस्ट करवाते हैं, सेकेंड डे होम अरेस्ट करवाते हैं, 5000 से अधिक पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन लगाकर और 4 आईपीएस ऑफिसरों को रोड पे खड़ा करके एक चिल्लर कॉमेडियन का प्रोग्राम हमारे म्युनिसिपल केटीआर साहब जो कि मुख्यमंत्री के बेटे हैं वो प्रोग्राम को सक्सेस करते हैं। मैंने कार्यक्रम से पहले डीजीपी, कमिश्नर सभी को निवेदन किया था।
And those are pictures of him being arrested a short while back. That was Raja Singh being arrested. That's the first video that came in. I'll go across back to both Aneri and Priyanka. Live with us from Hyderabad as we stay with the live pictures. He's being taken to the Nampally court in Hyderabad where he will be produced. The court had earlier granted him bail. He's been taken to court once again on a day when so many protests have been seen, and some of the protesters who were picked up also released on the intervention of Asaduddin Owaisi. So there's another controversy that's brewing on the sidelines. We'll take a short break here on Republic. We'll take a break and come back with the live coverage from Hyderabad. Stay tuned. All right, let me get a word from, I think Priyanka has an update before the break. Priyanka, what's the update on your end?
Niranjan, the update is essentially that he is being brought to the Nampally court where he will be produced, and the 2 cases that we are tracking are the 41A notices that have been issued to him in reference to playing a provocative and communally inciting song at the Begum Bazaar in Hyderabad on 10th of April this year, and also another video that he had made during the UP elections where the video had been taken cognizance of as something that was also threatening the voters of UP as well. So that is the 2 cases that had been pending against Raja Singh, in the matter of which the Telangana police has now issued him the notice of under section CRPC of 41A, and now he is being brought to the Nampally court. He will be produced there in probably just about 10 to 15 minutes is what we are learning, because the police has taken him from his residence. He is being detained as of now, as are the pictures that we are showing to our viewers, and those we are tracking his movement right now, and he will be brought to the Nampally court in perhaps the next 10 to 15 minutes, Niranjan.
Getting a word from Aneri as well. Aneri, several notices being sent. Priyanka, before that, now, what are the different cases that he faces? Because it appears that obviously they don't want him to be a free man. They don't want him to be out. They wanted to arrest him given all the protests. And even the police has come under intense scrutiny for releasing a lot of the people who were protesting. Some of them sloganeered, some of them crossed the line. They were picked up and released on political intervention by Asaduddin Owaisi, as seen in some of the videos.
Well, that's what's happened, Niranjan. It seems as though there was a lot of pressure that was mounting on the Telangana police with respect to the kind of protests that have been breaking out. And of course, we have seen how those protests were also taking place, and how there was a bias that we had seen of the AIMIM leaders, especially Asaduddin Owaisi, and that audio and that video that had come to light where he had been talking to the protesters, and the protesters had been thanking him, saying that because of him, the police has let them go. But that being said, the Telangana police was under intense pressure, because we did see that the kind of protests that were breaking out, however those protests were going on, the truth of the matter is that the protests were happening, and there was an undercurrent of several violent protests that might also have broken out. There was a massive outreach program that was being carried out by the Telangana police. They have spoken to all of these protesters, going home to home, and have had a word with them, tried to tell them that not to carry out these kind of protests and not to carry out violent protests as well. But the intelligence that they had gathered was that the people are extremely angry that there's only so much precautionary measures that the police can take, and that is why it is now being also seen that the Telangana police has taken this action just on the day, in fact, where the bail order has been challenged before the High Court. Now we are seeing in the backdrop of that, they're not waiting even till tomorrow, till the hearing goes on in the High Court, for the bail order to be challenged before the High Court. Before that itself, for 24 hours before the hearing was set to take place, the Telangana police has issued this section 41 CRPC notice to Raja Singh, post which now he has been detained. Because the more that he is out, every minute that he is out, we are seeing that the protesters have been threatening to carry out these kind of protests, violent protests, and create a law and order situation. Now, viewers, we are tracking each and every detail from Hyderabad as to how the legal action is also going to take place in marathon hearings that are expected to take place today and tomorrow. Stay tuned with Republic. We'll be back after a very short break.
Amity University, Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है.
CBI raids in the rice mills of Onubroto Mondol and his close aides.
Teachers staged protest holding the tricolor, seeking jobs, and were instead brutally thrashed.
National Vice President of BJP Dilip Ghosh, while reacting to the cattle smuggling case, it implicates TMC leader Onubroto Mondol, stated that he ought to remain in jail in order for a proper inquiry to be conducted in the case, further adding that the inquiry was moving in the right direction.
दिन नया प्रॉपर्टी का खोज हो रहा है, राइस मिल से लेकर मेडिकल कॉलेज, फ्लैट्स, तो रोज का खोज हो रहा है, नई नई प्रॉपर्टी मिल रही है. तो जब तक ये पूरा नहीं होता है छानबीन, तो उनको बेल देने से क्या होगा, एक काम में व्यवधान आएगा. तो स्वाभाविक बेल मिल जाएगा तो फिर ये इंक्वायरी में डिस्टर्ब होगा, तो वो जेल में रहेंगे तो इंक्वायरी भी पूरा चलेगा, उनसे पूछताछ भी हो पाएगा. स्वाभाविक रूप से ही होना चाहिए. जब तक ये जांच चलेगा तब तक उनको अंदर रखना ही ठीक रहेगा. ये तो वो डॉन जैसा उनकी एटीट्यूड है. उस जिला में किसी की हिम्मत, ना मीडिया, ना पुलिस वाला, ना कोई कर्मचारी, साधारण पब्लिक, व्यवसायी, किसी की हिम्मत नहीं थी उनके खिलाफ बोलने का. सब जानते हैं भ्रष्टाचारी है, इतना प्रॉपर्टी है, लेकिन एक आवाज तक नहीं आया.
They are protesting against money.
Stay with the live pictures. In fact, let's go back full frame to the pictures of T. Raja Singh. T. Raja Singh, the controversial MLA from the BJP in Telangana, suspended by the BJP for a controversial comment. Protests have been raging across Hyderabad after he was first after he made that comment, second after he was released. Those are pictures of him leaving his residence earlier today when he was picked up by the police, arrested, and he was taken to the Nampally court. That is Raja Singh being arrested in another case, and he's now headed to the Nampally court, where Priyanka, my colleague, will also be live in a few minutes from now. In a few minutes from now, we'll take another short break and come back with a live coverage at 4 p.m.
Amity University, Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
National Vice President of BJP Dilip Ghosh, while reacting to the cattle smuggling case, it implicates TMC leader Onubroto Mondol, stated that he ought to remain in jail in order for a proper inquiry to be conducted in the case, further adding that the inquiry was moving in the right direction.
दिन नया नया प्रॉपर्टी का खोज हो रहा है, राइस मिल से लेकर मेडिकल कॉलेज, फ्लैट्स, तो रोज का खोज हो रहा है, नई नई प्रॉपर्टी मिल रही है। तो जब तक ये पूरा नहीं होता है छानबीन, तो उनको बेल देने से क्या होगा, एक काम में व्यवधान आएगा। तो स्वाभाविक बेल मिल जाएगा तो फिर ये इंक्वायरी में डिस्टर्ब होगा, तो वो जेल में रहेंगे तो इंक्वायरी भी पूरा चलेगा, उनसे पूछताछ भी हो पाएगा। स्वाभाविक रूप से ही होना चाहिए, जब तक ये जांच चलेगा तब तक उनको अंदर रखना ही ठीक रहेगा। ये तो वो डॉन जैसा उनकी एटीट्यूड है। उस जिला में किसी की हिम्मत, ना मीडिया, ना पुलिस वाला, ना कोई कर्मचारी, साधारण पब्लिक, व्यवसायी, किसी की हिम्मत नहीं थी उनके खिलाफ बोलने का। सब जानते हैं भ्रष्टाचारी इतना
All right, we're staying put with the Hyderabad story where BJP legislator T. Raja Singh has been re-arrested and security beefed up around the area. In fact, he's being taken to the Namapalli court where he would be produced before a magistrate. He has been arrested after following due process under CRPC section 41A 3 and 4 notice that was served on him. Let's go to Priyanka. She's reporting live from the ground. She's reached the court. Priyanka, please tell us what's happening there where you are. Has Hyderabad police brought T. Raja Singh to the court, and what's going to be the process now? Remember, this is his re-arrest. Please tell the viewers what's happening there on the ground.
Well, Abhishek, they are on the way is what we are learning, that the police has taken T. Raja Singh in their custody and they are bringing him to the Nampally court where we have just now reached, and in fact we are learning about the section 41A under the CRPC that has been issued to Raja Singh for two separate cases. Now two different cases in which now the police will be taking it up. The cases are that of provocative songs that were being played on 10th of April of this year in the Begum Bazaar in Hyderabad is what we're learning. That is one of the notices. The second of the second notice that has been issued is that of another video that he had made during the UP elections, where the video had been taken cognizance of. The video in fact was deemed to be something that was intimidating the voters as well. So under these two cases now he has been arrested, he has been taken into custody as of now. He will be brought to the Nampally court so that further remand can be sought for, and of course as per the procedure the police will be able to take him into custody. But as we were speaking about this earlier, we have been seeing that the Telangana police has been in action. They have been trying to make sure that the situation on the ground remains calm, but even though we are seeing that the protesters have been sporadically carrying out these kind of protests where their slogans are also ranging from the alarming ones like Sartan Se Juda and others as well. But that being said, the police had been carrying out massive outreach programs with these protesters, trying to tell them to not carry out these kind of violent protests, not carry out these protests that might rile up other people. But the police had also submitted a report to the higher authorities as well, where they had said that the undercurrent of the anger of these protesters had been there, and in fact they were planning something big for Friday as well, and that there will have to be some kind of action that will have to be taken to subdue this kind of protests that have been going on as well. We are now seeing that just 24 hours before the bail order that had been challenged before the High Court by the police, now 24 hours before that hearing was expected to take place, Abhishek, that now T. Raja Singh has been placed under arrest in two separate cases. So the more that he was out, the more that he was under house arrest, we had seen that the protesters had been coming out on the streets and carrying out these kind of protests. In fact, Raja Singh had just made a video as well. Just moments ago, before we had learned that Telangana police was about to reach his residence. Now, whether or not that is a coincidence or whether that was taken cognizance of by the police is something that we will have to wait and watch for. But the video that T. Raja Singh had made was essentially talking about how he was justifying this video that he had made, a 10-minute long video where he was clearly making fun of Prophet Muhammad, but now he had made a video just a few minutes ago where he had said that he was not actually trying to make fun of Prophet Muhammad, that it was completely being taken out of context, and the people who had seen this video were not understanding what he was trying to say, and he was still arrogant in that video, and he was saying that if they don't understand that, that's not his problem. He was still not bowing down. He was not ready to apologize about the video that had come to light, the video in question, because of which these kind of protests had also broken out, post which in fact he had also been taken into custody.
Priyanka.
So all of that coming together right now.
खिलवाड़ तत्कालीन कांग्रेस की पंजाब की सरकार में हुआ, उस पर जो विषय आया वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। उपचारी उपाय क्या हो, सेफगार्ड्स कैसे रखे जाएं, रक्षा कैसे की जाए, उसको लेकर भी जहां एक और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने टिप्पणी की है, वहां पर यह भी बताया है कि किस तरह से फिरोजपुर के एसएसपी पूरी तरह से विफल हुए प्रधानमंत्री जी की यात्रा में सुरक्षा उपलब्ध करवाने के लिए और कानून व्यवस्था बनाए रखने में पूरी तरह से विफल हुए, जबकि उनके पास 2 घंटे का पर्याप्त समय था ऑल्टरनेटिव रूट का, सड़क मार्ग का, लेकिन वो पूरी तरह से विफल। पंजाब की सरकार, पंजाब का पुलिस तंत्र, प्रधानमंत्री जी की सुरक्षा में खिलवाड़ जिस तरह से हुआ, जो प्रधानमंत्री जी की सुरक्षा में चूक हुई, उस पर आज बहुत बड़ी जानकारी आप सबके सामने आई भी है। लेकिन मित्रों, बात यह है कि वो किस समय की घटना है। आपको अगर याद होगा, अगर आप इस फोटोग्राफ को देखें, ये 5 जनवरी 2022 की बात है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पंजाब के दौरे पर थे और इस कार्यक्रम में पहले से जानकारी दी गई थी, ड्रिल्स पूरे किए गए। एसपी जी ने स्थानीय सरकार को, पुलिस प्रशासन को, सबको बताया कि खराब मौसम के चलते सड़क रूट लिया जा सकता है और सड़क रूट की ड्रिल भी हुई। और उसके होने के बाद जब यह कहा गया कि यहां क्या क्या चाहिए, उस पर भी पूरी तरह से विफल तत्कालीन कांग्रेस की सरकार, पंजाब की सरकार रही। जब प्रधानमंत्री जी पंजाब पहुंचे, किसी भी राज्य में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जाएं तो वहां के मुख्यमंत्री, वहां के मुख्य सचिव, वहां के डीजीपी पुलिस यानी कि डायरेक्टर जनरल पुलिस, वो वहां पर रहते हैं, लेकिन तीनों के तीनों वहां से गायब थे, अनुपस्थित थे। कारण क्या था? मुख्यमंत्री, मुख्य सचिव, डीजीपी का ना होना। ये किसका षड्यंत्र था? कौन इनके पीछे थे? क्योंकि केवल यहीं तक नहीं रुके। जब प्रधानमंत्री जी का काफिला इंतजार करने के बाद डीजीपी पंजाब के पूरे कहने के बाद कि रूट सुरक्षित भी है, सैनिटाइज्ड भी है, ये आने के बाद, जानकारी आने के बाद एसपी जी ने चलने के लिए कहा, तब भी मुख्यमंत्री, मुख्य सचिव और डीजीपी गायब थे। उनकी गाड़ियां थी लेकिन वो नहीं थे। प्रधानमंत्री जी को अकेला पंजाब में छोड़ दिया और जिस पुल पे जाकर वो उनका काफिला रुका, उससे मात्र 100 मीटर की दूरी पर आंदोलनकारी, आप कल्पना कीजिए भारत के प्रधानमंत्री पुल पर हो, 10 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर पाकिस्तान का बॉर्डर हो, जहां पे तोप की आप रेंज में हो, स्नाइपर्स की रेंज में हो सकते हो, वहां से गोली बारूद चल, कुछ भी हो सकता था। और पंजाब पुलिस मूक दर्शक बनकर 20 मिनट तक खड़ी रही। पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री फोन पर भी उपलब्ध नहीं थे, ना व्यक्तिगत तौर पर थे। एसएसपी ने हाथ खड़े कर दिए थे। आखिरकार ये रूट किसने बताया था आंदोलनकारियों को? रूट पर कैसे आए? मात्र 100 मीटर की दूरी पर आंदोलनकारियों ने कैसे घेरा बना लिया? कुछ भी हो सकता था। लेकिन पंजाब के उस समय के मुख्यमंत्री, कांग्रेस के नेता ये कहते 20 मिनट ही तो थे। अरे 2 मिनट भी बहुत होते हैं कुछ भी होने के लिए। इस देश ने बहुत बड़े बड़े नेताओं को, चाहे प्रधानमंत्री हो, पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री हो, पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री हो, या बड़े नेता हों, बहुत को खोया है। सुरक्षा व्यवस्था के साथ खिलवाड़ के कारण खोया है। ऐसी स्थिति क्यों पैदा की गई? महत्वपूर्ण लोग घटनास्थल से गायब क्यों थे? यह सवाल बार बार उठता है। और यही नहीं, प्रदर्शनकारियों को प्रधानमंत्री के रूट के बारे में जानकारी किसने दी? और अगर ये सुरक्षित और सैनिटाइज रूट था तो आंदोलनकारी आए कैसे? एसएसपी किससे बार बार फोन पर बात कर रहे थे? किसके निर्देश ले रहे थे? मुख्यमंत्री ने बहाना मार दिया कि उनको कोविड है, लेकिन चंद घंटों के बाद प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस भी करते हैं, पब्लिक से भी मिलते हैं और बगैर मास्क के मिलते हैं। कांग्रेस के उस समय के मुख्यमंत्री अपने दिल्ली के बड़े नेताओं, आकाओं से, जिस परिवार का इस पार्टी पर राज है, उस पार्टी के नेताओं को बार बार जानकारी देते हैं कि सुरक्षा में ये हुआ, ये हुआ। तो ये जो उन्होंने कहा कि ये सुनियोजित, वो उन्होंने तो कहा स्वाभाविक था। क्या कहा उन्होंने? मुख्यमंत्री चन्नी ने उस समय कहा यह कुदरती थी। सुरक्षा भंग होना कहते कुदरती था, स्वाभाविक था। यह स्वाभाविक नहीं, सुनियोजित था। यह षड्यंत्र किसका था? क्या चाहते थे इस घटना से वो? पंजाब में जहां सिटिंग मुख्यमंत्री की हत्या हो चुकी हो, पहले इस देश में कई प्रधानमंत्री, पूर्व प्रधानमंत्रियों की हत्या हो चुकी, उस समय खिलवाड़ी किसके कहने पर हुआ? और इससे शर्मनाक बात क्या होगी कि बार बार चन्नी जी ने ऐसे बयान दिए। मैं तो यही कहूंगा कांग्रेस के नेताओं से कि आप चुनावों में ना घेर पाओ, संसद में ना घेर पाओ, सवालों में ना घेर पाओ, तो प्रधानमंत्री की सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ करो। सवाल यह उठता है कि ये नौकरशाह, ये पुलिस अधिकारी किसके इशारे पर ये खेल खेल रहे थे और सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहे थे, और प्रधानमंत्री जी की सुरक्षा के साथ हिला हवाली कर रहे थे, लीपा पोती कर रहे थे। किसके कहने पर कर रहे थे? सीएम चन्नी बार बार झूठ बोल रहे थे। यह किसकी ओर इशारा करता है? किस परिवार और किस पार्टी के नेता को वो रिपोर्टिंग बार बार कर रहे थे? सीएम की भाषा में इतना घमंड, इतना झलझलापन, यह अपने आप में दिखाता है कि अपने आप नहीं, अपने आकाओं के इशारे पर काम कर रहे थे। यह कहना 20 मिनट रुके, कुछ हुआ तो नहीं, कितनी गैर जिम्मेदाराना स्टेटमेंट है। इससे तो यही पता चलता है कांग्रेस का हाथ देश विरोधियों के साथ। यही नहीं रुके, अभी प्रधानमंत्री जी का तेलंगाना का दौरा था, उस समय भी प्रधानमंत्री जी के हेलीकॉप्टर आने से ठीक पहले उसी समय पर इतने बड़े बड़े काले गुब्बारे छोड़ दिए। यह भी एक बहुत बड़ी सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ का मामला था। लेकिन मित्रों, जैसा शास्त्रों में लिखा है हमारे, जो धर्म की रक्षा करता है, धर्म उसकी रक्षा करता है। लेकिन यहां पर सवाल तो यह खड़ा होता है कि तत्कालीन कांग्रेस सरकार ने ऐसा कैसे होने दिया, किसके इशारे पर होने दिया, और ये रूट कैसे पता चला, सुरक्षा में चूक क्यों हुई? इसका जवाब कांग्रेस को देना ही होगा। कौन इनके वो आका दिल्ली में है, कौन वो नेता है जो उस समय के मुख्यमंत्री को निर्देश दे रहे थे? ये पूरी स्क्रिप्ट दिल्ली में किस जगह पर कांग्रेस के लिखी गई और उसको लागू पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री ने डीजीपी के माध्यम से एसएसपी पर किया। कोर्ट ने इस पर अपनी टिप्पणी बड़ी गंभीर भी की है। भविष्य में प्रधानमंत्री की सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ ना हो, उसके भी इसमें कहा है, उस पर क्या क्या करना चाहिए, उपचारी उपाय क्या हो, सेफगार्ड्स क्या लिए जाएं, उस सब की बात भी कही है। लेकिन आज सवाल यह खड़ा होता है कि कांग्रेस ने देश के 130 करोड़ की जनता के पूर्ण बहुमत से चुने हुए दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता की सुरक्षा में खिलवाड़ क्यों होने दिया, ये सुनियोजित क्यों था और ये षड्यंत्र किसने रचा, ये कई सवाल अब आप सबके सामने आते हैं।
इस विषय से कोई जुड़ा हुआ कोई सवाल आपके पास होता है? एक मिनट आप पूछिए।
देखिए, प्रधानमंत्री की सुरक्षा में गंभीर चूक राष्ट्र के लिए गंभीर परिणामों के साथ साथ एक भयावह स्थिति भी उत्पन्न कर सकती थी। क्या कांग्रेस ये चाहती थी? तो किसके इशारे पर चाहती थी? कांग्रेस में कोई और नहीं, एक परिवार की ही पार्टी है, उसके इशारे पर ही चलती है। चन्नी जी बताएं, क्या यह इशारा वहीं से आ रहा था जहां पर रिपोर्टिंग सुरक्षा चूक की उस दिन की जा रही थी? मीडिया के मित्र अपने पूरा रिकॉर्ड पुराना खंगालें। प्रधानमंत्री जी कैसे पुल पर खड़े थे, चन्नी जी कैसे गायब थे, चन्नी जी किसको रिपोर्ट कर रहे थे। उन्होंने स्वयं कहा कि मैं कांग्रेस के इस परिवार के इस नेता को रिपोर्ट कर रहा था। तो ये पूरी स्क्रिप्ट प्रधानमंत्री की सुरक्षा की चूक की किसने लिखी, किसने लागू की? अब यह सवाल देश के सामने खड़ा होता है।
नीरज पांडे,
यह षड्यंत्र किसने रचा?
सर, क्या लगता है आपको कि चूंकि चुनाव होने वाला था तो विधानसभा चुनाव में फायदा लेने के लिए और किसानों की सिंपैथी लेने के लिए कांग्रेस की तरफ से ये प्लांट किया गया था?
ये सवाल देश के सामने है। मैं चाहता हूं कांग्रेस के लोग इसका उत्तर दें। इससे क्या पाना चाहते थे? 10 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर पंजाब का बॉर्डर, हजारों आंदोलनकारी सड़क पर 100 मीटर की दूरी पर, पंजाब पुलिस सीन से गायब हो, मुख्यमंत्री फोन पर ना हो, डीजीपी ने जो सैनिटाइज और सुरक्षित रूट की बात कही वहां पर हुड़दंग मच गया हो, प्रधानमंत्री की सुरक्षा में एक चूक हुई हो, बहुत बड़ी चूक। उस और इशारा करता है कि क्या राजनीतिक लाभ के लिए देश विरोधियों के हाथ में प्रधानमंत्री की सुरक्षा को लेकर इस स्तर तक गिरने का काम हुआ है। इतना नीचे गिर गए राजनीति में कि 130 करोड़ की जनता के द्वारा चुने हुए प्रधानमंत्री की सुरक्षा में आप चूक कर देते हो।
रविंदर जी,
देखिए, एसपीजी एक्ट के अनुसार अगर आप देखेंगे, स्पेशल प्रोटेक्शन ग्रुप एक्ट के अनुसार, तो उसके अनुसार भी राज्य के जो अधिकारी, जो अथॉरिटीज हैं, उसने इसका उल्लंघन किया है। ये सुरक्षा की जिम्मेदारी उनकी होती है। ब्लू बुक में बहुत क्लियर डेफिनेशन इसकी है और उसकी पूरी धज्जियां उड़ाने का काम किसी ने किया है तो तत्कालीन कांग्रेस की सरकार ने, उनके निर्देश पर वहां के पुलिस के अधिकारियों ने किया है। आखिरकार ये स्पेशल प्रोटेक्शन ग्रुप एक्ट जो है, ये देश की प्रधानमंत्री की सुरक्षा के लिए, वीवीआईपी की सुरक्षा के लिए है और इसके अनुसार ही राज्यों को अपनी सुरक्षा देनी होती है। पंजाब में कोताही क्यों बरती गई? किसके इशारे पर यह हुआ? षड्यंत्र किसने रचा? लागू करने वाले तो सामने आ गए। रचा किसने? रचेता कौन है? इस षड्यंत्र के पीछे वो सवाल खड़ा होता है। दिल्ली से मैं पूछ रहा हूं, दिल्ली से कौन ऐसा कांग्रेस का नेता था जो बार बार इशारा कर रहा था?
अनुराग जी, जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जो कमेटी ने कहा है उसमें उन्होंने ये भी कहा है कि पुलिस को जो है वीवीआईपी की सुरक्षा में जो है विशेष ट्रेनिंग की जरूरत है। अगर ये विशेष ट्रेनिंग की जरूरत तो है, लेकिन जैसा आप इशारा कर रहे हैं कि यहाँ बड़े आकाओं के इशारे पर ये जो घटना जो है यहाँ पर प्रधानमंत्री की सुरक्षा में चूक हुई, तो ये इशारा किस तरफ कर रही है? आने वाले दिनों के अंदर ये जो कमेटी ने सिफारिश की है, इसको बेहतर तरीके से लागू किया जा सके, इसकी तरफ
देखिए, बहुत सेट फॉर्मेट है एसपीजी एक्ट के अनुसार और बाकी प्रोटोकॉल भी जो ब्लू बुक के अनुसार है। ये राज्य की सरकार को पर्याप्त सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट करने होते हैं और अगर हवाई यात्रा ना हो तो उसका एक रूट तय किया जाता है, सड़क रूट, उसका एक ऑल्टरनेटिव रूट तय किया जाता है। ऐसी स्थिति में कहाँ से निकला जाए, ये सब गिने चुने अधिकारियों तक पूरी प्लानिंग और पर्याप्त सिक्योरिटी फोर्स वहाँ पे लगाई जाती है। क्या पंजाब में पुलिस की कमी थी या प्रयासों की कमी थी? पंजाब पुलिस में कमी नहीं थी जी, सिक्योरिटी फोर्स थी लेकिन लगाई नहीं गई थी। किसके इशारे पर नहीं लगाई गई थी? रूट किसके कहने पर लीक कर दिया गया? और कैसे 100 मीटर की दूरी पर आंदोलनकारी आकर घेर लेते हैं। पंजाब पुलिस के लोग चाय की चुस्की भरते हैं, आपके पास वीडियो से दिखाइए जी। एसपीजी को घेरा बनाकर प्रधानमंत्री की सुरक्षा करनी पड़ती है, जब मात्र 10 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर पंजाब का बॉर्डर है। वहां पर तोपें तैनात होंगी, कुछ और होगा। वो खिलवाड़ की स्थिति किसने खड़ी की देश के सामने, इसका जवाब कांग्रेस को देना ही होगा। आप ये कह कर बार बार अपना पिंड नहीं छुड़ा सकते। कांग्रेस की सरकार थी, मुख्यमंत्री सीन से गायब था, मुख्य सचिव सीन से गायब था, डीजीपी सीन से गायब था। क्यों नहीं थे तीनों? किसके इशारे पर नहीं थे? क्या उनको पता था कि उस दिन कुछ होने वाला है? तो उस काफिले में मत रहो जिसका घेरा आंदोलनकारी भी कर सकते हैं और बॉर्डर जो 10 किलोमीटर दूर पाकिस्तान का है वहां से भी कुछ हो सकता है। यह डर या ये जानकारी पहले से ही मुख्यमंत्री को थी और इसीलिए सुरक्षा में चूक भी हुई, सुरक्षा के प्रबंध भी कम किए गए और वो लगातार सीन से गायब रहे। ना प्रधानमंत्री को रिसीव करने आए, न उनके काफिले का हिस्सा बने, जबकि 4 घंटे बाद वो मीडिया से भी बात कर रहे थे, लोगों से भी मिल रहे थे।
संतोष आपने कहा कि दिल्ली से निर्देश दे रहे थे, चन्नी साहब ने उस समय बिल्कुल नाम लिया था कि प्रियंका गांधी को पीएम की सुरक्षा मामले में जो करते थे वो रिपोर्ट रख दी। तो क्या सीधा इशारा उसी तरह था कि वहां से ये तमाम चीजें की जा रही थी, करवाई जा रही थी?
मुझे लगता है इसमें बहुत गहराई में जाने की आवश्यकता है। मीडिया के मित्रों को भी जरा पिछले अपनी रिकॉर्डिंग निकालें। वो सारे बयान सीएम चन्नी के कि 20 मिनट ही तो खड़े रहे कहते सड़क पे प्रधानमंत्री। 20 मिनट भारत के 130 करोड़ की जनता के चुने हुए प्रधानमंत्री सड़क पर खड़े रहे जो 10 किलोमीटर दूर पाकिस्तान का बॉर्डर है, और सीएम कहे कांग्रेस के कि सिर्फ 20 मिनट ही तो खड़े रहे। ये कितनी बड़ी चूक थी। और वो रिपोर्ट कहां कर रहे थे? आपने नाम ले लिया है कांग्रेस के बड़े नेता का। मैंने पहले भी कहा, एक परिवार जो कांग्रेस पार्टी को चलाता है उसको इस पर जवाब देना ही होगा। ये षड्यंत्र किसने रचा? ये स्वाभाविक नहीं, सुनियोजित था।
विकास जी, आखिरी सवाल।
ये अगर सुनियोजित था, षड्यंत्र था, साजिश रची गई और मामला प्रधानमंत्री का है, तो क्या इसमें केंद्रीय जांच एजेंसी से जांच नहीं कराई जानी चाहिए ताकि किसने षड्यंत्र रचा है जिसके सामने आए?
देखिए, अच्छी बात यह है कि कम से कम इसमें आरोप प्रत्यारोप वाली स्थिति नहीं है। एक रिटायर्ड सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज की अध्यक्षता की कमेटी ने बड़े वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों के साथ जांच करके अपनी रिपोर्ट पेश की। उसके बाद मुख्य न्यायाधीश जी ने अपनी उसके ऊपर रिपोर्ट पर जजमेंट दी है, टिप्पणी की। अब इसको बड़े विस्तार में आपको पढ़ना भी चाहिए और देश के सामने कई सवाल खड़े होते हैं कि आखिरकार प्रधानमंत्री जी की सुरक्षा में चूक क्यों हुई और रेमेडियल मेजर्स और सेफगार्ड की बात जो प्रधानमंत्री की सुरक्षा के लिए मुख्य न्यायाधीश जी ने की और एक ओवरसाइट कमेटी की बात भी जो कही, ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कि वो भी कितने गंभीर हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी की सुरक्षा को लेकर। लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी और उनके मुख्यमंत्री गंभीर नहीं थे। भविष्य में ऐसी चूक ना हो, इस स्थिति के लिए क्या क्या कदम उठाने चाहिए वो भी करने चाहिए। लेकिन मैं चाहूंगा ये जो पहले चूक हुई इसकी जड़ तक भी जरूर जाना चाहिए कि इसके पीछे कौन लोग थे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत धन्यवाद आप सब लोगों को।
Well, that was Union Information and Broadcasting Minister Anurag Thakur briefing the media on the breach of PM security, on which the Supreme Court has made comment, and the facts that have come out which clearly show that the SSP at that time did lead to or was responsible for some lapses because of which those protesters and the crowd gathered, compromising Prime Minister's security. The Information and Broadcasting Minister, in fact, indicating towards a larger conspiracy. Moving on, a breaking news development coming in connection with BJP leader Sonali Phogat's death that had taken place in Goa just a few days back. Now, the Goa police has registered a murder case and included Section 302 of the IPC following a complaint that was lodged by Sonali's brother. Remember, it was initially thought that Sonali Phogat, who was 42 years old, passed away in a Goa hotel because of a cardiac arrest. But now it seems there is a crime angle to it, and the family raised those issues, following which Section 302 of the IPC has been added to the case being investigated by the Goa police already. Alicia joining us over the phone. Alicia, please tell us the details. Why the need for adding 302? Who is the suspect since there is a murder? And how is the police moving ahead in this case?
Well, of course, we know that Anjuna police, who is looking into the matter, has already added IPC section 302, that is a murder case, because yesterday we know that Sonali Phogat's brother Rinku has written a complaint to the Goa police requesting them to investigate into the matter over the line of a murder case, because they have raised some of the suspicious. Importantly, what is mentioned that she was feeling good at the beginning and she was talking to her family, mother as well, but all of a sudden she complained of her uneasiness after her dinner. Even it is mentioned that right after her death, it is something, her laptop, her CCTV cameras that was misplaced from the farmhouse in Haryana, which is why the police has to investigate into the matter over the lines of murder. And the complaint that was given by family member of Sonali Phogat, where the unnatural death, it was first registered by the Goa police over the death of Sonali Phogat, but now section 302 of IPC, that is a murder case that has been added in the FIR that has been registered. Till now, there is no accused name that has been mentioned in the FIR, as the police is investigating into the matter, and moreover, there are even statements that has been recorded, because what we have been told that the PA of Sonali Phogat has been interrogated, and there are some other documents that has already been seized, and the police is looking into the matter. Now the murder case has already been registered in Anjuna police.
Right. Thank you so much, Alicia, for joining us. We'll take a short break on that note. On the other side, Hitmonger MLA won't apologize, but claims KCR and Owaisi as protests and violence continue in Hyderabad. Also, fast-paced developments in Jharkhand. In the dock for mining scam, Soren likely to lose seat as Chief Minister.
They are protesting against Manish Sisodia and through it the Aam
ये आईआरसीटीसी का मामला हाईकोर्ट के अंदर लंबित है, क्योंकि एक रिटायर्ड रेलवे अधिकारी के सैंक्शन से जुड़ा मामला था, जो सीबीआई को उसकी स्वीकृति मिल चुकी है और बहुत जल्द ट्रायल प्रारंभ होगा।
कि ये सीबीआई है या ईडी है या आईटी है, ये बीजेपी के दफ्तर में बैठते हैं, वहाँ से ऑर्डर हासिल करते हैं, वहीं से एग्जीक्यूशन प्लान तय करते हैं और वहीं से आगे बढ़ते हुए किसी के छत पे जाकर के टर करने लगते हैं।
देखिए, आप इस तरह से डरा धमका के हमसे कुछ नहीं जान सकते हैं। जो मेरे जानकारी में है, हम पार्टी के कोषाध्यक्ष हैं। जो साइन मैंने किया है चेक पर, उसके संदर्भ में आप बात कीजिए। जो मेरा अकाउंट है, मेरा खाता है, जो मेरा डीड है, उसके बारे में कीजिए।
Sisodia, Deputy CM, has left for event speaking to media.
Anubrata Mondal was given custody and CBI will be continuing the investigation.
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो सीएम आवास घेरने की कोशिश में है।
जो आंकड़े निकल के आए उस हिसाब से अगर देखा जाए तो एक विधायक को खरीदने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी 20 करोड़ रुपए ऑफर कर रही है। अगर 40 विधायक तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो लोग, तो 20 को 40 से जो अगर मल्टीप्लाई करें, वो मैथ्स देखें हम, तो लगभग 800 करोड़ रुपए जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी, ये काला धन ही होगा, लेकर खड़ी है विधायकों को, दिल्ली के विधायकों को तोड़ने के लिए।
Midnight around, we saw that the protesters were also in direct touch with Asauddin Owaisi and several councillors as well of AIMIM, who had been stating that they have already spoken to the police to let them go, and the police had then let go of these 90 protesters that had been detained earlier.
Let's going back to the headlines. Minutes after releasing second video, hitmonger MLA Raja Singh rearrested. Singh won't apologize but blames KCR and Owaisi as protests and violence continue in Hyderabad. Fast-paced developments in Jharkhand. In the dock for mining scam, Soren likely to lose seat as Chief Minister. Silent on the EC charge, Soren pins blame on the BJP. Hectic parleys now on. After mega liquorgate storm, Aam Aadmi Party now fears poaching by the BJP as half a dozen AAP MLAs Goan Kimmanikado swings into huddle mode. The leadership swings into huddle mode. Well, first visuals coming in of Raja Singh being taken to hospital, Gandhi Hospital, after which he would be produced before a magistrate's court. It seems he has been arrested under the PD Act by the Hyderabad police and now produced for medical checkup, as is the protocol, as is the process. This is the second arrest of Raj Singh within 48 hours. Let's go to Aneri on that note. She's reporting from the ground. Aneri, please tell us how long before Raja Singh's medical is completed and he's produced before a magistrate? Also, would the police seek a remand or just judicial custody?
A lot of fast-paced developments taking place. Earlier, just some time back, we had seen how Raja Singh was arrested from his residence in Hyderabad and then he was taken to Gandhi Hospital for medical. But now one more new development which we are breaking right now is that a PD Act has been booked against Raja Singh. A PD Act invoked against T. Raja Singh. Goshamel MLA constituency and rowdy shitter of Mangalghat police station West Zone. Well, the details of this I would like to share is that now this has come after the video which he had put on 22nd on the Jai Shri Ram channel, which on YouTube, and so now PD Act has been booked. Well, this comes after the Nampally court had granted him bail, but also at the same time, not to forget, the Telangana High Court has moved to the Telangana High Court over the challenging the court orders which were announced on the 23rd by Nampally court, granting Raja Singh bail. So now once again a fast-paced development taking taking place here in Hyderabad, where we see Raja Singh was arrested by the police officials from his residence, and also this morning he was served notice under section 41A CRPC over the two cases which were pending, that was in the month of April and February. For those two cases, now in the month of August, the police officials served them notice, and Raja Singh had also issued a statement saying, doesn't the police seem to be waking up so early, or was the police sleeping all these days? Well, that was the case of April and February, but notice was served today under section 41A CRPC. So now another case which has been coming into light is that Raja Singh has been booked under the PD Act over the making derogatory comments on YouTube, on a social media platform on 22nd. Well, we had seen how Raja Singh was arrested and then later granted bail, but after which we also had seen that there were massive protests which were taking place in the city.
Well, let me also bring in my colleague Priyanka, who's been reporting from Hyderabad. Priyanka, just take us through the details you're picking up. Finally, some action that has been taken, the rearrest that has taken place. But what more are you picking up in terms of the action that is likely to be taken in terms of the party? The party has already taken what they had to.
Well, yes, Shravan, as Neri was pointing out, the PD order that has been executed now. In fact, we are on our way to the Charlapalli jail where he will be lodged. He has been set as far as the PD order that is being executed by the Mangalhat police here in Hyderabad, and the CP. The Commissioner of Police has also talked about how why in fact this kind of a PD order had been stated, and I'll just quickly read this out and I'll come back to your question, where in this he has stated that by the blasphemous utterances and the proposed detenue has been continuously creating hatred and ill will between major communities, resulting in widespread unrest and among the people in the limits of Hyderabad city and the other parts of Telangana as well, and thereby this kind of an order has been taken because he was not really backing down. He was even today, just minutes before the police had reached the residence of T. Raja Singh, he had been making these videos where he had said that he will not be apologizing. That just being said, he would also saying that the people, the protesters had misconstrued what he was trying to say. He was not actually trying to make fun of Prophet Muhammad, that he can't help if the people did not understand the kind of joke that he was trying to make. So this is the kind of arrogance, this is the kind of brazen attitude that we saw of T. Raja Singh. That being said, Shravan, since then we have seen the PD order being executed by the Mangalhat police, and now of course he's being taken to the Charlapalli jail. Now talking about the political fraternity and how they are really responding. Since yesterday, we have seen, Shravan, that the AIMIM MLAs, in fact, had also written to the speaker where they had, in fact, stated that T. Raja Singh is not a one-off offender. This is something that has happened before as well. That, in fact, he has had several antecedents of these kind of nature as well. He has always been making communally insightful statements and speeches because of which he needs to be expelled from the member of the Legislative Assembly, and that is why we are seeing the political statements that had also been made by the Congress as well as the BJP. In fact, now the Congress had been stating, they had also been making very insightful statements, even in one of the interviews that they had given to Republic as well, where they had stated that wherever T. Raja Singh is seen on the streets, the people of the Muslim community should come out and beat him up. Now these were the statements that were being made. Now we have also seen that the Telangana police right now is taking T. Raja Singh to the Charlapalli jail, but even in the backdrop of that, there is a kind of protest that we are seeing that is brewing in the areas near Charminar, where they are in fact also demanding that there should be further legal action taken against T. Raja Singh, and they're also demanding, of course, these are sloganeerings that is being done on the ground, where they're saying that T. Raja Singh should be hung till death, and these are the statements that we had seen since yesterday itself, where they had been saying that there needs to be some action taken against T. Raja Singh. But now that has been done, we can expect that the kind of intelligence that was being received by the police officials claiming that there might be a large gathering that will take place today night and tomorrow as well might also get subdued because now at least he has been taken into custody. He is being taken to the Charlapalli jail, but of course we will have to wait and watch as to how the legal arguments proceed tomorrow in the High Court, where the bail order has been also challenged by the police, claiming that of course the claiming that this is a technicality, that under section 41A of the CRPC that he was not intimated about this arrest and the case that was also against him. Shravan.
Well, thank you very much, Priyanka and Aneri. We'll keep coming back to you for the latest action now being taken. The latest images coming in from the jail where T. Raja Singh would be lodged. The PD Act has now been executed. Police also releasing a detailed information with regards to the action that has been taken, putting out information regarding the fact that over 100 cases have already been registered against hate-monger T. Raja Singh.
Prem Prakash, a businessman based out of Ranchi, has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with an illegal coal mining case. Premises of the businessman were earlier searched by the ED with 2 AK-47 rifles along with 60 live cartridges found following the investigation. Sources state that Prakash has been arrested on the charges of illegal mining, money laundering and a suspected criminal nexus between the Jharkhand administration, businessmen and politicians. The Ranchi police claim that the weapons found by the ED at the premises of Prem Prakash belonged to 2 security personnel assigned to him, who allegedly left the weapons at Prem's residence and went home. Though Prem Prakash is reported to have been raided in the past, fresh raids were conducted on his residence after Pankaj Mishra, the MLA representative of Jharkhand CM Hemant Soren, was arrested under the PMLA. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Let me also go back to my colleagues Aneri and Priyanka, who are joining us on this broadcast. Aneri, if I can come to you, what more are you picking up right now? We'll try and reconnect with our reporters on the ground. The police finally putting out a detailed report on the action that has been taken as of now. In fact, the latest now being told that Mangalghat police has executed the PD order, that's the preventive detention order on BJP MLA Raja Singh, and he's being lodged in the central prison in Hyderabad. What you're seeing right now on your screens was the images coming in soon after the arrest that was made and thereafter the medical examination that was conducted. In fact, he was granted bail, and even after being granted bail, T. Raja Singh had issued a statement, or rather a video statement that was put out by him. No remorse whatsoever about the statement that has been made by him. In fact, no apology either. Now, as far as the party is concerned, the Bharatiya Janata Party has already suspended T. Raja Singh. In fact, they've show-caused him, asking him to explain as to why action should not be taken against him, and he's also been asked to submit his response. In fact, questions essentially also being raised about whether at all there is a selective response to tackling hate in the city of Hyderabad. Finally, action being taken against T. Raja Singh, but also the fact that there are several other political leaders who've indulged in hate speech, but not much really being done in terms of action being taken against them. We'll try and go back to our reporters to just get us the latest details. In fact, what we are picking up right now is that he is being taken to the central jail where he would be lodged. Some of the reactions now coming in. Let's listen in.
आज तेलंगाना में जो कम्युनल वातावरण जो बना हुआ है, इसका रीजन क्या है? मैं कल से नेशनल मीडिया वॉच कर रहा हूं. नेशनल मीडिया में कुछ अलग और कुछ अलग तत्वों को बताया जा रहा है. तो मैं आज रिक्स लेकर आपके सामने आ रहा हूं क्योंकि कोर्ट का आदेश था कि मीडिया को अटेंड नहीं करना है, लेकिन वातावरण देखकर मुझे मजबूरन आज आना पड़ा। आज तेलंगाना में कम्युनल वायलेंस होने का रीजन क्या है, मैं आपको बताने की कोशिश करता हूं। मुनव्वर फारूकी, स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन, इस व्यक्ति को हमने 3 महीने पहले भी ये व्यक्ति का प्रोग्राम ना हो हमने विरोध किया था। वो समय पर पुलिस के सहयोग से कार्यक्रम कैंसिल हुआ। उसके बाद में मुनव्वर फारूकी जो हमारे तेलंगाना राज्य के जो मुख्यमंत्री है उनका बेटा है केटी रामाराव, जो कि म्युनिसिपल मिनिस्टर है। वो केटी रामाराव से ट्विटर के माध्यम से संपर्क करता है और कहता है कि मुझे हैदराबाद में कार्यक्रम करना है। तो केटीआर साहब वो किसी भगवान को नहीं मानते, वो एक नास्तिक है। वो उस व्यक्ति को इनवाइट करते हैं, पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन लगाते हैं, राम भक्तों के ऊपर लाठी चार्ज करवाते हैं, मुझे फर्स्ट डे अरेस्ट करवाते हैं, सेकेंड डे होम अरेस्ट करवाते हैं, 5000 से अधिक पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन लगाकर और 4 आईपीएस ऑफिसरों को रोड पे खड़ा करके एक चिल्लर कॉमेडियन का प्रोग्राम हमारे म्युनिसिपल केटीआर साहब जो कि मुख्यमंत्री के बेटे हैं वो प्रोग्राम को सक्सेस करते हैं। मैंने कार्यक्रम से पहले डीजीपी, कमिश्नर सभी को निवेदन किया था कि ऐसे व्यक्ति का कार्यक्रम ना लगाए, ऐसे कॉमेडियन का प्रोग्राम ना लगाए जिसने मेरे राम और मेरी सीता मैया के ऊपर एक बहुत ही गंदा कमेंट किया था। मैं 10 दिन तक पुलिस से और केटीआर से हाथ जोड़कर निवेदन किया कि मैं राम जी के नाम पर मरने वाला व्यक्ति हूं और मेरे भगवान को उसने गाली दिया, कमेंट किया, ऐसे व्यक्ति का प्रोग्राम ना लगाए। 10 दिन तक मैंने हाथ पैर जोड़े ये केटीआर के जो कि मुख्यमंत्री का बेटा है, लेकिन उसका ईगो बीच में आया। किसी हालत में मैं इसका प्रोग्राम कराऊंगा क्योंकि
Well, that's the latest now coming in of the action that has finally been taken against Hitmonger T. Raja Singh. In fact, we'll try and go across to our reporters on the ground to get us the latest details. First to you, Aneri, with regards to the action that has finally been taken. Now, there were certain bail conditions that were also put across, but it seems that the bail conditions have also been violated. Anything that you're picking up?
Well, Shravan, all these are different cases which we have been seeing. Well, first, when we talk about the arrest which happened today of Raja Singh was in a different case where he was served notice under section 41A CRPC today in 2 different cases, and so he was being picked up. But later, just some time now, we have got an information, we have got an official statement from the police that there is a PD Act which has been booked under against Raja Singh. So now he is being moved to Cherlapalli jail. So that all these are different cases. Well, the morning notice which was served to Raja Singh under section 41A CRPC was over the case which was booked against him back then in the month of April and February. There were 2 different cases where Shahinajganj police station had booked a case, and today, after almost 6 months, 4 to 6 months now, we are seeing that the notice was served to Raja Singh. Well, he had also released a statement where he had said that very soon the police officials have woken up, and today the notice date was of yesterday, that is 24/8/2022, but today is 25. So he had also very clearly stated that the case which was booked was in the month of April and February, but now the notice is being served in the month of August, and so we had seen that there was an arrest which was made of Raja Singh. But now just a new development which is coming in is that there is a case, the Hyderabad City Police has booked a case against Raja Singh under PD Act. Well, now we have been seeing that this comes over the statement which we had made, the derogatory remarks which he had made on the on a social media, on a video clip which was for almost 10 minutes, a video which he had uploaded on social media. So that in this case there is a PD Act which has been booked, and so now he is being shifted to Cherlapalli jail. Well, sometime back we had seen Raja Singh at the Gandhi hospital because we had the medical examination was needed, so before sending him to Cherlapalli jail, so he was taken to Gandhi hospital.
रहा है कि जो सस्पेंस था वो अब क्लियर होगा। लगभग इतने लंबे समय से जब से जी
Well, in fact, shifting focus now to Goa, where the Goa police has added Section 302, murder in Shonali Bhogat's case, where the body is likely to be handed over to the family members in a short while from now. Remember, the family members made a sensational
कि ना तो उनका गोवा आने का कोई प्लान था, लेकिन वो जब गोवा पहुंची और यहाँ तक कि गोवा पहुंचने के बाद की भी जो मैं अपने विजय अनूप से कहूंगा जरा तस्वीरें इस मर्चुरी की दिखाएं। यहाँ पर कुछ मीडिया कर्मी भी हैं, कुछ दूसरे लोग भी मौजूद हैं। हालांकि जो परिजन हैं वो अंदर ही हैं, पेपर वर्क जो है वो वहां पर अंदर चल रहा है और उसके बाद पेपर वर्क कंप्लीट होते ही डेड बॉडी सौंप दी जाएगी और उसके बाद फिर उन्हें यहाँ से ले जाया जाएगा। लेकिन जिस बात का जिक्र आपने किया वो यही है कि अब जब इस पूरे मसले को लेकर शिकायत दर्ज हुई है तब ये चीजें स्पष्ट होगी, क्योंकि गोवा आने का उनका कोई प्लान नहीं था, यहाँ ना किसी तरह की शूटिंग थी। इतना ही नहीं, ये भी बताया गया कि जब उन्होंने अपने साथ जो परेशानियां हैं वो अपने परिजनों को बताई, जब उन्होंने अपनी मां से बात की थी उस दौरान भी इस बात का जिक्र परिजनों ने किया कि आप वहां से वापस आ जाइए। ये भी पूछा गया कि गोवा क्यों पहुंची थी, आप वापस हिसार लौट आइए। ये तमाम चीजें वहां पर बताई गई, सहयोगियों के बारे में बातचीत की गई, लेकिन वो चीजें रिकवर होती या फिर वो वापस हिसार के लिए लौटती या फिर इस पूरे मसले को लेकर शिकायत दर्ज होती, तब तक उनकी डेथ हो चुकी थी। अब जो मौत का रहस्य है वो कहीं ना कहीं खुलने वाला है, उसको लेकर अब जांच पड़ताल आगे बढ़ती हुई नजर आने वाली है। वो जो रहस्य है वो किस तरह से अब हटेगा, वो जो पर्दा है वो किस तरह से खुलेगा, वो अब कहीं ना कहीं इस जांच के बाद स्पष्ट होता हुआ दिखाई देगा। क्योंकि जिस तरह की शिकायत दर्ज हुई है उस शिकायत के दर्ज होने के बाद अब लगभग ये तय माना जा रहा है कि जो मौत का रहस्य है वो अब सबके सामने निकल कर आएगा कि आखिर किस वजह से उनकी डेथ हुई है। उनके भाई के द्वारा जो शिकायतें दर्ज कराई गई हैं उसमें कितनी सच्चाई है। पुलिस अब हर एंगल पर जांच करेगी, साथ ही साथ जो इक्विपमेंट्स जब्त हुए हैं उनको लेकर जांच पड़ताल होगी। जो बाकी बातें निकल कर सामने आ रही थी कि आखिर उन्हें खाने में कुछ मिलाया जाता था, उनकी जो पुरानी रिपोर्ट्स है उनके बारे में जानकारी जुटाई जाएगी। वो तमाम चीजें हर एंगल पर, अब अगर आप इसे ये समझे कि ब्लैकमेलिंग, साजिश या फिर रेप, इन तमाम जो तीनों पॉइंट्स हैं उनके तहत अब इस पूरे मसले को लेकर जांच पड़ताल होगी। जी निधि।
In fact, that's the latest now coming in from Goa, where the police has registered a murder case to probe the death of BJP leader Shonali Bhogat. In fact, Goa DGP initially had said that they would be waiting for... Latest images now coming in from Hyderabad, where hitmonger T. Raja Singh has been brought to the central prison in Hyderabad. This is after the medical examination was done, and finally the police also executing the PD Act. Police also saying that the multiple cases have already been registered against T. Raja Singh, over 100 cases that are against T. Raja Singh. This comes just about a little after 24 hours after he was granted bail in another case for the hate speech that was made by T. Raja Singh. That's the latest we are now getting in. We'll try and go across to our reporters who are joining us on this broadcast, getting us more details of the action that has finally been taken. Remember, protests have also been brewing in the city after the hate speech made by T. Raja Singh. In fact, even after being granted bail, T. Raja Singh put out a video, this time talking about what could be the possible reasons for communal riots in Hyderabad, also blaming comedian Munawar and the fact that the TRS government in Telangana has essentially been pandering to the needs of various others but hurting the sentiments of a section. Slipping into a short break. On the other side, we'll get you more details. We'll closely tracking all the developments in Hyderabad.
Well, fast-paced developments taking place over the Raja Singh case. Well, just some time back we had seen Raja Singh being arrested by Shahnajganj police over various sections, and also today morning we had seen how section 141 ACRPC notice was served to Raja Singh, and now a PD case being booked against Raja Singh, and now he is being moved to Cherlapalli jail. We'll be right back after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
ये आईआरसीटीसी का मामला हाईकोर्ट के अंदर लंबित है, क्योंकि एक रिटायर्ड रेलवे अधिकारी के सैंक्शन से जुड़ा मामला था, जो सीबीआई को उसकी स्वीकृति मिल चुकी है और बहुत जल्द ट्रायल प्रारंभ होगा।
कि ये सीबीआई है या ईडी है या आईटी है, ये बीजेपी के दफ्तर में बैठते हैं, वहाँ से ऑर्डर हासिल करते हैं, वहीं से एग्जीक्यूशन प्लान तय करते हैं और वहीं से आगे बढ़ते हुए किसी के छत पे जाकर के टर करने लगते हैं।
कि आप इस तरह से डरा धमका के हमसे कुछ नहीं जान सकते हैं। जो मेरे जानकारी में है, हम पार्टी के कोषाध्यक्ष हैं। जो साइन मैंने किया है चेक पर, उसके संदर्भ में आप बात कीजिए। जो मेरा अकाउंट है, मेरा खाता है, जो मेरा डीड है, उसके बारे में कीजिए।
Sisodia, Deputy CM, has left for event speaking to media.
Onubrata Mondal was given custody and CBI will be continuing the investigation.
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो सीएम आवास घेरने की कोशिश में है।
जो आंकड़े निकल के आए उस हिसाब से अगर देखा जाए तो एक विधायक को खरीदने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी 20 करोड़ रुपए ऑफर कर रही है। अगर 40 विधायक तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो लोग, तो 20 को 40 से जो अगर मल्टीप्लाई करें, वो मैथ्स देखें हम, तो लगभग 800 करोड़ रुपए जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी, ये काला धन ही होगा, लेकर खड़ी है विधायकों को, दिल्ली के विधायकों को तोड़ने के लिए।
हमारा मानना है आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार नहीं गिरेगी। दिल्ली वालों को आश्वस्त करना चाहते हैं, सरकार स्थिर है, मजबूत है। विधायक आएंगे, मैं आपको आश्वस्त कर रहा हूँ, सब आएंगे।
11 बजे बैठक शुरू होने का समय है। हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि 11 बजे तक सारे आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक यहाँ पे बैठक में मौजूद होंगे।
रोजगार के अवसर बढ़ाने के लिए ई श्रम पोर्टल को नेशनल कैरियर सर्विस, असीम पोर्टल और उद्योग पोर्टल से, उद्यम पोर्टल से उससे भी जोड़ा जा रहा है। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में उपस्थित आप सभी से मेरा आग्रह है कि नेशनल पोर्टल्स के इंटीग्रेशन के साथ साथ हम स्टेट पोर्टल्स को भी साथ में इंटीग्रेट करने पर जरूर काम करें। इससे देश के सभी श्रमिकों के लिए नए अवसर खुलेंगे, सभी राज्यों को देश की श्रम शक्ति और प्रभावी लाभ मिलेगा। साथियों, आप सभी भली भांति जानते हैं।
Sisodia, Deputy CM, has left for event speaking to media.
Onubrata Mondal was given custody and CBI will be continuing the investigation.
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो सीएम आवास घेरने की कोशिश में है।
जो आंकड़े निकल के आए उस हिसाब से अगर देखा जाए तो एक विधायक को खरीदने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी 20 करोड़ रुपए ऑफर कर रही है। अगर 40 विधायक तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो लोग, तो 20 को 40 से जो अगर मल्टीप्लाई करें, वो मैथ्स देखें हम, तो लगभग 800 करोड़ रुपए जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी, ये काला धन ही होगा, लेकर खड़ी है विधायकों को, दिल्ली के विधायकों को तोड़ने के लिए।
हमारा मानना है आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार नहीं गिरेगी। दिल्ली वालों को आश्वस्त करना चाहते हैं, सरकार स्थिर है, मजबूत है। विधायक आएंगे, मैं आपको आश्वस्त कर रहा हूँ, सब आएंगे।
11 बजे बैठक शुरू होने का समय है। हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि 11 बजे तक सारे आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक यहाँ पे बैठक में मौजूद होंगे। पहले भी कोशिश की जा चुकी है आम आदमी पार्टी को तोड़ने की, दिल्ली सरकार को गिराने की, लेकिन आज तक कभी भी ये सफल नहीं हुआ।
Days after the raid, the Enforcement Directorate has shifted into mega action. Jharkhand's Chief Minister Hemant
Latest details are coming in from Hyderabad, where hate monger T. Raja Singh has finally been brought to Hyderabad jail. This after the police has executed the PD Act. Remember, T. Raja Singh, after being granted bail, has also put out another video. Once again, a provocative video being put out by T. Raja Singh. Hyderabad police is saying that he's a repeat offender, given the fact that there are multiple cases already registered against him, over 100 cases. Now, T. Raja Singh will finally be spending the night in the jail. We'll try and go across to our reporters on the ground to get us the latest details. Whether at all his lawyers are now going to move any application before the court in terms for the bail application. We'll try and get in more details in a short while from now. A quick recap of all that we know so far. A video that was put out by T. Raja Singh a while back, once again criticizing the TRS government, saying that the government did not do much when it comes to certain people hurting the sentiments of the Hindi community. T. Raja Singh, remember, has already been suspended by the Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, the party has now show-caused him, asking him as to why he should not be expelled from the party. On the other side, we'll get you latest details on the story that we're tracking very closely.
जो आंकड़े निकल के आए उस हिसाब से अगर देखा जाए तो एक विधायक को खरीदने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी 20 करोड़ रुपए ऑफर कर रही है। अगर 40 विधायक तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो लोग, तो 20 को 40 से जो अगर मल्टीप्लाई करें, वो मैथ्स देखें हम, तो लगभग 800 करोड़ रुपए जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी, ये काला धन ही होगा, लेकर खड़ी है विधायकों को, दिल्ली के विधायकों को तोड़ने के लिए।
हमारा मानना है आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार नहीं गिरेगी। दिल्ली वालों को आश्वस्त करना चाहते हैं, सरकार स्थिर है, मजबूत है। विधायक आएंगे, मैं आपको आश्वस्त कर रहा हूँ, सब आएंगे।
11 बजे बैठक शुरू होने का समय है। हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि 11 बजे तक सारे आम आदमी पार्टी के विधायक यहाँ पे बैठक में मौजूद होंगे। पहले भी कोशिश की जा चुकी है आम आदमी पार्टी को तोड़ने की, दिल्ली सरकार को गिराने की, लेकिन आज तक कभी भी ये सफल नहीं हुआ।
Days after the raid, the Enforcement Directorate has shifted into mega action. Jharkhand's Chief Minister Hemant Soren's aide Prem Prakash has been arrested in the illegal mining scam case. Late last night, he was called to the ED's office in Ranchi and placed under arrest after interrogation. This also comes after 2 AK-47s were recovered from his residence. In a first review meeting after the Amarnath Yatra, the Ministry of Home Affairs will hold a high-level security meeting review in Jammu and Kashmir today. The MHA's top brass will be briefed on the present security scenario, including recent attempts.
Goa police has registered a murder case in the death of BJP leader Sonali Phogat, and remember, she was found dead in her hotel room, and it was suspected that she passed away due to a cardiac arrest, but subsequent to objections raised by the family and doubts raised by the family, the Goa police has added section 302 murder. There seems to be a suspect as well, and the remains are to be taken by an air ambulance, of course, at 7 p.m. today back to her home state, Haryana. But even as those things happen, murder case registered by Goa police. Moving on, a short break. On the other side, hate-monger MLA won't apologize, but blames KCR and OSC as protests and violence continue in Hyderabad. Fast-paced developments in Jharkhand. In the dock for manning scam, Soren likely to lose seat as Chief Minister. On the other side. Days after the raid, the Enforcement Directorate has
has shifted into mega action. Jharkhand's Chief Minister Hemant Soren's aide Prem Prakash has been arrested in the illegal mining scam case. Late last night, he was called to the ED's office in Ranchi and placed under arrest after interrogation. This also comes after 2 AK-47s were recovered from his residence. In a first review meeting after the Amarnath Yatra, the Ministry of Home Affairs will hold a high-level security meeting review in Jammu and Kashmir today. The MHA's top brass will be briefed on the present security scenario, including recent attempts of Pakistan to carry out a major terror strike on the Army's operational base. In a big lead in the Bengal cash scam, ex-SSC chairman is now under the CBI scanner. The CBI has also sealed North Bengal VC Subresh Bhattacharya's Kolkata residence after 6 hours of drilling. Meanwhile, the CBI has been actively investigating the SSC scam case and raiding multiple locations.
National Vice President of BJP Dilip Ghosh, while reacting to the cattle smuggling case, it implicates TMC leader Anubrata Mondal, stated that he ought to remain in jail in order for a proper inquiry to be conducted in the case, further adding that the inquiry was moving in the right direction.
Welcome to 5 p.m. Let's begin with the headlines. Minutes after releasing second video, Hitmonger MLA Raja Singh re-arrested. Hitmonger MLA won't apologize, but blames KCR and Owaisi as protests and violence continue in Hyderabad. Fast-paced developments in Jharkhand. In the dock for mining a scam, Soren likely to lose seat as Chief Minister. Silent on EC charge, Soren pins blame on the BJP. Hectic parleys now on within the alliance in Ranchi. After mega liquor gate storm, AAP now fears poaching by BJP as half a dozen Aam Aadmi Party MLAs go incommunicado. The party swings into huddle mode. All right, minutes after releasing a second video, Raja Singh has been re-arrested. Our reporters Saneri and Priyanka are tracking every single update in the case right there from Hyderabad. Meanwhile, Raja Singh has been taken to jail now. If we can connect with either Aneri or Priyanka on the ground in Hyderabad. Just a while back, we had Raja Singh being arrested from his home and taken to the Gandhi Hospital for a medical checkup, as is the protocol, and then we have to see whether he went in or was he taken to the court. The legal team of the legislator has confirmed that they will be challenging this action of Telangana police in the High Court tomorrow. Remember, the Hyderabad police had gone to the High Court against the bail that was granted to Raja Singh in the first arrest. And this is the information just coming in. Raja Singh's legal team now moves High Court and is going to challenge the re-arrest of Raja Singh even as a matter was pending in the court. Remember, it was the Hyderabad police which had gone in an appeal against a magistrate's order of granting bail to Raja Singh before the High Court. Aneri is joining us live and Priyanka as well. First to you, Aneri. Please tell us what's the exact status after having been taken to the Gandhi Hospital. Is Raja Singh being now taken to a court for a remand, or has he already been taken to a jail?
Well, Abhishek, he has been taken to jail, to Cherlapalli jail. He's already reached Cherlapalli jail now. And what we are also learning is that just some time back, we had seen how Telangana police had moved to High Court against the Nampalli court's order, which had come a day before yesterday over other case, which was booked at another police station, and over the derogatory remarks which we had made. And also at the same time, now we have been seeing that Raja Singh has been booked under PD Act, and so he has been moved to Cherlapalli jail. There was a medical examination which was done at the Gandhi hospital, and immediately the convoy has moved to Cherlapalli jail. Well, rather, he has reached the Cherlapalli jail, as we have accessed the visuals also of Raja Singh reaching the Cherlapalli jail. But now, how this goes forward remains to be seen, because what we are learning is that the legal team of Raja Singh is also expected that they would be challenging this re-arrest of Raja Singh, because this morning he was served a notice under 41A CRPC over various cases. The case which was booked against him in month of February and April, for that case he was served notice today morning. But again in the afternoon we had seen how the PD Act case has been booked against Raja Singh over making derogatory remarks and putting up a video on social media where we had seen that unrest situation taking place. Massive protest also had erupted in Hyderabad over the derogatory remarks which were being made by Raja Singh.
Right, I'll go to Priyanka, but before that, Advocate Karuna Sagar is joining us over the phone. Just to understand, is the police this time following due process, Ms. Sagar? Because remember last time the magistrate had given bail to Raja Singh because the magistrate had found that the police had not followed due process as per section 41 of the CRPC, and now in fact he has been rearrested in Preventive Detention Act. Would it work? It seems the police might be working under public pressure given the kind of protests that are taking place in Hyderabad.
Whatever the reasons may be, but the arrest under the PD Act can be challenged in the Honorable High Court on various reasons. Firstly, they are showing the reasons that he was involved in about 101 cases since 2004, and most of the cases which they have shown have been acquitted by the Honorable High Courts. As of now, we don't have the copy which was served upon the MLA Raja Singh. As and when we get the copy, I can brief you the details. Hello? Hello?
All right, Mr. Sagar, we also want to understand whether Preventive Detention Act is the right law under which T. Raja Singh could have been arrested in the latest instance?
Actually, they serve a booklet under PD Act, mentioning the reasons for his arrest under PD Act. We didn't have any access to that PD Act as of now, booklet as of now. And the reasons which I got to know that there were about 101 cases registered against him, and most of the cases have been acquitted by the Honorable Court, and it can be challenged in the High Court, but it will take some time to go access the booklet and all the details, and we'll be definitely challenging the PD Act proceeding, invoking of PD Act proceeding against MLA Rajas.
Right. Also, are they not supposed to produce him before a magistrate after arrest instead of taking him to jail as they have done?
No. Actually, under PD Act, the Commissioner of Police has got the ministerial powers to immediately remand him to judicial custody under PD Act. The Commissioner of Police has got ministerial powers.
Right. Also, Mr. Sagar, since you are going to represent Mr. Raja Singh in the court tomorrow, the fact that it was Hyderabad police which had gone in an appeal against the magistrate's order, you think this arrest is right, or you think this is purely under public pressure given the protests that are taking place?
I don't go into the reasons behind his arrest, but the revision petition which is filed in the High Court against the remand rejection order will be heard tomorrow afternoon, and that case is different, and that case is also has been shown in today's PD Act proceedings.
So, but Mr. Sagar, so it's a different case in which Raja Singh has been arrested now. In fact, let's go to Priyanka. She is reporting live from the area where a lot of protests have taken place, even as Aneri reaches the Cherlapalli court, jail in fact, and we'll go back to Aneri in a bit. Priyanka, please tell us, is Hyderabad peaceful today? Are the protests in control? And what's generally happening following the arrest of Raja Singh just a while back?
Well, Abhishek, the police officials had been getting the intelligence that there will be several protests that will take place tonight in the night and also tomorrow after the Friday prayers. But this is a major development that we are seeing because the majority of the demands of the protesters had been that there has to be some kind of action at least taken against T. Raja Singh, that he cannot be happily sitting in his house right after he has made these comments about the Prophet Muhammad, and that this is not the first time that he has made such kind of a communally insightful statement and that has completely refused to apologize for it. So they had been saying, they had been demanding that he should be brought to book. There has to be some kind of action taken. So today when we have seen that over the past 1 hour, these fast-paced developments that have taken place, wherein the CP has in fact invoked the PD Act, over which now T. Raja Singh has been taken into custody. He had been brought for the medical and now has been shifted to the Charlapalli jail, and now we are seeing that tomorrow itself in the High Court there will be a marathon hearing when it comes to the bail that had been challenged by the Hyderabad court, by the Hyderabad police, I beg your pardon. And now we are seeing that the protest, at least as of now, the outreach programs are underway. The police officials have been talking to the protesters. They have been going door to door. They have been trying to appeal to the protesters to not carry out any kind of violent protests. They have been saying that you are well within your legal rights to carry out these protests, but not incite the people and not create any kind of law and order situation. And that outreach program is as of now underway as we speak, because the police officials have gone to these places, to the communally sensitive areas. Around Charminar is usually the place where these protests were breaking out over the past 3 days is the pattern that we have seen. So those protesters' houses, they have gone to, the police officials are talking to them. And of course, perhaps we will see not too many aggressive protests that might break out today. But of course, tomorrow is anybody's guess, because what really happens in the court is something that we will have to wait for as to the kind of legal proceedings that go on and how really the court will also rule in this entire matter. Both matters, because as you just had that conversation with the lawyer of T. Raja Singh, in fact, who has stated that they will be approaching the High Court, they will be challenging this entire act of the Telangana police, where the PD Act has been invoked and T. Raja Singh has been brought to the Charlapalli jail, and also the bail that has been challenged by the police in the High Court. So these two crucial hearings that we are expecting that will take place tomorrow, and of course post which we will have a clear idea as to how these protesters will be reacting, because as per the intelligence reports that had been gotten by the police officials, they had been stating that tonight and also on Friday, so right after the Friday prayers is what they were learning, that these protesters were planning on carrying out massive gatherings and carry out protests against Raja Singh. But now that this major development has taken place with Raja Singh being lodged in the Charlapalli jail, where he will be spending the night today, perhaps the protesters will not be as aggressive as they have been over the past 3 days since Raja Singh had been in his house. He had been under house arrest, but he had still been making these kind of insightful statements. In fact, that video that we had just been talking about just before the police had reached his house, he had still refused to apologize. He had in fact stated that the people who are protesting did not completely understand his joke and he can't help that. So that is the kind of brazen attitude that we had seen from T. Raja Singh just minutes before he had been taken into custody. Yeah, Abhishek.
Right, we hope, of course, that things remain calm and peaceful in Hyderabad tomorrow as well, given the fact that it's day of Friday prayers. Obviously, that's why perhaps police making a preemptive move and arresting T. Raja Singh, one of the demands of the protesters. Let's go back to Aneri. She's at the Charlapalli jail, in fact. Aneri, please tell us, has Raja Singh been brought to the jail? Remember, under the PD Act in which he has been arrested, the Preventive Detention Act, the special powers are there to send him directly to jail and keep him there for a while till they go to the court. So has Raja Singh reached there? Have the cops brought him to the jail, or some process still left?
Well, Abhishek, Raja Singh has reached the Cherlapalli jail, and also I would like to first show you how the security has been beefed up here. This is the central prison Cherlapalli jail, which is also known as central prison, and as you can see how there's security beefed up, because we have been seeing a tense-like situation here outside and at various locations, let it be the old city area, and also they're demanding that there should be an arrest of Raja Singh. But now, as we have been reporting, this is the Cherlapalli jail where we are showing these exclusive visuals. We are the first to report from here, from the Cherlapalli jail, and also how the security has been beefed up here. Well, Raja Singh has been brought here under the PD Act case, which has been booked against Raja Singh. So now this case is being booked over making derogatory remarks. The proposed Raja Singh has posted an online derogatory offensive video on 22nd August on the Jai Shri Ram channel Telangana with the title Faruqi ke Aankh, and all such statements which he had made during the video which he had posted on YouTube. But now, as you can see, these are the very visuals from the Cherlapalli jail, and also the first photograph of Raja Singh inside the Cherlapalli jail, which we have accessed. We have been seeing how Raja Singh was arrested and re-arrested rather, because on the 23rd he was arrested and granted bail because the police did not follow the due procedure to arrest him and did not serve any sort of notice. But today we see how there are fast-paced developments taking up, and also at the same time we have been seeing how security has been beefed up here, because during the time when there was a hearing which was going on at the Nampalli court, we saw how there was protest which had broken out from both the sides. Rather, on one side we heard Jai Shri Ram slogans, and also other side we had heard that how there were anti-Raja Singh slogans which were being raised at the Nampalli court. And now, see, once again I would like to show you how the security has been tightened up here. There are special extra forces which have been going on here outside, all the precautionary measures being taken up here outside the Cherlapalli jail here in Hyderabad. So fast-paced developments taking place.
Aneri, I have a political question also, in fact. The kind of protests that have taken place in Hyderabad over the last few days, and the possibility of violence again, given the fact that there would be congregations, Friday congregations tomorrow, and the main demand of protesters that Raja Singh be arrested. So you think that the police was under tremendous pressure, politically speaking, to get Raja Singh behind bars somehow before Friday?
Well, there were these questions, as you rightly pointed out, there were these questions which were raised today also when we happened to speak to the Additional Commissioner of Police Law and Order, when we had openly asked him whether there was any sort of political pressure they were under, but they say they are not under any political pressure and all due procedure will be taken care of. And so we see how today morning Raja Singh was served notice under section 41A of CRPC over various previous cases, not the fresh cases. And now later in the afternoon we see that a PD Act case was booked against Raja Singh, and under the PD Act case the accused or the person can be directly moved to jail. They do not have to produce him or her in court. So after following the due medical procedure, they have brought Raja Singh to Cherlapalli jail, and now we have been seeing how security has been tightened up here. Also at the same time we see political war of words definitely continue, Abhishek. Well, AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi also himself has been stating that Raja Singh should be arrested. The remarks which he has made are not right, but also at the same time we see that there are slogans like Sartan Se Juda and many such derogatory slogans which are being raised by these protesters, but no case has been booked against any such protesters over making such slogans like Sartan Se Juda and any sort of other sloganeering during the protest. So how... All right,
Aneri. All right. Yes. Aneri, hold on. We are getting a breaking news development connected with Sonali Phogat. Remember, the Goa police had registered a murder complaint just a while back, and Republic has now accessed the post-mortem report of the BJP leader who passed away under mysterious circumstances in a Goa hotel. The post-mortem report, in fact, reveals some stunning details. The report mentions multiple blunt, forced injuries, clearly suggesting that there was an attack on her and that it's a murder. Ankit joins us live from Mumbai newsroom with the post-mortem report. Ankit, over to you for the details.
Absolutely, Abhishek. I have the post-mortem report right here. I'm going to read out. It says, I performed the autopsy on the dead body of Sonali Phogat, age 43 years of age, and it gives her address. Now, what's this key paragraph? The cause of the death, to the best of my knowledge and belief, is reserved pending chemical analysis, histopathological and serological reports by the tissues preserved. However, there are multiple blunt force injuries over the body. In view of the above, the manner of death is for the investigating officer to ascertain. I'll repeat once again, the cause of death is reserved pending the chemical analysis, histopathological and serological reports. However, the doctor adds, there are multiple blunt force injuries over the body. In view of the above, the manner of the death is for the investigating officer to ascertain. So 3 key things here. One is that the cause of death has not been committed to. Second, there is confirmation that there are multiple blunt force injuries. And third, that it is up to the investigating officer to ascertain what was the real cause of the death. This is from the post-mortem report, which has just been completed and filed, which we have accessed. It comes minutes after the murder charge was added to the Goa police's FIR, and it also comes before the body is flown to New Delhi for the final rites to be held tomorrow, Abhishek. So that is what the post-mortem report says. So certainly there is a mystery there, and very clearly, one last time I'm repeating, in view of there are multiple blunt force injuries over the body. In view of the above, the manner of the death is for the investigating officer to ascertain. Abhishek.
Well, yes, Ankit, going by this post-mortem report, it becomes doubly clear that there is a murder suspect now with Goa police, because of which they have registered a Section 302 murder, or they have added Section 302 of murder in the ongoing investigation and the complaint. Of course, the family, remember, had raised doubts about the manner and the circumstances in which Sonali Phogat had passed away, earlier suspected to be a cardiac arrest death. But now the post-mortem, as Ankit showed, clearly suggesting that there was a murder involved. She was attacked brutally, and all telltale signs of that brutal attack there in the post-mortem report, being recorded in the post-mortem report. Alicia joins us live. Alicia, please tell us what more details can you share? Do you have the death certificate? What does it mention? Does it still say cardiac arrest, or does it mention these injuries that have come out in the post-mortem?
Well, Abhishek, let me put this where the Goa police were investigating into the matter, and it's initially where they registered unnatural death. At the initial, even police did not found something foul in the same case, and they have clearly mentioned, and even we heard the Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant mentioning that as per the DGP and the doctors of the hospital has clearly mentioned that it's a cardiac arrest, which is why her death happened. And but now if we see the cause of death, and let me read out for our viewers what is mentioned in the death cause of Sonali Phogat, which clearly says that the chemical analysis, histopathology and serology reports of the tissue perceived. However, there are multiple blunt force injuries over the body in the view of death for the investigation officer to ascertain. So it's a multiple injuries clearly on the head is mentioned in the death certificate that has been provided by Goa Hospital. We know that the family was really not ready till the time the murder case is been registered by the Anjuna police, but they were clearly mentioning that till the time the murder case has not been registered, we will not give the body and give the consent for the post-mortem. But it was more than 72 hours, and the mention over the other authorities which had a word with the family of Sonali Phogat and requested them for the post-mortem. After a concern that has been given by the family, the analysis, that is autopsy from the team of forensic who has conducted this autopsy. Moreover, it is videographed as a request that was made by the family. But the post-mortem report, which has been accessed by Republic TV, clearly mentioned that there was a multiple injury to her head. Now, the police is looking into the matter. DGP itself is monitoring the whole situation. And now we know that not only the case that has been registered, that is against the two person, and moreover, there are the staff that is going to be summoned in the case, because now police is investigating the murder case of Sonali Phogat, because The complaint that was given by Sonali Phogat's brother Rinku clearly mentioned that she was well before. She was talking to her family. When she was in Goa, she also had a conversation with her mother. But after her dinner is something she found a very unconsciousness. So there was something has been done. She's been poisoned, slow poisoned by her the staff who was there with her in Goa. And this is a case something of a murder that needs to be investigated by the police. But with the complaint that has been given by her family, where the Anjuna police has added section 302 of the IPC, that is a murder case. And now police is looking into the matter, and the post-mortem report clearly also says that she has suffered multiple injuries into her head as well.
Yes, multiple injuries, including with a blunt object on her head. Essentially, the mystery unraveling in the Sonali Phogat death in Goa, which initially was suspected to be due to a cardiac arrest, but now the post-mortem making it clear that she was under attack, that she was hit by someone with a blunt instrument, which led to injuries on her body, and that's what is coming out. Sonali Phogat, BJP leader in Goa, passed away under mysterious circumstances a few days back, and the family subsequently raised doubts about the circumstances in which Sonali was found dead. And now, based on the post-mortem report, it is becoming clear that there was in fact an attack on her. There is a suspect, and in fact the family has mentioned the name of the suspect as well. Alicia, if you can share with the viewers, the family has raised doubts about the presence of a man, an aide to Sonali Phogat, who was with her when this happened, and they believe that he could be behind the murder. Now it's murder clear. So can we say that the man is a suspect now for Goa police?
Well, yes, also Goa police has interrogated her PA, that is Sudhir Sangwana, who has been interrogated for several hours, because that is where the family has raised a concern and a suspicious over a death. It's clearly mentioned that these are the two people, and there was also what have been told by the police that Sonali Phogat never wanted to come to Goa. There was no planning, but there was some of the shoot that has come across to her, and which is why she came to Goa as per the staff that is, has informed her about the shooting which need to be done in Goa, but that was never a plan. So they have clearly mentioned it is something pre-planned by her staff itself, that also include her personal assistants and the other staff, the two persons who has already been named by the police before the police, and they have been questioned. And what we have been told that more staff of Sonali Phogat will be questioned, they will be summoned, and they will be asked to record their statement before the police, and the lines of questioning will be over the itinerary of Sonali Phogat, because it's very important to know why exactly the Sonali Phogat has come to Goa. And the day she landed in Goa, she was in a hotel, but all of a sudden she found herself unconscious, and she was she was feeling uneasy, and suddenly she got an attack where the hospital has clearly declared her broad dead when she was taken to the hospital. But now, with the concern of the family, the post-mortem has already been done, and the report has been even given to the DGP Goa, because is what even Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has mentioned earlier, that DGP itself is looking into the matter. So yes, there are more and more people who will be called in for the questioning, including her staff.
Right, Alicia, hold on. Let's listen into the brother of Sonali Phogat, who raised this demand earlier, asking for murder charges to be included by the Goa police. Let's listen into what he had to say.
सर अभी वो डॉक्टर से कंसर्न करने पड़ेगा, और इसके लिए मैं पूरी मीडिया का धन्यवाद करता हूं, और जसपाल सांधू जी डीजीपी गोवा और डीएसपी जालवी जी, उन्होंने कल हमें आश्वासन दिया था कि आपके साथ पूरा न्याय होगा, और वो अपने कमिटमेंट पर खरे उतरे हैं। हमारी मांग यही है कि जिस तरह ये अब केस दर्ज हुआ है, एफआईआर दर्ज हुई है, उसी के बेस पे कार्रवाई हो और हमें हमारी बहन को न्याय मिल सके। पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट में क्या आया है सर, कुछ आपको? पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट ये है सर जी, एक बार इधर भी दिखा दीजिए। बिल्कुल सर, दिखाएं। क्या आया है? इसमें किस बात का जिक्र है? इसमें बॉडी इंजर्ड है, पूरी बॉडी इंजर्ड है और चोट के निशान है बॉडी पे। सर अभी वो डॉक्टर से कंसल्ट करने पड़े।
It was brother of Sonali Phogat saying that the postmortem is very clear that there are injury marks on a body and hence the murder charges be slapped. Of course, that has been done by Goa police already, and now the aide of Sonali Phogat is the main suspect, according to the family and obviously according to the police also, because as Alisha was informing, he has already been questioned. All right, that's it.
पुलिस स्टेशन अंजुना को इत्तला मिली थी कि सेंट एंथनी हॉस्पिटल में एक लेडी को ब्रॉड डेड डिक्लेयर किया गया है। उसके बाद पुलिस की कार्रवाई तभी से शुरू हुई और उसको फिर जीएमसी में भेज दिया गया। डॉक्टर्स के स्टेटमेंट लिए गए, जो उसके साथी लेडी डिसीज्ड के साथी थे उनसे बातचीत की गई और आज अभी पोस्टमार्टम उसका चल रहा है। कल उसके रिलेटिव्स, उसके भाई और अन्य रिलेटिव्स आए, उनके स्टेटमेंट वगैरह रिकॉर्ड हुए। आज उन्होंने फॉर्मल कंप्लेंट दी है जिस पर मर्डर का मुकदमा 302/34 FIR नंबर है इसका 134/22 पुलिस स्टेशन अंजना में दर्ज करके तफ्तीश शुरू कर दी गई है।
में क्या कंप्लेंट में क्या ये इशू था सर?
डिसीज्ड के ब्रदर ने बताया कि उसका जो साथी पीए सुधीर सांगवान और उसका दोस्त सुखविंदर ने उसको काफ़ी दिनों से कुछ उसके खाने वगैरह में मिला रहा था और उनको शक है कि उसकी हत्या की गई है और उन्हीं के स्टेटमेंट पर ये मर्डर का मुकदमा दर्ज किया गया है।
सर कितना गोवा पुलिस कितना सीरियसली देख रहा था कि ये इश्यूज था?
फ्रॉम द डे वन, द मोमेंट वी रिसीव्ड कॉल, हमने 174 की कार्रवाई उसी समय स्टार्ट कर दी थी और जो भी कंसर्न्ड पर्सन है, चाहे वो होटल है लियोनी जिसमें डिसीज्ड एक दिन पहले आकर के रुकी थी, या जिस क्लब में जहां पर विक्टिम नाइट क्लब में गई थी, उसके जितने भी रिलेटेड पर्सन्स हैं हम लोगों ने उन सभी के स्टेटमेंट शुरू से दर्ज किए हैं और अब इस केस की तफ्तीश मर्डर के हिसाब से की जा रही है।
सर और उसका फैमिली भी बहुत एलिगेशन कर रहे थे कि उसको पोस्टमार्टम करने के लिए, क्योंकि पहले रजिस्टर करो बाद में पोस्टमार्टम करेंगे।
जैसे ही हमको उनका रिटर्न कंसेंट मिला उसी समय हमने उनका पोस्टमार्टम करा दिया। ये कानून का प्रावधान है कि जब तक विक्टिम या डिसीज्ड के रिलेटिव्स का हमको कंसेंट नहीं मिल जाती हम तब तक पोस्टमार्टम नहीं करवा सकते थे।
केस कौन सा दर्ज किया?
हमने मर्डर का केस दर्ज किया है 2 लोगों के खिलाफ, जो अन्य भी हो सकते हैं, जिसमें 34 का मतलब है कि इन 2 के अलावा किसी अन्य का भी कभी भी कोई रोल पाया जाएगा। जिसका जिस तरह से रोल पाया जाएगा उसको आगे उसी हिसाब से तफ्तीश की जाएगी। अभी तक अरेस्ट नहीं हुआ है, अभी जब हमारे पास कोई एविडेंस आएगा उसके बाद ही अरेस्ट।
तो पोस्टमार्टम का क्या रिपोर्ट आ रही है?
अभी पोस्टमार्टम हो चुका है, इसकी रिपोर्ट मिलने में 1 या 2 घंटे का समय अभी और लग सकता है।
क्या सर आज अभी उसका डेड बॉडी लेके जाएगा सर दिल्ली?
हाँ, वो ऑलरेडी जीएमसी से डेड बॉडी को एयरपोर्ट डबलिन रवाना कर दिया गया है और आज रात तक वो उसकी डेड बॉडी दिल्ली पहुंच जाएगी। We got
The police there, Goa police, saying they're looking at a nightclub angle. So all the present at the nightclub will be looked at as well. I want to go across to Alisha to get us more perspective on this developing story. Alisha, it looks like there seems to be a very suspicious angle coming out from this case where the report also said that there were some blunt injuries, which were made by a blunt force. Take us through exactly how the investigation will take shape in the next few days from now.
Well, we know that DGP Goa has been looking into the matter, and of course no stone will be turned unturned, because it's what we have been told, because it was earlier started with the time Sonali Phogat death has came into a light, where an unnatural death was registered by Goa police, that is Anjuna police station, and later the complaint that was given by her family clearly making her suspicious over a death. What is mentioned in the letter that was given by her brother Rinku stated that she was well, she was talking to her family. But later, she after a dinner where she was feeling uneasy, and then she got a cardiac arrest, after which she was brought to the hospital where the doctor has already declared her broad dead. Moreover, it was also mentioned that her laptop, CCTV cameras has also is not able to find in a farmhouse in Haryana. So this is something very suspicious, after which the police should register a murder case. But today, with the complaint given by her brother Rinku, where the police today has added section 302 of the IPC, which is a murder case, and moreover the post-mortem report which has came to a light, because that post-mortem report clearly mentioned that there is a blunt force injuries over the body. So well, yes, there are more people who have been questioned over this, because the case has been registered against two after the complaint that was given, and there was a suspicion also raised over her personal assistant Sudhir Sangwan and the other person, where her family has clearly mentioned that they both are involved, and which is why she has also been given a poison. She was so slow poisoned by their staff itself, so they should come under the radar. But his statement, where the PA statement has already been recorded. Moreover, there are more staff. There are two more staff who are going to be questioned. They will be summoned by the Goa police and asking them to appear before the Goa police, that is in Anjuna police station, where the investigation is ongoing. So their statement is going to be recorded, and this is the statement. The line of questioning will be over what was the itinerary of the Sonali Phogat, because the letter also mentioned that Sonali Phogat was never in the intention to come to Goa. That is something, a shoot that she wanted to has to be there in Goa, is what have been told by her personal assistants and the other staff, which is why she went to Goa. And the day she went to Goa, she suddenly got a cardiac arrest. Something raises a question, and which is why the request has been made to register a case under section 302. Well, that has already been added. So Goa DGP is looking into the matter. He's been closely monitoring, and even we heard Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant, who mentioned that Goa DGP has been looking into the matter. He is going to is going to monitor each and every situation, the line of even investigation, in what way it will go. So now the post-mortem has been done, and it's clearly mentioned that it's a blunt force injuries over the body. So while the murder case has already been registered, and police is going to summon more staff of Sonali Phogat into the case.
Alisha, Republic TV had broken the news that Rinku, the brother of Phogat, had clearly mentioned that the family wanted that a case be registered against two of her associates, and they claim that she was murdered by two of her associates. The Goa police is also saying that no arrest has been made so far. So this is also an interesting turn of events coming in. Looks like this case will, of course, reveal much more than what was initially expected. Let's have a look at all the reactions coming in on this big story.
सर अभी वो डॉक्टर से कंसर्न करने पड़ेगा, और इसके लिए मैं पूरी मीडिया का धन्यवाद करता हूं, और जसपाल सांधू जी डीजीपी गोवा और डीएसपी जालवी जी, उन्होंने कल हमें आश्वासन दिया था कि आपके साथ पूरा न्याय होगा, और वो अपने कमिटमेंट पे खरे उतरे हैं। हमारी मांग यही है कि जिस तरह ये अब केस दर्ज हुआ है, एफआईआर दर्ज हुई है, उसी के बेस पे कार्रवाई हो और हमें हमारी बहन को न्याय मिल सके।
पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट में क्या आया है सर, कुछ आपको इस बारे में?
पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट ये है सर जी,
इधर भी दिखा दीजिए। बिल्कुल सर, क्या आया है? इसमें किस बात का जिक्र है?
इसमें बॉडी इंजर्ड है, पूरी बॉडी इंजर्ड है और चोट के निशान है बॉडी पे।
All right, we just heard the brother of Phogat there, where he's showing the post-mortem report. And I want to go to Alisha just in a short while. But if you're watching Republic TV right now, what has happened is that the Goa police has registered a case of murder pertaining to the death of Sonali Phogat. And her post-mortem has revealed multiple blunt force injuries on the body. The probe is underway. The brother has maintained initially, and we had got you those details from the beginning, that there seems to be an angle of foul play. Alisha, I want you to come back with us because Alisha is getting us all the top updates on this big story. Alisha, do we have any idea, any information on who are these two associates which a brother has claimed and alleged had what he's calling a murder of his sister?
Well, as I earlier mentioned, Shivangi, where the family has clearly given a heads up over the personal assistant as well, that is Sudhir Sangwan, who has already been questioned by Goa police. He was questioned for several hours, is what we have been told, and he will again summoned by the police to get the more information, because there's that is where the family has given a complaint over the murder. They have clearly mentioned that there was no intention of Sonali Fogart to visit to Goa. There was no plan of her to visit to Goa, but it was something, the contract of the some shoot ad agency or something that has been brought into her light by her personal assistants and always her and other the assistants and the other staff as well. So which is the reason why she went to Goa. But the same day when she stays in an hotel, and she also had a word with her family. She was in a continuously in talks with her family, and all of a sudden after a dinner where she complained of uneasy, later when taken to the hospital.
ऐसा कुछ ये नहीं है सर।
ऐसी कोई शार्प वेपन से या किसी कोई नुकीली चीज से इंजरी नहीं है।
Multiple reactions coming in at this point of time, viewers, with the Goa police looking at the nightclub angle. What we can tell you is that Sonali Fogart's post-mortem has revealed multiple blunt injuries on her body. At the same time, Goa police has registered a murder case pertaining to her death. Remember that BJP leader and actor Sonali Fogart's autopsy was conducted at a state-run hospital in Goa. That's what the post-mortem report has stated, that there were multiple blunt injuries over the actor's body. And I want to get Alisha back. Alisha is getting us all the angles and all the updates on this big breaking development. Alisha, you are telling us something about who these two associates are, which the family is alleging is involved in her, what they call a murder.
Well, after the complaint that has been filed by Sonali Fogart family, where the Anjuna police has added section 302, that is a murder case into the case, and moreover the post-mortem report also suggests that there were multiple force head injury over the body. Now the DGP is also monitoring the situation, minute-to-minute update and all the exclusive information over the story only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
National Vice President of BJP Dilip Ghosh, while reacting to the cattle smuggling case, it implicates TMC leader Anubrata Mondal, stated that he ought to remain in jail in order for a proper inquiry to be conducted in the case, further adding that the inquiry was moving in the right direction.
दिन नया प्रॉपर्टी का खोज हो रहा है, राइस मिल से लेकर मेडिकल कॉलेज, फ्लैट्स, तो रोज का खोज हो रहा है, नई नई प्रॉपर्टी मिल रही है। तो जब तक ये पूरा नहीं होता है छानबीन, तो उनको बेल देने से क्या होगा, एक काम में व्यवधान आएगा। तो स्वाभाविक बेल मिल जाएगा तो फिर ये इंक्वायरी में डिस्टर्ब होगा, तो वो जेल में रहेंगे तो इंक्वायरी भी पूरा चलेगा, उनसे पूछताछ भी हो पाएगा। स्वाभाविक रूप से ही होना चाहिए, जब तक ये जांच चलेगा तब तक उनको अंदर रखना ही ठीक रहेगा। ये तो वो डॉन जैसा उनकी एटीट्यूड है, उस जिला में किसी की हिम्मत, ना मीडिया, ना पुलिस वाला, ना कोई कर्मचारी, साधारण पब्लिक, व्यवसायी, किसी की हिम्मत नहीं थी उनके खिलाफ बोलने का। सब जानते हैं भ्रष्टाचारी है, इतना प्रॉपर्टी है, लेकिन एक आवाज तक नहीं आया।
কি আশা করছেন?
The CBI's raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है।
CBI raids in the rice mills of Anubrata Mondal and his close aides.
Just stage protest holding the tricolor seeking
big story we are tracking on Republic TV. Now, minutes after releasing the second video, and what Republic TV also got to that video when it was released just at that moment, what we have learned is that Raja Singh arrested. Now, our reporters Aneri and Priyanka are tracking every single update in the case. Meanwhile, Raja Singh has been taken to jail now. It's a very big development coming in. Telangana police have re-arrested, I repeat, Telangana police had re-arrested suspended BJP leader T. Raja from his residence in Hyderabad just a short while back, and we had also told you some time back that this is expected to happen. He will be re-arrested, and that's exactly what happened just after the Republic TV's news break. Now, as per inputs, the police have relevant arrest notices for 2 different cases, and a team of police had served a notice under section 41 of the CRPC, arrest without a warrant, to the legislator in connection to a case in which he was booked in April. And this after he released a second video where he refused to apologize for what happened in Hyderabad. The city was gripped with tension. Let's have a look and listen in to what T. Raja had said earlier.
MIM और TRS ने मिलके ये फालतू मुनव्वर फारूकी का प्रोग्राम सक्सेस करवाया। कार्यक्रम से पहले मैंने कहा था कि अगर इसका कार्यक्रम होगा तो एक कॉमेडी शो मैं भी करूंगा 22 तारीख के दिन। कार्यक्रम उसका हुआ तो 22 तारीख के दिन मैंने एक कार्यक्रम किया फारूकी को ले लेकर। टोटली टारगेट मेरा फारूकी था, लेकिन दुर्भाग्य देखिए कि कुछ दूसरे लोग हमारे पैगंबर के ऊपर इन्होंने वीडियो बनाया, हमारे मोहम्मद के ऊपर इन्होंने कॉमेडी की। इस प्रकार से कुछ लोग फोकस कर रहे, तो मैं उनको कहना चाहूंगा, ना उस वीडियो में मैंने आपके मोहम्मद पैगंबर का नाम कहीं पर भी नहीं लिया। मेरा टारगेट कोई और मैंने कॉमेडी किसी और पे की। लेकिन तुम लोग हमारे ही ऊपर इन्होंने गाली दी, हमारे ही ऊपर इन्होंने कॉमेडी की। अगर तुम लोग समझते हो तो मैं उसका कुछ नहीं कर सकता हूं। बाकी की रही कोर्ट की बात, वो तो मैं कोर्ट ने मुझे पर्सनल बॉन्ड दिया, सो मैं छूट कर आया। लेकिन पिछले 2 दिनों में कितना हाहाकार ये लोग मचा रहे, वॉल सिटी में दंगा फसाद कर रहे, पुलिस की गाड़ियां फोड़ रहे, तन जुदा यानी सर तन से जुदा, इस प्रकार से ये तालिबान नारे वो लोग लगा रहे। तो मैं जो लोग नारे लगा रहे, मैं आज पुलिस प्रशासन से पूछना चाहूंगा कि कितने लोगों के ऊपर आपने FIR किया? जो खुलेआम मेरी गर्दन काटने की बात करते हैं, कितने लोगों को आपने अरेस्ट किया? ये कांग्रेस का नेता राशिद कहां पर छुपा हुआ है? क्यों उसके ऊपर FIR नहीं की गई? मैं आज पुलिस प्रशासन से पूछना चाहूंगा और महमूद अली होम मिनिस्टर से पूछना चाहूंगा कि क्यों? क्या हमारी गर्दन क्या बकरे की गर्दन है? क्या हम हमारी गर्दन ऐसे ही कटवा दें? हम क्षत्रिय हैं और हम सर काट भी सकते हैं, देश धर्म के लिए सर कटा भी सकते हैं। और ये राजा सिंह की गर्दन कोई बकरे की गर्दन नहीं है जो आए काट दे। हमारे ऊपर जो छुरी उठेगी, ना हाथ रहेगा ना गर्दन रहेगी। ये राजा सिंह का चैलेंज है। और रही जो कोर्ट को हम जो जवाब देना है, पुलिस को जो जवाब देना है, हमने लिखित रूप में दिया है। साथ ही साथ आज असदुद्दीन ओवैसी जो कि पार्लियामेंट मेंबर है, आज कम्युनल वायलेंस कराने में असदुद्दीन ओवैसी का पूरा हाथ है।
All right, let's go to Aneri, where she's at the same spot, viewers. She's at the same spot where T. Raja has been locked up. And she'll get us all the top updates. Aneri, over to you. Raja Singh's legal team will be moving the High Court too. Now, what exactly will they say now?
Well, Shivangi, definitely a fast-paced developments taking place here in Hyderabad amid now that Raja Singh has been arrested a second time. Well, we have been seeing that he has now been arrested under the PD Act, so he was not taken to court. Well, under PD Act, it is not needed that the person is to be taken to court, but the commissioner himself has that authority that he can sign the papers and move towards the court. But also at the same time, we have been seeing that Raja Singh has been brought here at the chair Chellapalli jail, and also in the meantime we have been seeing how there is a development which has been taking place. Early in the morning we had seen how the police officials had, Sainajganj police officials had submitted a notice to Raja Singh over under section 41A CRPC and following all the due procedure. But now, after a PD Act case has been registered against Raja Singh, he has been brought to Chellapalli jail here in Hyderabad. And also at the same time, tomorrow we will be seeing that there will be arguments which will be taking place here at the Telangana High Court, as the Telangana police has already moved to court. And also at the same time we are seeing that Raja Singh's legal team will also be moving to and also putting up questions over what was the reason, and also raising many questions against Raja Singh's arrest over the PD Act and many other questions. Legal team will proceed this forward.
Well, Aneri, also the police has added that the MLA has been involved in at least 101. I repeat, viewers, the MLA has been involved in at least 101 criminal cases since 2004, and this is a case. I mean, the arrest has happened, Aneri, on the case which was booked in April. Okay, we're getting some trouble getting to Aneri. She's reporting from exactly the same spot, the Hyderabad jail, where T. Raja Singh has now been locked up. But these are the top updates for you right now. And a big development just a short while back, viewers. Telangana police have re-arrested suspended BJP leader T. Raja Singh from his residence in Hyderabad. The police has had relevant arrest notices for 2 different cases, and these are the big updates coming in at this point of time.
घर का दरवाजा तोड़ के हम हमको मार लेके गनशन
मतीन भी है ना उसमें?
जी हाँ, मतीन भी,
इरफान रियाज भी है ना?
जी हाँ,
एहतेशाम में चलिए
जी।
और भाई बहुत बुरा हुआ वो, मालूम होते कि मेरे को, मैं मुजफ्फर को बोला
जी आके मुजफ्फर कोऑपरेटर साहब और समस्त कोऑपरेटर साहब आके हम लोग रिहा करे, और आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, जज़ाकल्लाह।
अब जाओ 1:30 बज गया, सुबह 1:30 बज रहे, अब जाओ घर में, परेशान होंगे
जी।
इंशाल्लाह मुजफ्फर समझ लिया कि आप घर पे छोड़ देंगे
जी। अच्छी बात है साहब, शुक्रिया साहब।
आराम से रहो, परेशान रखो, इंशाल्लाह मालूम होते कि हम हरकत में आए, मगर ये नहीं होना था वो। जी साहब, आप जाइए, घर को जाइए, आराम करिए
जी। अच्छी बात है साहब, शुक्रिया, जज़ाकल्लाह साहब।
हाँ, घर वाले परेशान होंगे, आपके जाइए
जी।
ओके,
शुक्रिया साहब, जज़ाकल्लाह।
शुक्रिया।
All right, let's go back to Aneri, who's reporting live from the same jail, the same lockup where T. Raja Singh has been put in. He's right now lodged in that jail. Aneri is joining us back. So, Aneri, a lot of political developments have also happened. There has been involvement, allegedly involvement of AI-MIM in this case as well. Take us through exactly how this entire case has developed politically, because we saw a lot of tension, we saw arson, then we saw that T. Raja Singh has put up one more video where he's blaming everybody but himself for what happened, including the AI-MIM as well. Take us through exactly how this case has been developing for the past 2 days.
That's right, Shivangi. We have been seeing how it all started. Well, last week when Munawar Farooqi's comedy, the stand-up comedian whose show was all set to take place in Hyderabad, well, Raja Singh had given an notice to the police officials, to the government of Telangana, that his show shouldn't be taking place here in Hyderabad as he insults the Lord Ram and Lord Sita. So his program shouldn't be held in Hyderabad. And despite that, we see that after heavy police deployment, Munawar Farooqi's show had taken place on Saturday at Shilpakala Vedika. But later, after that, we see that on Monday, we had seen Raja Singh's video, which had been put up on social media, where he has used a lot of derogatory remarks remarks. And so on Tuesday, we see that Raja Singh was arrested, but also before that, we had seen massive protests being taking place at various police stations, complaints being filed against Raja Singh, and also there was one FIR which was filed against Raja Singh, and based on that, arrest of Raja Singh was made on 23rd. But after that, we see that the Nampally court had granted bail to Raja Singh on 23rd, but despite that, we saw massive protests taking place. Slogans like Sartan Se Juda and many such slogans were being raised against Raja Singh. So now we see that the Hyderabad City Police have booked a case against Raja Singh under the PD Act, and so he is now being moved. He is at the Cherlapalli jail, locked up at the Cherlapalli jail, and also at the same time, we have been seeing that there are political war of words which are taking place in Hyderabad over all this tussle which is being going on. Keep watching Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break. কি আশা করছেন?
CBI's the raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence.
The Yuva Morcha of the BJP is holding a protest outside the assembly in Thiruvananthapuram.
मनीष सिसोदिया के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है, केजरीवाल के पुतले को आग लगा दी गई है.
CBI raids in the rice mills of Onubroto Mondal and his close aides.
Teachers stage protest holding the tricolor seeking jobs and were instead brutally thrashed.
National Vice President of BJP Dilip Ghosh, while reacting to the cattle smuggling case, it implicates TMC leader Anubroto Mondal, stated that he ought to remain in jail in order for a proper inquiry to be conducted in the case, further adding that the inquiry was moving in the right direction.
दिन नया नया प्रॉपर्टी का खोज हो रहा है, राइस मिल से लेकर मेडिकल कॉलेज, फ्लैट्स, तो रोज का खोज हो रहा है, नई नई प्रॉपर्टी मिल रही है. तो जब तक ये पूरा नहीं होता है छानबीन, तो उनको बेल देने से क्या होगा, एक काम में व्यवधान आएगा, तो स्वाभाविक बेल मिल जाएगा तो फिर ये इंक्वायरी में डिस्टर्ब होगा, तो वो जेल में रहेंगे तो इंक्वायरी.
सब बकवास है. मैं बताता हूँ घोटाला क्या है. घोटाला ऑपरेशन लोटस है. 800 करोड़ रुपए इन्होंने कहीं रख रखे हैं तैयार दिल्ली की सरकार गिराने के लिए.
They are doing all sort of theatric exercise to divert the attention, Lotus, bogus, etc. Their main objective is to divert the focus.
News clearly coming in today when the Supreme Court gives a setback to this particular theory and says that the report by Justice Ravindran's committee shows there was no conclusive proof to say that Pegasus had been used.
According to the report, 29 phones were scanned, of which no Pegasus was found. So all the fear-mongering in the case of Pegasus as well has fallen flat. Another issue has deflated, has collapsed completely for the opposition.
Midnight around, we saw that the protesters were also in direct touch with Asauddin Owaisi and several councillors as well of AIMIM, who had been stating that they have already spoken to the police to let them go, and the police had then let go of these 90 protesters that had been detained earlier.
Viewers, Republic has accessed the video of Syed Kashaf before the arrest of Raja Singh, where he can be seen leading the controversial slogans. I'm going to go across to Niranjan from a Mumbai newsroom for more details. Niranjan, over to you.
Well, there is this very controversial so-called influencer whose video we exposed on Tuesday. If we can please play out that video as well. His name is Kashaf. Kashaf has been arrested. So there's a small correction that I'm making. The correction is that he hasn't been detained, he's been arrested. We have a confirmation now. He's been arrested. He was also confronted by Arnab on the debate. In fact, Kashaf was was confronted by Republic, and I'm playing that video out now. Let's play out that video where Kashaf was seen in the tapes, and he was seen in the tapes chanting "Sar tan se juda," those slogans. He was leading that entire brigade, and in fact, he was also boasting about raising those slogans. He has now been arrested, and he was also confronted by Arnab on the debate on Tuesday. On Tuesday, we confronted him completely. Let's go out and let's play that video out. In fact, he had also sent out videos claiming that he was boasting of how he led this entire protest. Here's how we confronted him a few days back.
The person on the screen is Syed Abdahu Kashaf. Let me introduce you to him. Subui. He says that he's an activist. And he has also been calling for public beheadings. Can I have him on the right-hand side of the screen, please, Anand? Thank you so much. Thank you. He has been calling for public beheadings. And he's actually proud of it. He's actually very, very proud of it. He was raising the Sar Tan Se Juda slogans. And he has been proudly posting it on his social media as well. The danger in our society is, viewers, this. That today people are calling for beheadings and are proudly posting that